Cold Mick Ultra. See you at the Globe Pub this Sunday, 10:30 to 12:30.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. For my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
Turn your backyard into a summer oasis. Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And right now, during our spring and summer sale, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back. Plus, free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. And don't forget, we're your barbecue headquarters with all the best grill brands under one roof. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone. Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome into the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we are streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you, we've got Charlie, we have got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride on this Waddle Wednesday with open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. You'll need that YouTube because tonight at 7 o'clock when the NFL schedules are unveiled, we'll be all together as a staff being able to talk about the Bears schedule right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000. So like, share, and subscribe what we do on YouTube. That way you don't miss our special show tonight at 7 o'clock with the staff here at ESPN Chicago. The Cubs, they defeat the Marlins by a score of 5-4. Not just one of your regular 5-4 wins, Cap. No, it was in grand fashion last night. 3 runs in the ninth to come from behind to beat the Marlins as the Cubs now are 25-18.
That was a hell of a victory. And for all of you out there with my wife leading the charge, oh, it's only May. Relax, Cap. Why do you get so excited? Because all the wins count the same. You people have to be smarter than this. It's like I said to my wife last night. If they call and ask me to broadcast the Super Bowl, hey, we'd like you to do the Super Bowl. Guess what? The money's green. It spends the same as me calling an 8th grade lacrosse game. Maybe less money.
Sure.
But it all counts the same.
Mm-hmm.
A win in May is the same as a win in September. You don't get bonus points. That's a freaking good victory. 1. 2. All of you out there who litter my timeline and others, DFA Justin Turner, DFA Merriweather, DFA Presley. Is that the only 3 freaking letters you people know? He sucks, DFA. He sucks, DFA. That's not how it works, man. It's May 13th. I mean, what are we doing here? You got to let guys develop and play and get comfortable. That's it. That is it. There may come a point where somebody gets released. In a numbers game, that happens. It's not on May 13th. And thank goodness you people have day jobs. Because you drive a franchise right into the guardrail. Cubs win.
Yeah, good to hear from Lee Elia this morning here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
I just speak the truth.
Well, I understand the urgency of the Cub fan, though. This is where there's a disconnect between you and the Cub fan. The reality is that the Cubs are tired of seeing the team not get to the postseason. And so there's a reason why that there's involvement on your timeline. or on Cubs Twitter, on social media. You know why? Because there's a sense of urgency, not just for Jed, knowing that this is the last year of his contract, but you get tired of your blank being knocked in the dirt, John Lester. At some point, you just want to say, hey, whatever it takes. If you got DFA guys, you've got to add on, get from the minor league system, whatever it takes. See, you just don't take seasons for granted. That's what the Cubs have been doing.
That's correct.
So you understand why people feel this way, Cap. Listen, let the fan feel how they want to feel. You'd rather be in a passionate city like the Chicago Cubs in Chicago than in Phoenix or Miami with the Marlins.
I don't disagree with you. I love the passion. But the letters DFA, they don't apply to everybody who's struggling. DFA that guy, DFA that guy. You'll have half a roster left.
They've done it enough already through the first 2 months of the season, the Cubs. They've already parted with a couple of guys.
Well, I know they get rid of Gage
Workman, who can't work in Chicago, apparently. He's a workman, but can't work in Chicago, Sox or
DFA
Cubs.
now by the White Sox.
Yes.
So
they've done it enough by moving guys out an opportunity, all right, back down to the minors. That's the sense of urgency.
Right.
And that's what the Cub fan is saying. What is wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a sense of urgency, but as soon as a guy struggles for the first month of the DFA him, DFA that guy, DFA that, you're not going to have anybody left. Look, I was as frustrated with Julian Merriweather as anybody last night, but there's something wrong there. Go look at his velocity. He's down over 2 miles an hour. That's a problem. That's got to get fixed. I don't know if it's mechanical. I don't know if it's health-related. He's had his share of injuries. I'm not sure the answer to that, but that has to get un-effed quickly.
Right. Or
you're an arm short from high-leverage guys.
Or you DFA him.
He'd be picked up in 9/10 of a second.
Well, I think that's the answer.
Like if he got DFA'd, he'd be picked up in 9/10 of a second if he's healthy.
Sox will take him. Absolutely.
Someone else would go, we'll take a shot there.
Yeah.
And then he would be pitching well, and people are like, why'd we let that guy go?
I'm just going to need you to stop and watch your tone talking to the Cub fan, your brethren like that. Because, Cap, it's about getting to the playoffs. You don't want any stone unturned. And you can't trust, by the way, Jed to make sure he pushes all the right buttons to get there. Yes, the resume is sound, but what's the resume lately? Janet says, what have you done for me lately? What's been going on with the team? Non-playoff appearances. So, hey, man, let people be able to at least have the conversation going. That keeps the team
I'm
vibrant.
all in for the conversation, and I love to engage with people.
That's right.
Absolutely, I love the engagement. I'm just trying to tell people the letters DFA, every time a guy struggles, this guy sucks, DFA him. That's not the answer. That's not how you run a major league team.
Have they said that about Tucker lately? Have they said DFA Tucker?
Right, he's been struggling. You want to DFA him too?
Hey, man, nonetheless.
He just needs to figure out what he's doing offensively. His plan doesn't look great right now, and he said that. Yeah, I'm off. Okay. Guess what? Get up, grab a cup of coffee, and find a way to win a damn baseball game. That's all that today is about. You've got a chance to sweep the Marlins. They are a substandard franchise.
Yeah.
You should beat them. They've come close last night, and the night before it was a tight game till the Cubs broke it open with one big inning.
Yeah.
Today, euthanize them quick. Put them down, out of their misery, sweep them, and go, all right, here we go.
That seems likely based on my team taking on the Marlins and now your team taking on the Marlins. They're not playing well against Chicago's teams, that is for sure. One thing, and before we hear the highlights, one thing for sure, Cap, is that when you're the Cubs and you have a Pete Crow Armstrong, I'm talking about featuring Pete Crow Armstrong or Tucker or Suzuki, to be able to see Dansby Swanson be able to really turn his season around already up to 245 with his batting average. When you see the pitching
we thought we
team.
should have DFA'd him. No. There were multiple. Go back on my timeline.
I know.
We should DFA Swanson. Please stick to your day jobs.
Okay. All right, Cub fans. Just worry about your jobs. Don't worry about the Chicago Cubs.
I didn't say not to worry.
Yeah.
But there are many of them out there. I could start pulling them up.
No, please don't.
DFA Swanson. He stinks. He's a pro. Let's let this play out.
Okay, my overarching point is that it's a must-watch. That's what I was saying.
Yes.
I'm talking about not just the first inning, all the way throughout the game. Because you'll see what we saw yesterday with the Cubs pulling it out of the ninth inning. Horner, part of that brigade of offense for the Cubs yesterday.
Drive, base hit into center field. Kelly's coming in to score. Brujan sprinting for third. Nico Horner in his 28th birthday RBI single, and the Cubs are within one.
Good to hear Boog again on the broadcast, along with Ryan Dempster. And then the venerable veteran steps in.
Line drive down the left side. Fair ball. That's head to the corner. Brujan is in. Here comes Nico. On his way to the plate. And the Cubs win it.
5-4, the win against the Marlins. And you have Turner, a guy that comes in as a pinch hitter, will give you some defense every now and then, comes through with the veteran presence, the professional hitter, wins it for the Cubs.
Got it done. And again, it's May 14th now today. Let's just let it play out. We're not seeing guys traded all around baseball yet. There are going to be guys start to come available, I would imagine, early June into July to the trade deadline. It's on management. That's where your focus should be. On management. I don't mean you. I'm talking about Cub fans. Your focus should be on they better spend money. They better make smart acquisitions. I don't want to hear, oh, that guy's contract had an extra year to run. I don't care. You have a team that looks like it has a chance to make a run. You better add on. I don't care what the cost is. You want to tell me we're going to wait and see how the team does before you push all your money in? I don't agree with the philosophy, but you own the team. That's up to you. If this team is where I think it's going to be mid to late July, cost shouldn't matter. If you're in this to try and win a World Series, cost should not matter to the Ricketts. It should be, Jed, you've done your job. Here's the checkbook. Try and see if we can win the World Series. The Dodgers just announced Roki Sasaki's going to the DL now, to the IL, with a shoulder impingement. So Blake Snell had to get shut down a few days ago. Shoulder started hurting again. Kershaw hasn't even pitched yet this year. I think he's coming back this weekend. He's like 40 years old. Roki Sasaki, the big acquisition, to the IL with a shoulder problem. Who else? Glasnow's been on the injured list with an arm problem. Like, they're no layup to win it now.
No, understood. No question about that. And by the way, we kind of hinted that with Sasaki in Japan, right? I'm talking early in the season. It's like, he doesn't seem like the phenom that they're talking about.
Throws hard, he's got good stuff, but he just his command wasn't good. And then they said, remember his manager said, I think he should have gone to a smaller market. He doesn't handle pressure well. What?
Yeah. And now
Thank
what?
God you're not at Wrigley.
Yes.
Imagine him pitching at Wrigley on a Friday afternoon with 41,000.
His knees,
a little nervous.
His knees would be knocking.
Yes.
Even though he'd have full support, but the pressure cooker in there. It's a different Cub fan than it was 20 years ago, man.
They have demands, and that's right.
It's a different Cub fan.
And the demand should be that Tom and the family, if this team's where I think it's going to be when trading season begins, cost shouldn't matter.
Jay Moore, I have the cursor over the Craig Council. I'm afraid to click it. What does Craig, is Craig, because I didn't ask you, does Craig have something special for us today from yesterday's press conference?
You know what, man? I think he's been listening to the show.
Oh, my God. Fine manager, Chicago Cubs, Craig Council, talked to the media after the game, Cap, as the Cubs win 5-4. Okay.
You know, I'm happy for him. You know, it's a big moment. It's at home. It's a big hit, and you know, he's done it so many times. And it's not fun watching a great player struggle. But you know, he got a moment, and he did it.
Clean.
Thank you, Craig.
Clean.
None of the
There we go.
NoFlim.com.
Love it.
Yes, that's
Love it.
no. How about that, Cap? Clean. He was happy yesterday. Wasn't exasperated. He felt good about that 5-4 victory. Long time since we got a clean soundbite from Greg Council,
Right.
the fine manager of Chicago Cubs.
Wonder if his wife listens. A lot of the wives listen. Wonder if she came home and said, "Can you stop clearing your nose and making all those noises that you've been making? They're killing you on the radio."
Oh, God.
That was him.
Nice,
that wasn't me.
Nice, clean sound. Good.
Well done.
Well, you know what? Happy manager. Team's doing well.
Yeah.
Got a chance to sweep the Marlin. But before, usually just exasperate after every win, loss. Hey, as I mentioned, it's not a knock. He's the same guy.
Yeah.
Win or lose, he's the same guy. Exasperated, concerned, worried, sometimes indifferent, calling out Jesse at times. You know, those things happen.
It's a bad take. Come on, Jesse.
It's all there.
That's a bad take, Jesse.
So
come on, Jesse. It's a bad take.
let's ask this question. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776, our phone number. We see you on hold in Lockport. As we open up the phone lines, Charlie, who's been more impressive to you, the Cub fan? Is it PCA or Kyle Tucker? Let's talk about that because those two at the top of the lineup, I know Ian Happ's out, but Armstrong, I don't know. He looks good at the top of the lineup. That's old traditional lineup, first hitter in the lineup, P. Crow Armstrong. Again, 2 for 3 yesterday with a run and a home run yesterday, hitting .267 on the season. So PCA or Tucker, let's talk about that. Put down the poll as well at ESPN 1000, Charlie. See how that comes back on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContests.com.
You know, here at Chicago, Johnny, when you have an injury, personal injury accident, or a rideshare accident, you need the single best injury attorney, and that is our friend Howard Ankin.
No question. You think about this. Howard Ankin is that attorney. As far as auto, truck, rideshare, Howard has helped thousands of injured people in Illinois get the compensation that they deserve.
It's important, John, to know your rights and have an attorney on your side who can break it all down for you, and Howard is that guy.
So call this number. Put that number on your phone just in case you need it. As Howard always says, 312-6-million. 312-6-million for injury law made personal. That's Ankin Law.
Jay Moore.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Don't miss your chance to see iconic rapper, singer, and songwriter Flo Rida live at Rate Field this summer. Be here on Friday, June 27th as the White Sox take on the Giants at 6:40 p.m. Everyone with a game ticket will have the chance to enjoy Flo Rida perform a post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola. Want an up-close on-field experience? Well, exclusive Field Pass packages are on sale now with limited availability. To purchase your tickets, visit whitesox.com/concert.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Tuning into your favorite team's game or actually going to the stadium is better when you feel at your best. If something's not quite right, reduce tension and pain and increase flexibility with expert-assisted stretching at Stretch Lab. Each session is customized to your body's needs with your unique goals in mind. Visit your local Stretch Lab today or go to stretchlab.com to get up to 50% off your first 50-minute stretch. Plus, get an additional $10 off with code FAN10. That's code FAN10 at stretchlab.com.
Spring is here, and it's time to visit IKEA Schaumburg and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now until May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts, and register for me and Kap for a trip up to I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on right now. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
Numbers with Cannon. Crow Armstrong deep to right, and that's going to tie up the game. Pete Crow Armstrong in Flushing. Puts a dent in the team that traded him away. His 10th home run of the year to tie up this game at 1.
Is it PCA or is it Kyle Tucker who's been more impressive for the Chicago Cubs? We're talking to you about it here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. 59 degrees, getting up to 80 degrees today as we talk to you about the Cubs. Also still to come some thoughts about the White Sox as well, right here on the home of the Sox, ESPN 1000. The Sox keeping it interesting. Getting it done against Tom Waddle's Cincinnati Reds yesterday. But we're talking to you, 312-332-3776. Also, we'll talk about the hit king, Pete Rose. An opportunity for Pete Rose to possibly be in the Hall of Fame. We'll talk about it as we go to Lockport. Bobby is with us here on Kap and J Hood. Bobby, good morning.
Hey, good morning. So I called to talk about Justin Turner, but real quick, I'd say PCA's a little bit more impressive right now just because you got a guy who had 10 home runs last year. He's already at 11. I mean, he looks great.
Yeah, he's playing outstanding baseball.
So, Justin Turner, is there room for a guy like that who isn't performing so well? But I don't know if you watch any of the Cubs social media stuff. You watch Justin Turner, you could tell the guys really love him. He's a good influence in the dugout, in the clubhouse. Is there room for a guy like that on a team that is potentially battling for a championship to be around just because of the influence he has on the young players, and you give up some of that talent? I know on the field results are what matter, but sometimes it seems like there could be space for a guy like that.
So for Turner, you're talking about, right?
For Justin Turner, yeah.
Okay, well, this used to be commonplace.
Thanks, man.
This was commonplace, as Kap will tell you back in the day, to have an old head in the locker room.
Like David Ross on the 2016 Cubs. They had Montero and they called up Wilson Contreras.
Right.
They were both better catchers in terms of their statistical performance. David Ross played a crucial role on that team.
Baseball and basketball in particular got away from having the veteran, the coach in the room that you say, hey, man, I need to put up a couple of shots. We need some defensive. Okay, I'll come in. I'll give you 5 minutes, like Udonis Haslem did for the Heat. Same thing in baseball, though. Kap and I think the majority of our audience remembers a time where a veteran presence would be in there and say, hey, we need you to pinch it. All right, let me get it. Let me get a bat. And put your spikes on. Oh, okay, here we go.
Right.
And they come through like a Rusty Staub for the Mets. Yep. Or like a Thad Bosley or Richie Hebner, who's been there, done that, part of the 84 team. Richie Hebner?
Digger.
Yeah, so
he was a grave digger.
You bring him in there just like, all right, Richie, we know you can just give us a professional at bat. All right, I'll work a count, base hit. So I think that he should always be on this roster, A, because he's got the championship pedigree, B, he's been there and done that. And he
Correct.
give you some spot starts.
PCA said that he has been essential in working with him both pre and post game and in game, making adjustments because he's 40 years old. He's seen everything. He's won a title.
I miss
Come
that in
on.
sports. I miss a guy that played at a high level but still part of a ball club because he helps. The manager can't see everything.
That's correct.
The coaches can't. But a guy that's, I know I'm not going to play every day, but I can help the young kids, and I'll give you my best at age 40. Every team should have someone like that.
And he's facing the Marlins closer, and I'm not telling you he's Mariano Rivera, but guess what? He's a big league closer. And guess what? He knocked it down the left field line. Game over.
I think that's invaluable. When you get some ball clubs around baseball, Cap, the oldest guy's 32. What has he seen? What does he know? But a guy that's 40? Like, all right, step in there, Turner. All right, I'm going to have some errors. You know, when you play me, I may not be sharp defensively, but I'm good in that locker room. You know, if you need a key base hit, I may not always come through, but you need me in that locker room. So I think that, as much as we look at the young players for the Cubs, like, oh, what about this guy? What about the kids? If you're trying to get to the playoffs, have a guy that's been there. Turner's one of those guys.
You need guys like that.
Yeah.
I don't care, Cap. He sucks. That's what I'm getting here on Twitter. Guess what?
Does he?
Guess what? He would tell you, I haven't been good. Did you hear his post-game interview with Taylor McGregor?
Mm-hmm.
I love those interviews. I think she
Felt
does a real...
close for a while now. Just haven't really clicked. So, you know, I feel like the at-bats have been competitive, just not finishing with good results. And I mean, I talked to you earlier, just, you know, at-bats are going a lot longer than they should because I should be moving pitches forward that I'm fouling off right now. And felt good to move one forward and be a big part of that W tonight.
Yeah, got a hold of one.
And then he said, I found grass.
Yeah.
Line drive. Double. Game over. Cubs win. Yeah, it was super cool, man. Super cool. And he said it. When you listen to that whole interview, he said, I haven't been good. Felt good to find grass. Guess what? You're not releasing him on May 13 was yesterday.
Yes.
So just let's let it play out.
Last night on the home of the White Sox, ESPN 1000, Cap, the White Sox beat Tom Waddle's Cincinnati Reds by a score of 5-1.
That was sweet.
Now, as I told you, and I say this all the time, we know what this is with this White Sox team. I understand. Look, right now the attraction is the young players and seeing how they develop. Seeing a Mydroth out there, seeing an Elko out there, to be able to see Tice, the young guys, just to see how they're going to play. Just give me something interesting to watch as we get ready for training camp for the Bears, if you're the Sox. 'Cause I know what the season is. But when you get a night like last night, first, you have a 1-0 lead for a long time. Like, one run's not going to win this thing. It is the White Sox, after all, right?
Right.
And the Reds are still competitive. But then it's 1-0, and then ties the game at the bottom of the ninth.
Okay, that ball, I was watching the game with my wife.
Yeah.
She walked in as the Cub game was ending. I'm going nuts. And she's like, what's going on here? We just won. She had a work dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And now I flip to the Sox game. And it's 1-0. And I'm like, can this Wilson dude get Ellie De La Cruz? Absolutely not. That ball was hit so far and so hard. It wasn't like a towering home run.
Yeah.
It was a missile.
Yes, it was.
Holy cow, a bullet into the right field seats, way out.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, you've got to be kidding me. These poor White Sox can't catch a break. And then Miguel Vargas said, hold my beer.
Drives in a run here as Vargas, high in the air, deep to left field. Get out! Miguel Vargas with a 3-run shot here in the 10th. And the Sox explode for a 4 spot here in extra inning. For Vargas, his 3rd of the season, and he has been on an absolute tear since that swing change.
Yeah, there you have it, man. Right there. on CHSN.
Love it,
Vargas
love
coming
it,
through.
love it.
A 3-run homer to take the lead 5-1. Again, as I watched the ebb and flow of this game, I go, 1 run's not going to win this. Cincinnati comes back, and then a 4th spot in the 10th for the White Sox. That's just outstanding.
It was super cool.
Now with Wilson, again, just kind of like the Cubs, you're looking for that closer, someone that could close the game.
Mm-hmm.
Wilson's up there throwing lettuce, Cap. Off-speed stuff, low and away. There's nothing commanding about Wilson on the mound as far as his velocity and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as he threw that off-speed pitch, bam, right over the wall, a piss missile. Okay, for Dela Cruz.
I mean, I couldn't believe how hard that ball was hit.
I mean, so, again, stay interesting, Cap. Let the young people develop and just see what happens. That's all I look forward to with the White Sox now.
Give Wilson credit. He gave up the home run.
Yeah.
And then settled down and struck out 2.
Yeah.
And got through the inning, got him to extra innings, and then Boozer, 2 Ks. See you later. Thanks for coming. Through a perfect 10th.
Yes, sir.
White Sox win. And I thought the star of the game was Cannon. 6 innings, 4 hits, no runs, no walks, 6 Ks.
That's the key right there.
96 pitches, 62 per strike. That's a great ratio. You always want to be 60%, a little above, not too much.
Mm-hmm.
My old partner, Todd Hollinsworth, used to, I go, why don't you want to throw 80% strikes? He goes, because then they're digging in and they know the balls are on the plate and they're going to crush you. You got to keep them off balance some.
Yeah.
96-62, very solid.
A very good night for baseball in Chicago for the Cubs and the White Sox with come-from-behind victories. Pretty cool. Coming up next, we talk about the Hit King. A real change in the history of baseball could be happening. We'll talk about that next on Kap J Hood.
You're listening to Kap J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Reds.
Coverage begins today at 5 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now with more power from above.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, you know, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, you know, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, you know, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, you know, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, you know, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Hey, you probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from Zip Recruiter. You can post your job today and talk to the interested, qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/USL. That's ziprecruiter.com/USL. J-Mo.
Now back to Kap J Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
on ESPN Chicago.
Rose 0 for 2. Hitless in the series so far. But not anymore. Base hit to left by Rose.
Again, Armbruster on the move, and Rose lines a base hit to center field. Armbruster will try to go to third, and Lynn will throw to second.
And it's 2 balls, 1 strike on Rose. Everybody on their feet here in Cincinnati and a worldwide television audience watching these moments tonight here at Riverfront Stadium. 2-1 pitch from Shaw. Center. There it is. Rose has eclipsed Cobb. That's number 4,192.
The only thing I can think of that would make that happen is I got suspended in 1989. You know how many years ago that was? I mean, time usually creates everything. And it's been a long time, and there's been a lot of negative things happen in the world of baseball. And don't get me wrong, I was absolutely 110% wrong in what I did. Okay, but to do something like I did, and that's bet on a baseball game, and now you're punished for the rest of your life.
One of Pete Rose's last interviews that he did before he passed away, talking about his life in baseball. It's the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with you until 10 o'clock as we talk to you about the big news in sports yesterday. It broke yesterday afternoon, Cap. In a historic sweeping decision, Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred on Tuesday removed Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, and other deceased players from Major League Baseball's permanently ineligible list. So the all-time hit king and Jackson, both longtime baseball pariahs, stained by gambling, seen by Major League Baseball as a game's mortal sin, are now eligible for election into baseball's Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. So when you first heard this story come across your phone, what was your initial reaction?
Look, he broke the cardinal rule. I thought Joe Jackson, because I've read a lot about him, it sounded like Joe Jackson didn't have any idea what he was signing or what he was doing, and there's a lot of evidence that he was not involved. but Kennesaw Mountain Landis, the old commissioner 100 years ago,
Yeah.
he was so anti-gambling that he just said, you're done. You're all banned. And I didn't see this coming. I guess the president met with Rob Manfred a few days ago and thought if he wanted something like this for Pete Rose and others if they're dead. And then Manfred took it to another level and said, okay, anybody who's suspended, your suspension ends when you die. I didn't see it coming. I was surprised by it. But again, Pete broke the biggest cardinal rule. There are a lot of guys who either played or are still playing that do not think you should ever be taken off the ban list if you gambled on the sport. They said that's the one rule. You've been in locker rooms like me. Did it for 25 years. You walk in, there is a sign. Absolutely no gambling on baseball. Forbidden. That's the word. He knew what he was doing, man. And you can tell me he bet on his team to win. Maybe. Maybe he didn't. It doesn't matter. He knew the rules. But at some point, are we putting him in as a manager? That's when he did the gambling. That's all the evidence.
Right.
Are we putting him in as a player? Do you tell the whole story? Do you say, here's the story of Peter Edward Rose?
Yeah, senior.
And he's the greatest hitter in the history of the sport. He had more hits than anybody ever. He also was banned for gambling. He admitted to gambling on baseball. He stained the sport. And you're putting him in as a player. For a long time, I did not want to. And once, because he never admitted it, remember?
Well, he lied, Cap. Let's make sure we put that out there first.
Correct.
That he lied about not saying that he never gambled on baseball. And he did gamble on baseball, Cap. And that's the bottom line. No matter what Rob Manfred is doing by saying we're going to remove him from the permanently ineligible list, he's pretty much saying that the punishment is while you're alive, you'll never see the Hall of Fame. But now, posthumously, you may get in 2027. Cap, rules are rules. You don't just bend the rules just because time has passed. Same thing with the Black Sox as well. That whole scandal from 1921 when Kennesaw Mountain Landis said, hey, you fixed the World Series in 1919, there's names like Ed Seacott and Buck Weaver and so many others that were put on that list, yet you'll never see the Hall of Fame. So why change it just because time has moved on? Yes, Pete Rose, for a younger generation that's listening and watching our show, Pete Rose wasn't just a great baseball player. He was iconic. It was a way of life. Pete Rose would draw a walk and sprint down to first base. Why? Because he says, at some point, I'm going to steal second. I want to get my legs warm. Or on a first to third, I want to make sure my legs are ready to go from first to third. There was a way of life about Pete Rose. Charlie Hustle wasn't just baseball. As you remember, people in your generation is like, hey, I'm going to go about my life like Charlie Hustle. You know why? Because you take it to, you right until the wheels fall off. That's who he was as a player.
He's the guy that ran into Ray Fosse at the All-Star game. I mean, Ray Fosse's career was never the same.
That's correct.
He lit him up. And somebody asked, why would you do that in an All-Star game? Because it's a game, and I play to win. Period.
I will just tell you that.
A lot of respect for some of those things he did.
Outside of possibly the president and his influence on Rob Manfred or having that conversation, baseball has always been the same. Is that if you break the cardinal rule, you should never gamble on baseball, then why should we turn a blind eye to it because Pete Rose is dead? Seriously, I would say it's either one or the other. It's either you allow these people in and tell the story, because ultimately it's just a museum, Cap. The whole Hall of Fame is not what it once was. It's not, because now the writers are letting people in that were nice to them, as you well know. Guys that are on the periphery of Hall of Fame now are Hall of Famers just because they were nice guys. Now the numbers don't matter. Either put them all in or don't put any of them in. That includes Roger Clemens. That includes Bonds. That includes Sosa. All those guys are Hall of Famers. Again, you want to put it on the plaque? Tell the story. When people come in, hey, this was a great player, but, and put it on the plaque. Either let them all in or don't let any of them in. I don't want to say Rose should be in the Hall of Fame, but then Bonds, Clemens, some of the all-time greats or the Black Sox, they shouldn't be. No, let them all in or nobody gets in. Period. That's the way it should be, Cap. You just don't, just because President Trump talks to talks to the commissioner and says, you know what? It's a lifetime ban. Well, they're dead now. Don't take lifetime literally, okay? Well, it's a lifetime ban. Well, they're dead, so now you could put them in. No. And keep in mind, yes, in 2025, gambling's out there for everybody, including players, if they're interested, Cap. As you well know, we've seen players suspended in the NBA and other places. Minor league baseball, it's still wrong. You're still not supposed to do it. But now we knew this, Cap. We knew it was going to happen. As soon as baseball and sports got into the gambling business, you knew that players would be like, hey, I can control this. Hey, put down $100 on me. I can control this. We knew it was going to happen, and it happened.
Yeah, and then we've seen the guys with their prop bets in basketball.
Not a surprise.
Like Michael Porter's brother.
Yeah.
Jonte, right?
Yeah. Not a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, tip of the iceberg, man.
All these guys that we grew up watching, Cap, they were great. There's no question about it. But when you get caught up in the gambling scandal and baseball says, no, you're not going to get in the Hall of Fame, and all of a sudden because they're dead, well, it's a lifetime ban. Well, they're dead, so now put them all in. No. That's a hard line because you've always been a hard liner with this stuff. You've always has been, especially the steroid guys. Mm-hmm. You've said no a million times on your platforms.
Yeah, I'm not putting the steroid guys in.
But the same thing with Pete Rose because, again, it's a rule. That's more of a hardline rule than the steroids. What did the Players Association and Major League Baseball do about the steroid guys? Turned a blind eye to it when they were getting all those home runs after the strike, right? After 94, when baseballs were hit all over this country, 1 million miles, they didn't say anything about it. Very quiet.
Neither side did because it was a collectively bargained issue. You could not, I've had friends of mine go, well, why didn't they just put a rule in? You can't. It's a union, so it's collectively bargained. And I interviewed with Waddle, I believe, Marvin Miller. Shortly before he passed, he came on with this. He said, over my dead body will you ever test my players? You're not getting their blood to see if they're doing steroids. And then as soon as he died, Don Fear took over.
Remember?
And players went to him and said, okay, this is ridiculous. Hoodie's taking all the juice, and he's hitting 50 home runs. Cap's not taking the juice. He's only hitting 22. But if he took the juice, he'd hit close to 50.
Correct.
We want a level playing field. We'll all test. And that's where testing started.
Mm-hmm. So. I just think that, as I said, because the Hall of Fame has been a joke as of late, letting your friends in or letting people that were nice to you in, that's not the Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame should be able to showcase the best of the best, the greatest of the great. And if they were unsavory and if they weren't great, you put it on the plaque. Either do that or nobody gets in. But this idea that we turn a blind eye to Shoeless Joe Jackson and Pete Rose because the president says so, no shot. They were all great, Cap. But again, there's a hardline rule. You don't gamble on baseball. And Pete Rose said, you know what? I'm going to do it quietly as a manager. He was interested in it. And by the way, after he was done with baseball, he had his own talk show in Las Vegas on the Sports Fan Radio Network.
And for many years, when the Hall of Fame induction weekend was going on at Cooperstown, he'd be at a card shop like a block away. Have you ever been to Cooperstown?
No, I haven't.
So I went with my wife. We flew out there. We went to a couple Yankee games. Then we went to the Hall of Fame. Then we went to Fenway. It was a great trip she put together. And you get to Cooperstown, and it's actually a little disappointing. Like the 3 hours you're in the Hall of Fame, super cool. Mm-hmm. The rest of the town sucks. It's like 3 blocks of souvenir shops.
What's going on in Cooperstown?
Yeah,
sounds like a good time to me.
Souvenir shops.
Yes.
And that weekend, Pete would be set up at like the coolest souvenir shop, and he'd be signing autographs. People would leave the Hall of Fame to go get his autograph.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't allowed there. Yeah. But the whole town, it's cool if you have a Little League team. They all go play on those fields. They do the Little League tournaments. That's super cool.
Yeah.
But the town itself, no.
The Cubs posted a hype video for calling up Moises Ballesteros. And a familiar voice is featured at the end. Wait until you hear this and our spin on it. That's coming up next. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The NFL schedule will be officially released tonight at 7. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Class is in session at Whiskey University. Join Professor DeFalco Wednesday, May 21st at 6:30 at Empire in Naperville for the latest lesson featuring Horse Soldier Bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey University at Empire in Naperville. Wednesday, May 21st at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. Now is a great time to visit my friends at Howard Orloff Imports. They have pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. The 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV with opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess. And the Range Rover Sport is the definition of sporting luxury. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of Range Rovers, but at current prices, they're sure to move quickly. This is your chance to buy an outstanding premium SUV at a great value. So visit them off the Kennedy at Armitage or explore more online at orloff.com.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 60% off, a house full of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Are you ready for the NFL season or what? The schedule release is coming up tonight, so think about this. You know that we've got your insider information, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. Our friends at Vivid Seats, of course, they're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now. Jay Moore.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10 o'clock, followed by Carmen and Jurko broadcasting live from the Woodford Distillery. At 2:30, it's Waddle Silvy. Then White Sox baseballs that take on the Reds at 5:30. Bleck and Abdallah will be on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Bleck and Abdallah right there. Don't forget our NFL schedule release. Our show will be at 7 o'clock exclusively on YouTube, youtube.com, ESPN Chicago. Make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. Hit that notification bell when we come on at 7 o'clock as a staff to break down the Bears and their schedule. Okay, so there is a Moises Ballesteros hype video out. Have you seen this?
I have not seen it. I just saw Moises walking down Waveland towards the entrance to the clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was Barstool Carl posted, because he's a portly gentleman.
Okay. Another fat.
I'm just telling the truth. And he said,
it's unbelievable.
Perfect Chicago athlete. And I'm like, yes, love it. Absolutely love it. Yes. That kid can hit. He can rake. And just got to get him, some time here in the big leagues.
Charlie, you've seen this video, correct?
Fat bastard.
Oh, yeah.
It's something.
All right. Let's all hear together.
Just wait till the end here.
All right. Ballesteros is a Chicago Cub.
Yo le agarré amor al juego cuando tenía 6 años. Ya no lo tomaba como un hobby,
Way out of here. Song.
sino como algo que iba a hacer para toda mi vida.
Ballesteros uncorks on one. Gone.
Y cuando yo fui a Chicago a ver el estadio, por mi mente pasaba era como que yo quiero estar aquí.
The Cubs are calling up Moises Ballesteros.
Wait a second.
What is that? Know that voice?
Hold on a second. That was put out by the Cubs?
Yes, on their Twitter account.
Damn. And they got Shea tagging it.
Yes.
Shea, you may want to get his name pronounced right. What?
Can you believe that?
How did that happen?
I don't know how that happened. I don't know how he got his voice on a Cubs promo for Ballesteros. That was from the show yesterday.
Good for you, Shea. Good for Shea.
Good for Shea, man. That's awesome.
That's great.
How about that?
Oh, Cap, a little salty, huh?
I love it. I'm happy for Shea. That's awesome.
Little Lowry's going on around.
He said, why wasn't I on there? They put the tiger on there. Take that. So Shea tagged on the end of that thing. What was the Cubs radio network doing? They weren't talking about this?
Right.
Anyway, so.
Yeah. Mitch, you guys talking about the Cubs? No.
Guess not.
We had Biggs on.
Yeah, so what if we had this for Shea as far as this Ballesteros video is concerned?
Ballesteros uncorks on one. Gone.
Y cuando yo fui a Chicago a ver el estadio, por mi mente pasaba era como que yo quiero estar aquí.
I haven't hit it in 4 months.
That'd be perfect.
Much better.
Much better.
What if it was this?
Ballesteros uncorks on one. Gone.
Y cuando yo fui a Chicago a ver el estadio, por mi mente pasaba era como que yo quiero estar aquí.
I'm walking around the house hanging dong.
Yes, perfect.
Perfect.
So the first one, him complaining about him not being able to hit it in 4 months, talking about his issues, and then of course him hanging dong. This probably would have been even better, Cap. I mean, it's Moises Ballesteros and
Ballesteros uncorks on one. Gone.
Y cuando yo fui a Chicago a ver el estadio, por mi mente pasaba era como que yo quiero estar aquí.
That gets it wet.
Yes. Much better.
Perfect. Love it.
Or there's always this.
Ballesteros uncorks on one. Gone.
Y cuando yo fui a Chicago a ver el estadio, por mi mente pasaba era como que yo quiero estar aquí.
She had a relationship with her stepbrother.
Oh my God.
Come on, Shea.
Rubbing and touching my meat.
Wow. Super cool. By the way, did you see?
Now, wait a minute. Let's talk about this. No, not what did you see. Did you hear? Our producer is on a Cubs hype video. How shocking is that?
Amazing.
And great job to Charlie Bevins putting that together. That was hilarious, brother.
That was hilarious. That is super cool. Super cool.
I would like to
And
say
the Cubs' official Twitter.
him hanging dong, I think, would have been best. I think if I had my
that's top.
brothers,
That's top.
I think
That's
that's
number
number. I think that's my number.
I
one.
I haven't hit it in 4 months.
Well, he just got called up. so that may be a close number one.
I mean, just unbelievable.
And by the way, his parents and I think his brother were at the game. They were flying to Iowa from Venezuela. They've never seen him play professionally. Never. And they said, we got a call. Divert to Chicago. I'm going to the big leagues. Did you see what he was doing when he got told by Marty Peavy, the AAA manager? He's playing video games. Hey, kid, put the video game down. You're going to the big leagues. What? And he threw the controller. He was so out of his mind, broke it.
Shot or no shot in 2 minutes right here on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
I kind of like them both ways.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target. That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. It's a Waddle Wednesday. We'll hear from Tommy coming up at 8:35. It'll be a great conversation to talk to Tom about Pete Rose, who he idolized, and so many did, about whether or not we could see Rose in the Hall of Fame at some point. But first, we turn to Charlie Bevins with this edition of Shot or No Shot. Charlie.
Good morning, boys, on a Waddle Wednesday. How we feeling today?
Awesome, man. We're good. Blessed to be here with you guys.
And a good night for sports across the board.
It was awesome.
Little Cubs, little Sox, little NBA playoffs, little Stanley Cup. It's all there.
Watch the Thunder come back. Watch the Pacer put the Cav on ice.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Cub and the Sock.
Yeah.
Very good.
And looks like my ticket on Jokic for MVP is down in flames.
For league MVP?
Yeah.
Well, that would have been voted on, though, at the end of the regular season. That's got to be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, though, right?
Unfortunately, yeah.
I think there was a late push for Jokic, it sounded like, towards the end of the season.
Yeah,
I don't know. People get fatigue.
I'm gonna hold on to the ticket for now, but it sounds like that. I think they're looking for something new, and it's probably SGA. He is great, capital G.
He's amazing.
He's Canadian. I hope that's okay with the nation that he's Canadian great.
He's amazing.
Okay, hope it's okay.
Where'd he go? Kentucky?
Yeah.
Kentucky guys, man. Even when they go 11th.
Right.
That's it.
Charlie,
what number did he go? 20?
I don't know, but he was part of the Clippers. He got traded to the Thunder as part of the Paul George trade in what's become one of the worst trades in NBA history.
Yeah, sounds like it. All right, here we go now. Another edition of Shot or No Shot.
All right, Trey Hendrickson watch continues. He made his feelings known on his contract situation yesterday. He basically called his own media availability session. He talked for like 25 minutes about his negotiations with the Bengals. He said he won't play on his current contract. He talked about provoked Sharks versus unprovoked Sharks, which is never a good sign if you ask me. Shot or no shot, at this point, you'd be shocked if Hendrickson played for the Bengals next year.
That's a shot. Cap, he said a lot.
He did, but he also said the relationship can be repaired. He didn't say, I'm done here, I'm never playing for them. So I'm going to say no shot, that it could still work out that he stays with the Bengals.
All of those negative things he was saying about the organization. While he's still a Bengal, he walked out to the playing field without his uniform. He's out there supporting his team, but he didn't put his uniform on, didn't put anything on, just had his street clothes on out there. I just think that if you're the Bengals, you don't want that negative PR. You're not doing right by him. He doesn't want to be part of the team. Then you let him go. Again, it's a pipe dream for him to be a Chicago Bear. I'd love for him to be. But, Cap, I mean, clearly he doesn't want to be there. Don't want to be there.
I'm not sure I would say that. I think he'd pay me. I want to be paid what I am worth and what I deserve and what I've earned with all these sacks. So I'm not saying he doesn't want to be there. I'm just saying he's not playing on that deal.
By the way, what's going on with Shamar Stewart lately?
He's holding out. He said they tried to lowball him with the 17th pick contract from what Dallas Turner received last year, money-wise. So he's holding out as well.
Wow.
The Bengals are always in this situation. They had Jamar Chase holding out last year. Carson Palmer demanded a trade out of there. Like, this is just what they do.
Who demanded a trade?
Palmer. Didn't he force his way out of Cincinnati before he ended up on Vegas? Or, excuse me, on Oakland?
Carson Palmer?
Oh, God, you're going back how many years?
But, like, that's how far you have to go. Like, this is just a historic... Damn! For a franchise that historically just messes this kind of stuff up.
I think Jay Moore's reporting is sound because I'm looking at this ESPN.com depth chart. Shamar Turner, questionable.
There you go.
It's Shamar Stewart, yes, questionable.
Yeah, we have Turner. So Shamar Stewart, and they're trying to lowball him. Everything's slotted.
There's all this, like, guarantee. There's certain guarantees that they're trying to probably get out of. Remember, like, when Joey Bosa held out for his rookie contract over the offset language? I think it's that kind of stuff. There's always these sort of little guarantees that have to get worked out.
Mm-hmm. I think as a 17th pick, he wants to be paid the same amount since they play the same position.
And he should. That's only right. That's only right. You don't penny pinch, man.
Yeah, I don't get it. He said, I've just decided not to sign those papers. I'm doing everything else. Just like on the field stuff, I'm not doing that. Per a source with knowledge, the talks bogged down regarding the percentage of compensation in future years to be paid as a training camp roster bonus. Mm-hmm. That has become a device other teams use for putting a sizable chunk of players' pay in their pocket in future years early in the season. In this case, the numbers offered by the Cincinnati Bengals reflected a lower percentage than the 17th pick got in 2024, and he's not going to agree to it.
If I'm Joe
Why
Burrow,
would you make this so hard on yourself?
if I'm Burrow, I'm walking into the facility. Can I get a minute? Yeah, I'm going to close the door if you don't mind. What the F, man? Come on.
Pay the kid.
Just stop messing around here. I don't like the bad PR. I don't want to be asked about this by the press here in Cincinnati. Please, just handle it, please, so we can just move forward.
Yeah.
We're trying to have a good season.
You're going to have to pay him anyway.
God
just
almighty.
give the kid the money.
cheap, man.
So
The
now you
Bengals.
have two of your edge rushers with financial discrepancies.
Just do what's
That's bad.
Do what's right, Jay Moore. Just do what's right. Stop being what the Bengals have always been, penny pinchers.
Yeah,
come on.
It's amazing how some teams always
don't be that.
act cheap.
All right, Charlie.
All right, PCA did it again last night. Another homer for his 11th on the season. He has the 5th most wins above replacement in baseball. And don't look now, but he might be a 40-40 guy. Not only that, he's got the play style of a star. He's young, and maybe more importantly, he's going to be here for at least a few years. Considering all that, shot or no shot, if you're a Chicago sports fan that roots for the Cubs, Pete Crow Armstrong is the best jersey you can buy.
Pete Crow Armstrong is the best jersey just for the Cubs.
No, of all the
Of
Chicago
all the
sports teams,
Chicago
if you are a
teams.
Cubs fan, of course, because if you're a Sox fan, you probably don't want that.
Yeah, Hoodie's not buying that.
I'm not. Too many letters.
Just get PCA.
No shot.
I still think Caleb Williams, because he's the quarterback of the Bears, is the coolest jersey if you want somebody who has, this visible platform and on the team that's number one in terms of ratings in our town. PCA's right there, man.
But to Charlie's point, who's accomplished more?
Caleb Williams.
Really?
I don't know about that.
PCA, it's May 14th, for Christ's sake.
Oh, no. They all count the same.
I agree with that.
Even if it is
right.
May 14th, I still think he's put on a better show than Caleb Williams did last year, even though I still have faith in Caleb Williams.
I didn't say put on a better show. You asked who's accomplished more.
I mean, there was a lot
Caleb
of...
set a record for consecutive passes without an interception.
Yeah.
What did he throw over 3,500 yards?
Yes. That equals how many wins?
That's not on him.
He's part of it.
Yes, he's part of it.
Yes.
But that we don't go, the Cubs lost 4 in a row. That's on PCA. No.
In the context of the Bears, yeah, he did well. But in the context of the NFL or the context of their peers in the sport, like PCA is playing like one of the best players in baseball. Caleb Williams never played like one of the best quarterbacks in football.
That's fair. That's fair. There's no question.
At the end of let's judge him at the end of the year, and I may be right there with you. I'm not going to say a guy in 7 weeks of baseball has accomplished more than a quarterback who didn't miss a game due to injury, played every game.
Yeah.
Had some very, very good moments and had some moments which we wish we could get back. But, yeah, I can't co-sign the PCA thing that he's accomplished more. That was the question.
I mean, the numbers.
In October, I may agree with you.
It is a combination of things, too, though, because part of this is your confidence in him going forward, right? Like, if part of the draw to me about a PCA jersey over a Kyle Tucker jersey is PCA is going to be back here next year. You don't know if Kyle Tucker is. And just in the same way that you have probably a better feeling that PCA is going to stick around for a while than, like, Caleb's going to be a huge franchise quarterback. Now, your mileage may vary on that, obviously, but there's a security part of it to me, too.
Yeah, PCA has not been part of a losing team yet. And Caleb Williams, with the ball in his hands the lion's share of the time, could not move the offense. And again, we could blame the coaches, we could blame the offensive line, all that. But ultimately, he's part of the losing as well. And again, this is his first year. Now it's going to be a second year. Hopefully that he gets better. I will push back on the 40-40 thing. As Kap and I talked about, we could see the 40 stolen bases. I don't see the 40 homers. I don't see that. And by the way, if it's 25, if it's 30, it's still a successful season for PCA. I just don't see 40-40.
He'd have to get hot again at one point, but I mean, we're about a quarter of the way into the season. He's got 11 right now, so I guess in some ways he could be, but you're going to go through cold stretches, you're going to go through hot stretches. So that's why I said maybe don't look now, but I think it's on the table.
Absolutely on the table, but today I can't tell you he's accomplished more than Caleb. Caleb completed an entire season in the NFL. Let's see where you're at in October, and then I may agree with you.
If he has 40 bombs, then he can ask for as much money as some of the guys that are in the middle. Like, it's a good thing that he turned down the initial offer by the Cubs. Thank goodness.
Yep.
So he didn't, because now we're talking about triple digits and then some for PCA if he keeps going in this direction, Charlie, for sure.
Caleb Williams, 3,541 yards, 20 touchdowns to just 6 interceptions.
Great. But again, the scoreboard is the win-loss record.
Don't disagree.
For the team.
For the team.
Yeah.
But what if the Cubs don't make the playoffs and they're up the track?
What do you mean? They're going to make the playoffs.
I think they are. I do think I'm just asking the question.
What about this owl here? That's the reason why right
Yeah,
there.
that owl is going to help guide us. I don't disagree. All I'm saying to you is, yes, wins and losses are the ultimate barometer, but I can't tell you PCA's accomplished more on May 14th. I might co-sign that September 30th.
That's
I
fair.
might.
Put it just in the file just in case for September 30th.
There you go.
Before the playoffs.
Take that.
Around the NFL is next on Kap and J Hood.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Spring is here, and it's time to visit IKEA, Schaumburg, and Bolingbrook for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26 for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And register to join me and the Great Hoodrow for a trip up I-94 for some Chicago versus Milwaukee baseball. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now.
If you miss something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. I want winners. He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
It's a Waddle Wednesday on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're going to hear from Tommy Waddle coming up momentarily, but first, Around the NFL is brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth with smarter investing. Go to BrandonMrFinance.com. Here's Charlie Bevins.
All right, boys, we are in the post, let's call it transactional period in the NFL. Free agency is done. The draft is done. There's going to be a few more odds and ends signings throughout the rest of the summer, but I think now is a good time to start buying and selling some NFL teams post the NFL offseason.
Okay.
Let's start with the beloved, the Chicago Bears. I got to be honest, I'm buying what they're selling. I certainly have a lot of questions on how everything is going to fit after the draft, but they've done basically everything we wanted them to do. They got Ben Johnson. They flipped the offensive line. I know that we want a little bit more pass rush. I don't really know what the running back room is going to look like, but for me, the fact that they got Ben Johnson and they got the offensive line, that's enough on its face for me to just buy what this team has been doing this offseason.
I can buy it, but to what extent, though? Because names, on the depth chart is fine. New head coach, new coaching staff's fine. I'd like to know how it gels and how quickly it gels. Hopefully you get that new coach smell. You ever had that new coach smell, Cap?
Yeah, it's awesome.
That new coach smell. He comes in, man, makes the house
smells like
so much better.
Smells like 2018 Coach of the Year, Matt Nagy.
Yeah.
Maybe. Did you hear Rappaport? I think he was on Marquee yesterday. I think he did an interview on Marquee where Rappaport said it was never in his world, from everything he's reported, never was Ryan Poles ever in danger.
Yeah, I never heard anything about Ryan Poles' job being in jeopardy or any. I never even heard that it would be a consideration that he would not be the GM. Like, to me, it was always going to be Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles, deciding on the future of the Bears. And they were, they were the two, and obviously there were others involved, but they were the two who were sort of leading the charge. And it was never like, at least to me, it was never like, well, we'll see what Kevin Warren decides to do on Ryan Poles. It was always two of them running it, leading it, helping decide the Bears' future.
The Chicago Football Show on the Marquee Network.
There you go. So, never even in play. We were saying that.
Well, yeah, absolutely. From the beginning, I said that Poles would get two coaches. At least two. So, again, you got the neophyte, Matt Eberflus. Shouldn't have been hired to start with. But again, when you're going to tank this thing, that was the right coach for the right time until it wasn't. And now you have the guy that you really wanted, Ben Johnson.
They're just, wow, you think about hiring Eberflus, what a horrible hire that was.
Hoodie, you said he wouldn't make it to Arlington Heights. He didn't even make it to breaking ground on Arlington Heights.
He didn't.
Here's hoping that Ben Johnson makes it to Arlington Heights. Here's hoping.
He will.
All right. Nothing's guaranteed with this, Cap.
That's
you
true.
can say that. That's fine. Hey, listen, there's nothing wrong with being positive about the situation. However, how long we been Bears fans?
Correct, but at $13 million a year, they ain't buying that deal out.
Okay.
They'll ride that one as hard as they can.
Okay. All right, been there, done that. Got the extra large T-shirts. I've been there. Here's Charlie.
All right, the Miami Dolphins. Sell, sell, sell. This is a team that forever didn't do anything in the playoffs because of the cold weather, and they missed the playoffs altogether. They can't get off the Tua contract for another 2 years. Last year, Tyreek Hill was sitting in his locker saying he doesn't want to be there, and now he's saying he does. He had another off-field incident. The bloom is off the rose with Mike McDaniel, it seems like. They traded up twice in the draft. I'm never on board with trading up that much. That, to me, tells me that your franchise is in desperation mode when you're just burning draft capital like that. Chris Greer has been there a long time. He hasn't done a whole lot of winning, at least when it matters. I'm not sure any of that winning starts this year.
That's Josh Allen holding the Dolphins down because the Bills are so good. It's like, that's a team that, Cap, that also is not a great franchise over the years. We remember them in the 80s and the 70s.
With Don Shula.
They haven't really been like a constant franchise you say, boy, I'm afraid of them. I thought that McDaniel would turn things around because he's an offensive quote-unquote genius, one of these boy geniuses. But, again, you're hooking your wagon to Tua. And I would ask you, what is your favorite concussion from Tua? Do you have a favorite? So that's the major issue.
That one.
Huh? What's that?
I don't know how he answers that one.
I have my favorite. My whole thing is that you have to know that you're going to have to upgrade a quarterback at some point because the quarterback doesn't want to put the special helmet on. He still wants to be the tough guy out there, Cap. And his life, not his football, his life's on the line. Come on, man.
It is. But we also, didn't he have a major hip injury coming into the league?
Yeah, in college, he had a really bad one.
Yeah.
In the studio, on that TV, we were leaving college football, the tailgate show, and saw that injury. It was Abdallah Bleck and I, and we saw that, and we go, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Never thought he'd play again based on that injury. It's crazy. But I would agree, sell, because the Bills holds everyone down in the AFC East. What's the next one?
The Los Angeles Rams. I am buying as much Los Angeles Rams stock as I can right now. This team almost beat the Eagles last year, and I know you have to climb Eagles Mountain to come out of the NFC at this point, but they were really close to doing it. They add Devontae Adams. I think he's a perfect fit for that Cooper Kupp role, even though he's not going to be as willing of a blocker. They're in a division of teams taking a step back. I don't know what San Francisco is going to be. I don't really know what Seattle is going to be. Mm-hmm. Arizona better start getting good this year, but to me, it's a very simple path through the division. Stafford can still sling it. You have year 2 of Braden Fisk and Jared Verse. To me, this is a team that I would bet on coming out of the NFC if I had to. They're probably going to be the second or third favorites, but I am trying to get as much Rams in my portfolio as I can.
The Rams are so well coached.
Yes.
They have a very good GM and Les Snead.
Yep.
They got this veteran quarterback who knows his days are numbered but wants another run at it. That is a really well-run group.
I don't know the win-loss total yet, Charlie, but it had to be around 10 or 11, right?
For the Rams?
Yeah.
I can't believe it's that high. I'm going to say it's
9 or 10. Somewhere in there. I mean, it's got to be somewhere in that vicinity. They would be the favorite to win the West because I would buy stock with Charlie on them. And what are the 49ers really?
I'm going to say I'm going to guess 9.5.
9.5 it is.
There you go.
10.
So you got to win 10 games to cash your
10.
ticket.
They were 10-7 last year. I don't see regression there, Charlie.
No, I don't either. I mean, Stafford is still, I think Daniels has a compelling case, but Stafford right now is probably the best quarterback in the NFC.
Yeah.
It's not a great conference. If you beat the Eagles, your path is very clear in getting through this division, especially if the Lions take a step back or whatever happens in the North.
What do you think the Vikings win total is?
Is it 9?
8.5. Chicago, 8.5. So.
You scared?
No, if you're scared, go buy a dog.
Scared of that number, 8.5?
No.
Let's get our guy from
playing the over
from Palm Beach. Find out. Let's find out from him first.
Last year, remember he called us, Paulie, and he said, "Do you know how much money I'm going to make on all these idiots up there in Chicago betting the over on the Bears?"
Oh, did he say that? He never talked about it. Never ever.
All the time.
And he was right on the money. Paulie, call the show. Paulie, tell us which way to go on the over-under this year.
8.5 is the number.
Yeah.
Okay. That's significant from the 5 wins. That sounds like it should be over 8.5 based on the personnel. But again, a very tough division. That's why it's always difficult, Cap. It's the NFC North. Again, it's going to be difficult. With the improvements of the Bears, who the Lions are, the Vikings, with 14 wins last year, even if they are less than 14 wins, which I believe they will, they'll be right there in the mix. You said 8.5 for, you said 9.
8.5 is the total for the Bears and the Vikings.
Both. Interesting.
9.5 Packers, 10.5 Lions.
All right. One more, Charlie.
All right, the New York Giants.
Okay.
I am selling. Brian Daboll and Joe Shane are on the hot seat, and they were allowed to trade up to draft a quarterback. They were allowed to, not only that, they were allowed to trade back into the first round to go get a quarterback. My own opinions on Jackson Dart aside, that to me is ripe for a disaster. That is the couple who's about to break up, and then they get a dog to save their relationship. Like, this to me is, once you start letting your GM and your coach put their own job security on the line ahead of everything, like, they're not going to operate in the interest of the franchise. They're going to operate in their own self-interest. And we saw this happen with Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy. If these guys get fired, which I personally think they will, it's going to set their franchise back multiple years because the next coaching staff and general manager comes in and says, hey, Jackson Dart's not my guy. I didn't draft him.
Well, that's true. So, but do you have a number on the Giants?
I can't imagine it's particularly high. I mean, like,
because Tommy, they had 3 wins last year.
5.5.
The Giants are 5.5.
There he comes piping in with 2 wins.
2.5.
They were right in line for the number 1 overall pick, and then Tommy DeVito turned into freaking Tom Brady in 08.
That's the best quarterback room in the National Football League. It's why I wanted Shedeur to go there. You got Tommy DeVito, Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson. What
Jackson
a group.
Dart.
I mean, it's a funny farm, Tommy.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? Hey, let's Giants. Hey, man, where's the G-Man? And over here, a preacher, Jameis Winston. Amen and hallelujah. And then you got Tommy DeVito. Oh, Tommy DeVito. How you guys doing?
I would watch the Hard Knocks Giants quarterback room.
Oh,
series.
my God.
I love Jameis Winston. I think that dude's hilarious.
And Jackson Dart. Imagine that clown show in that
I got
room.
to tell you, the thought I had, and I said this on the air, the thought I had watching the draft when Jackson Dart was selected was he and his brother definitely got a 2-for-1 at the local hair salon.
That's the look now, apparently, for Jackson Dart. My God, what a gimmick he is.
I loved your guys' conversation about the Cincinnati Bengals as well. Give them hell. They're not listening and they don't care, but give them hell anyway.
Yeah. Stop being cheap. Stop being
the Reds are the same way, guys. Yeah. Like, this is why I don't follow my team religiously the way I did as a kid. If you don't care, why should I?
That's fair. 100% fair.
Yeah.
I've said that about the White Sox. So I'm wearing Padres gear all the time. There's a reason.
I think some people feel that way about the Bulls now as well.
Yeah.
If you don't care, why should I?
I ask you for the patience. We have no money till 2026.
I can't. Tommy, I can't do the rich European accent as well as Cap does. No, Cap's great with it.
Usually he's not very good with imitations, but he nailed it.
No, he's great with that. I can't do that.
What'd you call the hookah yesterday as well? What was that?
Hookah.
That was funny.
It's a hooker. TJ, take that. Great cop. Enjoyed the show. Coming up, Tommy. I didn't know what he was talking about. I enjoyed the show too, but he's a hooker.
He had just moved to Brooklyn and was asking for an escort.
Can I have the
All
hookah?
I said was he's a portly, slovenly guy who likes to drink beer and smoke hookah.
It's unbelievable.
That's all I said.
You don't, Cap, you don't smoke your hookers. Never mind.
Mommy, can I go home now?
No, you stay here. Bastard. You're part of the debauchery as well on a Waddle Wednesday. A deep conversation, Tom, we're going to have with you with the Hit King. That's next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap J Hood.
We will rock you.
Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports.
Hello
friends. Tom Waddle here.
And this is Silvy. We're excited for the 5th annual Grip It and Sip It golf event.
If you're selected to be part of Team Waddle and Silvy, our sponsor, Great Clips, is providing well-styled fairways and sharp-looking greens at Seven Bridges Golf Club.
But does that guarantee a win?
Hell yeah. We're gonna be great.
Grip It and Sip It, June 11th, presented by Yingling Flight.
You know how it goes this time of year. Itchy eye, stuffy nose, can't breathe through your nose. Don't even get me started on the snoring. That's why I always tell people, do what I did after my wife said, I have a friend. She works at Sinus and Snoring MD, and I'm tired of you snoring. These folks are the best. They're not part of some huge hospital system. They're local, family-owned, and they treat you like you matter. Do what I did. I called 847-545-0147. You can also visit sinusandsnoringmd.com today. Now they're a partner of ours here because they work. They're awesome. That's 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox overcame a dramatic game-tying homer by Ellie De La Cruz in the ninth by scoring 4 two-out runs in the 10th and beat the Reds 5-1 Tuesday night. Chase Maidroth picked up the go-ahead hit on a run-scoring single. Then Miguel Vargas cranked an insurance 3-run homer. So the Sox have now won 3 of 4. Tonight it's Game 2 in Cincinnati as the Reds honor the late Pete Rose before the game. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 tickets to the Flo Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Pour Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Pour has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Pour has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Jay Moore, have I told you lately about ESPN Bet? The playoffs are in full swing, and you get all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. The gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood. Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Tom Waddle, former wide receiver for the Chicago Bears.
The guy's amazing.
1989 All-Madden team and afternoon co-host on ESPN Chicago.
I think he's going to start at least 8 games in the National Football League next year for a team that's going to give him a chance.
Tommy Waddle.
It's Waddle Wednesday with Tom Waddle.
Listen, I got a pedicure in an hour. When I get back here, the wheels better be spinning, all right?
On Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
And Tommy's on the Yuengling hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Tommy. How are you? Go ahead.
I'm good, fellas.
Tom?
Good.
Good, Tom. How are you? Good.
Tom, great to talk to you. Let's start with Peter Edward Rose, your guy.
Yeah, it's bittersweet. For me, it is.
Why? Because he's dead, or you don't think he should get back in?
No, he should have been in all along. I mean, listen, the Hall of Fame is a museum anyway, guys. It's not like, an office where you're an elected official, for Christ's sake. I mean, you recognize it. So, listen, I give credit where credit is due. The first time I heard someone explain it this way was Silvy, and he said, look, put them all in. Just tell their story. Put it on their plaques, But I just hate the fact that he wasn't good enough to go in, but once he's dead and gone, now we're going to allow him at least to be, eligible to go in. So for me, as a diehard, look, football was my profession. It was a passion, don't get me wrong. I loved baseball more than I loved my next breath. I loved baseball growing up. I loved playing baseball. I just wasn't good enough at it to make a career at it. But it was my favorite sport to watch. It was my favorite sport to play, all of that. And I was so fortunate to grow up in Cincinnati during the Big Red Machine. And who better? And I get it. I don't, if you want to, tweet me or yell at me, Pete Rose, not a great guy. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about on the diamond, on the field of play as a baseball player. Everybody wanted to be Pete growing up. Wanted to play the right way. You wanted to hustle. You wanted to have success. You wanted to do all of that stuff. So I'm coming from a position that maybe others aren't. So I can't separate myself from my experiences growing up and how I felt about that team and Pete Rose from, some of the other issues.
Well, let me ask you a question. And Silvy makes a valid argument that just put them all in and tell their stories. Let me ask you a question. I had a player who hit, I want to say, 32 bombs in the big leagues. He said, good season. Not great. Good. And he said, I never took the juice. He said, if I had taken the juice and I had multiple opportunities, I guarantee you I'm hitting 50. He said, because I hit a ton of them that got to the wall. He said, with the juice, I would have hit 50 plus multiple years. I make tens of millions of dollars more, and I'm probably at least a candidate to go to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, stop! Come on, like you're gonna jump from 32 career home runs to Hall of Fame?
Well, he said I'm maybe, but he said I'm certainly going to make tens of millions of dollars more. Well, he goes, I did it the right way. So you're going to put guys in who cheated just because you tell their story.
I don't know.
That was his response.
I don't know who cheated and who didn't cheat. I just know the ones that got caught doing it. You like the juice? The juice is good. No, you like the juice. That was a great Saturday Night Live skip.
That was.
Live skip from a long time ago. Look, I'm not going to criticize him. It was his decision. But I don't know, Cap, which relief pitchers were juicing.
That's true.
I don't know any of that stuff. And without 100% knowledge of all of that, I'm an advocate, as Silvy said, put them all in if you're Hall of Fame worthy, accomplishment-wise, and tell their story.
Well, Tom, you're the only one around here that can speak, to you watching Rose on a regular basis, growing up in Cincinnati. I just want to get your overall thoughts about Rose, the player, because it's so ironic today. It's Pete Rose Day at Great American Ballpark, and it's sold out. Marty Brenneman's going to be the MC. Some of the old Reds are going to be there today for the Reds-White Sox game. So what did Pete mean to you personally growing up?
I mean, it's a baseball town. You know that, Jonathan. And, I mean, you're a kid growing up. Like, we all had athletes you tried to emulate and, that you just kind of idolized. And Pete was that guy. He was a local guy, was from Western Hills. He called he called himself a river rat, grew up over by the river and stayed at home and was homegrown, and, just played the game the right way. Didn't miss games, played hard. I mean, what more can I say about it? I mean, he had an enthusiasm for the sport. I had an enthusiasm as a kid for the sport. I loved watching him play. I don't think he ever took a single day on the diamond for granted. And, it was just one of those sports kind of love affairs that you have as a kid, whether it's hockey or it's baseball or it's basketball, whatever the sport is. There are certain kids. Not everyone is, dialed into sports the way that a lot of us are.
Yeah.
But as a kid growing up, like, how could you not identify with Pete? When Jonathan, when they would run out to the field to take their, their positions, like, nobody got to their spot before Pete. And you can call it corny and weird and whatever, but you saw a guy playing a kid's sport, loving every second of it, and played it at, a Hall of Fame level. I think, I saw a bit in an article where he used to tell people all the time, I've won more games than anybody in any sport. It's true. As a professional, nobody's won more games or been a part of more wins, regardless of sport, than Pete. At least that was the stat up to, last year. And, some stat company, I think confirmed it. But, yeah, it's just bittersweet. I wish he would have gone in. Look, I'm not going to yell at you if you don't want him to go in and you're going to stand on whatever side of the argument you want. But for me, wasn't a perfect person, wasn't a perfect, manager, was close to a perfect player, but in my opinion deserved to be in the Hall of Fame. And it just kind of rubs you the wrong way that you got to die for the recognition to be there.
My thought this morning when we brought it up at 7:30 is that, you don't turn a blind eye to Roger Clemens or Barry Bonds or whomever you're keeping out of the Hall of Fame because of steroids, and then say, well, because Pete's dead or because Shoeless Joe Jackson's dead, now we're actually using the term lifetime literally because their lifetime's over, so now we should put them in the Hall of Fame. To me, it's all or none for me because, as Silvy says, with each one of these people that you wonder about, steroids or not, whether or not they gamble on baseball or not, you can still tell that story. When you walk through the museum, I'm sure their family would be happy to see them in the Hall of Fame, Tommy, but at the same time, they have to look down and say, oh, yeah, you know what, he did gamble, or yeah, he did use steroids, whatever.
Yeah.
Tell that story on the plaque because in the museum, that's where stories are told.
Right. That's where they're going anyway, right?
Yeah.
Isn't the Hall of Fame basically a glorified museum?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it has, a meaning that extends beyond just the building in Cooperstown, but I'm just from that front. And again, I'm not going to yell at you, Cap, if you don't want these guys to go in. I don't know who was cheating and who wasn't cheating. I guess I do know because they've been called out or some guys didn't pass a test. But, you can't tell me that Barry Bonds doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame. You can, but I just don't believe you.
Pete, if you could tell me for sure that he didn't bet against his team, if he bet against his team, for me, that's a deal breaker. He's done. He's never going in. If he bet against his team while he was managing, no, I would never, ever do that. Put him in. If he apologized, he admitted it, he only bet on his team to win, he's dead, could I put him in? Yeah, probably. Bonds? No, never in my world. I would never vote him in.
Yeah, I'd vote them all in and tell their story. That's just.
And the guys that did it right, that didn't quite get there, get screwed. I wouldn't do it.
And then, don't forget the double down of him lying, saying that he never gambled on. You're not supposed to gamble on the sport, whether or not it's for the Reds or not.
Correct.
You're not supposed to gamble on the sport. So let's not turn a blind eye to that too. Now,
sure. Listen again. I'm not defending his behavior at all. I'm just acknowledging that what he did on the baseball field was Hall of Fame worthy. That's it. He ain't going into the great human Hall of Fame. I'm not advocating for that.
Mm-hmm.
So the good thing is now that this we can move on from this as one of the great sports talk conversations of the last 25 years.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's just you know what? I too, Cap, could have probably taken stuff and made millions more, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars more, had I taken that path as well. I didn't choose to, but I don't begrudge others that did. So. You know, you got to live in your own skin.
Howard and Skokie on Waddle Wednesday on Kap and J Hood. Howard, good morning.
Gentlemen, good morning.
What's up?
I don't believe Rose belongs in the Hall of Fame, and I'm going to give you an extreme example, and you'll understand. I think we all would agree that O.J. Simpson wouldn't be voted into the Hall of Fame now.
Yes, he would. There's no morals clause in the NFL Hall of Fame. Pro football. None.
I'm not talking about morals. I'm talking people would not want to vote him in. I'm not saying he'd be banned. I would say the voters would not feel good voting for him. Okay?
Fair.
They wouldn't feel good, but they'd still do it.
I doubt they would, but we could argue about that. You broke the rule. You knew the rule. It's no backseats. And then when you deny it, I got news for you. He gets in. I don't go to the Hall of Fame anymore, and I have a friend who's in the Hall of Fame. I wouldn't go. Done. Then you've taken the Hall of Fame.
Let me ask you this. They have all his stuff in the Hall of Fame.
And it shouldn't be there.
But it is, and you go. Because you have a friend who's in the Hall of Fame, Howard.
Right. I understand that, but I don't go to the Pete Rose exhibit.
Well, you don't have to go when he's in.
No, but you're setting a standard saying that we're going. If you broke the rule and you knew the rule, and it's a number one rule in baseball, then I'll allow you in. Steroids bother me, but not as much because it was blatant and everyone knew about it, and it was a dirty little secret. Betting on baseball, you don't even know. You don't know when he bet whether he caused the Reds to lose because he brought an extra pitcher so he'd win a game.
So now we're talking about managing, or are we talking about playing? Because I can separate the two.
We're talking about both.
Well, I'm talking about as a player. I'm talking about as a player.
Yeah. Howard, we appreciate the telephone call.
Look, again, this is the point. Like, there's no need for me to relitigate this for the 1 millionth time. I feel a way that maybe half the people or greater don't feel, and I respect that. You know, I'm not going to try to convince you that you should. I'm just telling you from my seat, I think Pete should be in the Hall of Fame, should have been in the Hall of Fame, and you just tell his story. And it's an imperfect story, for sure. That's just the way I feel about it. I mean, I don't know
what
what
if
to
you
tell
found out he bet against his team?
I'd be pissed off. But it doesn't change the dude had almost 4,500 hits.
I don't know what you're doing over there. He gambled on baseball, and the sign says you can't gamble on baseball, whether it's for his team or against his team. It's still
I'm
wrong.
just asking if he did it against his team, like where he's basically throwing games.
What about Shoeless Joe? Should he be in?
I missed him by a couple of years, Jay.
That's Cap's era.
Hoodie called some of his games.
He actually took $5,000 to throw a game, though, didn't he?
He did, yes.
There's a lot of reporting that said he was illiterate, had no idea what he was signing. And
are we talking about Pete now, or are we talking about Shoeless Joe?
Talking about Pete.
Shoeless Joe, also, what did he hit? 390 in the World Series? Like, that doesn't sound like a guy throwing games to me.
Yeah, he had a career batting average of 356. It was the fourth highest in Major League Baseball history.
Listen, I've given you my full disclosure. I grew up in Cincinnati, loved Pete, tried to emulate him as a player. I come from it from a different angle than many of you that grew up in the state of Illinois and had no connection to the Cincinnati Reds. And how you feel, I completely respect. I'm just giving you my perspective as a kid growing up watching one of the top 10 players in the history of the sport.
No, that's why we want to talk to you about this, because me reading about, actually seeing Pete on the Game of the Week all the time, Tommy, and then being able to see him on almost all of the Sports Illustrated magazine covers with the way he was able to just sprint down to first base because he wanted to keep his legs loose to steal second or go from first to third. I mean, he embodied. I didn't have to be a Reds fan to see how he embodied the hustle. There was a lot of faces of baseball during that time, but Rose is right there amongst the top for me as a kid.
Yeah, and I think it is a bit hypocritical of Major League Baseball to have all this stuff in the museum, you know. and then not allow him to actually be there. But again, that's just my personal, and I'm biased. I'm admitting to you that I'm biased based on how I grew up. But I respect I respect Howard's perspective. I went to college or high school rather with two guys that are in the Hall of Fame, but they're not close friends. So I don't have the same kind of resume that Howard does with the fact that he knows people in the Hall.
Was Griff, Larkin, and you all at the same exact time?
No. When I was a freshman, Barry was a senior. He and my brother were the same age. They played football together. Same secondary. Barry was an all-American safety. Barry could have played in the NFL as a safety. I mean, he could have done anything. They asked him, I think, to play football at Michigan when he was there, and he was like, no, I'm not going to ruin my career by going out there and doing something silly like putting my head in a pile. So I was a freshman when Barry was a senior, and I was a senior when Griff was a sophomore. Mm-hmm. Griff could have done anything, too.
Yeah, man.
Griffey could have been a professional wide receiver in the NFL. Like, you're talking about, these are Hall of Fame talents, two of the best that's ever done it, going to the same high school. And then there was my dumbass.
You're doing just
amazing.
fine.
And my crew of dumbasses. There was a gap between Griff and Larkin, and then it was just my crew of dumbasses.
And Jeff Brantley.
Pretty amazing. All right, man. Have a great rest of your day. It's a highlight of our week having you on, getting your great perspectives.
I love spending time with you guys.
Thank you,
You're the
Tommy.
man. Have a great day with Silvy.
Have a brew.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
There you go, on the Yingling hotline. We see you on hold. We're going to get to your phone calls coming up. 312-332-ESPN. You heard from Tommy, longtime Reds fan, grew up in Cincinnati. His thoughts on Pete Rose. We'll give you ours coming up next on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news local and golf news from around the world. Host Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, has the best selection of Weber grills and accessories like the new Searwood Pellet Grill, featuring a temperature range from 180 to 600 degrees Fahrenheit. That means low and slow smoking, high heat searing, rotisserie roasting, even griddling on a Weber griddle insert, all on the same grill. Get the Weber Searwood Grill today and rethink what's possible on a pellet grill. For free and home delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop where I shop. My favorite store in the world is Apt, A-B-T, apt.com. Pleasing people since 1936.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Hi, I'm Dave Musial, owner of Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric. And this is our biggest sale ever. Buy a new air conditioner or furnace and get 72 months interest-free financing and up to a $4,000 system rebate. Plus, Four Seasons guarantees to beat any competitor's price by up to $1,000, guaranteed. Call today for your free in-home estimate and same-day installation.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the final buzzer sounds with ESPN Bet's early victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up 20 or more points at any point in the game, your bet will get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. You've heard me talk about Window Nation for years now. I'm a proud customer, and right now, you can get a house full of windows for 60% off and a free entry door. Just call them at 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help you keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Your phone calls coming up next on Pete Rose Hall of Fame in 2028. We'll talk about it here on Kap J Hood.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Charlie, we've got Jay Moore, we got you here on this Waddle Wednesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Yeah, when it comes to Jay-Z, remember, Pete Rose was guilty and now comes across as innocent now that he's passed away. Lifetime ban, be damned. He's not living anymore, so I guess it's all good now, right? We're on YouTube as well, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago on YouTube. And on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Yeah, the story came across yesterday afternoon regarding Major League Baseball, a bombshell about Pete Rose, the late Pete Rose, and the late Shoeless Joe Jackson among players reinstated by Major League Baseball off of the permanently ineligible list. And again, this all came from the gambling scene as Major League Baseball, is the mortal sin. More so than steroids, it was gambling first because the sign says no gambling, period. And so as much as you and I, Tommy and everyone else from a certain era loved Pete Rose, the way he played the game, he's the all-time hit king, Cap. You heard what Tommy said. Like, no one's won more games than Pete Rose. I guess when you have such a storied career and stayed in the game so long, I guess you can have that claim of winning the most games in sports. But the bottom line is that he cheated, lied about it, and thought that while he was living, he'd be back into the game and as far as a Hall of Famer. it didn't happen. He passed away. And now there's a possibility that he could be in the Hall of Fame through this committee in 2028. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's 12 of 18 votes he'd have to get
from the committee
to win.
But not till 2027 with induction July of 28. So you're talking 3 years from now.
Who's on that committee? Is it his peers or is it the young people like Charlie? Because I think I've said this for many years because this topic, just make sure it's very clear. So there are topics over 30 years, Charlie, that I've done over the years. And one of them, the most tired, is Pete Rose, the Hall of Fame. It's the most tired topic I've done over the years. Secondly is Frank Thomas, how come he doesn't smile at me as a Sox fan?
How to Save Baseball coming up next.
Always that during the All-Star weekend. Always during the All-Star break. You got to get that in. Especially Mike Greenberg, because I produced it and heard it. How do we save baseball? Baseball is broken. How do we fix it? So I've heard those topics for years as a producer and as a host. But this is a new wrinkle on it because it's Pete Rose. Pete Rose is polarizing, but so is Barry Bonds, but so is Roger Clemens. It's amazing in our sport that you and I love. And we should pull the curtain back for our new listeners and viewers. Nothing courses through our veins like baseball, even though we talk a blank ton of football around here because of the Bears. But you and I grew up in a certain era where baseball was king. Number one in the home.
Absolute king.
So I guess I'm saying, Cap, is that it's strange that in the sport that we love, that the home run king of the modern era, the hit king, and the Cy Young, Mr. Cy Young, Roger Clemens, is not in the Hall of Fame.
None of them.
I think you could tell the story. And just like when you walk through and you see this guy, now in a separate wing, it's over here, the ne'er-do-wells are over here. And you could tell that story.
So does the gambling versus the steroids versus gambling against your own team, didn't John Dowd say he believed Pete bet against the Reds?
Allegation, yeah.
For me, there is a absolute difference. If you bet against your team and you were the manager? Are you kidding? How is that any different than shaving points?
Well, as we all can, we look at this with 2025 eyes because it's wide open now. There's DraftKings here, ESPN, Bet. It's all in signage. It's everywhere else, even though they tell athletes not to gamble on sports. But, Cap, in that time, it was unheard of. We were referring back to the Black Sox when we heard about Pete Rose, like, oh my God, a scandal in baseball, a manager, someone that people loved and depended on. Pete Rose as being a face of the game, even though he was out of it. As a manager goes, there he goes, this Pete Rose manager, he's going to have his team ready, and he gambles on the sport? Unheard of. And now that he's dead, now he should be able to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. All in, my opinion is, everybody in, tell the story, or nobody gets in. I'm talking about the Roses and the Shoeless Joe Jackson, the Black Sox, and Bonds and McGuire and Sosa and Palmeiro and all those guys. Either all in or all out. It's only fair.
But you're putting Rose in the same category, the same basket? For me, it's a different basket. Like, I get who was it, Silvy? I get not saying I agree with it. I understand the perspective. Just put all the steroid guys in that put up numbers and tell the story. Alleged to have done this and failed the test that. Okay, I'm not saying I'd vote for those guys. I've made my position clear.
Sure.
Pete Rose, for me, you bet against your team. You bet on your team to lose and you were the manager. You violated the most cardinal thing in the game. I would never put you in. You bet on your team to win, and you've served whatever it is, 30-some-year punishment. You're dead. I guess you could use the Silvy method and tell the story. Banned for gambling, died before induction, blah, blah, blah. Also the greatest hitter in the history of the sport in terms of total hits. So I could be talked into that. If you show me evidence that he was gambling on his team to lose and he was the man making the pitching changes and setting the lineup, yeah, no.
it can't be too far-fetched, Cap, when you're in the gambling game.
Right.
Like, I can't say that he did that. I'm just saying that overarching gambling on baseball is illegal, period. Whether it's for or against his team, it's not right. And so because of that, it's their rule. Then baseball should adhere to the rule. Not Faye Vincent, not all the other commissioners and Bud Selig and all that. It should be a no. Unless, and again, you ask me, is it all in the same basket? Well, it's a basket of ne'er-do-wells. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same because it's a bunch of guys that are all controversial. It is a basket of controversy. It is. Well, Roger Clemens, he's still around baseball, still around the game, but that's also about controversy. Same thing with Rose. Same thing with Bonds. All these guys are part of controversy. Yes, it is the same bag because Fred McGriff's not in that basket, is he?
No.
Craig Biggio, like all those guys, Jeff Bagwell, Frank, those guys are not in that. But the other guys we're talking about are. Pete Rose was left out of the Hall of Fame for so long. This is his final interview late last year.
The only thing I could think of that would make that happen is I got suspended in 1989. You know how many years ago that was? I mean, time usually creates everything, and it's been a long time, and there's been a lot of negative things happen in the world of baseball. And don't get me wrong, I was absolutely 110% wrong in what I did. Okay, but to do something like I did, and that's bet on a baseball game, and now you're punished for the rest of your life, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to a lot of people.
Right there on KTLA. And also, Chulas Joe is a Sox fan. Again, throwing the 1919 World Series. I mean, to turn a blind eye to that, he was great. From the numbers that we read, Cap, Shoeless Joe Jackson was amazing. Jackson had hit a 375 in that series, 12 hits, no errors for the lone home run for the White Sox for that 1919 World Series. And so because they're dead, because it was a lifetime ban, well, their lifetime's over. So now put them in. Go ahead. But don't just do it for Pete. Do it for them all. A special section, Cap. Special wing. Here's our controversial section here, Cap. Here we go. The wagging finger of Rafael Palmeiro. Here's Sammy Sosa that couldn't speak English in front of Congress.
Remember that?
Here's Mark McGuire. And here's Mark McGuire, who said, I'm sorry.
Speak English.
Yeah.
Really?
We'll call it the Outcast wing.
Yes. Let's play it. Yeah. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson, but I messed up in Major League Baseball. Yeah, I am for real. Cap, it's got to be one or the other. And when it comes to Pete Rose, it's not gambling against his team. It's gambling. That's what the sign says. Mm-hmm. Just be fair.
You're right. I can't disagree.
It sucks that the guys that are at the top of the game can't get in the Hall of Fame or not in the Hall of Fame, but they broke rules. The steroid thing, again, you've been a hardliner on this for years. If you had any bad tests or if there's any controversy around your name with steroids, you say no. And that includes Sosa. Imagine Sammy in the Hall of Fame for all that he did for
Only
the game.
guy to ever have 360 home run seasons.
Come on, man. Some of the all-time greats aren't in.
And
so,
if I'm not a voter, and I watch as much baseball as anybody.
Yep.
But I would not vote those guys in. I understand Tommy and Sylvie's point. Pete, I look at differently if he bet, and I get what you're saying. If he bet on his team to win, now they have records, I was looking it up, that he bet while he was playing, which he had always maintained he didn't. And now he bet on different teams around baseball. Yeah. And he bet on the Reds in games he played. Not to lose, though. If you told me he bet against his team to win, different story. So
I don't know why that's different when the sign says one thing.
I don't disagree. I'm just saying he's dead. If you want to
yes.
put him, I guess, put him in. I'd always said if you would at least admit it, don't make us look like idiots here. Where he kept saying, I didn't bet on baseball. And then finally he came out, yeah, I did.
Outside of a list, do we know that Sammy Sosa took steroids where the Major League Baseball looked down on him?
What do you mean?
He's not in the Hall of Fame because of the controversy around steroids. He's on a list, correct?
There was the Mitchell report.
Yes.
And that was always supposed to be kept confidential, and he was on that list. But I could tell you, and I like Sammy. I have a good relationship with him. I've been to his home. I've interviewed him multiple times. I like him very much. All you had to do was be there when I was there, standing next to Barry Rosner and whoever else. When Sammy, he would always show up the last possible second for spring training. I'm back in my house now. And he walked on the field, and I can remember it crystal clear, turning to Rosner going, are you kidding? Like, this guy looked like he had an air hose pumped into him. He did.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable how big he was. And Rosner was the first guy in town who brought up steroids. Nobody was talking about it. Rosner said, I don't know about all this. There's got to be performance-enhancing drugs here. And there's no doubt in my mind, I will go to my grave believing he took them.
So, again, he was not pushed out of the game because of it. It wasn't like a suspension from Major League Baseball.
No, there was no testing them because, as I told you, the Players Association wouldn't agree to it with Marvin Miller.
Sure.
And you can't just unilaterally impose it. Once Marvin Miller, the obstructionist, died, Don Fear and the players said, we want a level playing field for everybody. Because there were a lot of players who weren't taking it that were ticked off. That guy's getting paid all that money. He's taking juice, and I'm not. They didn't think it was fair. So that's when testing came in.
I always believed, especially when we start talking about steroids, that players took something to be able to have an edge. The greenies were a big thing in that era, in the 70s and 80s, to stay up for the games, the caffeine pills.
Yeah. When I was doing the Cubs, I remember it was so cold one day at Wrigley. You know how cold it can get.
Oh, yeah.
And I walked in, and Mark Gray said, kid, you look like you're frozen there. I said, dude, it's so cold out there. He said, grab a cup of coffee. I said, we can't go in the players' dining room.
Yep.
Just walk in there. Grab a cup of coffee. But don't get it from the machine on the big, huge silver, pot.
Yeah.
Don't get it from that. It's all beamed up. I go, it's what? Oh, that's got all the amphetamines in it. That's what he told me. He said, you'll be bouncing off the wall for a month. So I grabbed coffee on the right and just had a regular cup of black coffee to warm up.
Yes.
The one on the left, beamed up.
I get it. You need to have an edge, whatever it is.
Well, the guys would run the streets.
Well,
they would be out late at night, and then they'd sleep, drag themselves to the park, get all beamed up, play a game. Not a healthy lifestyle.
No.
That's what they did back then. And then they finally banned amphetamines.
Mm-hmm. And again, by the way, our armchair nutritionist has checked in about roids.
God, here we go.
Well, the great Dan Zetterman says that roids don't help you hit or help you field. They just help the athlete recover so they can work harder. Not the same as gambling.
Okay.
You saw that, right?
Yeah. Roids don't help. Yeah, as you said. Look, Danny, you're a smart guy. He's like the armchair nutritionist. He knows all this stuff.
Yes.
Roids help you recover so they can play the next day, so that they take the field and all of a sudden, I feel pretty good.
It's just like,
it also
say, for
helps
instance,
you in the weight room.
when you're
Barry
doing your
Bonds just
workouts.
work harder?
Right, you're doing your workouts, and they say you're supposed to take a day in between, so you're not going to do arms.
You're going to
in a row.
overload your muscles.
Right, you take the steroids, you can just do it all week.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you do it with 60 home runs, 63 home runs, 65 home runs, 70?
Absolutely.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah.
So you heard my thought. Like, it's either all in or all out. And again, 12 of 17 would have to vote. And this would be an induction in 2028 for Pete Rose. Again, do not gamble on baseball. But apparently, again, is an opportunity for Shoeless Joe Jackson and others to be able to be put in the Hall of Fame now that they're all dead. So does Bonds and Clemens and McGuire have to wait for that too, Sosa? They got to be dead first to get in?
They're not banned.
Well, you could say they're not banned, but clearly they're not even close to getting on that list to get in the Hall of Fame.
Correct, but they're not banned. Pete was banned. Joe Jackson and the Black Sox banned.
You know what I mean.
I know what you mean, but it's different.
MLBdirtnap.com.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, let me get the URL right now. How much is that? $200.
Who's dead?
Who's dead? 312-332 ESPN 332-3776 our phone number. If you're on hold, you will be on the air. Your phone calls on this next. Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson, Hall of Fame or no? On Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago. Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Kap and J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, now through May 26th.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox overcame a dramatic game-tying homer by Ellie De La Cruz in the ninth by scoring 4 two-out runs in the 10th and beat the Reds 5-1 Tuesday night. Chase Maidroth picked up the go-ahead hit on a run-scoring single. Then Miguel Vargas cranked an insurance 3-run homer. So the Sox have now won 3 of 4. Tonight it's Game 2 in Cincinnati as the Reds honor the late Pete Rose before the game. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 tickets to the Flo Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, Chicago, it's your guy, Kap. From houses to hospitals, nobody does HVAC better than Automatic Mechanical Services. They've been trusted throughout Chicagoland since 1945. It's easy to see why their motto is, we make people comfortable. Furnaces, hydronic snowmelt systems, chilled water cooling, you name it, Automatic can do it. Best part, they treat you right from the first quote to the final tune-up. Trust the name I recommend. That is Automatic Mechanical Services. Visit Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At HawkAuto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at HawkAuto.com.
HawkAuto.com!
Financing on approved credit.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick.
Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Kap and J Hood are back.
I got me feeling lucky I'm putting everything on black.
ESPN Chicago.
It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you till 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10. Followed by Carmen and Jurko broadcasting live from the Woodford Distillery from 12 to 3. And then Waddle Silvy at 2:30. White Sox baseball as they take on the Cincinnati Reds. I mentioned to you, Cap, today is Pete Rose Day at Great American Ballpark. Apparently it's sold out. I was telling you and Tommy in the Waddle Wednesday. So it's just weird that all this is happening now, and then, like, it's Pete Rose Day.
Will they do split the pot tonight?
Oh, well, they was...
Wow.
Too soon? Too soon.
No.
It's sponsored by DraftKings.
Rose will get his share. All Rose wants is his cut, apparently, from his days as a player, as a manager. Just give him his cut. Black and Abdallah on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for Black and Abdallah on YouTube. Yeah, we're talking about Pete Rose, that story from ESPN.com about Pete Rose. Shoes Joe Jackson as well, and those Black Sox. An opportunity for them to get on the ballot to be voted in because it's a lifetime ban after all. Just remember that word, lifetime. Well, he's dead now, so the lifetime's over.
Correct.
How we can put him in now? Come on, Cap. Come on. Either they all go in, the whole basket.
Yeah, but I don't
not.
understand how you keep Rose and like Bonds together. They're totally different things. If you want to compare Clemens, Bonds, Sosa, McGuire, okay, go ahead. I probably won't vote. In fact, I won't vote for him, but I get it. Pete, that's a different argument.
Bonds was a Hall of Famer as a Pirate, as you well know. You watched him as skinny. We both watched him as a skinny guy.
He was.
He was special.
And then, remember, his mistress said they would lay in bed and he would have on a Cubs game. Yeah, he didn't play till the night. The Cubs were playing during the day, and he'd be laying there watching the game with her and go, look at this guy. He's obviously on the juice, and he's hitting the ball all the way to the street every day. All right, that's enough. I've got to start taking this stuff. That's what she claimed. Kimberly something.
Ryan is in Skokie on Kap and J Hood as we talk about this. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking the call. I love the show.
Thank you.
You guys really made me think about this here, where if I was running the Hall of Fame, because it is a history museum of the sport, I would put everyone in there and have their nameplate according to what's going on. Red, yellow, green, black for obviously a lifetime ban like the Pete Rose thing. But if you're going to actually, like, kick someone out forever, you got to say they're excommunicado, right? You know, the steroid thing, you know, obviously select how you want their nameplate on there. That way the fan can hear their story. You don't have to build a whole new wing, but then they know up front, like, yeah, this guy was not the best person in the world, but objectively speaking, they put up the numbers to earn their spot here in Cooperstown.
What do you think?
I mean, we could have this discuss. Like, I've probably done this topic like you.
1,000,000 times.
1,000,000 times.
Yes.
What's going on tonight? What should we do on the show? Oh, there's not a lot going on. All right, let's talk about Pete Rose. You know?
It's so bad.
Let's do the steroid thing.
It's either that or the neighborhood around the Sox is too dangerous, and Frank doesn't smile at me at the rate. I did that 1,000,000 times as well.
Right.
How come Frank doesn't? He's so unfriendly for the face of it. Please stop. Just watch the game and be an adult. I did that for decades.
Right. Why don't the Bears have a quarterback yet?
Oh, my God.
312-332-3776.
Why don't the McCaskies spend any money?
Right.
Why don't they shell the team? I've done that 1,000,000 times. When you do this for 32 years, Charlie, you've heard the same topics.
Is there any chance Jeff Bezos might want to buy the Bears?
Oh, my God. Whoever
Bezos.
Well, whoever the hot owner was of the time, because I've done the topic of Mark Cuban owning the Cubs. Done that many times also. Oh, look what he's doing with the Mavericks. Boy, if he came to the Cubs, he's not going to be let into that good old boys network. He's too crazy.
Correct.
Too young.
They were never
too crazy.
letting him in.
Yeah, I've done that a million times. Joey G in Melrose Park, as we talk about this on Kap and J Hood. Joey, good morning.
David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Whoa, there's our guy.
Ooh. How are ya?
What's up, Joey?
Ooh. Hey, 7:10 a.m. You talked about Pete K. Armstrong.
Yes.
Tampa PA Player of the Month.
Yes.
For this month, there's something going on. The kid's a star. He's a star.
Yeah, he's really good, man.
He's a good ball player. Pete Rose thing, terrible that it takes Steph to get him into the Hall of Fame.
Well, tell us about Shoeless Joe. You were in the stands for that.
Yeah, you were at those games.
Damn. I wasn't. I was at Pete Rose's games. My dad used to take me because he loved Pete Rose. So, a guy that flies in midair into a base daily. I mean, he gave it all on the thing, but like you said, Cap, it said, or a hoodie, no gambling.
Yeah, look.
Now they got all these sports apps on their phones. How do we know?
This guy here to my right is trying to couch it by saying, "But what if he bet against his own team?" And the sign says no gambling, and then lied about it, and then blame Major League Baseball for keeping him down. Well, he was at fault. He was.
Correct. He would never admit it, and then he finally did.
Now, again, the overarching topic about this is that for sports, let alone Major League Baseball, to be in bed with gambling now is hilarious. To do that to Rose and say, hey, you can't gamble, which is the rule, but then just like as time moves on, yeah, DraftKings, yeah, ESPN bet, now it's okay. So while Rose was living, how do you think he was feeling? Like you said that I can't gamble, but now you're in bed with gambling companies.
Right.
How do you think he was feeling about that? Seriously.
Yeah.
That sucks for him, but the rule's the rule. You're a hardliner. There is no wiggle room unless you're going to say Rose, and again, a great player. That's what's so weird about our sport. Hit king, home run king of the modern era, a Hall of Famer like Roger Clemens, not in the Hall of Fame. A sport we love, not in the Hall of Fame. Whatever you think of Pete Rose, the person, the ball player was awesome. He was. What do you think of Bonds? All you think of steroids. All I know is that when he was in the lineup with Johnny Ray and R.J. Reynolds, that guy can rake. He was.
He was an incredible hitter.
Are you kidding me? So we talk about Griffey all the time and about how the sweet swing he had. So did Bonds. And if you don't think Bonds was a great guy, it doesn't matter.
Bonds might be the most dominant hitter I ever watched. Like, I thought Frank Thomas was an amazing hitter. I thought Manny Ramirez, amazing hitter. Pujols, amazing hitter. Barry, juice to the bejesus, might have been the greatest hitter I've ever seen.
He had no weakness. We saw games, Charlie, as you were growing up as a kid. Cap and I saw it. Bases loaded, Bonds is up, and they walked him and they allowed the run in. How many times do we see that, Cap? Bases loaded, Bonds up, like just
that was
just
Joe Madden.
Just walk him.
Bases loaded in a 2-run game. They're up 2 with 2 outs in the ninth. Bases loaded. Walk them. Walk him.
Bonds is the only player whose head looks like his biceps.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, he's the only guy whose hat size went up multiple quarter inches. Head size.
Jay Moore, he was keeping up with the Joneses. It's like what Cap just said about the story. Like, hold on a second. I'm doing this naturally. And these dudes are getting over? Oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
He saw Brady Anderson and said, 50 homers. Wait a minute. You recall this, right?
Yes.
Brady Anderson had 50 homers with a needle in his back pocket.
And what did Brady Anderson hit the year before?
That's a good question.
You know what? I'm going to look that up.
And by the way, the guest we had in studio, the second-generation ball player.
Brett Boone.
Brett Boone. What did he say
One
about
of Danny's favorite interviews we ever did.
Yep, 0.0, Butarski.
Yep.
So what did he say about steroids? Did he say that he took them?
No, but he said the guys that did, it was just
okay.
The difference was just insane.
I remember we talked to him about that.
Here were Brady Anderson's home run seasons. 13, 12, 16, 50. 18.
Oh, okay.
18.
So Charlie, just so
I wonder what happened.
Well, there you go. It's 16, 18, 50.
And right back to 18.
Oh, what happened there?
Wow.
50 homers to 18.
Hey, who was the most jacked? Bonds, McGuire, or Canseco?
Or Sosa?
Sosa was kind of
gigantic. Sosa was built.
Yeah, but I don't think he was as big as them.
He wasn't as tall, but dude, I'm telling you, we went to spring training in '98, and he walked down the field. I'm back in my house, and I'm like, who put the air hose in that dude?
J-Moore, I want you to, I don't know if you remember Sosa as a Sox.
Yeah, he was thin.
The Panther was like.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, he was real skinny.
But I hate to be that guy, but being in the locker room and seeing his, getting guys walking around without their uniform, like the biceps and the traps are just bulging out of his body. Cap, you do recall this, right?
I do.
They're just, but Bonds is, if we're playing King of the Mountain, Bonds is at the top.
Twitch thinks it's Canseco.
Canseco looks like a freaking bodybuilder.
Androstine Dion.
That was in McGuire's locker.
Yes. Part of that as well. The old powder, right?
The old powder that he would mix in, or there were tablets too.
Man, oh man. But again, these guys took something extra for the power, and it was good for the game.
Yeah.
But no one wants to mention how much money that was made by Major League Baseball across the, because chicks dig the long ball, right? After the strike of 94, which almost destroyed the game, these guys put a needle in their ass, and then home runs started being hit. Now ratings are up, attendance is up because, wow, we're seeing scoring, because nothing's more attractive in sports than scores, and a lot of scores. And so it helped. It helped baseball. Right through 2000.
It did. Save the sport.
But
so
now,
what's worse, betting on baseball or taking steroids?
3-1-2.
They're both bad, but
it's the former.
The betting is worse.
The betting, yeah,
100%.
Because there was no sign up for those needles. There was no sign. Yeah, no jabbing with a needle. That was no sign up there for that.
No jabs in this clubhouse.
That's why weight rooms and showers were always busy. I need a little something, bro. A little something right here.
Damn.
Right here in the hip. Go ahead, Cap. Right there.
Right there.
Right there. Right there.
Did you see Giamatti's kid came out? Not Paul, the actor. Marcus. Giamatti.
Oh, it wasn't Paul?
No.
I need a needle in my ass.
Yeah, exactly.
I got a big case.
Thank
Step
you.
on my testicles.
On billions. Marcus Giamatti, the 63-year-old son of former commissioner, the late Bart Giamatti, who permanently banned Rose in 1989, was asked what he thought about yesterday's news. It's a serious, dark day for baseball. For my dad, it was all about defending the integrity of baseball. Now, without integrity, I believe the game of baseball as we know it will cease to exist. How, without integrity, will the fans ever entrust the purity of the game?
That horse is at the barn, Cap. Seriously, it's at the barn.
Fair.
When we watch baseball today, are we watching clean athletes? I don't know that.
They have the toughest steroid testing program of any of the major sports.
I don't know.
How's the clean the clear doing, Cap, in baseball?
The cream in the clear?
Yeah, how's that going? That's still a thing?
I don't think it is. But
more of your phone calls coming up next on Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson. Should they be in the Hall of Fame or not?
And tonight, YouTube, schedule release, baby. The whole staff.
At 7 o'clock, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Like, share, and subscribe.
Stick yourself!
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Reds.
Coverage begins today at 5 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now with more power from above.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Ankin.
Hey, what's wrong, Kap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt. Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Kap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Ankin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
Time now for ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute. Brought to you by your Chicagoland BMW centers. From Crane Chicago Business, here's Danny Ecker.
While the owners of the Bulls and Blackhawks prepare to break ground this fall on new development around the United Center, they're revamping the inside too. For the first time since the arena opened in 1994, the Reinsdorf and Wirtz families are transforming the upper-level luxury boxes at the venue. 74 penthouse suites that surround the championship banners hanging from the rafters will be turned into a mix of premium seating spaces and lounges and rebranded as the banner level, with suites that would hold anywhere from 6 to 80 people. The idea is to go beyond the typical corporate customers and reach different sizes of groups at different price points. It's part of a trend across pro sports away from traditional suites to experience-focused spaces that give teams more chances to sell naming rights and help justify pricier tickets. For the Crane Sports Business Minute, I'm Danny Ecker.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Visit your Chicagoland BMW centers for exceptional lease and finance offers.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
The Schaumburg Boomers had the bases covered for a very fun weekend. All right, so Friday, free T-shirts for the first 1,000 fans and fireworks. Saturday, 3 p.m., matinee with Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday, Family Day and Bark in the Park with Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Then you can get tickets at boomersbaseball.com. Feel the boom. Jay Moore.
Kap and J Hood are back.
First-time caller, I'm a huge fan of your guys' show.
Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Eric is in Valparaiso, Indiana, with us here on Kap and J Hood. Eric, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good show today.
Thank you.
talking about the Pete Rose stuff, I would say that I'm definitely with Hoodie, but also just thinking about it from a monetary standpoint. It's not like Pete Rose, Barry Bonds, any of these guys were ever wiped away from Major League Baseball commercials or talks or anything else like that. So I think it's just really hard to talk about the history of baseball without talking about these guys. So it seems kind of crazy to not include them. But the point of my call, I have a quick question here for you, Cap, since I know you are a hardliner.
Bring it on.
I have four names. I want to know then if these guys are Hall of Famers in their respective sports.
Mm-hmm.
You have John Bones Jones.
Who?
Lance Armstrong.
UFC fighter. Yep.
Okay.
Tom Brady and Bill Belichick.
Belichick, absolutely.
So known cheater, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he's a Hall of Famer. Yep.
Are you voting for him?
Yeah, I would vote for him.
And he said Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, yeah, what did he do? Deflate some footballs? Yeah, I'm voting for him.
And Eric said Lance Armstrong.
No, I would not vote for him.
And the first one, John Bones Jones, who
I don't know who that is. Well, I know the name, John Jones.
Yeah, John Jones.
I know. I don't. Not a UFC guy.
He is pretty much the lifeblood of that sport. It's like almost like if he's on the card, then UFC's back. If he's not,
so he still fights.
I think from time to time, yeah. But here's the thing: it's funny, Eric, as you well know, with John Bones Jones or Conor McGregor. There's hardly any rules in UFC. Like those guys can have jail time. They could be away for whatever reason, and still Dana White will put them on the card because they draw a number. So, but you just heard from the hardliner though. Some he would, some he would not.
Yeah, I mean, what do you tell me, Tom Brady because they deflated the footballs? Yeah, no, that's a joke.
I mean, he's part of Spygate as well, right? I mean, he had all the answers to the tests. He's going into all these knowing the defenses that are coming. I mean, it seems helpful.
Yeah, he wasn't the guy doing the spying. He was not. He was on the team. Yeah.
Okay. James in New Lenox on Kap and J Hood. Hey, James, good morning.
Hey, guys, morning.
Morning.
I do agree with Tommy that there should be a little separation between Rose the player and Rose the coach.
But now they say that they have evidence that he bet on the Reds and other teams while he was playing. Does that change for you if he bet on them to win or against them?
I mean, if he bet while he was playing, then it wouldn't matter. Like he should be cooked basically. But I think it's weird that right after the guy dies, now suddenly there's rumors that he bet as a player. I just think, and I was talking to the producer, had he met the 5-year barrier and been elected, and then this all came out when he was coaching, and he got the lifetime ban, I don't think anything like that's ever happened. So would they have removed him from the Hall of Fame at that point, or would they have just made some kind of designation because he was already elected? Do you know what I'm saying?
So you're saying if he was already in and then the info came out that he had gambled?
Correct, as a coach.
So in the Baseball Hall of Fame, I believe character is considered.
Correct.
In the Pro Football Hall of Fame, character is not considered. It is simply what you've done on the field.
Get out of there, Florida.
And that's why O.J. Simpson was never taken out.
Right. Yeah, because what did he do? 312-332-37.
I'm not getting myself in trouble.
What do you mean?
I come up with a funny one-liner. I'm not going to do it.
Something about gloves.
Say it, man.
Go ahead, say it.
Say it.
Something
Cap.
about gloves and acquittals or something I
Don't be
recall.
scared, Cap.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Don't be scared.
Nope.
I saw it on Court TV, the glove, Cap.
Yeah. If it does not fit, you must acquit.
And then?
I'm not going there.
Cary, Illinois. Here's Greg on Kap and J Hood. Greg, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Greg.
I was born and raised in Cincinnati. I saw the Big Red Machine and their 2 World Series back-to-back and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Pete and Shoeless Joe are dead. It's a lifetime ban. Their sentence is paid. They're even with the House now. Whether he was a manager or a player or whatever, he can't defend himself. He can't do anything else about it. He's dead.
Well, it's
So
indefensible.
let his record speak for what his record is.
Well, Greg, it's indefensible.
For all of them.
No, it's indefensible. You're not supposed to gamble on baseball, and that'll be all. That's it. And then lied about it.
Right.
But?
And it's a lifetime ban.
Okay.
So you'd put him in the hall now.
I would, yes. I'd put Shoeless Joe in there too.
So Greg, does Bonds have to die to get in the Hall of Fame?
No, that doesn't mean that you don't put the story up there. Yeah, he broke the rules and he did this and he did that. You can find sordid backgrounds about Ty Cobb. My goodness.
I asked a question. I said, if Bonds is dead, then he can get in the Hall of Fame with that criterion?
Is he banned right now?
Well, he's not anywhere around the Hall of Fame.
He's not banned, but none of the steroid guys are in.
With a wink and a nod, he is banned, like Sosa and Palmeiro and McGuire. Mm-hmm. There's a reason why they're not in the Hall of Fame. And Clemens.
If there's nothing to pay, then there's nothing to pay. They don't have anything to pay.
Well, I mean,
because nobody's done anything to them to say no, you can't go in.
Well, clearly the writers have. That's the reason why they're not in the Hall of Fame, because because of the controversy around steroids, they're like, no steroid guys in. That's their hard line. But guys that are kind of Hall of Famers, they can get in now, because those writers feel like, those good guys that have been in as of late didn't do steroids, because Jeff Bagwell never did steroids, Cap. Absolutely not. You remember Jeff Bagwell as a Red Sox?
Yeah.
You remember Jeff Bagwell as an Astro?
Yeah. As a Red Sox prospect, I think he hit 8 home runs, or 9, 10. It was not, I don't think it was double digits. He gets the Astros. The dude's cranking.
Swing adjustments.
500 of them.
Oh, blow it out your
Swing
ass.
adjustments, right?
All right, Bevins.
Damn.
See what I mean?
Upward trajectory.
You understand.
Launch angle.
It's all in the eyes of the writer. Bagwell's a good guy.
But what's
Put him
his
in.
name? Big Poppy's in, and he did it.
Again.
Good guy.
It's BS. Good in the media. Yeah. Good teethy grin.
Yeah.
Good enough.
And he got shot.
Yes, he
All right,
he did.
he's had a bullet.
Okay.
He's a good guy. Put him in.
And then put the former Giant wide receiver in there too. Then shot himself. Remember Plaxico Burress?
Yeah.
Put him in. If you shoot yourself, in.
Like a bullet for this league.
See what I mean, Charlie? That's the BS of the writer. He brings up the teethy grin of David Ortiz. Had a great career, but did steroids. Found out.
Yep.
Put him in.
Why?
Why?
I didn't say I would.
I'm just saying nobody did. He was.
They did it.
Kap and J Hood cut of the day is right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
One, some say it's the loneliest number, but one is a collection of many. One could stand for all. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing, though. Gave her the buyout in 1991. And then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Well, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Oh, wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
Now time for the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
It's brought to you by the one and only David Flom, the one and only Matt Moore. They are the impresarios that created Chicago Cut Steakhouse. It's on LaSalle, north side of the Chicago River. It's simply the greatest. When you go in there, Jay Moore.
Yo. Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport. Oh. Whatever. It's not boring. Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
So there is a Moises Ballesteros hype video out. Have you seen this?
I have not seen it. That kid can hit. And just got to get him some time here in the big league.
Ballesteros is a Chicago Cub.
Yo le agarré amor al juego.
Ballesteros on corks on one. Gone.
Y cuando yo fui a Chicago a ver el estadio.
The Cubs are calling up Moises Ballesteros.
Wait a second.
What is that? Know that voice?
Hold on a second. That was put out by the Cubs?
Yes, on their Twitter account.
Damn.
And they got Shea tagging it.
Yes.
Shea, you may want to get his name pronounced right. What?
Can you believe that?
How did that happen?
I don't know how that happened. I don't know how he got his voice on a Cubs promo for Ballesteros.
Good for Shea.
Good for Shea, man. That's awesome.
That's great.
How about that?
Oh, Kap, a little salty, huh?
I love it. I'm happy for Shea. That's awesome.
A little Lowry's going on right now.
He said, why wasn't I on there? You put the tiger on there. Take that. So Shea tagged on the end of that thing. What if we had this for Shea?
Ballesteros on corks on one.
I haven't hit it in 4 months.
That'd be perfect.
Much better.
Much better.
What if it was this?
Ballesteros on corks on one. Gone.
I'm walking around the house hanging dong.
Yes, perfect.
Perfect.
And that's all, folks.
The Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. Perfect for a lunch, a family dinner, a business dinner, business lunch, and sit on the patio. The weather's spectacular now. On the river, north side of LaSalle, right at the Chicago River. Amazing.
I'm happy for Shea to be part of that Cubs video. I'm just surprised. No one else in town was talking about Ballesteros except us. Not even BBM. GCI.
This goes to show you where we sit in this town.
At the top of the food chain, baby.
Number one, okay? Number one. That's exactly right. I think that's interesting.
The Cubs keep monitoring. What are they saying over there?
Yeah, but they get the Tiger to do the Ballesteros. Okay.
To be Ballesteros.
They got the Tiger. How about that? That's surprising. I'm glad it happened for us. Absolutely.
Love it.
But no one else is talking about it. GCI wasn't talking about Ballesteros. They could get this.
I think V103 was. Joe Soto said something. Definitely Joe Soto. He's a Cubs fan.
Joe Soto to the toe. Was he talking about it?
He's a Cubs fan.
I was surprised.
What was Mully talking about?
Mid-guest.
He's talking about that big concert that's coming up. Snooze Fest.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Mid-guest. That was a good line.
Well, it'd be difficult for him to squeeze that in between 18 guests. I understand.
Got John Heyman coming up. Right after him, we'll go to Ozzie Guillen and then Chris Chelia.
Oh, God. Oh, man, there's be some shrapnel over that. After that, that's for sure.
Take that, Mitch.
Are you going?
To Snooze Fest?
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to Snooze Fest.
Oh, they were opening.
No, I'm not going. We thank you for listening and calling in and being part of the program. My giddy aunt. Wow. Our thanks to you for listening and watching. Don't forget to be with us tonight at 7 o'clock on YouTube as we watch the schedule release for the Bears together at 7 o'clock. YouTube.com. Like, share, and subscribe for ESPN Chicago. Thank you, Jay Moore. Thank you, Charlie. How about tomorrow we review the schedule? We do a win-loss, and a Deal Breakers Thursday as well. How about we do that tomorrow?
I'm in for all of it.
Let's do it tomorrow.
I'll see you tonight.
So long, everybody. Take that from Chicago.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
with the microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard of Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
Let's go. We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates?
People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80. And if you're watching on Watch ESPN, you can see it's a hat day today for your boy. It is what it is. I got a barber's appointment this weekend. Didn't feel like letting y'all see the naps, as we like to call them. It's okay. Something wrong being nappy, kids. It's just, not exactly how I wanted to present this morning. Nothing is better, however, than being happy to be nappy. James Steele is here on the producer seat, and Rachel is here as the running the board. And so we are in day 3 of this current configuration, if you will. So I'm happy that is happening. So, okay, I try not to be overly, ridiculously Lakers-centered on this show. Obviously, I live in Los Angeles. We do this show from Los Angeles. There's a lot about Los Angeles that this show is about, but sometimes things happen that just, I don't even know. They make me shake my head. In this current circumstance of the franchise actually listing a position for a head strength and conditioning coach on a career center site, it's just too ridiculous for words. I get it. You're trying to cast a wide net. You're trying to figure out who the best person for the job is, but I just feel like there should be people for this. This strikes me as something that should not be public, especially not when the guy you just traded for has a bit of a conditioning problem, as we all understand it. I just feel that this is messy on a level, not super messy, but it gives off, I need to be in the headlines all the time. And I don't love rewarding that, but I can't imagine how Luka feels right now about this.
Yeah, who's running the Lakers right now? Jerry Jones?
I mean, that's a good call. Very Jonesian type approach to the situation. For those of you wondering, it pays $200,000 to $250,000 annually. I wonder what that extra $50,000 gets you. The head strength and conditioning coach for the Los Angeles Lakers ensures that each player has an individually designed strength and conditioning plan to promote and support his maximum performance and health maintenance. Who had this job before? Whose gig was this? Why is this publicly listed? I want good things for the teams around me closely. I really genuinely do. But sometimes it just feels like the Lakers are that hot person in high school who not only can't just exist being the apple of everybody's eye, but also has to be in all the drama too. Every day. There's got to be something. Which is a great way to live if that's the kind of attention you want. Clinton and Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect your auto, home, and business today at Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later. I can't wait. It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
All right. This is the portion of the program where we continue to eat reasonable crow as a squad because the Indiana Pacers closed out the Cleveland Cavaliers last night, 114-105. And quite frankly, this entire series was an embarrassing performance for the Cavs. I'm not saying that to take anything away from the Indiana Pacers, which we'll get to in a moment. But the Cavs, as fraudulent a top seed as we've seen in not only the Eastern Conference, but arguably the NBA in a long time. I understand there were injuries. I understand things happen. But that deal about Max Strus texting everybody in the organization, if you're not going to be there, don't bother showing up for work and then going 0 for everything, bro. The Cavs cannot be feeling good about this. Like, well beyond the idea of getting eliminated, which is one thing. Season over, sure. But to lose all 3 games at home in the same series to the Pacers, I feel like this is another situation for the Cavaliers, not unlike the Clippers, where you just say to yourself, well, what do we do from here? This was your unit. This was your set. These are your mans in them. And you can't even show up. That being said, Indiana basketball is in the building. Let's be real about this. It's time to get fired up. The unis that harken back to the 90s joints, which, sidebar, were designed by Flojo. If you don't know that, you can check out my YouTube series Threads, where I could break down the entire history of that. You didn't know that, Indiana. You didn't know that, did you? And by that, I mean that I was that dialed into what the Pacers are doing uniforms-wise. Of course I am. But their crew's on. And now they wait for the winner of the Knicks and the Celtics. I'm rooting for Pacers-Knicks. I'm rooting for the 90s throwback. I'm not the biggest nostalgia guy in the world, but I could use a dose of it at this stage. The Pacers play fantastic basketball. Some might call it Indiana basketball. Now, there's a separate matter, too, as we discussed, that now that folks are back on the big stage, the conference finals have returned for the Pacers, there's always this question of who's paying attention to what. And we kind of poke fun of it here on this show, but it's a real thing that came up in the presser yesterday. Let's hear what Rick Carlisle, the head coach, had to say about it.
I don't care about the attention. What matters to me is the guys in the locker room. Attention this time of year can be a curse.
Yeah, but that's part of the deal. Can't be a curse anymore. You got to know how to handle that. That's the whole thing about getting farther along in the process. Now, as a result of winning, my man Tyrese Halliburton is now sort of the spokesman for the team in a way that I enjoy. Reminder, Halliburton sort of got into people's good graces at the Olympics with his, activities and his tweeting. Here's what he had to say in the post-game presser yesterday about how this year is different from last year.
It's a special feeling, to be honest with you. I'm not going to sit here and talk like I got so many years of experience. I'm in my 5th year. Something I've learned from my vets and just being in the NBA for enough time is to not take winning for granted, and this is a special time, back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals. We're not done. We still got, a ways to go, but it's a special feeling, man, and, we just want to continue to do what we're doing and just take this a day at a time. Enjoy this one tonight, but, be ready for whoever's next.
No voice changes in that clip. That's a win. Kept a similar octave throughout the course of that reply. James, do you think the Pacers can win the NBA title?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why not. I think we were talking about it a little bit in the pre-show meeting where this is one of the most wide open NBA playoffs that I can remember. And it feels like any of the teams that are still left, that are still alive, could win it all. There's no team that's head and shoulders above the other one, and I could see any of these teams winning.
There was some hating on the Pacers in the pre-show meeting. We won't name names. But I've decided that the reason I want the Indiana Pacers to win the NBA title is because we need to see an Indianapolis parade. That's what I need to know, what the people of Indianapolis are going to do should there be a parade. Indianapolis is one of the most fascinating cities in America. In Indianapolis, they have a ballpark that they turned into an apartment building. That's a real thing. And so you can, live at a ballpark with other humans who live at a ballpark, and the, field is, part of the situation. That's what's the kind of thing that's going on in Indianapolis. As for the Cavs, I'm sorry, this was pathetic. They won 64 games during the regular season, but they became the 4th 60-win team in NBA history to lose a best-of-7 series in 5 games or fewer prior to the conference finals. I feel bad for all my Cleveland homies. I really do. I was getting all sorts of texts last night. Cavs being the Cavs. Cleveland feeling down on itself. But I'm officially behind the Pacers. Like, all jokes aside, Indianapolis, I like this team. And my homegirl Shake is covering them, so, you know. We're rooting for that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Give me your thoughts. Do the Pacers, now that they've actually advanced, look like the favorite to come out of the East? Were the Cavaliers frauds? Or do we actually think the three-time ABA champion Indianapolis Pacers are going to win the NBA title? Now, there's a whole Western Conference to deal with, don't get me wrong. But do we think they have a chance? 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Lastly, last couple things here. We do got to hear from the Cavaliers because, again, very disappointing performance. Here's what Donovan Mitchell had to say on what it was like to lose in Game 5.
Y'all gonna write us the off, man. But we'll be back. We let City down, letting each other down. We'll be back.
Ooh, that was a little spicy. He's not happy. Let's hear what else he had to say on whether or not the toughness of the Cavs is going to cut it.
I mean, I've been doing this 8 years, and I've been in the same round 8 years. These things aren't easy. Just when you think you've gotten somewhere, there's another level. We took a step, but we didn't take two. We took one. And getting beat down like this, and y'all are going to write some about us, man. And that's going to be fuel for everybody. Y'all going to say a lot of Y'all are. And that's what it takes. I've been here.
Wow. Double cuss word situation for Donovan Mitchell, a.k.a. Spider. He sounded frustrated. I can imagine. Maybe they should hire a strength and conditioning coach themselves. I'm kidding. But that team felt like it was a little too good to crash out in that manner, personally. You got the coach of the year in many minds. And that's how that goes? I don't know, man. I feel bad for the Cavaliers, but I don't. But I'm happy for the Pacers. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Rob in Indianapolis, you're on the show.
How you doing, Mr. Yates?
I'm well, thank you.
I called before the playoffs started. I told you I thought that the media was sleeping on the Pacers.
You did?
And I have to paraphrase. I can't tell you exactly what you said, but it was something to the effect of, we were up and coming, but nobody was worried about us now.
Correct.
Hey, here we are. We're still playing. The media is still sleeping on us. Even Vegas is sleeping on us. And I hear all this stuff about how, oh, well, this team had that person hurt. This team. Hey, that's not our fault. We play who they put on the floor.
Rob, let me tell you something. You were exactly right about this. I was sort of being funny at the beginning, but you stated it exactly right. They're here now. Where is your confidence level at this actual moment? Are you still keeping it even?
I put money on the Pacers winning championship the same day I called you before the playoffs started. And yes. I want to address something else, too.
Yeah.
I hear people saying, well, you can't say we. You're not part of the team. I'm a 30-year season ticket holder. If I want to say we, I'm going to say we.
Thank you for the phone call. Rob coming strong first thing in the morning. I'll issue a carve-out for season ticket holders during the playoffs for the we clause. It's a theoretical issue. It's not like it's not an emotional one. But man, the Pacers are out here jamming it to idiots like me, talking about Indiana basketball. Coming up, more calls. We're talking hoops. We're talking Indiana. The Hoosier State is going to be in the building. But first, I got a word from Vivid Seats. Breaking news, the NFL schedule is dropped, and you know what that means? It's go time, kiddos. And we're here with the insider tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals and great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN, so don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days. Clinton and Friends, ESPN Radio.
The NBA playoffs on ESPN Radio.
Halliburton on top. Launches a three and connects.
A play-in tournament.
It really just felt like we had a second chance.
Until a champion is crowned at the NBA Finals.
You don't think we are headed for an amazing spring? I can't help you.
Welcome to the NBA playoffs. Anything can happen.
On ESPN.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Apt is celebrating 89 years. Enjoy the beautiful weather with a new grill or griddle for your outdoor space. Explore a wide selection of Traeger pellet smokers, Napoleon grills, Komodo Joe charcoal grills, and portable grills. Don't miss the new Weber Slate griddle and Weber Smoke pellet smoker. Whether replacing an old setup or building a new outdoor kitchen, Apt has everything needed to create the perfect space. With free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction. Shop at Apt, pleasing people since 1936.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Join us at the ballpark Saturday, June 7th, as the Chicago White Sox take on the Kansas City Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with food and drink specials, a sneak peek of new unique offerings, former pitcher Jack McDowell autograph signings, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat presented by Wintrust. To purchase tickets, visit whitesocks.com/SoxCrawl.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. Chicago's home for sports.
Clinton and Friends.
Luke in Los Angeles.
It really comes down to just playing Indiana basketball and not letting them slow us down.
Devin loves Indiana basketball.
How could you tell? I love it. I don't know how we extrapolate what Indiana basketball is.
I don't either.
It's just like great ball movement, great shot selection. Indiana basketball.
Minimal dunks.
You know what the Pacers do? Is if they see the open guy, they pass to the open guy. And then that open guy will make the shots.
Indiana basketball, baby.
I love it. It's just like describing basketball.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Got to have high hopes if you're the Indiana Pacers. And they very much do. They closed out the Cavaliers 114-105 yesterday. Banged them out 4-1 in the conference semis to move on to the conference finals. That clip before that you heard was Devin. I feel like Devin was more mocking of Indiana basketball than either of I were, James.
I think so too. I think all of the hate that we're getting for not talking about Indiana basketball enough is because of Devin. I think it's his fault. Yeah.
And we're sort of jumping on him because he's not here. But let's be clear.
Yeah, absolutely.
This show has talked about Indiana basketball as much as any show in America has, even if in a cajoling tone. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Kyle, you're in Indy. Welcome to the program.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Hey, since March 11th, since the Pacers started to get hot, they've only lost 5 games, including the playoffs.
That is quite the number. How do you feel about the Pacers right now? I presume you're a Pacers fan.
I've been a Pacers fan for a long time. They've been close a lot. You know, they ran into Jordan, ran into LeBron and the Heat. So it's an uncharted territory. We'll see what happens. My confidence level is uncharted. I don't know what to say yet.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. 723. Michael Jeffrey Jordan reference. 888-ESPN. 888-729-3776. Kap in Indianapolis. You're on the show.
Clinton Yates, my man. Indianapolis welcomes you in your radio show, brother. Let me tell you this. Longtime Pacer fan. Bring on the Knicks, man, in 6. That's what I'm saying.
What's your setup when you watch games? You sound like a fun guy. Do you get out to the arena? Do you go with your boys? Do you hit the local establishments? What do you do?
Depends on the game, man. Can't do a game 7 with a bunch of people around. You got to do that at home with your beer in front of you, man, with the dog over there, just watching you make all that noise. Can't do a game 7 nowhere loud. So it just depends on where you're at in the series.
All right, last question. Do you own any Pacers jerseys, and what players do you represent?
I got one jersey, man, and that's the only jersey I got. And it's definitely got to be a Miller jersey. It is what it is, man.
That's fair. Appreciate the phone call. Have a blast. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sometimes people call or you talk to people, and you can just tell they know how to have a good time. Kap in Indianapolis is one of those dudes. Got like a party voice. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Cornbread, welcome back to the show.
What's up, man? How you doing, man? Thank you for having me.
No problem.
I need your honest opinion on this, man, because I'm torn on this.
Yeah.
So typically toughness. I go with toughness over softness, obviously, and I think the Knicks are a tougher team. I go with defense over offense. I think the Knicks are a better defensive team. I go with speed over slowness, and I think the Pacers are a faster team. And I go with hunger because the Pacers got there last year. So I got it like at 2-2 and even, and I don't know which. I don't know, man. I really do not know who's going to win that series.
So do you remember when I was saying yesterday the thing about knowing how to win and being hard to beat? The difference, I think, between the Knicks and the Pacers is that the Knicks are harder to beat than the Pacers. That's the difference there. So all of the things you mentioned, and thanks for the phone call. That was an excellent breakdown. All of the things you mentioned as to how they add up, like toughness in terms of physicality is one thing. I think the Knicks are harder to beat, but I think the Pacers are better, is what it comes down to. And I've officially stated that I want the Pacers to win because we have to see an Indianapolis parade and see all the bustling vitality of Indianapolis and the city. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Chandler in Indianapolis, welcome to the show.
Hey, the Knicks are harder to beat than the Pacers?
I think so.
What? Come on. The Knicks do not have nobody has the depth of the Pacers. Nobody has the pace of play of the Pacers. Game 4, when the Pacers went out there in that second quarter, nobody can play like that. At the peak of their powers, nobody can touch the Pacers.
Chandler, hold on. Hold on. I don't disagree. I said I think the Pacers are better. But let us not forget, the Knicks came back from down double digits thrice so far in the series. That's what I mean by harder to beat. But continue.
How many times did the Knicks come back from 7 down with less than a minute left?
Again, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the Knicks are not easy to beat, but the Pacers are a better team. You don't got to get mad about the opponent. My question is this, though. If there is a parade, Chandler, will you go?
I'll go. Yes, of course I'll go. But what I want to say is one more thing, that the Knicks, like the Cavs, the Knicks are too reliant on Jalen Brunson. The Cavs were too reliant on Donovan Mitchell. Yeah. These guys don't have the depth to compete. And I like the Knicks roster last year better when they had Dave Vincenzo who could stretch out the floor more.
Thanks for the phone call. It's a good point. The Knicks are very reliant on Jalen Brunson. One problem, Jalen Brunson is Jalen Brunson, though. You want to be relying on one guy, that's the guy to be relying on. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Look at this. Devin in Indianapolis. Welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
No problem.
My thing about the Pacers, I think they're going to play the Knicks. And the problem that I haven't heard anybody say, Karl Anthony Towns just destroys us pretty much every time he plays us. We have a problem with bigs because I remember Andre Drummond gives us 20-20 almost every time we ever played him. So I think the Pacers are going to win it in 6, though.
Okay. All right. Appreciate the phone call. Matchup issues. People being realistic. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to this. Knicks got to get it done, though. Don't get me wrong. Knicks still have some dishes to wash. No doubt about it. We're going to take one more here. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Victor in Maine. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
I'm a Celtics fan, but I just wanted to say that Halliburton is definitely not overrated. He runs the break kind of like Magic Johnson, and he shoots like Nash. Man, he is special. Pacers are coming.
Thanks for the phone call. Magic Johnson. How about that? I think the Pacers can do it. I just think the Knicks are a tough hill to climb. Yes, I think the Pacers are a better basketball team. Yes, I think the Knicks are harder to beat. And you've got to contend with, Madison Square Garden. Number 31 ain't on that team for the Pacers. It's going to be a heck of a series. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch postseason action on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Earlier on Clinton and Friends.
Walrus, how you doing?
Coming back from 3-1 as possible. LeBron did it against a 73-win Warriors team. Maybe with Dennis David Jr. I'm not sure if he was in Jersey that time.
Thanks for the phone call. I love the fact that Walrus calls him Dennis David Jr. all the time. That's definitely not his name, but he says it consistently, so it's okay.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
Lord be my witness, gotta keep the devil alone. Keep the devil alone.
When you hear that music, you know it's time for David Dennis Jr. to join the program. ESPN NBA analyst. You find him on Around the Horn. You also read his work at Anscape. Quickly, David, where are your mentals at regarding ATH ending? We've talked about this a little bit, but I did my, I think, penultimate show yesterday, and it was a weird feeling. I'm not going to lie. Straight up.
Yeah, I think I did my second to last was on Monday. It's weird, man. It's a bittersweet thing. You know, it's been a lot of like runway to sort of show each other love, which has been really cool. I wrote a piece about it for Anscape about what the show has meant to me. It's going to be weird not having that routine. Like I do the same thing every day I do Around the Horn. You know, like it's the same thing. Go to the gym, do my call, do my research, have my lunch, have a Butterfinger at the studio before the show. Like all of these things that I do that I've done pretty much twice a week for 3 years, 200 and some odd times. Which is a fraction of the time that like somebody like you has been on there, but it's still like something that has been, you know, such a fabric, such a part of my life that I you know, it's going to be weird not doing it.
Yeah, there's a muscle memory element to it that I'm just not sure what it's going to be like when I don't have to use that muscle anymore. But that aside, it's time to talk about basketball. I got Indianapolis on my behind, David, because everybody's saying they don't get enough love. Nobody shouts out the Pacers, this and that about Indianapolis. How good do you think that team is?
Indianapolis, the Indiana Pacers can make the finals, man. They can make the finals, and I think they can make it a compelling series. Like what we've seen is the makings of a team that wins championships. Like they have a team that shows up in the clutch, that wins games they probably should not win. We saw that even last night. We know about the miraculous 7-point comeback. They have a legitimate closer in Halliburton. They have a high-powered offense that's hard to stop, and their defense, which is a very underrated part of their game, is a lot better than it was last year. And it's, you know, it is something that is, you know, you have to contend with. They have the making, especially with the way that the, you know, this conference and the NBA playoffs overall have leaned. I think pretty much all the teams they could face are beatable right now if they play the Pacers.
You know who my favorite player on that team is? It's Pascal
Tell
Siakam.
me.
It's Siakam. Like, people sort of forgot about him. He was on that Raptors team that won a title. And when he went to the Pacers, people were like, what are you doing going to the Pacers? Now he's a critical cog, and that team is – they have a fascinating roster construction is kind of my thing with the Pacers. That there's nobody who you look at and you say, oh, that guy's going to be a major problem, outside of Halliburton, and say, that guy's going to be a major problem. And people here talk about Indiana basketball and how well they move the ball, which I think is, again, very basic but very, very real.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? Like, there's all this talk this year, especially about how homogenous the NBA is, how everything is just, you know, screen, penetrate, pop. Everybody does the same thing. You have 4 teams that really play different kinds of basketball, and the Pacers play a very unique, different style of basketball that's hard to adjust to. They play fast, but they also can grind you out. And Siakam, when he got there, was, you know, his main thing is that Pacers defense. You got to think about how atrocious that defense was last year. Like, we were looking at 150-point games when you're going against the Pacers, and he made a huge difference in terms – it took a little bit of time in terms of, like, what you can do defensively for that team and sort of add a lot of that toughness that they needed.
David Dennis Jr. joins us here on the program. What are we to make of the Cavs at this point? Spider Mitchell's out here cussing people out in press conferences after the games, and I may be exaggerating that, but he did drop a couple of colorful words when replying to people about, you know, how disappointing it is for this season to end. Not to get too far into legacy talk, but it sort of feels like the Cavs are in that weird spot, not unlike the Clippers, where it's like, well, these are your guys. Like, if y'all can't get it done, that just kind of is what it is, which is very disappointing from a Cleveland standpoint.
Yeah, Cleveland has entered that place that not a lot of teams want to be, where, like, they can win 70 games next year, and it's going to be like, show me. You know, like, I don't believe in you. A lot of that is because there's questions about what can you do if Donovan Mitchell is your best player. Now, one of the reasons that they were so good this season was because a lot of his usage went down, his minutes went down, his shot attempts, all that stuff went down, and he was picking his spots. But come playoff time, when those injuries pile up, when those defenses sort of lean into you, he's got to go back to putting up 30 points, and the numbers are staggering. I think there's something like 2-8 in his career or something like that when he puts up 30 shots or something crazy like that. Yeah. And so, the problem with the Cavs, though, this is the team. They're stuck with this team for the foreseeable future. They can't move on from them. They can't make any big moves. They got second apron coming when Mobley gets re-signed. They're going to have to run this thing back. And now we've seen a different ceiling than I thought was there before. Now, the benefit that you have on this Cavs team is that you can say, you can look and say, hey, we're healthy next year. We're not going to have these injuries hopefully next year. If we're healthy, we're going to be in the Eastern Conference that is absolutely depleted and is going to be looking as lean as the Eastern Conference has looked in our lifetime. We're not going to have to worry about Jason Tatum. It's going to be Knicks, Pacers. Giannis is probably going to go to the Western Conference, and so we can still have a shot to make the finals. But I believe that they could have done it this year. I believe when I see it for them now.
I'm glad you brought that up. Where do you like Giannis the best? I said I want him to go to the Mavs just because I like the get their lick back element to that storyline. But where do you think – I also think the Rockets are a good team for him to be at if we're being real. Where do you think is the best fit for him if he does go to the Western Conference?
I think the Rockets make the most sense for Giannis for me. They have a team that have the bones of a championship team. They just need a closer type of guy. Now, Giannis doesn't solve all of those problems because down the stretch he also – looks for other people to score sometimes when they absolutely need a point or need a bucket. So that's tough. But, I mean, the defense, like who is scoring on that defense when you add Giannis there? They have the pieces that you can put to Milwaukee that can help them be competitive now, like a Jalen Green or somebody like that. And you put them there. The problem is Houston's going to want to hold on to Amen Thompson. Milwaukee's going to want Amen Thompson. And that, I think, is going to be the sticking point here, is how much does Houston value him and how much is Milwaukee going to allow. Now, I think they have enough to get that done, but if I'm Houston, I am going to hold on to Amen as the future of my organization while playing with Giannis.
You know I got to ask you about your Dubs, David. You know I got to ask you about what's going on with Wardell. I mean, what that team, I said at the beginning, I said, man, Steph being out just totally ruined that series for me in terms of competitiveness, in terms of just what was going to be able to happen. How do you see that shaking out?
Yeah, I don't see them. I don't know how they're going to win this game. I mean, I think even as great as we talk about Steph is, I think we underestimate it a little bit or undervalue it a little bit because this dude just was the best offensive piece against a Rockets defense that was keyed in on him. And you see what this offense looks like without him against an inferior defense. Now, the Wolves can get at you defensively, but they are not the Rockets. And when Steph got out there, it felt like they were finally able to move around freely. He had 13 points in the first few minutes of that game before he went out. It felt like they could win that series off the strength of what he does to defenses. When he's not there, that offense is nothing. I mean, even if you're getting 30 points from Kuminga, like you just do not move the ball. You do not get that same type of pressure on defenses, and they just cannot score. They cannot get it done without him. Like even adding Jimmy Butler. So people are saying, this is what you brought Jimmy Butler here for. This is not what you brought Jimmy Butler here for. You brought him to play with Steph Curry, to bring him in to win games when Steph is not there. There's nobody, only a handful of players in this league who could be put with that Warriors roster and win playoff games as the top star. And Steph is one of those dudes, and I think this really cements the fact that we are still, at his age, looking at a top 3 most valuable guy to his team and to his organization.
He's David Dennis Jr. He's an author. He does all sorts of television. Are you going to come and appear on Freestyle Fridays when we do it next month and bust some flows?
Let's do it. I may have some writtens. I may cheat. I may have some writtens in the palm of my hand.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying we might have to get a celebrity all-star crew in to bust some raps.
Let's do it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, David. Appreciate you.
All right, man.
I'm taking anybody who lives in Atlanta over pretty much anybody who lives somewhere else when it comes to Freestyle Fridays. Oh, man. He makes a good point, though. Steph is somehow still slightly underrated as a player, which is astronomically weird to me because he's right. Guy wins a unanimous MVP, but still somehow at this stage of his career, people don't understand how important he is. to that team. Coming up, you know what you don't hear very much anymore? Good jingles. Rachel will be contributing to the program in a major way on the other side. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus.
SGA and the Joker duel it out in OKC. Randy grabbing the Game 5 win.
Gary, while Halliburton ends the Cavs season.
Yikes, we had late drama on the Diamond. 5 walk-offs in the majors. I probably won't say it like that.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, spring is all about new beginnings, and there's no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cut. When it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details in their clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. Oh, and don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
What's up? It's J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd, for special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not an IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Chicago's home for sports is in your home through your smart speaker. Just ask Alexa or Google to play ESPN Chicago.
Apply.
This is Clinton and Friends.
I have never been so embarrassed in my life. Now, Schuler said you would not take direction. He said you kept coming up with your own ideas, telling lousy jokes, not even relating to the audience.
Jack, I was just trying to show them a little bit of my personality.
According to Schuler, either you don't have one or the one you got sticks.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Every show we have different things that we do. And as I said to the team before the program, sort of like a day in class at school. There's certain classes you like more than others. Some people are big into break or lunch. Well, this is the recess portion of the program. We're going to do something fun because yesterday, I don't even remember how this came up. But Rachel, you were talking about jingles. I don't recall how we got on this subject. But we said, hey, maybe we should expand upon this, and you can share with us your favorite jingles. Rachel, please take the floor.
Hello. So it started because one of our advertisers here has a great jingle that I sing along to every single time. And so James points out that I just like to sing and dance. So I came up with 5. I have 6, but I'll give you 5.
Wait. What do you mean you have 6?
I have 6. I have an honorable mention.
You have a bonus. Okay, so you don't have to rank them.
Okay,
but
great.
you can play them in whatever order that you choose for the purposes of the presentation.
Okay, here we go. So we're going to start with this one. I think this is a classic. A newer classic, but a classic.
Okay.
1-800-STEAMER. Stanley Steamer gets carpet cleaner.
Okay, Stanley Steamer, that's a banger. As far as I'm concerned. Mind you, I have not heard these. I had no idea what they are. Rachel is surprising us with those. That is a really, really good one. What's next?
All right, we're going to go here. This is a little older, I think. I don't know.
I am stuck on being a brand whose band is stuck on me.
Okay, yeah, that's a throwback. I would qualify that as vintage for sure. How do you even know what that is?
We sing it all the time.
Okay.
I sing it more than I probably should as a grown adult. Let's be honest.
Very well. Carry on.
I have a structured set.
Yes!
And I need cash now. Call J.G.
Cash now!
So good they brought it back.
Okay, hold on. The J.G. Wentworth is on like another tier of jingles because like they go meta with theirs, like in the actual ads where they have the commercials and the people singing them. Like you could know the J.G. Wentworth with having no clue what any of the products are. Oh, man. I have a structured settlement. I need cash now. Anyway,
so that is exactly how I feel about this next one. that I didn't know people didn't know.
FREE, that spells free. Creditreport.com, baby. Saw their ads on my TV. Thought about going, but was too lazy.
I am not as familiar with that. I don't know that I've ever actually seen that commercial. Like, I have no visual acuity for what that looks like.
So in the 2000s, they ran a campaign where they had a band write different songs. So every commercial was different. So this one is, he went to get a car. He, instead of getting a cool car and looking fly, as they say, he had to get a not so great car.
Okay, I kind of remember that now. All right, that did jog the memory. So we're through what? That's 4 or that's 3?
That is 4. That's 4.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do my bonus one here.
Okay. Is that Meow Mix?
That is Meow Mix. Very good.
I can't believe. Wow, that is. How are these things burned into my brain in such a level?
It's a good jingle.
It's such a good marketing campaign.
It's a good jingle. All right, what's the last one?
All right, this is the oldest one, and I probably sing this one more than I sing the Band-Aid one.
Okay.
And I learned I've been spelling something wrong my entire life. Here we go.
My baloney has a first name. It's O-S-C-A-R. My baloney has a second name. It's M-A-Y-E-R. Oh, I love to eat it every day. And if you ask me why, I'll say, 'cause Oscar Mayer has a way with B-O-L-O-G-N-A.
Okay, I'm sorry. You are entirely too young to be singing Oscar Mayer songs. That is like ancient even for me.
I literally sing it every time I eat bologna, or I think about bologna, which is weird. But
you're consuming that much bologna?
Not really as an adult, to be honest, but it does just stick in my head. So marketing worked. Good job.
Okay. I'm a little bummed, to be honest, and thank you for that, Rachel, by the way. That was an excellent presentation. Good job with that. Radio clap. I am a little bummed, though, that none of the medicine commercials made it. We talked about this quite a bit.
I know, but I don't know the medicine commercials because I watch everything on streaming, so I don't see as many, current ads.
Yeah.
Or I'm watching it here where I can't hear the ads because I'm listening to us.
Let me tell you something. Nothing is everything. Might as well win a Grammy in my house. Nothing is everything. I love that song. Oh, oh, oh. I want to be in a Sky Rizzy commercial. I was explaining this to you guys during the break. I live in Los Angeles. I do not have delusions of grandeur. I do not need to be a movie star at any level. I just want to be in a medicine commercial where I'm doing really mundane life tasks, but looking like I'm relieved of whatever ailment has just come about, James. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some of those, you might have to wait 10, 15 years to get into some of those medicine commercials, though.
Maybe, but those people look like they're enjoying life so much. The Ozempic ones were good back in the day, too. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, yeah, let me shuck some oysters. Hang out with my dog on this boat. Scott Rizzy got me feeling great or whatever. Also wouldn't mind if I could name one of those medicines either. That would be cool.
What would you name a medicine?
I don't know. We'd have to think about that. Dang it. Now I'm thinking about that, and that's gonna be on my mind. You did a good job with that, though. Jingles are good. And one of the things I just wanted to point out, Rachel, that you said that actually really made me want to think about this. You said back in the day, if you wanted a sitcom character,
they were always jingle writers.
Wacky, annoying person who had way too much money, they were jingle writers. You're exactly right. Anyways, coming up, we're going to talk a lot more about the NBA. We're going to take your phone calls.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure.
Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Feel the boom. Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Now it's your turn. A chance for a house full of windows at a 60% discount. Plus, you'll get a free entry door. All you have to do is call them at 866-90-NATION or check out everything they have to offer at windownation.com. 866-90-NATION and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push. They know what the play was, or are they just going on the term tush push? That doesn't sound very Fox. Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Hump Day, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and on Watch ESPN. We were having some fun with one of Rachel's topics to end the last hour, talking about jingles and the ones that have stuck with us over the years. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Travis in Virginia Beach, what's up?
Yes, one that stuck in my head since I was a kid. It's a Swiffer commercial. The sergeant's coming in for a cleanliness inspection during boot camp, and he says, "You call this clean?" Everyone goes, "No, sir. We use a different Swiffer. Use it just today. We figured every Swiffer was the same. No way. You should have used a Swiffer, boys. They're the better kind of Swiffer, the real McCoy." Then the sergeant goes, "Now I call that clean Swiffer."
Thank you for that lovely rendition. I appreciate it. I could talk about jingles all day. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Technically, this is a sports talk radio show, but as far as I'm concerned, jingles are as good as anything. Clinton Friends is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive is here for all of life's needs with protection for your home, auto, business, and more. From timely repairs to customizable coverages and payment options, we make it easy. See if you can save at Progressive.com.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The Knicks take a commanding 3-1 lead over the Celtics. Now we return to Boston where the Celtics face a must-win Game 5. Coverage begins tonight at 6:30 Eastern with tip-off at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Presented by Indeed.
Celtics Knicks Game 5 tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern. You know the Knickerbockers are up 3-1 in this series. I think this is a very awkward game in a lot of ways. We were discussing the Pacers earlier, and I said that I would love to see them play the Knicks for the throwback nostalgia 90s feel. But there's still a game to play. And that game's in Boston. And I understand that Jason Tatum is out. But we were talking to Quentin Richardson yesterday, and he said, look, man, these dudes have won a title, bro. They're not just going to lay down because they're down 3-1. And this game is one of those games where even if the Knicks win the series eventually, like you can't, how to explain this? It's not a foregone conclusion, but also, other teams are watching. Meaning your opponent next in the Pacers will be seeing every minute of this. Not that they don't otherwise, but I just mean in terms of how the rhythm of a series goes. And they're waiting around, resting up with a deep team. The Knicks have a slightly shorter bench in terms of how they operate their rotation. They are tough guys, literally. How the game happens or how the rest of the series unfolds is as important as just the wins and losses at this stage for the Eastern Conference semifinals between the Knicks and the Celtics. That's my personal opinion. The styles make fights issue is a big one. I still think the Knicks are going to win tonight. I just feel that the momentum of losing Tatum is hard to overcome. I won't be stunned if the Celtics win this game, but I will be surprised. Now, Kendrick Perkins, on the other hand, who I see all the time around here, he feels a little differently about the Knicks. I would qualify him as bullish. Let's hear what he had to say.
The Knicks, after they close this series out, they going to the NBA Finals. I think Indiana's going to push them to 7 games, but I'm looking at a Knicks team that didn't they go 7 games last year?
Yes, they did.
They went 7 games last year, right? Wasn't the Knicks banged up?
Yeah.
OG Anunoby dealing with a hamstring, Jalen Brunson playing on 1 foot, and all of a sudden now you bring in Karl Anthony Towns, you bring in Mikal Bridges, you just knocked off the defending champs. Look, they going to the NBA Finals, man. Once they close out the Boston Celtics, the New York Knicks are heading to the NBA championship. And I'm going to take it a step further. I wouldn't be surprised if they win it all.
Oh, is that right? I think Perk talked himself into that opinion during the course of that take. Asking questions, answering questions, and he was like, you know what? I'm doing it. I vibe with that. I also like the way Perkins says OG Anunoby with that southern drawl of his. Kendrick Perkins could obviously be a regional accent caller of the week every week, but that's also part of his appeal. It's going to be tough to be a Celtics fan for the next couple seasons, that's for sure, which is a whole separate discussion, but I'm willing to have it. If Tatum's gone all of next year, which I believe is what an Achilles – I mean, is that right, James? Like an Achilles probably means you miss the entirety of the season?
Yeah, I think it's like an 8 to 12 month recovery normally. Yeah, it's just brutal.
That's tough. And they're probably going to have to break up the team because they're dealing with all sorts of aprons.
Yeah, I mean
Tough time.
Their cap situation is a mess. I mean they have both Tatum and Brown. Those are both like $200+ million contracts.
Right.
And they loaded up on veterans to try to win a championship, which they did last year. So, I mean, it's all worth it in the end, but I don't think they anticipated things ending like this, obviously.
No. Comes crashing down. This era, if you will, which is unfortunate. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. AJ in Cincinnati. You're on Clinton and Friends.
Hey, man, Clint, I really appreciate you, man.
No doubt.
Remember that call out the other day? I said the Knicks are going to win on Monday?
I do.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I have to go back on what I said.
Why is that?
I do not think the Celtics are going to win with Tatum being out. I agree with you 100%. And also, I just want to give a shout-out to Lucas, Mr. Lucas, for creating everything he's ever created. Phenomenal. But I don't think the Celtics are going to pull this one out without Tatum. I think they might win again tonight, but just as you said, man, it's going to be hard.
AJ, quickly,
again,
let me ask you quickly, where in Cincinnati are you again?
So I'm literally downtown right now picking up paper. I apologize. I'm stepping out from the car. That way you can hear me.
Well, I went to Miami of Ohio, so I was just wondering where in Cincy you are in terms of area. Yeah, that's the deal, bro. I was there when Roethlisberger went. I was there when Roethlisberger went there. That's how I got into this. So I always ask localities when people call from places that I know to get the drop. So appreciate you, man. Thanks, AJ. No doubt. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be hard for the Celtics to win without Tatum. I think from a not just momentum, but a psychological standpoint, knowing full well that your star is not going to be there for the rest of the run, home game helps. Tough to get up for that, though. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan, what's up, dude?
Hey, good morning, CY and friends. Thanks for taking the call, as always. Yeah, I mean, JB is the conference and finals player of the year last year, so, it's his time to shine if it's going to happen, I guess. I think they get tonight, but I do think we're going to see Knicks and Pacers. I hear the Pacers' push of depth, pace of play, young legs. Isn't that OKC times 2? Like, I think we saw the best ball of the entire playoffs last night with the best player in the universe, Joker, going against the best team. And I think I'm going to pogo stick on your take a little bit. I think we get Wolves OKC next round. I think the winner of that is going to take it all the way.
Okay.
I think the Pacers-Knicks is going to be a fun series, but ultimately I think the champs out of the West.
Appreciate it, Dylan. Thanks for the phone call. I really want an Eastern Conference team to win the NBA title. I feel like that needs to happen to bring sort of balance to the force, if you will. We talk all the time about how the East is depleted because the talent level isn't the same, the star power level isn't the same. But I feel like for what the NBA is sort of evolving into, we need somebody from the East to win a title. It just needs to happen. Now, the other game, obviously, that we talked about with David Dennis Jr. was the Wolves and the Warriors. The Warriors are kind of, I don't want to say on one leg, but without Steph Curry, not dissimilar to the Celtics being without Jason Tatum. They're just not the same squad. It's difficult to look at them in the same way competitively, sans the chef cooking it up. And you got to wonder, it's similarly to the Celtics also, is there sort of this feeling of, well, if we don't have Steph, it's probably a little different, actually, because he might be able to get back. Obviously, Tatum's not coming back, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen for the Warriors, which is unfortunate. Let's hear what Anthony Edwards had to say in terms of what he was dealing with in Game 4.
At halftime, Coach came in and just said, we playing like we already won the series pretty much, and I don't really like that. And I didn't like how we was playing overall, and I didn't like how I was playing individually, so I knew I had to pick it up.
What had to change the most, or what did you change?
Our defense. We was letting Jonathan Kuminga just get everywhere he wanted to go. Draymond was pushing the pace. We wasn't impacting the ball unless he was crossing half court. Offensive rebounds, we wasn't boxing out. We wasn't limiting those guys to one shot. Just game plan mistakes that can't happen if you want to beat a championship team and if you want to go to the finals, or Western Conference Finals at least. You can't let those things happen, so we got to be better.
I like Ant's attitude this playoffs. Again, we were talking to Quentin Richardson yesterday, and he was like, man, I don't care about this, whether or not you want to be. If Anthony Edwards keeps playing like this, talking like this, and winning like this, he ain't going to have no choice in the matter. Legend killer is what they're calling him in the streets. This is not quite the same because Steph's out of the series, but still. If they eliminate the Warriors, the Timber Pups are looking at a pretty good chance to get to the finals. I can't decide how much I think Anthony Edwards can affect in a series like against a team like, say, the Thunder, you know? Because the Thunder are deeper in a different way, James, than the Timberwolves are. And Shea is a monster, but Ant has a different gear. It's going to sound crazy to say, but Ant is an American. And Shea's not. There's a factor there when it comes to me, some level of competition.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like, you know? Well, the Thunder are wildly deep. I mean, they've just been stashing talent for, years, basically since the big three, KD and Harden and Westbrook left, right? Brought in Shea as their guy. I mean, he's been awesome. He was great last night. Helped them, overcome like a monster game from Jokic to take control of that series. But yeah, like Anthony Edwards has like this different like vibe.
Yeah, the Thunder are not intimidating.
I don't want to say his name, but you know who I'm talking about. We already got our mention.
We've had our mention today of the one who everybody likes to talk about. But the Thunder are not intimidating. That does not mean that they are not good. This is not a knock per se. It is a description of what I think that team is. Whereas the Wolves got a little of that edge in them. Reminder, they walked into this building, the one you can see over my shoulder if you're on the Watch ESPN app, and absolutely popped the Lakers. They were never scared. How this series is going with the Warriors is not dissimilar. And said, I ain't about the games, dog. We're trying to win. I'm so glad that we had managed to talk to Tom Crean when we did. Because Crean was like, yo, the difference is the guy's playing to win, not playing for performance. Not that they're necessarily always mutually exclusive, but in the playoffs, they're definitely not. And it's just hard for me to count out a team that has Anthony Edwards on it. It really, really is. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Listen, we're going to talk more about jingles, y'all. I honestly promise you. Clinton Friends is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. A lot of stuff going on in the sports world, and we'll get to your phone calls next. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus. SGA and the Joker duel it out in OKC. Randy grabbing the Game 5 win. Gary, while Halliburton ends the Cavs season. Yikes, we had late drama on the Diamond. 5 walk-offs in the majors. I probably won't say it like that. All sorts of fun.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call West Coast Men's Health at 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
About a half hour from Chicago sits one of golf's best kept secrets, Seven Bridges Golf Club. Daily fee play with a private course field, immaculate fairways, championship greens, and golf passes designed to reward you, your clients, or your team. Every round includes a GPS-equipped cart because at Seven Bridges, golf should be as seamless as it is rewarding. Visit sevenbridgesgolfclub.com to book your round today.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
You know, when I'm not hosting a spectacular game day party at the house, Fat Poor Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. It's the best spot to watch any game in the city or nearby suburbs. And besides the brews, Fat Poor has great seasonal cocktails and a made-from-scratch menu that's better than anything I could make at home. Even if your team stinks, which is likely if you're a Chicago sports fan, Fat Poor has everything to make you feel whole again after the inevitable disappointment of another crushing loss.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may
may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Clinton and Friends.
Jay Boogie in North Carolina. Welcome back.
Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's, blessings, health, life, and happiness to everybody on this beautiful day of Monday. But real quick, I must say to you, my brother, you got a bunch of Knicks fans that love this show and be listening to this show. They tell me in Twitter spaces, they tell me on YouTubes and everything. They hit my phone and say, yo, I hear you over there on that show. You got to give us some love in this orange and blue and tell Detroit, yeah, we still outside. Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's.
Thanks for the phone call, Jay Boogie. The Bing Bong community is back, damn it!
Bing bong.
Bing Bong.
Bing bong. Bing bong. Bing bong.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Little all over the place today on the program. But jingles came up during what we'll call recess. And people can't stop talking about them. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Steven in San Pedro, what's up, dude?
What's going on, Clinton? Man, long-time listener. Love your show. But I had a jingle that I think I should have came out with a long time ago, man.
Okay, feel free to share.
All right. You remember the cartoon Super Chicken? I know you old enough.
Not really, to be honest, but go on.
All right. It goes, if you're feeling kind of sick and you need some Hosa Vicks and you do not feel like running to the kitchen, call upon your mother and she reach into the cupboard and pull out some cream of chicken.
Thank you for that phone call. I don't know what just happened there, James. Did he sing that to you when you talked to him?
No, I got really super nervous there at the beginning of his.
The way that was
was shaping up, I was super nervous about it. I gotta tell you.
I'm not gonna lie though, I did like the jingle.
I like the chicken bagak at the end too. Very, very good.
When he started describing what he was talking about, I was like, oh God, we might have just completely stepped in it. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. James in Minnesota, what's up?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. I love listening to your show, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pulling for my Wolves tonight to knock off the Warriors so we can get on to the championship. Anyways, I'm going back a little ways myself, man, to Sugar Crisp, Kellogg's Sugar Crisp with the little sugar bear.
Yeah.
He said, can't get enough of that Sugar Crisp, just can't get enough of that Sugar Crisp.
Thanks for the phone call. People like singing. I think that's what this comes down to.
I've really learned that today. Yeah, that's
I like James in Minnesota sidebar. He's called a couple times. He's a cool dude. But yeah, people are enjoying the pipes. What do you want to do here, James? I'm just going to ask you plainly. Do you want to go to quick hitters, or do you want to hear what people have to say? I kind of want to hear what people have to say.
Yeah, let's just keep taking calls. We got a bunch of people on the line. We can keep going to them.
Say ESPN 888-729-3776. Larry in Indiana, you're on the air.
Hey, I hear all these people saying songs, that's cute, but the Pacers, what you need to understand with the Pacers is the Pacers are 10 players deep.
Yeah.
And all 10 of them can hit threes, okay? You're dealing with three-point shooters, and you got to defend all the way out to the line. They're young, they're fast. It's not that they got subs. They got 2 units. They got a first unit. They got a second unit. Now, a lot of people ain't followed the Pacers. And I'm going to tell you, what's fueling the Pacers this year is in Game 1, after they beat the Knicks last year, Game 1, against Boston. The Pacers lost game 1, had a 3-point lead with 8 seconds. All they had to do was get the ball inbounds. Threw away the inbound pass. Boston hits a 3, ties the game. They had 5 seconds. They didn't even get a shot. Lost in overtime. I bet you money they thought about that all summer. They ended up getting swept. They got swept. They're back. They're healthy, but they're not really healthy. If they had Jackson, the backup center, he is a beast. But that's all I want to say.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I will say, Pacers fans are as into this Pacers team as any fan base is into their team in the country. We're doing backup center chalk talk? Word? And they're already 10 deep? Okay. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Matt in Indiana. What's up?
Oh, Clinton, what's up, man? Good morning. I will keep it quick because my man touched on a lot. One, you said it earlier about somebody else. They play to win. They ain't playing for performance.
Right.
Just look at the actions they're putting these dudes in. Allen on the perimeter, toast. Siakam on Struce, barbecue chicken all night. Oh, it's gross. Ready for some Knicks. Hopefully Celtics take them to 6. We ready for them.
Thanks for the phone call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Taylor in Chicago, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's going on, Clinton? Chicago, but obviously by way of D.C., so shout out to the East Coast for sure.
That's what's up.
Look, man, some players in the NBA are great players. They're just not winning basketball players. And I think that's Donovan Mitchell. Something is not clicking with him. He's a volume scorer. And I don't think he's a winning playoff basketball player. Great player, can score, can light it up, volume shooter, but something doesn't click, whether it be the missed free throws, the clutchness, a turnover here or there, too many missed shots. Great player, just not a winning basketball player. And I can think of a lot of guys who are like that from the history of the game, but he is definitely, I think, on the higher end of that list because he can score 35 a game and still lose in five games in the NBA. And that just shouldn't happen with a guy like that.
Thanks for the phone call. I see your point. And I think that as these playoff losses keep racking up, it's hard to not say that's correct with Spider. I thought his attitude after the game was a little sharp. Oh, we're going to be back next year. I mean, okay. But, I don't know how many people are checking for that. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Corey in Indianapolis, you're on the show. Corey, you're on the air.
Sir, how are you? Hey, I appreciate it.
No problem.
I enjoy the show. With everything coming up with the Pacers, this is their second year with all, 15 of them or whatever been together. What do you do for next year if they don't get over the hump with Tyrese in his prime? Do you move Miles, being a 10-year vet? Do you try to move Pascal or a Ben? What would be your next step to get them over the hump?
Thanks for the phone call. I'm not worrying about that right now, though, dog. To me, I understand the concern, but that energy is a little weird at this stage of the game. What do you do next year if you don't win? How about you focus on winning this year? Then that'll work itself out to some degree. And it's not as bad as what the Celtics got going on either. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jonathan in Illinois, what up?
Hey, my name's Jonathan Tucker. Hey, I got a group chat with a couple guys, and we talk about these Knicks, this Knicks upcoming Pacers series, and they don't believe in the Pacers the way I do. They don't understand they got guys that can shoot it 1 through 9. They got Nembhard who can switch on to Brunson and give him a hard time. Ain't nobody stopping Brunson, but he's going to make it tough on them. Hey, these Pacers are a tough team. I got them making it out the East for sure.
Thanks for the phone call. So we can officially stay. This show talks about the Pacers. We are not these other operations overlooking Indianapolis. That is not this program. We are not those guys. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Anthony in Orange County, you're on the show.
Hey, what's up, Clinton? I'm always in your DMs. Love your show because you sound just like all the sports dads on the sideline with me.
Excellent.
Elder millennial energy. I love your show, dude.
Appreciate it.
You had a spicy take a little bit ago talking about Ant has an advantage over Shea because Ant's the American. And I think you're close. I think it's more that Shea's Canadian.
Yeah, sure. I get it. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you got Joker, you got Luka, you got Giannis, right? And then even in a different sport, the Canadian hockey players got that dog in them too. I think Shea's got a little Drake energy.
Thanks for the phone call. I wasn't going that far with the nationality comp. I was just saying that, there's something about Ant that I can feel a little bit more, if that makes sense. I wasn't trying to cast aspersions on other nations. I'm a global citizen, as we know, and I certainly would not be comparing anybody to Aubrey on this program, because that's going to be the first and the last time that human gets mentioned here. But I do think there's something about Ant that is a little different than some of these other guys right now that are leading teams. But that's just me. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jay Boogie, what's up? Jay Boogie.
Salute. 3 capital S's. Bless, health, happiness to everybody. Real quick, I want to apologize, to the other fans. Mr. Yates, he already know my situation. But if y'all notice, I only called late, and that freestyle is a little bit too early.
Sure.
I drive trucks, so I apologize. But sooner or later, we're going to make that up. And shout out to everybody. Yo, before we get to Indiana, we trying to take care of Boston. We trying to eliminate the Jolly Green Giant first team first. We're going to handle our business, and then we'll see about the Pacers. We know y'all revved up. We know y'all amped up, y'all ready to go. But let me just, take a little bit of heat off that couch, like, DMX told them in the movie Belly. Let me take some heat up off that couch for y'all. Y'all had your whole squad last year. We only had Dante, we only had Brunson, and Josh Hart last year. That's all we had. We went 7 games. And now you see what we got now? We healthy this time. So we're going to handle our business and see what's going on. But stop acting like, that we had a full roster or something. We didn't have that. All we pray is that we stay healthy and strong. And that's where we at right now. We're going to handle our business. But tonight, let us take care of the Jolly Green Giant. Everybody stay healthy and safety. Stay salute, 3 capital S's. New York, stand up. Can you dig it?
Thank you, Jay Boogie. Rachel, was that your first Jay Boogie experience?
That was, and I am not upset about it at all. That was incredible.
He is a tremendous caller. What he was talking about at the beginning of his call was that he wanted to be a part of Freestyle Friday, but he sent me a message, on the side. He sent me a very specific video reply, which was very thoughtful and kind, and I appreciated it. And he explained that he drives trucks. They had a situation with the staffing scenario. He had to take somebody else's shift, and therefore he could not call during the program. Next First Friday is the next Freestyle Friday. So you can plan accordingly. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mark in San Diego, you're on the program.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
No problem.
So I just want to say, I'll just talk about the Pacers and the NBA. Playoffs. There's only one coach that has won a title in the playoffs right now, other than the Celtics, but they're about to be out, or they are out. Is Rick Carlisle. Why is he not getting praised to be the favorite to win the title at this point?
That's an excellent question. Thanks for the phone call. I think that's a personality thing as much as anything. And if we want to extend that metaphor, I would go so far as to say that half the reason why the Pacers are overlooked is because of Rick Carlisle. People see him as an also-ran. People look at him as just another part of the scenery. And so when you think about who the Pacers are from an identity standpoint, it's sort of like Troy and everybody else, and you don't even think of Rick Carlisle necessarily. That was an excellent question, though, regarding coaching experience. Regarding coaching experience. I agree highly that coaching experience matters. I talk about this all the time on the television program. I like that phone call. 888-ESPN. 888-729-3776. Ryan, where in Los Angeles are you?
Westwood, buddy.
Oh, nice. All right, what you got?
How do you guys feel about the Cavs blowing up the roster when it comes to renewing all the contracts? When they got to renew Mobley, Jared Allen, who thinks going to go first? Garland, Mitchell.
Thanks for the phone call. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really thinking about that right now. The Cavs are out. Roster chalk talk for the Cavs after you just got eliminated is not exactly where we are. That is a problem they're going to have to deal with. But I hear you. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Rich in Indianapolis, you're on the show.
Yeah, I live here in Indy. I've never been a big Pacer fan recently, and they started off slow this year, and all of a sudden the second half of the year they just started winning, and so next thing you know, you turn it on, and I love to see a brand of basketball where you see guys moving the ball, the offense keeps moving, and I said it's great to watch where you just don't have one guy you throw the ball to the guy and it's a black hole at that point. But these guys they're unsung heroes. That's what I love about it. They just don't have one big superstar, even though Tyrese, Moonball, Halliburton can knock those shots down from way out. But, Neesmith, Nembhard, Mathurin, Turner, these guys just love to play basketball. And, this team has a high ceiling now. So they're shocking me, the fact that they're looking good. And I don't see a problem with the Knicks. I think they'll take the Knicks out. No problem, brother.
Thanks for the phone call. He said he's a casual Pacers fan. I didn't know those existed, James. That was news to me. He said, oh, yeah, I live in Indianapolis, the Pacers or whatever. Bandwagon Pacers fan. Did not know they accepted those people. But he's right. People really enjoy the way they play, which we call around here Indiana basketball. By the way, that place that I was talking about where you can live in the ballpark, it's called Stadium Lofts. I'm going to send this to you right now. You can literally live in a one-bedroom apartment that opens out. I'm going to put it in the Teams chat, the dreaded Teams chat. You can literally live in a one-bedroom apartment in Indianapolis that's in a ballpark. I'm looking at the pictures right now.
This looks incredible.
Right? Like, do they use the question is, how does the field get used? Like, is that an active, actual field? You're going to wake up one day to some coach hitting fungos to ninth graders. 888-ESPN. What'd you say, Rachel?
My question is it like living on a golf course where you have to watch for, broken windows and stuff? Is that part of your homeowners?
Excellent question. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Daniel in Dallas, what up?
Hey, Clinton, love the show.
Thank you.
I don't think that what's getting talked about enough is Indiana's defense and how much better they've been throughout the year. Obviously, we know they're athletic and we know they can run up and down the floor and they're offensively really good. But I think defensively they've gotten so much better and improved, and I think that gives them a chance at beating the Knicks and maybe beating the Thunder if they have, because they match up athleticism-wise really well.
Hold on quickly. You're in Dallas. Are you a Mavs fan?
Of course I'm a Mavs fan.
How do you feel about what happened on the draft lottery day? Are you looking at this as a Cooper Flag lock, or do you want to see some action get shaken to potentially get a guy like a Giannis in the building?
As a season ticket holder, I would say I think Cooper Flag would do well business-wise. I think people aren't looking at that enough. I think they need to sell tickets. I think they need to sell jerseys, because obviously Luka leaving at that kind of time and that place and the way everything went down, for Nico's job to be saved and to really get this fan base back on track, I think you have to take Cooper Flag. And I think he is going to fit in well with AD, playing the three a little bit more, and also kind of having Lively, another Duke guy. Just try out 5 Duke guys if you can.
Thanks for the phone call. All right. Mavs more interested in selling tickets than they are winning titles. That's an interesting stance. Hadn't really thought about it that way. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Rob in Long Island, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing, guys? So just to fuel all the conspiracies about, Dallas, the draft was fixed for them and this and that. The conspiracy theories will go nuts if the Knicks play the Wolves in the final, right? Rising superstar in Anthony Edwards. They did the trade in the offseason, big market, be a 7-game series. I think the Knicks will win it. So I think it would be, all kidding aside, the Knicks Wolves would be that'd be great for the league, great for the game, great for neutral fan interest. I think it'd be good, and I kind of think that's the way it's trending right now. Although Indiana could certainly beat the Knicks, and the Wolves are certainly not a lock, but I think that's the matchup most neutral fans would pull for at this point.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm wrong.
Thanks for the phone call. I don't disagree. That's also the situation where, two teams trade for one another and they both get better. That's something you like to see. Anyway, appreciate all your phone calls. Coming up, we got a lot more to get to, including the watering hole. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. The Knicks take a commanding 3-1 lead over the Celtics. Now we return to Boston where the Celtics face a must-win Game 5. Coverage begins tonight at 6:30 Eastern with tip-off at 7 Eastern.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Hey, you want to talk about your stuff? You know, the things you as a sports fan have collected over the years. Talk about it with a pro. Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, Saturday mornings at 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Or you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
For a lot of us, saving up a down payment can be the biggest barrier to buying a home. So Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus. Because everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Waddle and Silvy, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
Presented by Indeed.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Joining us right now on the program is Chris Pronger, ESPN NHL analyst. You can find him on the internet at Chris Pronger, and you should know his work. The man played over 1,000 games in the daggone NHL. We don't have a ton of time here, Chris, but I want to ask you. The Edmonton Oilers, I saw them in their series against the Kings. They were getting on Stuart Skinner. What are their goaltending issues right now? They played tonight on ESPN against the Vegas Golden Knights.
They seem to have found their rhythm, especially Stuart Skinner in Game 4. They played a great defensive game in front of him to start that game, and he kind of settled in and made some really good stops as the game progressed. So I'm looking at them with the opportunity to close out the series in Game 5 to throw up another gem like they did in Game 5 against L.A. and advance and try to get healthy, get Matthias Ekholm back and round out their defense core and see who comes out in the Dallas-Winnipeg Jets series.
All right. The other game earlier in the day is the Panthers against the Leafs. What's that series been like from your perspective?
A tale of home team victories. You had Toronto play a really solid Game 1 and Game 2, taking both games in Toronto, and then the Florida Panthers, the defending Stanley Cup champions, getting back on their game and really playing that physical, grinding style back home in South Florida, where they have been really solid. Games 3 and 4, they won, and so now we've got a best of 3 with Toronto having 2 home games. So we'll see how this plays out, but Toronto needs their big guns to step up and start providing some offense.
Chris Pronger, ESPN NHL analyst, joins us here on the program. Now, Pronger, we don't know each other, but I am from D.C., so I am a major Capitals honk, and they are currently getting absolutely waxed by the Hurricanes. Can you tell me what they've done, in your opinion, to really stop that Caps offense?
Yeah, they've been getting skated into the ground. The Carolina relentless forecheck and hustle and cycle has been giving them fits. They don't seem to have time or space to settle the puck and make a good first pass. They're just chipping the puck relentlessly at one another. The puck is rolling, the puck is bouncing, and Carolina's forecheck has been all over them. And then they mount a transition attack and get on their game and start throwing pucks at the net, funneling everything towards the net, and just applying pressure. They really they're like a pack mentality and just really smother the Washington Capitals right now. They're going to need to get back on their game. That's the Washington Capitals. Yeah. Play with a physical edge, start running around a little, get Tom Wilson running amok out there, and try to change the momentum, because right now everything looks like it's in Carolina Hurricanes' favor.
Last thing I'll ask you real quick, what do you think about Ovi's season overall? I feel like this is the last time we're going to get to mention it in terms of just the specialness of what he accomplished over the course of this campaign.
Well, I think you just look at the longevity and what he's been able to do year in and year out, playing that physical style that he plays. I think he's missed 35 total games throughout the course of his career. That's remarkable for somebody that plays the style of game, the reckless abandon that he played with, especially early on in his career, and then to have the longevity to score 30 to 40, 50 goals every single season is remarkable. And just to see, the one thing that you don't lose as an athlete, especially in hockey, is your shot. You may get a little bit slower, you may get a little bit banged up, but it's really something special when you're able to shoot the puck the way that he's able to. And, man, he can still bring it. It's fun to watch.
He's Chris Pronger. He's a Hall of Famer. Appreciate you hanging in there with us. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it for having me.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers access to over 1 million products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. Call or click Grainger.com or just stop by. Watering hole time. Oh, man. The dulcet tones. We got to get right to it. No chance there exists a more uneducated, ignorant boob on planet Earth than you are, Rob Albright says. You really believe that an apartment building at an old ballpark is what's going on in Indianapolis? This town has hosted multiple Final Fours, the Super Bowl, the NCAA championship game, the Big Ten football championship, multiple Big Ten tournaments, the largest sporting event in the world every May, Olympic trials, huge conventions, etc., etc. Seriously, how dumb are you? Have you ever been here? Yes! And the coolest thing going is an apartment building in a ballpark that used to be a AAA field. Not everything is about big sporting events, y'all. I understand this is a sports talk show. I'm just saying. That ballpark should be active. They should be playing baseball in there. So you can watch baseball from your deck for free. That would be incredible. God, I would love that. Lot of jingles. Lot of jingle tweets, by the way. People are upset that you didn't get to Cars for Kids. And by upset, I mean they're happy, Rachel.
Good. I still don't know that one.
That is unreal to me.
My kids sing it, like, out of nowhere.
Beecham Scott says, I was in the shower. Did I hear Meow Mix on your show? I thought my phone was going nuts. Yes, you did. Anyway, with that, we'll get to those tomorrow a little bit more. The Circle of Life is closed. I want to thank David Dennis Jr. for joining the program. Going out sad, his Warriors are, and I feel bad for what that situation is going to be. Also want to thank Chris Pronger for joining the program. That guy was a hockey player and a half, dude. He won a ring with the Ducks back in the day here in Southern California.
He won an MVP as a defenseman.
Yeah, I mean, that guy,
crazy.
Pronger is a guy. His last name is his nickname, too. He's got a hockey name built in. Anyway, Andor is out and complete. You need to be watching it. Today is George Lucas's birthday. Do yourself a favor and find yourself to the galaxy.
Happy birthday, George Lucas. Carmen and Jurko coming up. We are live at one of our favorite places, Jurko. It's a tradition unlike any other. We're at Woodford Reserve again.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
It's just so beautiful, isn't it?
We've been here only for a couple, 2-3 hours, and I never want to leave.
I never want to leave. I want to curl up in a ball on that couch over there. And
I'm with
stay
you
here forever. Walk-offs galore across baseball last night.
That's what I heard.
One team eliminated in the NBA playoffs, another on the brink. Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson reinstated, whatever the hell that means at this point.
Too late, they're dead.
Yes, they are both long dead. And NFL schedule release, we got more Bears games that we're finding out about, including the opener. We'll talk about all of it. Join us for the fun at noon.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh yes. Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Yes, the dreaded slice. Time for a little practice. No better place to hone your skills than at Golf Center Displays. 80 bays across 3 tiers with an automated tee-up system that lets you hit onto 300 yards of targeted turf. No need bending over, just focus on your swing. Their renovated facility boasts new range turf, new carpet, and new hitting mats, ensuring you will have the ultimate golfing experience. Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines. When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. It's May and the temperatures are rising. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows, plus no money down, no interest, and no monthly payment until 2027. That's a whole lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, sale ends soon. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome back to the Woodford Reserve Distillery. This is Carm and the Good Kid on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Woodford Reserve.
Yeah, festive day. We're down here at Woodford Reserve, beautiful Versailles, Kentucky. We love coming down here. Third annual trip. We got a great group of listeners. We had a blast last night on the bus ride down, hanging out in Louisville a little bit. Up and at 'em early today. Distillery tour. We're going to pick a single barrel of double oaked a little bit later on. We're like their guinea pig, too. They're just rolling out that program. It's kind of cool that we get to do it first. But a fun day indeed it's going to be, because we also have schedule release news. You know, the league and its TV partners have been strategically releasing some of the games. I feel like today there's more leaks kind of happening. Reporters, Jordan Schultz amongst them, reporting on a lot of games. We're getting a few other Bears games, and probably a pretty good place to start, because it's what the sports world is kind of buzzing about, especially for us in Chicago when we don't have an NBA or an NHL team in the playoffs, good kid. So schedule release news throughout the day today, and then the full shebang tonight. Remember, our crew is going to be reacting to things tonight on the station's YouTube channel. That starts at 7 o'clock. I believe Chris and Adam are going to be on with Sweet Lou Canellis. You guys are on Fox tonight, right, guys, with Pat on talking about the release? That's awesome. Sir. Black and Abdallah and Pat breaking it down with Sweet Lou on Fox a little bit later. So it is a big day. The Bears, according to Jordan Schultz, are going to open up the season, in Week 1, Monday Night Football against the Vikings. So Ben Johnson's first game as head coach is going to be a primetime Monday night game inside the division. What a way to start. We know about the Black Friday game. We know about the game Saturday, December 20th. There's also a report from J.P. Finlay. He is claiming that the Bears and Commanders will go at it in Week 6 on Monday Night Football.
Oh, boy.
I still question that one a little, because
you don't like it.
Fox promoted Bears and Commanders as one of its games over the weekend. Were they guessing? I find that hard to believe. Are you telling me Fox was just taking a guess? That because it's Bears and Commanders?
I want factuality.
Yeah, I want to. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that. Because Fox was promoting that game. They put a block of like 5 different games that they were highlighting. It was Bengals and Lions, I think. It was there was another really good one in there. I can't. I think it might have been Bills and Bengals too. It's one of those where you think it's an AFC, but Fox is getting it.
Right.
And Bears Commanders was one of the tiles on their banner. So I don't know what to think of that. Are the Bears going to be in Washington in Week 6? Maybe. We'll find out later tonight. If we hear any new news about that, we'll be sure to let everybody know. But what a way to start, Bears and Vikings, to open up the season, according to Jordan Schultz on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, I think that'll be exciting. That'll be fun. I don't know what the Vikings will be doing at their quarterback.
Who's their
position.
quarterback?
Don't
Week
know.
1.
But their defense is still good.
Well, and their skill position players are still very good.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's quite exceptional for the Minnesota Vikings. The fact they've still got that stud defense, and the Bears' offense has got to find a way to get better. And they're going to have training camp, and then hopefully they hit the ground running in that first game. But, I can't wait for the bye. I want to know where the bye is.
You always want to know where
the bye is. The important one for me. I want to know when that bye is. When do I get myself a little bit of a break from this Bears team?
Yeah. Who's going to be the starting quarterback? By the way, I can't hear myself, guys. I don't know if I'm on or not. Am I on? Okay, I was going to say I have nothing in my headset. Sorry. Thank you. I was just worried for a second. I heard nothing in my headset. Now it's better. Who is going to be the starting quarterback is the question for the Vikings, and will J.J. McCarthy be playing in front of his, the hometown, in a sense, a lot of family and friends in the hometown crowd. Now Jurko can't hear anything.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Is J.J. McCarthy going to be the quarterback
that's
for
the biggest question mark they've got going. They've got to figure out what they're doing at the quarterback position. They had a quarterback that won games They said, okay, it's not good enough.
They didn't like the end, Yerk.
Yeah,
sure.
They needed better. It seemed like everybody figured them out right at the end.
Right at the worst possible timing.
Horrific games at the end of the season, and that was problematic for them.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay, we had the kid in the first round. He got hurt. Let's let him get healthy, and let's let him fight for the position against others. So we'll see what J.J. McCarthy's made of.
So other games that we know about here, there is Chiefs at Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day. That's a hell of a game. Smack dab in the middle of your afternoon, sandwiched in between the Lions game and then I don't know if they've forgive me if I've missed it because there's a lot been happening. I don't know if they've released what the night game will be on Thanksgiving yet, but smack dab in the middle will be Chiefs at Cowboys. That's fantastic. The Chiefs and Broncos will be playing on Christmas night, so we're going to get a heavy dose of the Kansas City Chiefs and the big holidays and the primetime games here.
We always do. And usually they satiate the football appetite with exceptional football.
They usually
or
do.
At least winning football. Maybe it's not exceptional at times, but it always seems to be winning football.
Somehow they always seem to win until the Super Bowl last year. Lions at Packers in Week 1. That was reported by Jordan Schultz earlier today. That will be one of the late afternoon kicks on Fox in the late afternoon window at 3:25. So I wonder, will Lions-Packers open the season and close the season? Is that the NFL's plan? Week 1, Week 18, because they feel like those two might be duking it out for the division more than Bears and Packers. We were wondering yesterday when we got news about Bears and Packers in Week 16 on that Saturday, December 20th game, could it be that the Bears and Packers hook up twice in the last 3 weeks of the season? And sure, that's still a possibility, but with the Lions and the Packers playing in Week 1, according to reports, I do wonder if we get that as well at the end of the season. That would be in Ford Field then in Detroit for what could be the division. That's what the league always hopes.
I just want to see if there's any craziness in the schedule. 3 straight road games.
Yeah.
Something that's just, that's tough. Those are natural speed bumps in the season that you got 3 games in a row at home. You might as well go ahead and kiss 2 of those off as losses and go 1 and 2.
How much did you guys look at that when the schedule did come out? Would you take a look and say, God, we got 3 straight road games in October?
In Jacksonville, we always had it. We had the world's largest cocktail party down there. The circus would move in for a week.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd have 3 straight road games, at the end of October being in November, whenever they had the cocktail party. So road. Invariably, we'd go 1 and 2, and I think we went 2 and 1 my 3rd year we were there.
Pretty hard to win 3 straight on the road in the NFL.
It's tough. You go on the road, it's just tough. It wears on you after a while. But, yeah, that's the tough stretch that you're going to have. Even 2 in a row on the road is a little bit of a pain in the ass. You'd like to go ahead and 1-1, 1-1, get a bye week in there. Like if you had a road game, a bye week, and a road game, who cares? Now you've separated it by a week with a bye. That doesn't bother you as much.
I'm always interested to see what kind of rest disadvantage or advantage teams might get to, specifically
and we
for
went
the
over
Bears.
the travel miles yesterday.
Yeah,
So
the Bears' travel is not daunting.
Yeah, they're favorable.
They've got one of the 5 least, miles traveled ahead of them in 2025. So sure beats traveling 38,000 miles like the Chargers are going to do.
Too bad for them.
Too bad, so sad over the course of.
Can I interest you guys in a nice, just put your feet up nooner, a nice nooner?
You got a breaking game here, Adam? All right, let's fill it in on the schedule.
I don't. Just to be clear, I don't have anything.
Jordan Schultz?
No.
Okay, who is
a
it?
reporter from New York has leaked the entire Giants schedule.
Okay.
And has the Bears facing the Giants in Week 10 at home.
Bears versus Giants Week 10.
And he has all of the designations for primetime games, and that game does not have a designation next to it.
You know how many times these guys have been wrong, though, over the years?
Of course. But it's like the same guy, I equate it to like if, like Dan Wiederer had a report. Like it's a guy from New York that has like over 100,000 followers, all that kind of stuff.
So we can go ahead and talk about his report, but we'll see because you do see that they get a lot of this wrong somehow, and I'm not sure what is behind that or what's going on or if they're just not properly vetting some of the people they're getting this info from or not following up and fact-checking. At the end of the day, it's not that big a deal. It's just a schedule release, for crying out loud. I mean, it's there are more significant things that you'd want to be factually correct on. So, all right, maybe another game that we have on the ledger here as one New York reporter has gotten a hold of the entire Giants schedule, and he's claiming that it'll be Bears-Giants at Soldier Field. And as Adam said, put your feet up at noon. A noon game in Week 10.
It's just nice to get a normal one, right? Like
so far,
like
everything else has
Monday
been
nights.
Yeah.
Okay, and are we willing? Okay, so if we go off the reports that we have from the Commanders guy, from the Monday night opener, and then Black Friday.
That one we know for sure. Black Friday and the Packer game we know for sure.
And we know the Saturday night. Are we saying that Saturday, because it's the night game, do they have 4 primetime games or 3 primetime games?
I'm trying to remember how we designated that. I thought we said we weren't going to count the Saturday games as primetime.
But technically it's in prime time, though.
I know, that's true.
Like, it is in the prime time.
Jeez, I mean, a night game on a Saturday, how could that not be?
They're also standalone games. Just call them primetime.
All right,
Easy, Shay Norling. You stick to Cap and J Hood business,
That's
okay?
right. We are
Get out of here. You're on vacation. You stay out of our business, all right?
You better stay out of Black and Abdallah and Carmen Yurko business.
All right? You go back to voice tracking Cubs videos, all right?
Okay, Kenny Abdallah.
I mean, what's the matter with you?
My God.
They're all over Shay. Adam's
Who do you
killing him.
think you are?
Sorry, Adam. I don't have extended Pete Rose takes today.
Oh, no.
You might not be going back.
No,
Yeah,
here
you
of
might
all
be.
places.
Oh, my God. Shay, learn to speak Waddle and Silvy, buddy.
Jeez. Of all places. You're going to be staying with us. You guys ready for a 3-man producing?
Yeah.
You guys
We
ready for
love
the
Shay.
5? You guys ready for a 5-man weave?
Shay's the best.
Shay's going to be coming with us. Oh my God. I like yesterday how Albert Breer said with you guys, and Shay is with us. Shay Norling's on the trip with us. He's our producer down here with us. And Black and Abdallah are back at the shop. I liked how Albert Breer, you could tell he's annoyed by all the schedule stuff, and he called it a circle session, which I was laughing hysterically at. I'm like, that is the perfect summation. He called it a circle session.
But I'll call you exactly what it is.
Of course.
Yeah.
Then listen, I get it. That's kind of what it is. I mean, we're geeking out over the schedule release. This is what football's done to us, though. This is what the NFL's done to us. It's just like they got their claws into us. They got their hooks into us.
They got them into you, kid.
Well, they do.
Tonight
right?
we're going to be at dinner. We're all going to be looking at our phones. Go, oh, take a look. Oh, wow.
Well, we'll know, I think, before we get to dinner, which is good. And we'll be able to at least – we'll probably be breaking it down in greater detail.
Is it until 7? 8 o'clock
Oh,
our
yeah, it's
time
8 o'clock
here.
Eastern. That's
Yeah.
right. Jeez, man.
No, we'll be getting to dinner
Yeah, we'll be
tonight,
getting to
and
dinner.
we'll all be looking at our phones.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Like a bunch of goofballs at a nice, fancy dinner that we're
Somebody
going
take
to.
a screenshot of it. Send me the whole thing. Tell me how many Monday night, Sunday night, Thursday night games they have, and we'll go from there.
Tell me when the buy is. That's all I care
Tell me when the
about.
Vegas game is. That's what everybody really wants to know.
I want the buy.
Why do you want the buy? Because you want to know when you're going to be on vacation?
You're damn right. When am I going to get a weekend off?
That's the only reason you want
From
the
the
buy?
Bataan death march that is the Chicago Bears.
Maybe not this year, Jurk.
I hope not.
I hope not, too.
That hasn't been my experience with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah,
stuff.
you're 0 for 2 as a post-game host.
0 for 3.
Have you been doing it 3 seasons already?
Yes, sir.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Boy, time flies. You guys have been doing 3 seasons?
3 years. You remember we did it when we went to Dallas.
Oh, yeah. That's
Remember?
right.
That was
That's
we
right.
still had Roquan
I guess
Smith.
we weren't
Peggy
the
and I
radio
were doing
home
it.
yet of the Bears, but you and Peggy were doing.
We were doing the post-game show.
Oh, wow.
We gave the world a little bit of a flavor of what it was going to be like.
Dude, it's been nothing but a nightmare.
Yeah, absolute nightmare.
Those road games.
It'll get better, though, Carm. I'm cheering for it to get better.
You know, people tell me that we're the jinx, or that I'm specifically the jinx. They're like, you got to stop going on the road, dude. I mean, it has been a bloodbath.
Yeah.
Now, I have in my
Road
life.
games are difficult anyway, Carm.
Oh, I know, and I've seen the Bears win away from Soldier. I have, so I can't be a complete and total jinx. But the last 4 years, you know, we've documented it at Tampa. 35-3 at the half, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
At Dallas, they end up losing by 21 or whatever it was, 21-24. They hung 49 on the Bears. Remember?
Yeah, it was terrible.
At Arrowhead.
Yeah.
That was another bloodbath. The game was over at the half. They had 30-something points at the half.
At Frisco.
At San Francisco. There's me and Shay sitting, and Travis. Oh, yeah, Bears are going to win this one. San Fran's done. San Fran's mailing it in. Bam. Bam. Before you know it.
They kicked the living crap out of the Bears.
We're looking at each other like, really?
Sorry.
Same thing
Yeah.
over and over again. It's the same thing over and over again.
That team-
Jerry Rice, remember, was dancing in the end zone. Jerry was there
With
that
the
day.
Super Bowl rings.
Oh, it's the Super Bowl rings, of course.
Yeah.
Jerry's dancing after every 49er score. He's in
The Bears
in the end
the
zone.
Bears game was over by the time I boarded my flight on Saturday. Guys.
Terrible.
You just didn't know it.
I think it'll be different this year, but if it happens again, they're going to have to stop sending me to Bears games. I'm like mush.
You are mush.
Eddie
Eddie
Mush.
Mush. Matter of fact, one of the other guys can do that. this year.
Go with you instead?
But not the Vegas game. No.
Oh.
That we don't go.
Oh.
We get to go to Vegas, and they've got to go do the other one.
That's fair.
With the winners and such. Yeah. That's what everybody crying about this Vegas game. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody goes to that one. But then somebody else gets to take over the other one, where you are Eddie the Mush.
I've been Eddie Mush, man.
Yeah.
I got to get out and see them perform, and where we're not hanging our heads walking out of the stadium.
I've been to Green Bay, and I've seen them beat Green Bay as a fan.
Yeah.
I have been to Cincinnati and watched a loss. I've been to Cleveland and watched a loss. And then I went to Tennessee and saw the safety game.
I saw a safety game.
The safety game with Alex Brown.
Yeah.
So I saw that victory. So I've at least seen a couple of victories when I've gone on the road to see the Bears play. You, Mush,
It's been terrible lately.
are no good.
It's been terrible.
No good.
Well, Thursday night games have been good to the Bears, right? We know that.
Yep.
Thursday night games have been good. So hopefully we get a few pops of those when the schedule's officially released. Monday nights, I feel like, have not been all that good, Jurko.
No.
And I feel like specifically some of the – well, I guess they did take the one from the Vikings a couple years ago. Last year it was ugly in Minneapolis. But those haven't always been so pretty. If you want to talk schedule release with us or any other fun stuff for the day today, let us know at 312-332-3776. There were a bunch of walk-offs across baseball last night. A former Cub just continues to kill it in the Motor City, too. We're wondering what's going on there. Pete Armstrong staying hot. White Sox had an extra innings win, Jurko. We've got this baseball news with Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson being reinstated. We're not gonna. We don't have to beat a dead horse.
We caught the Denver game.
We caught the end
Oklahoma
of the Denver
City,
game.
Denver.
I want to talk hoops
at
with
the
you.
Groove.
At the Groove
in beautiful Louisville, downtown Louisville.
We watched the Pacer game on the bus ride down.
Yep.
We caught we caught all the fourth quarter and most of the third quarter of the Nugget game.
Mm-hmm.
And we watched OKC come back and now be on the brink of knocking out the Nuggets and advancing to the Western Conference Finals. I want to talk to you about what the Pacers breakup might look like because it seems inevitable with the Tatum news.
You buried the lead.
And everything else and how that might affect the Bulls. Go ahead.
We got tickets already for Louisville-Clemson when they come to town next year.
We
at the
did.
50-yard line.
We had breakfast with a fine gentleman this morning who offered us Clemson-Louisville tickets.
8 of them.
I said, who's the quarterback without Chuck? And you know who he reminded me? Chris knows because it's the kid that was at USC.
Yeah.
It's Miller Moss transferred, and he'll be the quarterback at Louisville.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, Chris. I'll take Chris's word for it. Good luck to you.
We heard all the financial options that were given out to individual players from across the country.
We did.
Guys that have stayed, guys that have turned money down.
A couple guys that stayed
stuff.
for some NIL. But Louisville's built a nice football program, and Brom's done a good job.
Yeah.
I mean, he really has. So 312-332-3776. We're live at Woodford Reserve. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Jurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series, Friday from 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
Looking for the best live music in Chicagoland? Well, you know where it is. It's Joe's Live in Rosemont. Yeah, that's the place to be. Pecos and the Rooftops, making a stop this Saturday. Followed by Bone Thugs and Harmony on Friday, June 20th. And then just announced for later this summer, early fall, Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast, so grab them now at joesliverosemont.com before it's too late. That's joesliverosemont.com.
$5 million. The Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoyak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoyak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW, the Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
Another accident? What happened? Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing. Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this? Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault. So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims? Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
If this crazy stock market has you looking for a different way to secure your retirement, check out MitchLinesWealth.com. Mitch is a featured expert in a documentary called The Retirement Deception that reveals strategies to protect, grow, and win retirement. He wants you to have a copy at no cost. For your free copy, go to MitchLinesWealth.com.
This is Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, live from Kentucky and the Woodford Reserve Distillery Visitors Center. Brought to you by Woodford Reserve, the presenting sponsor of the Kentucky Derby.
Beautiful day down here. A little rain passing through right now, but it's gorgeous. Such a beautiful place. If you're ever coming down to the Bourbon Trail, I always tell everybody, make sure Woodford is on your list, folks. This is one of the most spectacular, one of the most beautiful properties you're going to find anywhere in Kentucky, anywhere on the trail. Everything is done just with the meticulous attention to detail, from the floral arrangements and just the scenery,
the landscaping,
the aesthetics, the landscaping,
the fence work, the ironwork.
Absolutely beautiful. And it's horse country. And a lot of foals. Do you see all those foals out there this morning?
Yearlings, Carm.
Yeah.
We call them yearlings.
Oh, I didn't know that.
When they're a year, they become yearlings. When they're really young, they're foals.
I got you. All right.
Then, that's when they have the yearling sale at Keeneland.
That's right.
Ooh.
Yes, indeed.
$500,000 for a nice horse out of Gun Runner there, my friend.
Lots of moolah.
Into Mischief.
The mucho dinero.
You know how that goes.
Into
Candy
Mischief.
Ride, another one of those great horses that are out there. Candy Ride.
Put it on the list.
They've been siring great horses for years now.
So we got to see the end of the Nuggets game last night, and
we did.
Jurko is, all in, cheering hard for Joker. It's
he had a good game. He had
a monster game. A good game. He had a monster game.
Just not enough.
Just not enough. And the winner of Game 5 and the best of 7, when it's 2-2, always has a pretty good statistical chance of winning, let's face it, because you have 2 to win 1. And I would think Oklahoma City, with 2 opportunities, is going to take care of business. But we'll see. Series ended last night. We got to watch the Pacers knock out the Cleveland Cavaliers. Cleveland, I had mentioned a few times to you over the course of the season how historically good their year was. They, for a lot of the year, were in the top 10 all-time in margin of victory. Now, they did fall out of the top 10 by the end of the season. They finished still with one of the 20 best, the 16th best to be exact. They were at about 9. They were at plus 9.54. OKC finished as a plus 12.87. That's the best in NBA history.
Right.
No team in the history of the league has ever been better in terms of margin of victory than this year's Oklahoma City Thunder. 7 of the other 9 teams in the top 10 went on to win the NBA Finals. 7 out of 9. That includes the 96 and 97 Bulls, who both had top 10 seasons all time. No shock, I don't think, especially that 96 team. So 7 of the 9 in the top 10 outside of OKC, because they've got unfinished business, went on to win the finals. And even if you look at the top 20 teams, most made runs into the conference finals, the finals, or won the finals. That was not the case for the Cleveland Cavaliers, and everybody's wondering what went wrong. And I think more than anything, injuries certainly went wrong. And the end of Game 2 went wrong. That certainly went wrong, because even without Mobley in that game, and without Hunter in that game, and without Darius Garland, they had the game. The game was over. The game was won.
Yeah.
You piddled it away. And you might have ended up losing the series anyway, because I think they were really stressed with the injuries. Obviously, Garland's not playing nearly 100%. Donovan Mitchell didn't play in the second half of the last game. Briefly had to go back to the locker room last night. You could tell he's playing on one leg. His ankle, foot, whatever it is really bothering him. But they had that game too, and they let it get away. And now they are knocked out, and the Indiana Pacers are back in the conference finals for the second straight year. And they might not have to deal with Boston this time. It sure looks like it's going to be the Knicks now that Jason Tatum is out for the rest of the year.
Knicks, Pacers, who thought of it? I would not have thought of it, even at the beginning of the playoffs.
The Knicks or the Pacers are going to go to the finals?
Yes. And if Oklahoma City gets by Denver, and I believe they will.
I think they will.
I don't believe nothing stands in their way now to get to where they need to go to win the West and play the winner of the other two. Right? I mean, you believe Oklahoma City gets by Denver.
I think Oklahoma City, and historically, when you look at some of their metrics, they fit into that group of teams that have done very well.
I'm talking about your watching also.
No, I think they're great. Like I said, I think they've been the best defensive team all year. They have rim protection. They have excellent perimeter defenders, point of attack defenders. You've got a little bit of championship moxie with a guy like Caruso on that squad that I think can help those guys. He's played in a lot of big games. I mean, I think they are. There aren't a lot of weaknesses on that team. There really aren't. Like Jalen Williams hasn't even played great, and they're still in this position. There are not a lot of weaknesses. They're athletic. They can run a lot of guys out there. They're fantastic on defense, and they have truly one of the best players in the game in SGA. And that's normally a recipe for success in this league. I wonder what the Celtics offseason is going to look like and how it might alter the East and what it could do for the Bulls. And I'm scratching my head trying to figure out what that might look like or what it might be.
Yeah.
I have so little faith in the Bulls,
front office.
Yes. Yeah. Or accomplishing anything that's going to make them really relevant again.
Their decision makers are somewhat challenged.
The breakup of the Celtics seems inevitable. They won their title. They were going for a second straight. Nobody's done that in a while, which is shocking in this league. It bucks tradition. It bucks the history. It bucks the trend of the league. We've never seen this kind of a gap without back-to-back winners. And I think they won it last year. They were going to go for it one more time, but they're in that second apron, and we were reading off some of the punitive penalties that happen. They're going to have to break that thing up a little. And now Jason Tatum's probably going to miss all of next year. They've got nobody to blame but themselves for the way this series has gone either, though. Now, losing Tatum's a killer. You can't do anything about that. I said it after Game 1. I don't care how confident you are, how bad the Knicks are, whatever. I've heard Boston radio. They keep saying the Knicks are trash. This is ridiculous. Whatever. You can't give away playoff games. I don't care how good you are. And they gave away Game 1. I won't say that as much about Game 2, even though they blew a 20-point lead at home again.
They
gave away Game 1. And you can't, I don't think, you can give away playoff games. I don't care who you think you are, what kind of hubris you have, what you think the rest of the series is going to look like. I don't think it's a good idea to give away home playoff games. And they did in Game 1.
You said you can give away one and still find a way to recover. They really did give away 2. You said no.
Well,
but they did.
I feel like at least they responded in a different way in that Game 2. They still pissed it away. Don't go get me wrong. You're right about that.
Yes.
But they basically just said, we don't care. Game 1. We'll take 63s and the hell with it.
Yeah, not going to work.
And I don't think that's a good idea. I don't care who you are. I don't think you can get by like that. And Boston radio can make fun of the Knicks all they want. The Knicks are probably going to walk to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yep, and that's where they're at, and that's where they're going.
So now what is Boston going to look like?
And then the finals are going to be just Oklahoma City.
OKC Knicks.
Just tearing them to shreds. 4 straight, what do you think, unless the officials get involved?
I don't know.
Will the officials get involved, Carmen?
I'd give Tibbs a chance.
Gentleman's sweep.
You think gentleman's sweep? Yeah.
4-1.
Shay's going gentleman's
sweep.
4-1. Gentleman's sweep.
So is Jaylen Brown going to have to be traded this offseason? You asked me yesterday.
They got a money issue. They've got
a big money issue.
Yeah.
You asked me yesterday, like, well, okay, what does Jaylen Brown and the Bulls do?
Yeah, what's he do?
It's a great question. I mean, he's better than anything they have right now, right?
Okay.
He's slightly better than Zach LaVine.
Right. Not that he's better, but how much better?
I don't think he's that much better. That's what you've got to
ask yourself. How much better is he?
I know he was the Finals MVP last year,
Yeah.
but what does anybody think Jaylen Brown comes to this team? And remember, you're going to have to subtract something from it.
Exactly.
Does anybody think Jaylen Brown comes to this team and the Bulls are suddenly an Eastern Conference contender?
It's replacement value. How much better is he than the guy that he's going to replace? And then does that make the difference for this team?
Shay was saying, how much is left on that deal, Shay, for Jaylen Brown?
Well, he signed for over $300 million.
$300 million?
Wasn't it last offseason
I
he
think
signed
it
that
was.
extension? So you're going to pick up – I mean, he's going to be getting paid $70 million a year at the end of this deal.
Pass. Another topic of conversation on the bus ride last night was Giannis. And would you include Matas in a trade? And I said I still would. Look, 6 years from now, let's say you do that deal, right?
Sure.
And at some point you extend Giannis, and this is all pie in the sky. I get it, but hey, it's fun, right? What the hell? Sports talk radio. 6 years from now, Giannis is probably not going to age all that well. Giannis can't shoot. I thought at some point he'd find a way to add that to his repertoire a little bit, and I thought good luck guarding him if the guy starts canning threes. He can't shoot the basketball. And so he's not going to age as well. Right? He's not going to be the bulldozer, put your head down, use your athleticism, use your strength and power while you're still young to get to the rim and bully guys and do whatever you want forever. You know what it is, right? Like there's a law of diminishing returns there, right? Like at 36, 37, that's not going to work anymore.
You already look at his free throws and you see where his free throw average is going. It's going the other direction.
But that said, while he might not age that well 5, 6, 7 years from now, I wouldn't hesitate on taking a chance right now at 30. And I'd give up anything that they wanted.
Mates, everything.
I mean, I guess you got to keep some semblance of a team around him. And Giannis would have to want to come and play with somebody. Yeah, Kobe, sure.
Kobe's gone?
Well, no, I don't know. I mean, again,
no, I'm saying somebody's got to go. You just said
it would have to be Mate. I don't think they'd want Kobe.
You'd give up everything you said.
I mean, like in terms of players
if
that they
was going to be three players.
The guy they're going to want is Matas, and you'd have to be willing to say, okay.
Goodbye.
And you're going to swap out a 19, 20? What's Matas? He can't be more than 20, right? You're going to swap out a 20-year-old for a 30-year-old. And I would still do it. Maybe I'm crazy because I got some incredulous looks last night when I said it.
You won't hear this from me. Somebody on the Bulls is untouchable.
No,
you won't hear that from me.
That's nonsense.
That's not an issue.
Complete nonsense.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, whoever you want. Go ahead. Doesn't matter. Giddy.
Like, if you want to look at a young player that you would deem untouchable, like you've got to be Wemby. I mean, come on. I don't even. The idea that anybody on the Bulls is an untouchable player is crazy.
Yeah.
And
that's the one thing I'll give you. I'll give you that nobody's untouchable.
And I hope Matas turns out to be awesome. And I think they might have actually done their job properly. They might have found something in Matas, but that's crazy. 312-332-3776. Anything the Bulls can do in a changing Eastern Conference this offseason that would make them good and relevant? It's Carmen and Jurko. We're live at Woodford Reserve. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Reds.
Coverage begins today at 5 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now with more power from above.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, and it gives you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox overcame a dramatic game-tying homer by Ellie De La Cruz in the night by scoring 4 two-out runs in the 10th and beat the Reds 5-1 Tuesday night. Chase Maidroth picked up the go-ahead hit on a run-scoring single. Then Miguel Vargas cranked an insurance 3-run homer. So the Sox have now won 3 of 4. Tonight it's Game 2 in Cincinnati as the Reds honor the late Pete Rose before the game. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 tickets to the Florida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. You've heard me talk about my new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in my master bedroom, and in the kids' room. Now it's your turn. A chance for a house full of windows at a 60% discount. Plus, you'll get a free entry door. All you have to do is call them at 866-90Nation or check out everything they have to offer at windownation.com. 866-90Nation and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Live from the Woodford Reserve Distillery in Versailles, Kentucky, this is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Woodford Reserve, the presenting sponsor of the Kentucky Derby.
Side foul ball. That's head to the corner. Bruhan is in. Here comes Nico on his way to the plate, and the Cubs win it.
Cubs with a rally and a walk-off win. Now they go for the sweep tonight on the north side against the Marlins, Yerk. Justin Turner. You know what was significant about that double that he had last night?
It was his first extra base hit of the year, Carmen.
Yurko, you are correct. The first extra base hit of the season for Justin Turner. 59 at-bats, and he got his first extra base hit, and it came at a good time for the Cubs.
He broke the seal.
He did.
Now
break the
he's
seal.
going to be fine. They broke the seal. Now he's going to be fine. He's going to find a way to hit. He's a veteran guy, veteran presence, coming up in some awkward spots at times, too.
Yeah, it doesn't get to play a lot.
Hitting role, doesn't play a lot, doesn't get to see consistent pitches all the
The
time.
old days.
So guess what? He'll be fine. Weather's warming. The old pirate, he'll be out there getting things done.
The old pirate.
Yeah, he looks like a pirate to me.
He kind of does, actually.
Yeah.
He was never a Pittsburgh Pirate, but he does kind of look
never
like a pirate.
was, for sure.
I'm going to give you a stat line. We're doing Immaculate Karma a little bit later today because it's Wednesday, of course.
Player A, player B?
No, this isn't
I
a
love
player A,
player
player B.
I love that.
I know you do like that.
What do you got?
This player is in the top 5 in the National League in home runs, doubles, total bases, steals, and runs. Who is he?
Pete Crow Armstrong.
Shay, that was not for you.
Pete Crow Armstrong.
What did we tell you about talking, Shay?
But I already knew that.
I wanted to hear them get mad.
Guys, I already knew that.
Did you know that?
Yeah, that's not
Of course
difficult.
Jurko knew that. It's not even surprising.
He's moved in the top 3, I think, in National League MVP odds.
Damn,
I
has
think
he? I didn't
he's
even
up
look
there.
today.
Yeah,
Has
I
he?
think he's jumping up there,
Well, I would
guys.
think Corbin Carroll's still up there. Tucker's, his teammates probably up there. Shohei certainly. I would think Alonso
Nobody
is still up
Nobody is doing what Aaron Judge is doing.
No, he's on another planet.
He's on another planet.
It's not even.
He's
It's
like
not even
minus
funny.
1,000
Yes,
already
he
to
is.
win MVP.
Yeah.
It's not even funny. Like,
the only way he gets hurt is if he can't make the. I mean, he doesn't win is if he can't make the starting gate.
He's on another
If
planet.
he gets injured, and like today, and it's season ending, it's still going to take people time to bypass him.
PCA is, again, guys, top 5 in the NL in home runs, doubles, total bases, steals, and runs. He is a dynamo.
He's fantastic.
And look, he doesn't have the. I'm not even a Cub fan, so you guys aren't going to be like, all right, pump the brakes, jackass. But I'm just saying, like, he doesn't have the true, like, sort of contact bat to ball skills that Bobby Witt Jr. has. But just in terms of, like, total package, like youth, speed, defense, power, doubles. You know, I'm not saying he's Bobby Witt. Of course not. And, like, my son was asking me the other day. Shay just went like this.
Are we sure?
Are we sure? Maybe. I'm just telling you, like, there's a – it's – I'm trying to think of the right way I want to say this, because while he's not there yet, and I don't know if he'll get there, and I'm not telling you he will, there are some comparisons when you watch him play and you see all the elite things he does. And you go, wow. I mean, like, he's really got it all. He could walk more. If you're going to criticize or critique anything, it would be walk more.
Right.
Because it would really up your on-base percentage, and with his speed, you're stealing more bases, you're scoring more runs. You become a more valuable and impactful offensive player. You become a more valuable player. My son was asking me the other day, we were talking about Judge actually and Shohei, and I'm like, there's no way I'd want anybody for right now in the here and now this season. I need a game, my favorite team. Like, there's no other player in baseball I would want more than Aaron Judge. None. And that includes Shohei. Sorry. Aaron Judge is on a different planet. He just is, really, since the start of last year.
He's doing some things.
But we were talking about, like, the future, and I said, if you said you got to pick one guy for the next 5 years, there's nobody I'm taking in this league over Bobby Witt Jr. Not one player. He would be
Well, that's because of youth, right?
And that's a huge part of it. And everything he does.
If I'm going to build a team, I'm not going to build a team with a 30-plus-year-old player. You're going to build a team with a guy that's 24.
And he plays a premium defensive position, and he's elite at it. And he's one of the probably 5 fastest guys in the league, and he's got power to all fields, and he's got this crazy, bat-to-ball ability and just contact ability. Yeah. And, like, he's 23, I think, or 24 years old.
He can square it up, Carmen.
He's everything you want in a ball player.
Bat-to-ball ability.
Remember?
He squares it up.
The Sox missed him by one pick.
One pick.
One pick.
Yeah.
They lost the coin toss for Cooper Flag.
Right.
They missed Aaron. They missed Aaron Donald by one pick.
One pick. The Bears did.
The Bears did. The White Sox missed by one lousy
can I ask
pick.
You a question?
You can, but Bobby Witt is, and I only bring that up to say that I think most baseball observers think the world of him. And like you watch Pete Crow right now, and you see the crazy power and the speed and the defense, and you're like, geez, I mean, this is one of the most, like, truly one of the most exciting young and impactful players in baseball. This is everything the Cubs could have hoped for, and then some. Yes, ask your question.
Yeah, the funniest time, or one of the more frustrating times that Carmen has expressed something to me was yesterday.
What was it?
When he goes to me, he started rattling off statistics. He goes, you know who that is? You know who it is? Gavin Crochet.
Oh, Garrett Crochet.
Garrett Crochet, thank you. His brother Gavin's impressive, too. But Garrett Crochet.
I did.
Carm's like, I'm going to tell you all these stats. He goes, you know who this is? It's Garrett Crochet.
Well, I said to Jurk, Jurk, this pitcher in the American League is averaging more than 10 strikeouts per 9, fewer than 6.5 hits per 9, and he's got a sub-2 ERA. Who is he?
Yeah, who is he? And I'm scratching my
and
head.
Jurko guessed a couple. I said, Jurk, it's Garrett. And we were off the air, so I said, I was like, Jurk, it's Garrett.
Blanken Crochet.
Shay and I see a little differently on this
and
one.
I got
I'm waiting for him to hit 150 innings, and then we'll see.
Okay. Fine. But
it's pretty
I look at him
impressive.
and he's 26 years old, and I'm like, dude,
He's pretty impressive.
Why did they just like so willingly be like, yeah, we can't keep him, we're going to trade him? I mean, it's really impressive what he's doing and how good he is.
Here's the question for me for the Cubs, too, is if you could do Pete Crow Armstrong right now, 7 years, $150 million, but it would cost you Kyle Tucker, would you do it?
Meaning what? They wouldn't pay both of them, Shay? You're picking one or the other?
One or the other. You can do Pete Crow Armstrong, 7 years, $150 million. You get him until he's 30 years old at $20 million a year.
Jeez, like that's too good to be true. That's not happening.
That's what they do now. Christian Campbell just signed a 10-year, $80 million deal, whatever it was with Boston.
That's true.
That's what these young kids do. It's more money than Jackson Merrill's making. Same position.
Didn't they offer, or am I wrong? Did PCA get an offer?
I think it was like a $75 million deal.
This is breaking news.
There we go.
Only because Shay is talking.
Yes, thank you.
Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Breaking news is indeed brought to you by the fine folks at the Advantage Dealer Group, home of the 60-minute guarantee. All right, Adam.
All right, guys. The Baltimore Ravens have agreed to an extension with Derrick Henry. They have done that, but I also have Bears news.
Okay.
So there's more games. The Chicago Tribune has a bunch of games from the schedule.
Okay.
And again, remember, none of this is official until the NFL puts it out. This is just what the Chicago Tribune is now reporting.
Okay.
So we have Week 1, Vikings Monday Night Football.
Week 1 versus Vikings Monday night. That one was reported a little earlier. Okay.
We have Week 2 at Detroit, noon, Fox.
Holy cow.
Good job.
I mean,
NFL.
You're coming right out of the gate. Now I'm surprised that's not a primetime game.
What do we
guys.
got?
Ben Johnson. Week 2 is at Detroit at noon. So back-to-back division games to start. Remember last year they opened up against the AFC for like the first month? Now they've got back-to-back division games. Okay, next, Adam.
Next game, we go all the way to Week 8 at Baltimore, noon.
At Baltimore at noon, okay.
Week 9 at Cincinnati, noon.
At the Bengals at noon.
And then Week 13, we already knew about the Eagles game. That's Black Friday. Week 16, we already know about the Saturday game against the Packers. And then Week 18 at home against the Lions on either Saturday or Sunday.
Oh, why? So it'll be Packers Vikings to end the year in Week 18. Interesting. Versus Lions, right? Yep. Because the first one's there.
That is according to the Chicago Tribune.
Maybe they're hoping that like somehow. What's the hope there, guys? That like somehow the Bears are as good as everybody thinks, and that they're in a division race, and Ben Johnson faces his former team at home in a primetime game, like that could get flexed into that last Sunday night game or something.
Well, I mean, they're all division games, so like.
No, I know.
Any of these, like you could get Bengals, Ravens.
Sure, absolutely.
You could get,
Absolutely, but I'm just saying, like, if it came down to the Bears playing for a division title, it being Chicago, the Ben Johnson angle, like you could see that conceivably being one that Sunday Night Football would want to put on the air.
For sure.
For sure. Okay,
so how many
we
games
got a bunch
is that?
of road games.
3, 4, 5,
7. That's 7 games.
We got 7 games.
And this is according to the Tribune. Week 2 at Detroit. Week 8 at Baltimore. Week 9 at the Bengals. It's a tough stretch right there, guys. Like between weeks 8 and 13.
1, 2,
on the
3,
road
4,
at Baltimore,
5, 6,
Cincinnati,
7,
and
8.
Philly. All of our schedule release coverage for the NFL is brought to you by our friends and partners at the Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Remember, we've got coverage tonight with a lot of the crew, all right, on our YouTube channel, on the station's YouTube channel, and then Black and Abdallah and Pat are going to be on with Luke Canellis on Fox reacting to the schedule and breaking down the Bears. Anything you heard there that you want to talk about? And again, you look at that 8 through 13 chunk, and we don't have it all filled out yet, but man, oh man, trips to Baltimore, Cincinnati, and a prime-time standalone game Black Friday.
I think the conversation now is,
what is it?
Would you rather have it this way, starting 2 games in the division, or last year having no games against the division until the second half of the season?
What was it? It was like week 8, wasn't it, Adam?
Yeah, it was like the latest amount ever. Yeah,
it was in November, wasn't it? Before they played the Packers in that first game?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's try to think about that and answer that question coming up next, because it's going to be a little bit more daunting inside your division to get going here in 2025. It's a good question. 312-332-3776. We're live at Woodford Reserve. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
and IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients will make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hey, football fans, it's Shane Orling. My friends at Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and me are inviting you out to watch football, play foosball, and drink Mick Ultra. I'm searching for Chicago's best foosball player. Come play, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Our first event is Sunday, 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 at the Globe Pub. We're giving away messy Mick Ultra jerseys, and we're drinking ice-cold Mick Ultra. See you at the Globe Pub this Sunday, 10:30 to 12:30.
Property managers and GCs use FinishingChicago.com's contractors for finishes and protective coatings in the most iconic venues, interior spaces, and essential infrastructure. Our painters apply industry-leading commercial and industrial finishes inside and out, so your biggest assets always put their best square footage forward. FinishingChicago.com has your free list of painting, wall covering, glass systems, drywall finishing, and signage contractors. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Welcome back to the Woodford Reserve Distillery. This is Carm and the Good Kid on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Woodford Reserve. With more than 200 flavor notes in every sip, Woodford Reserve is a spectacle for the senses.
Yeah, this place is spectacular. Their whiskey's great, too, as we've always talked about. You can't just have a beautiful visitor center. You got to have great whiskey, and they have that. And we get to pick a single barrel of double oaked a little bit later. Very excited about that when we're done with the show later this afternoon. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy at 2:35. They'll get you until 5, and then White Sox and Reds game 2. White Sox won yesterday. They've won 3 of 4. Playing a little bit better, playing a little bit scrappier. We've got more schedule release news, as we were just talking about before the break. The Tribune has a bunch of games that they just reported, a lot of road games. Week 2 at Detroit, Week 8 at Baltimore, Week 9 at the Bengals, Week 13, of course, we know about. That's the Eagle game. So we have a big chunk of road games early and in the middle of the season. But back-to-back Vikings, Lions games, division games to start. We know about the Packers in Week 16, and we know the Lions, according to the Tribune, at home in Week 18. I don't know what Week 17 is going to look like, but beginning and end, some tough division games, Jurk. Do you like it better coming out of the gate for Ben Johnson against the division in 2 games?
Do.
See where you stand a little bit,
Establish your presence with authority right off the bat. This is how we're going to play football. Start punching some people in the mouth early. Yeah, I like it. And then the NFL schedule makers, after we asked the question at the Super Bowl to Paul Tagliabue, I believe it was at the time.
That's right.
We asked about having better matchups at the end of the year and making them division matchups would be better. And the NFL responded, and that's what they've started to do probably in the last 7 to 8 years. They've given you those matchups at the end of the year. And they matter. They do because they're in division.
Right.
They affect all types of different tiebreakers that you can possibly have there. So, yeah, I like it. I like it early.
Challenge yourself early.
Yeah. And then you're just looking for how many challenges there are on the schedule. That's what you're looking for.
So of what we know so far between what's been officially released and what's being reported.
Yes.
We've got 7 games, so we didn't have a ton yet. We've got 7 games that we've pieced together. And 3 of those 7 are primetime / standalone games. Week 1, Monday Night Football against the Vikings. The Black Friday game against the Eagles in the afternoon after Thanksgiving. And then the Packer game on Saturday night, December 20th. So we've got 3 of those. We kind of went around the room last week and we were trying to guess. I think Chris predicted the most, and he might end up being right. I mean, we got 3 out of the 7 already. I could see a 5-pack here. We don't know about Week 18. We won't know till the end of the year. Could it be that the Bears-Lions are battling it out for the division or a playoff spot, and it's such a sexy matchup with Ben Johnson against his old team that they put that into primetime? I suppose, but like Adam said, they're all division games now.
Right, but that doesn't count. It's how many do they schedule?
That's true. How many do they schedule?
That's
right.
the question.
So I'm wondering if there's going to be 2 more when we get the full release, and if they're going to have 5 scheduled primetime games.
You know, they may get whatever they call that. They flexed out of there. They may get flexed into something special. But that doesn't matter. We're talking about specifically at the beginning of the year, what are they scheduled for? And I think they're going to still have 4. I think only one of them comes down the pipeline.
Only one more comes down tonight? Okay.
Yep.
Starting to wonder if we're going to get an extra one. I think we haven't seen a Thursday night game yet.
Not yet.
And who knows? They could be playing on Christmas. But no Thursday night games, and you can guarantee they're going to be in that spot at least once. We don't have a Sunday night game yet that we know. We don't have a Sunday night.
A lot of allergies out here, guys. A lot of allergies.
Game. You guys can pick that up over the mic, huh?
Oh, yeah, both.
That was fantastic. Gesundheit. Oh, my God. What's going on? Shay, you were chomping at the bit there.
No, I was just, even if they do play on Christmas, they won't get Thursday night because that Prime Video game is Denver and
that's
Kansas
true.
City.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it still wouldn't be a Thursday night Prime Video game.
They're going to get a Thursday night game. You
would think.
They always do. All right, so if you want to talk about Bears' schedule with us, you can. And what you think of what we've been able to piece together so far through various reporting from other outlets and things like that, and what the league and its TV partners have officially released. We almost got half the schedule, so we're getting there. Full schedule releases tonight. Remember, we go live on our YouTube page, the ESPN 1000 Chicago YouTube page at 7 for full breakdown and full coverage, and it's all brought to you by our friends at the Hard Rock Casino in Northern Indiana. 312-332-3776 is the number. If you want to ring us up, we are live at Woodford Reserve doing the show here today. We've made an annual tradition out of this, 3 years in running.
3 years in a row, Carmen.
And I think we're not going to stop now. As Hawk would say, let's stop now,
That's
boys. Right. Our friends at Woodford and Brown Foreman love it. The listeners love it. Getting a great behind-the-scenes experience that not everybody can get.
Gabe and Juan are absolutely thrilled, enjoying themselves.
They recovered from last night a little bit.
They landed a double-double.
And they landed a bottle of double-double.
They landed a bottle of double-double.
Not just double-double.
Double-double.
It's Carmen and Jurko. We're back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's the Kap and J Hood show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap and J Hood show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome back to the Woodford Reserve Distillery. This is Carm and the Good Kid on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Woodford Reserve.
Jurko, as any good competitor, leader would do, he talked me into it. He got me worked up. I feel I'm motivated. Jurko's like, yeah, start with the Vikings and Lions. Yeah, you're right, Jurko.
Absolutely. That's what you want.
If you're scared, go buy a dog, as Stacy would say.
100% correct.
I'm glad you talked me into it. Like, yeah let's go. See what you're made of.
What are you avoiding
See
for?
what you're made of.
You saw what happened when you got to play the AFC South.
Yeah, right. What good is that?
Nothing happened. It's false bravado.
That's exactly.
You go to Washington and you crap down your pant leg, and all of a sudden the season is garbage on you. Let's start it off. Let's get the party started. Let's get the heavy dance music going early.
I'm ready to go.
That's what I want. Don't save the chicken dance, man. Put the chicken dance out front right now and give me the Tootsie Roll. I want a Tootsie Roll. You know? Give me the hardest songs at the beginning.
No soft landing here.
Yeah.
No easing into a bath.
No.
I'm
at
like
a wedding.
an old man easing into a bath.
I'm rocking my beat right away, man.
Right. None of that.
That's right.
It is Vikings and Detroit, according to reports, for the Bears to start the season. Week 1.
Give me the hokey pokey, man.
Yes.
I want the hokey pokey. Put
your
it
left
in.
foot in.
I'm going to put it out.
Yeah,
I'm going to put it in, and I'm going to shake it all about.
Be careful.
That's what I'm talking about.
Put the left foot in.
Either one. I put right hand in. I'm going to put my nose there. I'm going to do it all. Put your big melon in. You put your big melon out.
I thought the same thing, Chris. Oh.
Yeah, you guys are animals. Come on, guys.
Vikings and Bears will open up the Monday night season in Week 1 at Soldier Field, and then it'll be on the road to Detroit. I thought that Lions game in Detroit was going to be a primetime game with the Bon Johnson angle of all this.
But
it's not.
It's
Bears
not.
at Lions noon the next week, according to various reports.
Okay, I don't mind that one.
Full schedule release comes out.
And
tonight.
what's in Week 3?
Week 3 we don't have yet.
Come on, what are we waiting for?
That we haven't seen.
Somebody break some news. What's going on out there? We used to have some pride.
I know we used to have some.
We used to have some pride.
We used to have a good line communication over there, but it's not as much these days.
We used
to break a lot of games.
Yeah, we did.
It's getting a little tougher.
Harry used to have a guy. Remember
He
that
did
guy?
for a little
Harry
while.
used to have a guy.
Remember we broke the first ever London game?
We did.
That's why we went.
2011, I believe.
Talked ourselves into going.
Right? Yeah.
It was 2011.
Tampa Bay.
It was the Bears' first ever London game. I think it was like the second or third in the series.
Yeah,
back
you might
then.
be right, yes.
But it was the first time the Bears had ever played overseas.
We had a ball. We're over there. Carmen went to Abbey Road.
I did.
Did all types of silly things.
I did the
out
silly
there.
tourist thing, taking pictures in the
big
street
band
in Abbey
parliament.
Road. I did it. I'm not
For
ashamed.
the real, I'm sure.
Well, back then there was no reel, Shay. There was no
Yeah.
Instagram back then.
Hey, and not only
but
that,
I did take. Me and Billy O'Chep went over there and like a bunch of knuckleheads took pictures with all the other tourists.
I went and bought my kid a Luka Modric jersey out there. I got on the what's the rail called out there?
The Tube.
The Tube. Got on the underground, went on the Tube, and went to one of the circuses out there, Piccadilly Circus, and found a store. Maneuvered my way through London, and found a store, and there it was.
Yeah, I remember.
The other great thing about that, we went and had one of them fancy dinners out there, and Charlie Watts.
Yes.
And another one of the Stones were walking in right next door to a private party they were having next door.
Charlie Watts was the drummer for the
Charlie
Rolling
Watts
Stones.
for the Rolling
People
Stones.
might not know who that
and it
is.
might have been Ron Wood.
Topical reference.
Yeah. Well, they are the Rolling
It's
Stones.
the Rolling Stones.
I mean, what the hell are you talking about there,
It's
man?
they're still the Rolling
It's
Stones.
the Stones. Jeez.
Shay,
This
shut
guy's
up.
taking his shots at the Stones. You know what
You're
else?
out of your element, Shay.
I swear to the heavens, and he's a little shorter than I expected, but when I was on my walkabout in London, I swear to God I saw Tom Hanks.
Oh, I saw him. I was in an elevator with him once.
Yeah,
he
were
is
you?
short.
He's short. He's
Yeah,
diminutive
I stood
fellow.
next. I walked out of a play once with Tom Hanks. He's
short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a short person.
He's not like Tom Cruise,
Right,
but
short,
he's
yeah.
short. I mean, he was shorter than I was. I'm not
Were
tall.
you guys
I'm 5'11".
Were you guys both disgusted with the same play?
No, it was a great play.
Oh, you talking about walking out afterwards.
Oh, he said he walked out on
No,
it. I'm like,
no.
Oh, man.
No, it was
I mean,
Tom
geez.
Hanks, Rita Wilson, and Ron Howard.
It is kind of cool, isn't it, Adam?
What a group.
Was that when you and Whitney were there last summer?
Yeah.
It is kind of cool that you're at a play on Broadway and like people like that are in there watching it with you, and then you guys are walking out at the same time.
They are thespians.
I know.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool, isn't
All right,
it?
Abdallah, question. If you're in the
they're
same
actors,
row
too.
and you have to pass by him, which side do you give him?
What do you mean, which side?
He gets the front side.
Back.
He gets the front
If
side.
you're scooting
He's getting
by,
the back. I think he's getting back.
You're
'cause
giving
front's-
back
'cause
to-
front's
to
weird.
Tom
No,
Hanks?
front
No.
is weird.
No,
He's
front's
getting the
great.
Front side with
Front,
a
you get to
pelvic
say
thrust.
something.
Yeah, I think Chris
Back,
is right.
you just say "excuse me" and then you shimmy through.
I did actually say excuse me to him because we were doing the zipper as you're exiting rows, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And so I had to do. Oh, excuse me, go ahead. And like he went in front of me. Yeah.
That is kind of crazy. It's not. I was on an elevator with him once in
Yeah.
Vegas.
Did you tell him that he had a snake in his boot?
I was the I was the meat in between the Tom Hanks and Ron Howard sandwich.
That's pretty awesome.
All right, because Jurko brought this up. Are you guys aware of this fun fact? You can use this for trivia later, Shay. How about this? Are you guys aware that like 90% of the Woody voice with all of Disney's stuff is Tom Hanks' brother?
I did not know that.
No, I did not know.
Tom Hanks is the voice in the movie. But if you go to the theme park, if you see a cartoon, if you see anything like a toy, if you see something that's not the actual movie, it's Tom Hanks' brother doing the voiceover work.
I didn't even know Tom Hanks had a brother that did that.
He
kind of
does.
thing. I mean, that's crazy.
Boom.
Yeah, Merton.
Fun fact.
That is
Hanks.
a fun fact. Merton Hanks, stop it. That is a fun fact. That is a fun
With
fact.
a long
Chris.
neck.
Oh, yeah, with a long neck, exactly. I did not
He
realize
also
that.
played E.T. He was the double.
All right, just stop it.
Shay, it's the top of the second hour. Go ahead with Shower No Shot.
This is usually at the time they get
Yeah.
to you. So Shay,
Yeah.
take it
Go
away.
ahead, Shay.
Come on, Shay.
Adam told Shay he's got to do the lunch rush
Yeah,
today.
Yeah, I
you
heard.
guys just
And
told
he-
me
and
you
he didn't-
just got done telling me to shut up, and now you want me to take the hour.
What you guys are
Oh, not the whole hour.
You guys are
Jeez.
Yeah, it's
unbelievable.
not 8
I'm telling you.
Adam, no.
I don't know how much there is to say. I mean, we might as well touch on it, though, because we did get the news. It happened, I think, pretty quickly when we were off the air yesterday, actually. We did not react to it, though, that Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson
Have been
reinstated
by Major League Baseball.
off of the permanent ineligible list. That doesn't mean they're going to the Hall of Fame.
No, they're dead.
And they're dead.
So what'd you do? Nothing. You didn't do anything. What'd you do? Who'd you placate? Well, what for?
I don't know.
Was your stance for forever just BS? What are you doing now? Did you undermine
Yeah,
whatever
what-
theoretical credibility you had when you went and suspended both players for life? Did you undermine that just now? What'd you do?
If
Dumb.
your stance
Dumb.
has always been, this is important to us. The integrity is important to us. Why are you changing that now? Is it because you're, as a league, you are benefiting from legalized sports gambling and you're a partner in that world now and with those businesses, and you're sharing some of your record profits are coming from gambling?
Yeah, you don't want to feel as filthy as you are.
But can't both things be true? Can't gambling be legalized? Can it be regulated by the government? Can it be watched? And can't that be true now, which it is? And once upon a time, it was illegal. It was underground. And the rules very clearly stated you cannot gamble on this sport.
Well, I think football handled it the way that it needed to be handled when it reared its ugly head there. That's when they suspended Alex Karras and Paul Hornung.
Yeah.
They suspended him for a year.
Right.
Boys, you can't gamble. You're done for the year. We'll come back and see you. Are they in the Hall of Fame? You bet they are. Why? Because they're good players. So they're in the Hall of Fame. We suspended you for 1 year. If you don't learn your lesson, if that doesn't send out a strong message, I don't know. I think Major League Baseball got some joy in it. They got some joy in
watching
tormenting.
Pete suffer?
Yes.
And now that he's dead,
because Bart Giamatti died, and because he passed, and some said the stress from this whole thing may have caused
killed him,
an early demise for Bart Giamatti.
Right.
I think they took it out on the great Pete Rose, one of the greatest baseball players that ever played. That's all I'll say. Shoeless Joe Jackson didn't throw any World Series. Those facts have been out there for an extended period of time, but they chose to ignore them. They just were vindictive. They're a vindictive bunch.
Yeah.
Major League
it kind of feels
MLB,
that way.
That's what they are. And what? They're just going to, we're going to forget about it.
Now that Pete's dead.
Screw off.
He's suddenly, and again, that doesn't mean that he'll get into the Hall, right? He's still going to have to get voted.
Right. You still got the putzes that are in the Baseball Writers Association.
Sure.
Those morons.
Not all of them, but some of them.
Those morons.
Not
a whole lot of
them. Again, not all of them, but some of them.
Most of them.
I don't know most. Define most.
Probably most.
No, I don't
most.
know that.
100% of them.
I think the old
That's
guard,
how I define
maybe
most.
you guys are right, and I think some of that has been passed down to a younger generation. We're more and more young analytic people get it, and they understand it, and they aren't as vindictive.
Is our guy in it?
Jesse's in it. Jesse's
Who's
you Baseball Writers Association. Jesse's in it.
Who's Jesse?
Jesse Rogers.
Our guy, Jesse. We love him.
Jesse,
was it Rosenthal that did that whole thing on Fox where he's like, it always strikes me the weight of voting for the Hall of Fame every time I get the ballot. And then you leave Barry Bonds off
come
of it.
on. Yeah. The weight of voting.
Is he the bow tie guy?
Yes.
Oh, good for you.
That's where, sometimes you have to check
Bow tie
yourself
guy.
and not take yourself so seriously.
That's where you hope the bow tie can turn into a propeller and he just flies off and you never see him again.
I thought you were going to say something else.
No, a propeller.
I thought you were going to say Clive Owen's character. And what was the movie where he puts himself in prison when he goes on the Vendetta tour? Remember the one with Jamie Foxx? What's the Clive Owen movie where his wife and daughter are murdered and he goes on the revenge tour? But he was like a guy that worked for the government. He was the one spy tells the story about the time he designed a necktie. The terrorists put the necktie on and it cut his head off. I thought that's what you were going to say.
No.
I thought you were going to say I want the bow tie to spin around and cut Ken Rosenthal's head off.
Clive Owen in The Insider?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Not Clive Owen. I'm sorry. Forgive me. The other guy from 300, the muscle guy from 300. What's his name? Gerard Butler. Excuse me. I said Clive Owen. Forgive me. It's Gerard Butler.
Yes, thank you.
He goes on that Vendetta tour. I can't think of the name of that movie. He gets himself arrested, but it's all part of his plan. Forgive me, I can't remember. But
London is falling?
No, stop it.
No?
So I thought you were going to say, I hope Ken Rosenthal's bow tie turns around and cuts his head off.
Is it Geostorm?
No, it's not Geostorm. Stop it.
Which says law-abiding citizen.
Law-abiding citizen. Thank you. It was called Law-abiding Citizen. If you like revenge vendetta movies, it's pretty good actually. If ever you come across it and you fancy that type of movie, I kind of like those. He just goes balls to the wall revenge tour because his wife and daughter were murdered. Pretty good. So
his name was Clyde Shelton in the movie.
That's why I thought Clive
Owen.
Yeah, forgive me. It's Gerard Butler.
There you go.
Yeah.
Kid.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you to Twitch.
No, just a propeller for Rosenthal.
Like a little.
I swear to God, I thought you were going to say, I hope it cuts his head off. I thought for sure I was going to say that. I did. When he started, I was going, oh, no, he's going to say it.
No. What kind of evil person do you think I am?
I don't know. I could just see you saying that because you're annoyed by his bow tie and his stance on how he has to vote for
and
the Hall
obviously,
of
I
Fame.
don't mean all baseball
It might have been Tom
writers
Verducci,
either.
to be honest.
I like Verducci.
It was one of the Fox guys.
And
That's all I know.
Not all baseball writers either. I've got to amend my statement.
Not all of them. But I don't get what this.
There might be one good one.
Why do this now? It does seem ridiculous.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. And if your stance all along had been, we are protecting the quote-unquote integrity of our game, and these are the rules, this is clear-cut. There is no mistaking it. There is no misinterpreting it. This has been – that was on the books going back to 1920 or 1921, whenever that case finally wrapped up and Kennesaw Mountain Landis put down the judgment that this shall be the law of Major League Baseball.
Even though they were found innocent, he still
right.
ruled.
Yeah, he still ruled. That has been your law. That is the cardinal sin.
Yeah.
And you broke it.
You broke it. You compromised
and
your
I
own
know
theoretical
Pete Rose
integrity.
was a great player. I get that. You broke baseball's cardinal sin.
When you lay down in bed with the sinner, which is gambling,
but see,
it's hard to go and tell the rest of the world that, hey, we're above it all, but we're in bed with the sinners.
But can't both things be true? That's what I was saying.
No.
It can't?
No.
Isn't there a difference
You're laying
between
in the bed with sinners.
There's
No.
a difference between putting it on a billboard in right field and a player betting on a game or a coach betting on a game.
And potentially affecting the outcome of the game or using insider information to benefit themselves or their colleagues. Like, that is not right.
You can advertise a vodka company at a baseball stadium. It doesn't mean the players can show up drunk.
And I know.
What a shame. That would really be
I know, it would fire up the game.
How much baseball do you think that'd be with the 18 drunkards running around the field in the batter's box? That'd be a great game. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'm thinking
like
about
something
that
back to the
myself.
old Coliseum. I don't
Have
know.
all your teams like the gin, Hendricks Gin, like the Hendricks Gin Hens playing out of Marietta, Georgia.
It's got to be like the Hendricks Gin
Well,
Hens because it's like old-timey baseball. I don't know.
The Woodford Reserve's taking the field today.
I don't know.
The Woodford Reserve Wildebeest down in Versailles, Kentucky, taking on Tito's Terminators. You know,
that's pretty good.
All types of stuff, but they have to drink before they play.
Good luck to you.
Yeah,
it's hard enough hitting it when you're sober. Let alone
imagine pitching it when you're hammered to the bejesus. That ball can go anywhere.
It doesn't seem like a good idea.
I think it's great.
We're live in Versailles, Kentucky.
I think you need to open up your mind a little bit.
Maybe I do. Maybe I'm too boring. We're live at Woodford Reserve. We'll play Immaculate Carm coming up. We'll continue to talk about the schedule release in the NFL. It officially happens later tonight.
Pepe Lopez, Little Peps.
We've got a bunch of games. We got the lunch rush coming up in a little bit. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend.
What?
We're here to say there's still a chance.
Chris and I will be at Jamison's Pub on Francis Road in Frankfurt.
Join us Saturday from 1 to 3.
We'll be qualifying fans for a chance to win a twosome on Team Bleck and Abdallah for the sold-out Classic.
And at the end, we will pick one to win that twosome.
And it's all brought to you by Yingling.
See you Saturday from 1 to 3 at Jamison's in Frankfurt.
And please enjoy responsibly.
All right, now's a great time, you guys, to visit my friends over at Howard Orloff Imports for pre-tariff prices on Range Rover and Range Rover Sports. With the combination of opulent luxury and impressive all-terrain prowess, the 25 Range Rover is a compelling premium class SUV. The Range Rover Sport is the definition, you guys, of sporting luxury. I've been in it. It drives like an absolute dream. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Range Rovers. At current prices, they're going to move quick, so get in on these pre-tariff prices now. Of course, I've got the Defender, and I love it. Hitting the road this weekend for Iowa for a baseball tournament, and we will be riding in style in the Defender, and I love my friends over at Howard Orloff Imports. That's the team you want to deal with, the best in the city. They're caring, they're courteous, they want to get you in the best car for you at the best possible deal. So go see them today, duck into the showroom on Armitage, just off the Kennedy, or explore more online at orloff.com.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Fatport Tapworks is the ultimate game day experience. Locations in Wicker Park, McCormick Place, and Lincolnwood. The game's always on, dozens of beers on tap, and scratch-made food. It's delicious. Check them out at fatporttapworks.com.
This is Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, live from Kentucky and the Woodford Reserve Distillery Visitors Center. Brought to you by Woodford Reserve, the presenting sponsor of the Kentucky Derby.
First one, in the air, deep left field, again! Yes, Tigers win! Javi is unstoppable!
You recognize that voice?
I did not.
Jason Benetti.
Oh, Benetti, yeah.
On the Tigers' call as Javi Baez walked the Tigers off last night. I was going to do Javi for Immaculate Carmen. I did someone else, but that could have been a good one. I mean, Javi's a story right now.
Now he is, yeah.
Shane Norling, who was with us on the trip, of course, is a huge Tiger fan.
He's been a bad story ever since he's left the Chicago Cubs.
Pretty much.
But now it's turned out to be something positive, and he's changed positions.
Immaculate Carm coming up here in just a second, but can you believe Javi Baez has a slash line of 319, 357, 513? Now, I'm going to get everybody upset. That's just what I do, I guess. Shay and I have that effect on people. Hater! There's a few things that are a little unsustainable here, Yerk, when you do a deeper dive.
All right, deep dive into the statistics. Here's my guy, Carmen, the accountant. Come on and give me a deep dive in numbers.
You know, you got to look. You got to start to explore and go, all right, what's really happening here? So his BABIP, his batting average on balls in play, is 398. That is the definition of unsustainable. His expected batting average is 247.
Oh, wow.
His expected weighted on base average is 303. His actual is 380. But his expected weighted on base average is in just the 24th percentile. His hard hit rate is in the 16th percentile. So I don't know if this kind of offensive surge can continue. I'll tell you one thing that even the advanced metrics, and I think the eye test will still tell you too, but even the advanced metrics still love about Javi, and you know what that is?
What?
Javi can play defense, even though he's playing center field now.
Yeah.
And the StatCast still loves Javi as a defender, even though he's not playing his most natural position.
Right.
We've always said what a freak athlete he is.
Yeah.
You used to see it, as simple as this sounds, in those ridiculous tag plays.
Yes.
There was a degree of athleticism that just most of the people in this world do not possess. There really was.
Yeah.
And
he
I don't know
had
the
it.
last time he
He
played
had it.
outfield. And playing center field is not easy, but
No.
he's such a good athlete. And he seemingly even has some of the instincts for it. StatCast still really loves Javi as a defender. He's worth 2 wins already as a player this year, which is amazing,
So
considering he was a negative win player the last 2 years.
The question is, though, of the 3 outfield positions, is center field the easiest position to play?
I would say no. I know. I mean, that's me.
I don't really know. I kind of lean yes because you don't get the weirder angle off the ball that you get in the corner, and sometimes the ball trails depending on
I think what you don't get,
who it's off the bat.
Yeah, what you don't really get is that whip,
the trailing
that turn,
ball.
You know what I'm saying? The one that's going to the left corner, it's running away and it's running down from you. I don't think you get that in the outfield.
You need to cover much more ground.
I think you get a cleaner. I think you get a cleaner eye on the ball out of center field.
Out of center, you probably do.
When you're a little bit off, you get a cleaner eye off the ball. I don't think you get frozen as much.
Well, you don't have slicing and hooking balls as much.
Thank you.
That's true. But you still have to cover the most ground.
Right. But
Maybe you just have to be the best athlete.
Usually they're the most athletic anyway.
Yeah, right,
You know?
exactly.
You hide a guy in left, right?
Yes.
Is that what they've done over the course
Yes.
of a lifetime?
Usually you hide a guy
You
in
can
left.
hide a guy in left.
Yes. If you're going to hide someone on the
Right,
infield
you
or on the
can't-
diamond, it's going
right,
to be first
you
or
can't
left.
hide a guy in center. And if you're skilled enough and you've got enough speed, and like Javi does,
Yeah.
I think you can put him in the center. And as long as you're an athlete, you can get out there and you can do something out there.
And I think maybe that's why
Now,
he's thriving.
I didn't play a ton of baseball. When I did play a little bit of center field. I played first. I played the hot corner poorly. I pitched poorly. It's what I did. But I always felt very comfortable in center field.
Really?
I didn't even feel comfortable at first, dude.
No kidding?
Yeah.
I guess I can see that.
Just me. Though
You read the ball off the bat well for whatever reason.
I would rather, though, talk to a ball player and say of all the outfield positions, which one's the easiest to play, to find out. It's something
We
I
can
never
text
thought
them,
of.
guys.
Something I never thought about.
I'll send out a text.
But I use some real-life stuff going on, and to me it would seem like center might be the easiest position to go to.
Okay.
Like if I was an infield and I had to go play a position, I'd rather play center than anything, especially if you have the speed of Javi Baez.
I will send some text
Maybe.
messages.
Talk to Harrison.
Yes. And
Give him a ring.
We'll see what a few of our guys.
Who's your other guy? Tommy? Talk to Tommy. Give Tommy a ring. Tell him we want to talk to him. Hey, Jimbo, we want to talk to you, big fella.
His son is a star baseball player at NAS.
I heard.
Academy, and I believe he's already committed to Tennessee. I think he's a junior. I think he's already committed to
Already
Tennessee.
committed?
I believe so, yes.
Tennessee, wow.
Yeah. All right, let's do Immaculate Carm. You ready?
I'm ready.
I have the game that's sweeping the nation.
No,
Maybe not.
It's a great open there, Carmen.
Maybe not.
I don't have anything to write anything
Today,
on.
it's brought here. Take a pen. Today, it's brought to you by. Well, it's always brought to you by our good friends at the Village of Elmwood Park. But today, the winner's going to get a Russell's Barbecue gift card.
Okay.
$50 Russell's
Beautiful.
Barbecue gift card. Great
And it's
place.
timely, right?
It's timely.
It's timely.
It's timely.
PGA Championship week, even though it was in August for many years.
Funny you say that, Jurko.
It's timely.
Here's your first clue. Wanamaker winner.
Wanamaker.
Wanamaker winner.
Wanamaker
There
winner.
is your first clue. The
Wana-
first correct
and-
caller
and-
wins.
And I'm sure that means something. Wanamaker. Is that contrary to the Spinnaker Award?
No.
A Spinnaker?
No.
Wanamaker? Spinnaker?
First
No?
correct caller wins
All right.
at 312-332-3776. Do you have a
Wanamaker.
guess? Wanamaker winner.
I would say this guy only because they're playing there.
Wrong. It's a
All
good
right.
guess, though.
Good guess.
Wanamaker winner.
There you go. I'm wrong.
Your second clue, Jurko, is full swing. Full swing.
Oh, boy.
And that doesn't mean anything dirty. Wanamaker winner and full swing. And right now, everybody's like,
what would it mean that's dirty?
It's a lifestyle, usually.
Well, you know, Adam, you know.
What do you mean he knows?
Adam
I don't
knows.
even know.
Yeah, I'm not following.
Well, I thought Jurko was making No, that's not it, Jurko. I thought Jurko was making the joke like a swinger would. I don't know. I thought that's what he was joking about. They say that he's being. Listen, this is him. This is his dirty mind. He was the one who was laughing.
I said it's a lifestyle, Carm. Jeez.
Right now, it's still very nebulous in a sense because, yes, these are clues that are maybe in that it's led you to a specific group of athletes, but that checks a lot of boxes still. Wanamaker winner, full swing. Here, and Jurko just got it.
Bam.
Here is your third clue, back-to-back in 18 and 19.
Jack. Back-to-back Jacks.
In 18 and 19.
Yeah.
Oh, now it is becoming
clear.
The picture is becoming very clear to everybody. Everybody who hasn't turned us off. We're playing Immaculate Carm. And last, but certainly not least, Jurko, your last clue, 3-time PGA champion. 3-time PGA champion. Jurko did get the correct response.
You could have gone with, he lives to love golf. He lives to love golf.
That's good work.
I threw away my last clue. Here's your last clue. He lives to love golf.
There you go.
He lives. That's so much better.
I'm telling you, yeah.
That's so much better. Because I was trying to figure out before, how could I work live in? That's brilliant, Jurko.
I'm here for you.
He lives.
I'm not worth much,
to live golf.
but every once in a while I'll come up with something special.
Adam, you let me know when we have a
have a winner.
Okay,
I got
and
going for
Let's go to Joe in Elmwood Park.
Oh, look at this. Joe in Elmwood Park. What a gift card this is going to be for you to use over at Russell's. Joe, who is today's Immaculate Carm?
For the local one, it's Brooks Koepka.
It is Brooks Koepka. He is the last back-to-back winner at this event. He did it in 1819. He's one of only 6 men to ever win 3 Wanamaker trophies, and he was a big part of the first season of Full Swing. Joe, congrats. Enjoy Russell's. Tell everybody in Elmwood Park we said hello. We're live in Versailles, Kentucky at Woodford Reserve, and we got a smoking hot lunch rush coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Reds.
Coverage begins today at 5 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now with more power from above.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, and surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event and gives you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% alcohol by volume, the Woodford Reserve Distillery. Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford is a registered trademark, 2025, the Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. If you're suffering from knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, or hip pain, imagine living pain-free again. No more discomfort holding you back from the things you love. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and what's truly remarkable about QC Kinetics is their use of regenerative cell therapy. This cutting-edge treatment restores the tissues in your joints using biologic growth factors, natural healing agents strategically placed to repair and rejuvenate damaged tissue. The best part? There are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is a non-invasive, natural option that gives your joints new life without the risks of traditional treatments. Imagine enjoying your favorite activities this summer like golf, tennis, or pickleball without being slowed down by joint pain. The consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955 and learn how their innovative treatments can help you live a pain-free life.
Turn your backyard into a summer oasis. Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And right now, during our spring and summer sale, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back, plus free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. And don't forget, we're your barbecue headquarters with all the best grill brands under one roof. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
Feel the boom.
Schaumburg Boomers Baseball has the bases covered for fun. May 16th through the 18th. Friday night is T-shirt night. The first 1,000 fans receive a Boomers T-shirt. Plus, it's a Friday night fireworks night. Saturday afternoon is a matinee with a 3 p.m. start, thanks to Westside Children's Therapy. Sunday afternoon is Family Day and Bark in the Park. Bring your dog to the ballpark, thanks to Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. Get tickets and more at boomersbaseball.com. And feel the boom.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Live from the Woodford Reserve Distillery in Versailles, Kentucky, this is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Woodford Reserve, the presenting sponsor of the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, we are in horse country, and it is a beautiful part of the state of Kentucky, and I always encourage people to check out Woodford Reserve if you're coming down to the Bourbon Trail. It's Carmen and Jurk for the third straight year. A little fun trip down here with some listeners and some partners and our friends at Brown-Forman.
You were talking about another place right down the street, Key and Peele.
Castle.
Is that what it is?
Castle.
Key and Peele. Right down New Bourbon down there. Good stuff happening.
It's a very beautiful part of the state, though, man. And
Buffalo Trace is down there, right?
Buffalo Trace is in Frankfort,
Frankfort,
Kentucky.
sure.
Yes, I believe is officially in Frankfort.
Lovely.
But of all the places I've been, I've always stated this property here is one of the more beautiful and more impressive. And from the very first time I was ever on this property, it was probably in 2000, maybe 17, give or take. First time I ever drove up and saw it, I was just like, wow. I mean, you cannot believe how pretty
it's
and,
impressive.
Just immaculate it is around
We're
here.
going past some of the horse farms here.
Yes, very prestigious
Stables.
horse farms.
Yes.
Any hookah on that horse farm?
We haven't found any hookah.
You know,
yeah.
On the
Once the
horse
Bulls didn't
farm?
get it, I was cheering for the Mavericks because that hookah smoking.
That's never going to get old.
Yeah.
So he clanked it.
He clanked it. I love that he clanked it. No, he clanked it.
I thought it hit him right on top of his head.
It's just amazing.
He was
I've never seen a play like that. No, that's unique.
Once the Bulls didn't get it, I was cheering for the Mavericks because that hookah smoking.
He said it like it was a slur.
Yes, he
Like
did.
the way he paused.
was going after him.
Like the way he paused to look around the room to see if there were any hookah smokers.
Is this okay?
Before he could say
do you
it?
think he knows what hookah is? Has anybody asked him?
Shay?
Does he think it's heroin?
Yeah, he has no idea. My guess is he has no clue.
He thinks it's the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland. I'm telling you.
Once the Bulls didn't get it, I was cheering for the Mavericks because that hookah smoking.
See, it's like he said it like it was a slur.
The pause gets longer each time.
He does, Adam. He sounds like he's nervous to say
I
it.
can't get over it.
Once the Bulls didn't get it, I was cheering for the Mavericks.
Ooh, I got another game for you guys if you want to start the lunch rush.
Yes.
Hookah
There it is.
smoking.
For
I'll
every
never get over
retweet, we will add a second of silence.
I'll never get over it. You got another game? No,
Yeah.
breaking news?
Yes.
You
Well,
got another
no,
game.
I mean, this was reported earlier, but the now the Tribune has it.
Okay.
So for those just joining us, the NFL schedule is starting to leak out. The Chicago Tribune has a bunch of games. Once again, this is not official until the NFL puts it out there. And tonight at 7 o'clock on our YouTube page, you can join the crew on the ESPN Chicago YouTube page, youtube.com/@ESPN1000
Once the Bulls
Chicago.
didn't get it, I was cheering for the Mavericks because
killing me.
That hookah smoking.
And maybe on the stream there'll be some hookah smoking, and that hookah smoking will be brought to you by the Hard Rock Casino Northern Indiana. So these are the games that we know according to the Chicago Tribune, and some of them have been released by the networks, but I don't feel like explaining that one game by game.
Okay.
So they open week 1, Vikings Monday Night Football.
Right.
Week 2 at Lions. Week 8 at Ravens.
Yep.
Week 9 at Bengals.
Yep.
Here's the new one. Week 10 at home against the Giants, which was reported.
It
was reported by a Giants reporter. Now the Tribune has it.
Okay, so week 10 we have.
Week 13 at Eagles. That's the Black Friday game. Week 16 is a Saturday game against the Packers. And week 18, TBD against the Lions. That could be a Saturday or Sunday game.
So we've got 8 games.
So we've got 8 games.
Did you say noon for Giants-Bears?
That's what the Tribune has, yes.
Okay, noon Giants-Bears.
Yes.
That probably makes sense. I don't think you want to take the risk.
No.
Right? Of
No.
big markets and everything, but you don't want to take the risk there.
No, not until they establish.
Okay, so 8 games we've got. And right out of the gate, as we talked about, it's Vikings and Lions. So you're going to get tested.
Tested early. It's a good thing. New coach. They're going to want to attack. They want to get after it. They want to be tested. They want to test the rest of the league.
We're going to have to go back and look at how Brian Flores and how the Brian Flores-Ben Johnson matchups
I have that for you, actually.
Oh.
Funny you should mention that.
Really?
Yeah. In the last 2 seasons combined, Brian Flores' defense has only allowed 30 points just 7 times. Ben Johnson is responsible for 4 of them, according to Brett Coleman.
Wow. Thanks, Adam.
You're
look
welcome.
at that. We're going to have to go and look at some of that tape and those tendencies, but that bodes well that they've done very well against what is one of the better defenses in the NFL the last couple of years.
Didn't Caleb put up a decent amount of points against the Vikings in one of the games last year, too?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, one was ugly and one was good.
Rams also did in the playoffs. If you have a quarterback who can beat the blitz, you're going to
That's
eviscerate
true.
Flores.
If you can beat the blitz, you're probably going to beat him because that's what he's going to do. And I bet you they were at about 40-ish% again last year, one of the higher rates in the league. Probably 42%, something like that. I have to go back and double check, but he's not going to change. That's what he's going to do. All right, Adam, what else we got?
I love where we get these reports from. According to Matt O'Leary of Just Jets podcast,
of course,
but it's on Pro Football Talk. So again,
all right. So
the Jets will host the Steelers week 1.
Jets and Steelers in week 1. Tracy Butler was asking us earlier if we knew anything about Bears Steelers, and that we have not seen yet. Don't know that one. So Jets and the Steelers, they're doing that because they anticipate Aaron Rodgers being a Steeler.
I would assume so. They're making some of these games assuming that Aaron Rodgers will play. Yeah.
Justin, and there's some easy tie-ins there, right? That kind of, hey, look at this week 1 matchup. See why they're doing that. Okay. Next.
So I sent you guys actually, I just sent Carmen this. I sent Chris this too. I don't know if Shay and Jurko have seen this, but the first image was released. They're making the Madden movie.
Yeah.
Overrated director David O. Russell is making the movie for Madden. Now, this is about the game Madden, but in this movie, you've got Nicolas Cage is playing John Madden. Christian Bale is going to play Al Davis. Catherine Hahn is going to play Virginia Madden. And John Mulaney is going to play Trip Hawkins, who is the founder of EA Sports. It's in the game.
Oh, wow.
So the first picture is out. I sent it to you, Carmen, if you want to show the guys what
I'm trying to find
Nicolas Cage.
I think you did send it in one of the group chats.
What Nicolas Cage looks like and what Christian Bale does not look recognizable. Like, if you wouldn't have told me that was Christian Bale, I was like, who is that for a second?
Well, that's that's the mastery of Christian Bale, I guess, in makeup, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy that is Christian Bale. Look at that.
Nicolas Cage is dead on.
It's
like
dead
that's
on,
Nicolas
dude.
Cage.
That's
yeah.
Nicolas Cage. It doesn't look at all like John Madden.
So
it looks 100% like Nicolas Cage.
David O. Russell, which Scorsese film will he rip off with this concept?
Ooh, good question.
Well, hopefully the movie ends with a play.
Adam. I'm trying to think. Scorsese, the one sports movie that comes to mind is Raging Bull. So is he just going to steal Is he just going to steal stuff from Raging Bull, you guys? Put it in a movie about...
Yeah, the movie's going to be black and white.
It's going to be about Al Davis and about John Madden. I don't know.
Like, Nicolas Cage looks nothing.
He looks nothing.
Nothing.
I saw
like
the picture. I couldn't believe it.
Except for the hair and, like, the double chin. That's it.
He almost looks more like Madden as a Longfellow.
Exactly. That's just a chunky Nicolas Cage. That's all.
That's it.
That's not John Madden.
Yeah.
The Al Davis, leave it to Christian Bale to have that like perfect.
Oh yeah, that's dead on.
That's like dead on.
Did we need a movie about the video game Madden?
The answer is
Can we just stop doing this?
The answer is of course not.
Have you watched The Studio on Apple? And the whole second episode is about making a movie called Kool-Aid?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's good. It's good.
Shay, I'm not surprised that they're making the movie. I'm surprised that, like, I know I joke that he's overrated, but like a legit Oscar-winning director is going to make this movie that, like, we had a Tetris movie and we had
with Christian Bale in it.
Yeah.
And like I'm not the world's biggest Nick Cage fan, but like Nick Cage has been a pretty serious, like a pretty big time movie star over the last 40 years.
When they're making movies at game, was Tron a movie about a game, Tron, or was Tron just a different movie and they made the game on it afterwards? What exactly was
I don't know
Tron?
the
I think Tron was a movie originally.
That's what I thought. I thought Tron was first a movie when I was a little kid.
So this is a movie about Madden becoming the Madden game.
It's post-coaching, and it's him being convinced that this is something he should do, and then him falling in love with the idea that he can coach people through a video game. Because, like, that's the story, is that they wanted to sell his likeness, and then he wasn't interested in it until he realized, no, these games are terrible. We got to do it the right way. And then, like, he started coaching up, like, offensive line play and actual schematics in football and all that stuff.
Who knows? Maybe it'll be surprisingly good.
And the story is, too, that didn't he either get offered a one-time fee or a piece? Royalties, and he was like, no, I'm taking royalties.
Good for him. I mean,
David O. Russell's only doing this because his last movie was so...
I don't even remember. What was his last
Amsterdam.
movie?
It was awful.
They're all bad.
None of them are good.
Don't you just get Caliendo to play Madden? I mean, he does do a great Madden,
take
right?
It seriously, though.
And then just release it direct to streaming.
He would look more like Madden than Nicolas Cage.
Adam, 100%. He had the mannerisms down, and he could do, like, Frank could pull it off. And I guess maybe you're right. People wouldn't take it as seriously because Nick Cage is. But I mean, like, Caliendo's the greatest Madden impersonator ever, and he could totally pull that off. I don't know. I mean, this doesn't look anything like John Madden, and I don't even think Nick Cage is that good of an actor. I don't know how he's going to do
bite
it.
your tongue.
I got to be honest with you.
Bite your tongue. Have you seen Face Off?
I have.
He
That's
plays
my point.
John Travolta playing Nicolas Cage. He plays two actors at the same time, Carm.
I like Face Off, don't get me wrong. And I've liked a lot of Nick Cage movies, and I like Face Off. But I don't find him to be all that good of an actor. Like, I've also seen Con Air, and it's atrocious.
He was great in Pig.
He was good in Pig. He was.
Yeah.
I mean, we're possibly reopening Alcatraz because of him. Anyway, guys, here we go. Seahawks season ticket holders were sent an email from the Seahawks, and I'm wondering if more NFL teams will start doing this. This is what they sent them. We're happy to provide the ability to resell your tickets through the NFL Ticket Exchange. While occasional resale is permitted, renewal eligibility may be impacted if it is determined that your tickets were primarily used for resale purposes. So they're going to start tracking how many tickets you sell, and if you sell a lot of them, they're going to take them away.
No kidding. This is like in the whiskey world. If they catch you selling a bottle that they gave you at retail, they catch you selling it secondary.
Yeah,
they're going to take your privileges away. Good for them.
They go to whack you.
Is this a good thing or a bad thing? That seems to me like it'd be a good thing, right, guys?
Why would it be a good thing?
Well, because it's taking away.
No, because the club wants to be the only one that can scalp tickets. Right? Don't they have the service where they get to scalp your tickets?
Yeah.
And they
no,
whack
but aren't they
both
saying
sides?
even that? Aren't they saying they would even monitor that even if you sell it through the?
Yeah. Because the Packers did this too. If you end up selling 100% of your season tickets 2 years in a row, the Packers will take away your tickets.
Wait, let's quickly talk this out. Who does that benefit? Is that better or worse for the regular consumer? Maybe it is worse.
I think it's actually better because
you do. That was my initial reaction.
You get less tickets on the resale market, and then people get off waiting lists who've been on waiting lists for years and actually get an opportunity to buy and use the tickets.
Yeah, but what if the team sucks?
Yeah, the people line up for the
but
NFL
what can you
tickets,
do
though,
about
don't they,
that?
Chris? And what's the consumer?
Well, what I could do about it is I could sell my tickets.
If they suck, he can.
Oh
sell
yeah,
his
Chris
tickets.
is saying, as Chris is a season ticket holder, you shouldn't be dinged for selling those when the team sucks. That's what Chris is saying.
Right.
I got what you're saying, Chris.
I don't know. It sounds like NFL teams are trying to make it as difficult as possible to want to be a season ticket holder.
Like if you go to the first 2 games and then they end up having 3 road games, and let's say they're 0-5, and you're like, screw this, I'm not going to the rest of these games.
Oh, believe me, I've been in that spot before. If the Bears get off to a bad start, you think you're going to find people to go to games in December? That's not happening. You have to sell those tickets early before you realize they suck.
I wasn't thinking of it in that terms, but that's a good point. Why should Chris be penalized for the team sucking?
Well, and think about it this way, too. Like, the Bears are going to Vegas. I can't believe that. Like, I have to believe that Vegas has the most amount of resale tickets.
Yeah, right. People that purchase the tickets without actually living there.
Yeah.
Didn't some guy call Waddle and Silvy a few months ago and say that?
Yeah, people do it all the time. Brokers do that all the time, yeah.
Yeah. See, that doesn't seem right, okay? But then, like, I wouldn't want Chris to get screwed if the Bears said, hey, you sold your last 5 weeks. We're taking your tickets away. And Chris was like, yeah, you were 3-13. And, of course, I know that math doesn't work out. But you know what I'm saying. That shouldn't be on the season ticket holder then. So that's a tricky one. That's going to be worth more discussion and debate. Interesting. I'm not sure who that really benefits. But it seems like it could screw a season ticket holder that legitimately is wanting to see his team play well or her team play well. And when they don't, they shouldn't be penalized for not sitting out in miserable weather in Chicago when the team stinks.
It's really just
in late December.
It's like to dissuade people who would buy them as investments
from
buying them at all.
That's what they're trying to do. They want to
is.
get out of what the people are doing in Vegas and other spots. You're right. Anything else real quick, Adam, or is that it?
That's the lunch rush.
All right, that's the lunch rush. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client that was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
What's up? It's J Hood. Spring is here, and your IKEA Schaumburg, Bolingbrook, and Oak Creek stores are rolling the savings outdoors for their annual sidewalk sale. Visit IKEA from now to May 26th for a wide variety of furniture and home furnishing accessories at big discounts. And don't miss IKEA's Friday Mystery Deals, May 16th and 23rd. For special deals only available in-store to IKEA family members. Not IKEA family member yet? Sign up for free at IKEA.com/US. Save big at the IKEA annual sidewalk sale going on now through May 26th.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
White Sox fans, the new City Connect uniforms are here. The bold design unites the legacy of two legendary Chicago teams, the White Sox and the Bulls. and celebrates the city's impact on both the diamond and the court. Every Friday night this season, the team will take the field in these iconic uniforms. Don't miss out. Grab your tickets now and check out the full City Connect collection, available at the White Sox team store. For all the details, visit whitesox.com/city.
Get a taste of that winning feeling before the buzzer even sounds with ESPN Bet's Early Victory promo. Simply place a pregame moneyline bet on any NBA playoff game, and if the team you back goes up by 20 or more points at any point in the game, you get paid out early. Available throughout the NBA playoffs at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand-new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Welcome back to the Woodford Reserve Distillery. This is Carm and the Good Kid on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Woodford Reserve. With more than 200 flavor notes in every sip, Woodford Reserve is a spectacle for the senses.
Scheduled release day in the NFL. Always an exciting time. We'll have full coverage tonight. I'm good. Thank you, my friend. Jurko's got some bourbon balls. I think Gabe brought them over. Those are very, very good. We'll have full coverage with our team starting at 7 o'clock on our YouTube channel. And all of our scheduled release coverage is brought to you by our friends and partners at the Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Black Abdallah and Pat the Designer will be on with Sweet Lou Canellis over on Fox, breaking things down, talking Bears and NFL 2025. We do have 8 of the games, and coming up here after 2, we'll review those again and kind of go through the schedule, give you our thoughts on the way this is shaking out. But a pretty daunting start for the Bears inside the division, but hey, let's see what you're made of. Off and running. Come September, what's opening day, Jurk? September 7th?
September 4th. For the Thursday night game, 5th, 6th, 7th.
Yeah, 7th.
September 7th. These are unbelievable cards.
Oh, yeah, those bourbon balls are great.
Wow.
Go ahead, Shay. Get another one of those.
Careful with those, Jurk. You got to keep your wits about it.
You could just smell the sugar.
Oh, is there bourbon in those?
Well, I think.
I thought they were just what you drank along with bourbon.
I think they
try them.
Oh, I've had them.
Why'd you close it up?
I'm just going to, because I was going to read it. Made with Woodford Reserve Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Yeah, so it's chocolate and bourbon.
He said we couldn't drink, Danny did. He didn't say we couldn't eat bourbon.
I agree with you.
Aha!
Nice try, Danny.
There's like nothing in those either.
It feels like there is.
You'd have to force feed those to yourself for hours.
They continue.
Be careful.
Every year we've done this, I always go, boy, what are they going to do to top last year? And they keep finding ways. And so I really appreciate.
What are we doing afterwards?
We're going to pick a single barrel of double oaked, which they don't do that. They're just starting that program. We're sort of the guinea pig for them. And when we were in the Rick House earlier today, the warehouse, they had 6 barrels lined up. And they said, they gave us the specs on all 6, and they're about the same. You know, it's 5 to 7 year Woodford, and then it goes into the toasted barrel for another 6-ish months or so. So all of these were pulled and then matured in the second barrel between like July and September of last year. And they lined them all up. They said, you guys pick the 3 that you want, and then we're going to pick 1 from there. So we thiefed whiskey from, that's what it's called. It's called a whiskey thief.
You thief it, yeah.
From the barrel. You take the bung hole out.
Right. You put a big straw in there, a copper straw.
Yes.
You let it fill, you hit the top, and then you bring it over and you put it in a bottle. We're going to be tasting those later on today.
We thief 3 barrels, and we'll pick 1.
One of those barrels.
And that'll be our single barrel, and it'll be on shelves later this summer in stores up in Chicago, and we're obviously going to have to make sure we grab
about
a few of those.
240 bottles come out of that?
Yeah, at barrel proof, too, which is, I think, depending on which one we go with, in the upper 90s.
Yeah.
It's going to be fantastic, and I love double oak. Like, I truly love
You're a big double oak fan.
I think it's great because I love chocolate, vanilla notes, and You get tons of that on the double oaked from that second toasted barrel, and it's just absolutely spectacular. So we're doing that right after.
Yeah, we're going to have some
fun. The
All
experiences
right, we got something.
Here we go.
Brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Advantage Dealer Group, the home of the 60-minute guarantee. Another NFL game, guys?
Guys, the toughest week of them all, a time of self-reflection, a time of looking inward, the bye week is reportedly going to be week 5. That sucks.
A little early.
That does
a
suck.
little early.
A little early?
Yeah, that does suck. Oh, boy. Okay, let's talk about that when we come back. That's as early as you can be, isn't it? No. Don't the bye or the bye start in week 4? No, the buys start, I think, in week 5 always, right? I think that's the earliest it can be.
That's an early bye.
All right, we'll talk about it coming up next. We are live at Woodford Reserve, back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
At Four Seasons Heating, Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electric, we make home service easy. We guarantee same-day service and installation with no extra charge for nights, weekends, or holidays. Family-owned for 53 years, Four Seasons has over 30,000 five-star Google reviews and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. For all your plumbing, heating, cooling, and electrical needs, for all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome back to the Woodford Reserve Distillery. This is Carm and the Good Kid on ESPN Chicago, brought to you by Woodford Reserve.
Final hour for us. Waddle and Silvy will cross-talk with us in 35 minutes. They'll get you home today, and then at 5, Meller's got pregame for White Sox and Reds. Sox won in extras last night. Jurko classic. Classic Jurko just now. Bourbon ball falls on the floor. Jurko's like, I'll eat it, no problem. I mean, right by the door, we're like, all the foot traffic
I'm not going to make Bailey eat it. My heavens, I'm a gentleman in a scholar.
You guys crushed that whole box.
Yeah.
Easy, big fella.
Well, between me and Norling over here, right, saw him through a handful of them.
Did you forget my name for a minute?
And then Bailey had one. I didn't know whether to call you Schnorling or Shay or Norling.
We are live at Woodford Reserve. It is Carmen and Jurk.
He bumped into one of my guys this past weekend, too.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
Yeah, Andrew Gard. He sent me a picture of you. Anyways, he was in a bar, probably one that's owned by his girlfriend's family. And he goes, Jurko, you know this guy? And it was Schnorling sitting there.
Yeah.
Pounding him down like
forgot about that. I was a little inebriated.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Shay's like, oh, yeah, that's right. That happened.
Yeah, literally, that's what just happened.
Yeah, right?
Like,
like,
I did.
Duh.
I got sent a picture, 3 sheets to the wind, and I sent back Schnorling.
That's pretty
funny. And
funny.
he goes, yep, that's Schnorling. All right.
It's Carmen and Jurk. It is schedule release day in the NFL. We keep getting more and more leaks. You know, the NFL has done a nice job just teasing everybody by strategically releasing some of its games with its TV partners. But then today, there have been a lot of reporter leaks. The Tribune's got a bunch of games, and so far we've been able to piece this together. Week 1, at home, Monday Night Football against the Vikings. Week 2, on the road at Detroit. Ben Johnson back in the Motor City right out of the gate, basically. So back-to-back division games. After waiting like 9 weeks last year to play a division game, the Bears will have 2 in the first 2 weeks.
What's week 5?
Week 5 is the bye.
The bye.
Week 8 is at Baltimore. Week 9 is at the Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
Week 10 is at home against the Giants.
Okay.
Week 13, of course, we know is the Eagle game on Black Friday in Philly. Week 16 at home Saturday night against the Packers. Week 18 versus the Lions, TBD on the start time. But a Week 5 bye. Last year it was Week 7 after the London game against Jacksonville. Week 5 is awfully early for the bye, Jurko.
Well, way too early. I always like to see it about Week 9.
Yeah.
I think that's ideal, but we had Week 9 and Week 10 games coming in, Week 8 and Week 9, and I'm like, oh, boy, the ideal spot to have your bye, Week 9, halfway of the season. 9 of 17, that's the ideal time to have it. And sometimes people say with training camp and with everything, but the training camp ends, the last game, and then they have a week and a half before the game starts. There's plenty of time to rest there. That's almost like a bye time for everybody anyway. So, yeah, it's a little bit early, but it's fine. 4-game burst. Get yourself a break and then come back with some 4-game bursts as you go on. So it could work out to their advantage.
You know, what's the only thing, again, we don't have the full schedule here. We're just kind of piecing together what we know. The one thing that stands out that is going to be challenging, not even so much the division games. Like, I like what Jurko said earlier. Like, see what you're made of early here. You know, the tone last year, it was good after the London game, I guess, in fairness. But those first couple of weeks, you felt like you stole one in the opener. You really did. If it weren't for Will Levis, you never win that game. And Will Levis stinks. I mean, you never win that game if it weren't for Will Levis. The Indy game was kind of yucky.
You just crapped that one down your pant leg.
Because you crapped away the Houston game, right? I mean, like there was just, you know, it didn't feel good. They got right when they caught a Rams team that was beat half to hell. We said it in the moment. We're like, boy, they're catching the Rams at a good time.
Right.
You saw what the Rams were by the end of the season.
Yes.
They caught the Rams at a good time, plain and simple. But it was just that the vibes were never really all that good, especially early on in those first couple of weeks.
They went to Jacksonville and won, right?
Well, they won in the London game. That was the high point.
Right.
You beat the pants out of a terrible Jags team, and we were all going nuts. 4-2, you know, and then
going to Washington.
Everything
very winnable
down.
game. Very winnable game.
But like Jurko said earlier,
Hail Mary killed your whole season.
Like Jurko said earlier, like I don't mind. You know, when we were asking, well, what do you want? Do you like that it's back-to-back division games? Is that too hard? Forget too hard. Like, see what you're made of here. You've spent another offseason redoing all this stuff within your football operations, right? New coach, new coaching staff. You've got new players. You're hopefully better supporting Caleb Williams this time around. It's all new, you know. You've spent this. You're going to spend the entire offseason, the entire spring, the entire summer. Like all this is new, and we're going to get it right this time, and we're doing it right, and we're not skipping steps. Go. And let's see how you hold up against the Vikings and the Lions inside the division.
So the process has got to be there. You can have the plan, but then you've got to go through it. You actually have to practice the football the way it needs to be practiced. Can't go through the motions.
So let's see if you're really doing it right.
Can't do it halfway.
And let's see where you stand after a couple of weeks.
But I love his views on contact. Yeah. I love that he knows that you need contact. And everybody's got to prove themselves to the new man. It doesn't matter if you're a $20 million corner on this team. You've got to prove it to this guy that you're a $20 million corner.
Yeah.
Some guys only have to do it a couple of plays. Okay, this is our guy. We know he's our guy. He's been able to show us real quick. Others are going to have to take a little bit longer time.
Yeah.
If you're going to prove it, it's going to take a little bit longer.
So Jurko said what you never want is back-to-back-to-back road games. He said back-to-back's even hard enough. They have that in weeks 8 and 9, according to the Tribune, at Baltimore, at the Bengals.
Yeah.
That's going to be challenging, boys.
Tough games. Baltimore, are you kidding me? Lamar Jackson?
You're going to face Lamar and Joe Cool in back-to-back weeks.
Back-to-back weeks? If that doesn't set up for a nightmare scenario, I don't know what does.
So, and then you've got that.
That sets up right now, and I'll be honest with you, that sets up as 2 ass-kickings that the Bears are going to receive.
So negative.
Yeah. Well, what
Starting
else
to see
can
any
I
point
do?
spreads? I wonder if I can find some point spreads.
Point spreads.
Yeah.
No, they won't be out on the future games yet. I don't
Probably
think.
not. The only ones they had are like the openers and the ones that the league already announced. There's a line for Thursday night for the
take
opener.
some time. Talk to Todd Furman.
Oh, by the way,
Text Todd and see if Todd can get us something before the end of the show.
I can ask him.
Yeah.
And you were asking earlier about what's the most difficult outfield position to play. I did check in with one Jerry Hairston.
What'd Jerry say?
Center field, just because you have to cover more ground. But it is easier to read the ball off the bat. For me personally, left field was the toughest.
Yeah.
But he still said the most challenging, like the hardest one, because there's so much ground.
Yeah,
you have
there's
is
coverage,
center.
unless you're fast, you know.
But like you were saying, and you guys we were talking about earlier, like you're not in center. You don't have like the hooking and slicing balls, and that can be a little bit more challenging for a corner outfield. And he said for
Once
whatever reason
the Bulls
for him,
didn't get it, I was cheering for the Mavericks because the hookah smoking.
That's right. You said the ball's hooking. That's right.
I was like, wait, why is Chris playing that?
Yeah.
I do have odds for 2 games for you, Carm.
I love it. You got 2. Okay,
I got
go
2
ahead.
games. I got the Friday night game. Bears
Okay.
are a 7-point dog on the road against the Eagles.
We talked about that one, didn't we, Adam? Didn't we
Yeah.
say I'd probably take the points on that one, to be honest?
And
right
then
now, but okay.
at home, that Saturday game against the Packers, the Bears are a 1.5-point dog at home.
Yeah, they're getting 1.5. I figured they were going to be in that one. That's such a far look ahead. I mean, what the hell? Plus 1.5.
You just said you'd take the points on a game that's 6 months away.
I would take the points on the Bears and the Eagles. I would. I'd take the points on that right now.
The game
Am I
is
crazy?
6 months away.
Anytime I see lines like this early, we got another game.
Breaking news brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group.
No.
On
Sorry,
ESPN
guys.
Chicago.
More hookahs?
Chicago's home for sports.
What happened?
For those of you hoping that the Bears would play on Christmas,
They're not.
they're not.
Okay.
Week 17 at 49ers, Sunday night football.
At 49ers, it'll be.
I like that.
They were there this last December. They'll be there again this December. So week 17 at the 49ers. Sunday night football, you just said, Adam?
Yeah, December 28th.
December
Sorry, Shay.
28th.
I didn't want them to play on Christmas. I'm very happy.
No,
about
I don't
this.
want them to play on Christmas.
I definitely don't want that.
I think we're going to be week 3, 4, 6, or 7 in Vegas, guys.
We also now have, you guys, a Monday night game, week 1. We have Sunday night football, as Adam just said. That's going to be late in the season, week 17 against the Niners. We've got a Saturday night game the week before that. Bears will have a little one day extra. And we know about the Eagles standalone game after Thanksgiving. So all these primetime games starting to take shape. How are we counting that? We're counting that as 1, 2, 3. That's officially 4 that we have right now in primetime / standalone windows. My guess is, look, there's no Thursday nighter yet. There's going to be a Thursday night game.
Yeah, you got a feeling, yeah.
So it's going to be 5.
I got a feeling,
Maybe even one more Monday nighter. Although I wouldn't bet on that, but I would bet that there's going to be a Thursday nighter in here somewhere. Bye week is week 5, awfully early, and that brings our count, I think, to now 9 total games. So we have a little more than half the schedule, and we know when the bye week is. And as Jurko just said, what we don't have a lot of is the early portion here, other than weeks 1 and 2, and is that Raider game somewhere early, which doesn't seem like it'd be as much fun. But you never know. We still need week 14. We need week 15. We've got 16, 17, and 18. So maybe somewhere there in week 14 or 15, Yerk, we shall see. 312-332-3776. If you want to talk Bears schedule, anything that you've heard as we've kind of pieced this thing together that jumps out. The one thing to me that stands out more than anything is just how tough weeks 8 and weeks 9 are going to be going to Baltimore and Cincinnati. They are home that next week for a date against the Giants. That's going to Giants. That's going to be a noon game at Soldier Field. But
this is breaking news.
I love it.
Fast
This
and
is
Furious
so
now.
great.
Advantage Dealer Group.
This is great.
Breaking
More hookers?
news on ESPN Chicago. Chicago's home for sports.
This is Fast and Furious now. What's next?
So it looks like it's going to be week 8 at Ravens, week 9 at Bengals, week 10 home against the Giants, and then
Right.
back on the road for week 11 at the Minnesota Vikings.
Week 11 at the Vikings. Okay, and that's just a noon game, Adam?
Boy, that's
just a nice little nooner.
Guys. That's 8, 9, 10, and 11.
They already have that in that one of those games in primetime. They love Bears-Vikings on Monday night. Have you noticed that? The league loves Bears-Vikings on Monday
13,
night.
16, 17, 18. Oh, boy. We got the back half. The back half of the schedule is almost done.
The back half of the schedule is going to feature trips to the Eagles, to the Vikings, to the Niners, home games against the Packers and Lions. This schedule is just tough.
Yeah.
Now,
when's the Ravens?
The Ravens is week 8.
Oh, boy.
The schedule's tough, though. We knew that. You looked at the opponents and you knew it.
I'm telling you.
Drawing the 49ers, because the 49ers had a bad year, and they're the last-place team in the West last year. They're favored to win that division.
Yeah.
The Niners are favored ahead of the Rams.
I'm not surprised.
And so that's just a crummy draw that happens. That's where, like, the whole last place to,
you get
last place
you
schedule thing.
You get what you deserve sometimes.
But it's just like you got a tough draw.
When you had a crappy season, Frisco had a crappy season.
Right.
Frisco beat the living H out of you last year in
Correct.
San Francisco.
Correct.
Hey, it doesn't get easy. I told you when the schedule came out, this is no fun. This is not a fun schedule.
Well, just when you realize all the opponents and having to play the AFC North. But
if you're any good, you're going to beat good teams. That's just the reality in the NFL.
Yes. If you're going to be good, you got to beat good teams. Eventually, yes, I agree with you.
Hopefully the Bears are building towards that. I just don't know what it means for this year in year one with Ben.
It's also why I said you could be 8-9, and that could be considered a very good year, depending upon how you play in the losses.
8-0 at home, 0-9 on the road.
Oh, can you imagine? Oh, my God. Can you imagine? I don't know if I would ever deem an 8-9 year a very good year, but all right, I could buy what you're selling a little.
Well, and it's how do you lose? How do you play? You can look at 8-9, and it'd be different for two different teams. If you're playing the AFC South and the NFC West this year, and you end up going 8-9, and you could beat up on those teams, and you don't.
Yeah, I want to see what it looks like. I want to see what it looks like with the quarterback too. I want to see what it looks like with Caleb, and are there some answers here? And it doesn't have to be 4,000 yards. It would be nice, and I would think at some point that's naturally going to happen. I think Caleb will be the guy that, especially in Ben Johnson's offense, I think that'll happen. But the MVP didn't throw for 4,000 yards last year. I mean, I know it seems pretty easy this day and age for these guys, and a lot of guys will, 10, 12 guys will, and at some point I think Caleb will. It's going to happen, especially in this offense. It doesn't have to be 4,000 yards, but we are still going to be able to look at it and know, it's getting better.
Does it have to be 30 touchdowns?
No, I wouldn't say necessarily, especially because Ben Johnson runs the ball a lot, and he runs it in the red zone a lot, doesn't he? I mean, I don't think it has to
be a top 10 offense.
Yes.
Okay. We're finding some common ground.
Give me close. Give me at the very best, fringy top 10.
Carmen, I can give you 11.
Can you give me top 12?
No, because 11 is top third in the league.
Okay.
Barely.
All right, fine. All right,
barely
11.
top third in
top
the
11.
league.
Give me top 11.
Because there's not 33 teams.
You're right.
So
there's only 32.
So I am giving you a little bit with the 11th team.
Okay, you give me 30. Give me top 11.
All right, top 11.
If that happens, look, Caleb can't throw for 3,000 yards. Don't get me wrong. If he plays a full season.
What would he throw for?
3,400, I think, last year. Josh Allen didn't hit 4,000. I'm just saying it's not that it has to be 4,000. It's going to be disappointing. I think we'll know. I think naturally at some point Caleb is going to do it, and I think it could certainly happen this year in Ben's offense. I mean, look at Jared Goff's passing numbers. They play inside. There are some baked-in advantages that he had in the old place that he's not going to have here. Totally understand that. Those numbers maybe were always a little bit inflated. But I don't know if you guys would agree either. I mean, if it's 3,728 touchdowns and his touchdown interception ratio is as good or better than it was last year, and they're a top 11 offense, I think we'll all look at that and go, yeah, we'll take it.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah.
That's progress, right?
I believe so.
I think that's progress.
And then we watch the defense just be somewhat better than it was last year.
Hopefully. So let us know what you think, Bears fans. 312-332-ESPN. Crosstalk coming up in about 20 minutes. We are live at Woodford Reserve in beautiful Versailles, Kentucky, and the sun's back out. A little rain came through, and it's sunny now. It is gorgeous. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Jurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series, Friday from 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
$5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they will help you too. Call 8444-VLG Law today. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception. Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Are you ready to get off the bench and into the game with a great new career? Then ETI School of Skilled Trades is just what you're looking for. As the Chicago area's premier welding and HVAC school, we've helped thousands of people just like you get started in great new careers. Step up to the plate and swing for the fences with a brighter future. Learn more at eticampus.edu or by calling 888-830-7678. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Advantage Acura of Naperville is your connection to your new Acura. Drive home in one you'll love in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. And every new Acura comes with the Advantage Plus program. Come see them in Naperville or visit AdvantageAcura.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
This is Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, live from Kentucky and the Woodford Reserve Distillery Visitors Center. Brought to you by Woodford Reserve, the presenting sponsor of the Kentucky Derby.
Well, we really have a lot of this schedule down now, don't we? Full schedule released tonight by the NFL. And we still don't have the Vegas game. Like, that's the game everybody wants to know. Want to buy their tickets, their airline tickets, and get their hotels.
Do we play Carolina this year?
No.
No Carolina?
Panthers are not.
Who finished last in the NFC South? New Orleans?
Yes, because the Bears play the Saints.
There you go.
Yes.
So it's New Orleans this year.
Yes.
I got you.
Yes. I'm going to double check that, but I'm almost positive. Don't the Saints come to?
I think you're right.
Soldier?
I think you're 100% correct.
We don't have that game yet either. So we have a lot of the schedule, and we'll have full coverage on our YouTube page tonight. Black and Abdallah and Pat the Designer will be on Fox.
We have
Once
loose
the Bulls didn't get it, I was cheering for the Mavericks because that
loose reports,
hookah smoking.
Loose reports.
Loose reports that the entire Thursday night football schedule is out, and the Bears are not featured aside from that Friday
I'm surprised.
prime game.
No
now,
Thursday
again,
game.
Loose.
Okay.
Loose hookahs.
Loose hookahs.
On this.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm a little surprised no Bears on Thursday night, but I guess, they do have the Amazon Prime Black Friday game. They've got a Saturday night game against the Packers. We just found out the Sunday night game in Week 17,
That's very
late
interesting.
December at the 49ers.
And they play well on Thursday night.
They do.
Yeah.
That's the one place that they've been pretty good.
The NFL kind of sticking it to the Bears.
And kind of a mini, I guess, do you consider it a mini bye after Week 13 playing the Eagles on Friday? You play at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, Adam, that's not a bad call.
I mean, if you're not going to, according to this, if you're not going to play any Thursday games, that's the only one you're getting.
You're going to play again on Sunday or Monday that week.
Yeah.
That next week, right? Week 14. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that constitute as a little bit of a mini bye? That's not a bad call. I mean, you're playing in the afternoon on a Friday, so okay. And I'm still curious about that Washington game because one report out there said it's going to be a Monday nighter in Week 6, but Fox used Bears Commanders as one of its games it was highlighting to tease the schedule release over the weekend. So that seems odd to me. We don't have the full Monday night schedule, Adam, just the Thursday night, it sounds like?
That's what it says, is that the whole Thursday night schedule's out.
The whole Thursday night is out. Any good – have you seen them? Do you see the games or any –
Oh, I just had it up. Hold on. Chris has it, I think, up on his computer.
All right, if there's anyone that jumps out.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. I've got
there's
it. Let's
games.
see. Yeah,
there's
there's
games.
Yeah, there's games.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Thursday night, so they can't all be
winners.
Dallas at Detroit, Week 14. That's decent.
That's a good one.
Week 12, Bills at Texans.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That's kind of
at least it should be. Okay.
I mean, Steelers at Bengals if it's
good.
Rodgers.
That's good if it's Rodgers. I would agree with that. We know the Cowboy Thursday Thanksgiving game is a home game against against Kansas City. That's pretty good. That's a sexy matchup right there. I like the sound of that.
There's a Vikings-Chargers game on a Thursday night, too, which is McCarthy and Harbaugh.
That's very good. Yeah, you knew they had to squeeze that in there. McCarthy and Harbaugh on a Thursday night, Yerk. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, I like that one.
What are you watching?
Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey going up against somebody.
Why?
We're on the radio.
Why?
Guys, I'm listening to what you're saying.
so
You got games all over
We
the
are
place.
on the radio.
Story. Okay, so
random Thursday night.
I had a story that I was going to use during the lunch rush that we didn't get to, that Apple is devising a chip that by the end of the year, they could put a chip into your brain that you could control all of your Apple devices.
Get out of here.
Could you imagine if Jurko had that? Anything in his brain would just pop up on his phone. Phil Ivey. Croatia highlights.
I could
Luka
imagine
Modric.
it.
A map of Western Texas for some reason.
Am I crazy though, guys? I don't want chips in my brain. I don't want Apple putting a chip in my brain. Am I crazy?
Well, I think you've got the ultimate choice.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I would say no.
They're just saying it's available.
Yeah. I think that's nuts.
Then the idiots would get it.
Yeah, who signs up?
Oh,
for
there's
that?
morons out there, kid. Don't
Well, it's
you
like
worry
if you
about it.
watch Severance too. If you watch Severance on Apple, oh man,
Don't.
it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm not getting a chip. You getting a chip, Shay?
No, absolutely not.
Black, you getting a chip in your head?
Yeah, why not?
Oh man.
And Black will be the guy that gets it and tells you how great it is
No,
too.
I'm not
He'll be
doing
the
it.
annoying guy
Adam,
kicking
you
your
getting
door
a
down.
chip in the head?
I'm never annoying, Shay.
Oh, never. Famously never annoying.
It's on my business card.
Never annoying. I'm not doing it. I can't get a chip in the head. All right, put the phone down. Stop watching.
I'm
Phil
accepting stuff, Carm.
Well, but why are you doing that?
I'm listening to
now?
you talk.
accepting?
We are on the radio.
Video, social media that Carmen has created. I'm accepting it, and we're getting it out into the world.
Is that
man.
what we're doing?
We're multi-platforming right now.
We did have a video that seemed to get a lot of likes and a lot of traction last night. Jurko giving the tour. Jurko loves to give
Tour of
the
the east
tour
side of
the
Chicago.
tour of the east side of Chicago.
Yeah.
It is great.
I sang a little Paper Lace for the group.
He did.
The night Chicago died.
Jurko on the bus ride, I'm telling you. By the time we hit the border, I think he was 3 old fashions in.
Yeah.
And boy, he was having a good old time.
There's a little bit of traffic, Carm.
There was a little bit of traffic getting down to the border. There was.
But I gave you guys a little rendition of it. The night was full of thrills when a man named El Capone tried to make this town his own, and he called his gangs to war with the forces of the law. I heard my mama cry. The great Paper Lace, guys. You remember them.
The day Chicago died.
Oh, what a night it really was. Oh, what a night it really was.
I heard him spinning
yes,
yards
indeed.
about the steel mills and the
all the good
where
stuff.
the ducks fly.
He was making up jobs reports.
He was making job reports up. He goes, this
jobs,
is the
guys.
so-and-so factory. He goes, they employ about 1,200 people. And I was
1,200.
like, really? And he goes,
3
no,
chefs.
I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. 3 chefs, guys, working 24 hours a day.
You know how many people that
7 days a week.
plant employs?
1,200 jobs of beautiful Northwest Indiana, I believe was the line.
There's nothing like a bus ride with the good kid. I'm telling you. It's like one thing to experience.
No
in your
Colonel
life.
Angus yesterday.
No Colonel Angus, thank
Jeff
God.
Meller has complained about that enough to where
Oh,
I've dropped
my
Colonel
God.
Angus out of the arsenal.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Once in your life, guys, try to get on one of these trips and win a bus ride with a good kid because you will not be disappointed.
I thought we were going to either have Black or Abdallah. We inherited Schnorling on this
We
trip.
got Shay.
How'd that go over, by
I don't
the
think
way?
Chris and Adam want to come on these trips.
Maybe
with
not.
us. I got to be honest.
How'd that go over when you told the guys that you're coming with us to do a remote?
They understood. I'm helping out the state.
Okay. Well,
I'm doing my part.
No.
I'm glad.
Yeah, right. They both said no. They're like,
what a
Shay's
company
gotta
answer
go.
from Shay.
Shay's got to go.
You got it, Chris. I got to button it up occasionally.
Oh, man.
There we go.
All right.
I think Schnorling's had fun with us today, though.
They were
we did.
happy this morning. Without me, they did a Pete Rose show.
I heard, yeah.
Would you have pushed back a little bit on that?
No comment. We'll leave it at that.
Once
Adam.
the Bulls didn't get it, I was cheering for the Mavericks because that hookah smoking.
It gets longer each time.
It's going to get longer each time. It's going to live in
incredible.
infamy. I'm telling you, it's just incredible. Who's got the final word, you guys?
It'll be Jurko.
All right. Coming up next, we're going to crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy and put a ribbon on this one. Jurko has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word
Had to have the last word.
on Carmen and Jurko.
Yes.
I want the hokey pokey. Put
your
it
left
in.
foot in.
I'm going to put it out.
Be careful.
Yeah,
Put
I'm
it
going to
in.
put it in, and I'm going to shake it all about.
Be careful.
That's what I'm
You
talking
gotta
about.
Put the left foot in.
Either
I mean,
one. I
nobody
put
knows what
right
you're
hand
talking
in.
about.
I'm going to put my nose there. I'm going to do it all. Put your big melon in. You put your big melon
I
out.
thought the same thing, Chris.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
The trip up I-94 is a tradition for Northside baseball fans.
And IKEA is giving you the chance to join us for our annual trek to Milwaukee in July.
You can register at the Schaumburg and Bolingbrook IKEA stores during their annual sidewalk sale. On now through May 26th.
Hit the road with Kap and J Hood. Thanks to IKEA. Get full details at ESPNChicagoContest.com.
Looking for the best live music in Chicagoland? Joe's Live in Rosemont is the place to be. Pecos in the Rooftops making a stop this weekend. That's going to be followed up by Bone Thugs and Harmony next month on June 20th. And then just announced Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets will go fast, so get them now at joesliverosemont.com before it's too late. That's joesliverosemont.com.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying the inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works, and it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
ESPN Chicago's Sports Business Minute, hosted by Danny Ecker from Crane Chicago Business, is heard Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and is presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers. Live from the Woodford Reserve Distillery in Versailles, Kentucky, this is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Woodford Reserve, the presenting sponsor of the Kentucky Derby.
Pizzas, what do you think? Pizzas?
We're not. No. There's no.
What are we
pizzas.
doing?
And I'm not anti-food. No, I'm not aware of like anybody. I got news for you. Like, people aren't always going to hold your hand. You want food? Go get food, dude.
This is an official team
like,
trip.
I don't know
this
what
is
to
an
tell
official
you.
team trip.
Like,
Harm, official team trip.
I'm not, I don't need someone to constantly hold my hand.
This is an official team trip.
So when Jurko's like, well, who's bringing the food? Well, hey, here's an idea. You're 57. Plan ahead, dude.
What do you want me to bring? Steak sauce?
Well, bring whatever
Heinz
you
57?
want to bring.
What do you, what does that
You're
mean?
a grown-up. I'd expect my
What does that
13-year-old
mean?
who's a knucklehead to be like, well, what am I going to have to eat, Dad? Because he's 13.
All right, here's another problem that we always have. When we go down there, Carmen always gets a special bottle. A special bottle of something. I mean, a top-notch autographed bottle of some bourbon that's never been available to anybody else in the world.
Oh, you want to bet? You want to bet? Now, are you gonna talk out of your ass?
Sweet Lord!
Who opened the bottle last year on the bus on the way home?
Heavens!
Fatso.
Oh, bad. I meant to say big fat liar.
No, you did not. No, you didn't.
I mean,
say big fat liar.
Sometimes in stressful situations,
The truth comes out.
Yeah, it comes out.
Yes.
You got to be careful.
And you know what
with.
makes matters worse? Gabe actually did hold Jurko's hand. He brought Bari sandwiches.
Yeah,
which was very generous.
that's
Johnny. I had to
you're making the worst. It's the worst thing you could do. You're holding his hand for him again.
Yeah, you're creating
You're creating a monster.
You're creating a problem.
I thought you were just asking, are we doing pizzas? Not like, is anybody providing pizzas? Maybe you were going to provide the pizzas.
No, that's not what he meant.
That's not what he meant.
That's not what he meant.
Okay.
He wanted to know who
was
first of all, he
delivering
wanted
him
to know
food?
why we weren't getting Chicago cut. That's what he wanted to know first. Okay. Let's not. Okay.
Who dropped the ball? I want to know who dropped the ball.
Okay. So
when you're the
Carmen,
theoretical
it's a team trip,
guys. When you're the theoretical talent, you can't think about everything. Okay, there's a lot of pressure on the theoretical talent out there.
And I did. I felt bad because I wanted to say you big fat liar, and somehow it just said fat.
I ain't buying that, Carmen. With all due respect, Carmen, I think it
fatso.
came out exactly the way you wanted it to.
I felt terrible.
I know.
Didn't mean to put it
I got people on X calling me fatso.
No, you do not.
Yeah.
You do not. You're so full of it.
Fat shaming.
You're so full of it.
Johnny, did you call HR?
Well, I would never call HR in that
You
type
fat
of situation.
bastard.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for Carmen to buy me a drink, but that's okay.
I bought you a drink last night.
Or a
See what I'm
sandwich.
saying? Like this.
You did?
Yes, I did. When we got to the Groove, I brought
we're
you a
at the
drink.
Groove?
Yes.
Man, that was our place, fellas.
Oh, we watched the end of the
Man, we got to the
Nugget
Groove.
game.
TVs were on. That was our joint.
It was good.
We had a DJ. It was popping.
Yep.
I was popping and locking on the dance floor.
Jurko was
There's some good
dancing a
things.
little
I had
last
a little
night.
rhythm
Yeah.
last night.
With that
He was-
ankle and
See
knee?
me move, man.
He was feeling good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who was he
getting
dancing
mad.
with? At that
Well, like all of us.
Shay?
We were
Yeah,
the whole
it was a group vibe. It was a group vibe happening. You know what I'm saying?
It was a
group
circle?
vibe. It was
a circle.
It was a circle.
It was a session. It was a session.
Shay, listen, that's part of
circularity.
you. You get invited, Shay. You have to dance with the good kid.
Well, what kind of dance are we talking? Are we doing a waltz?
We're
Yeah.
more like an ellipse, you know? More like an ellipse.
Jurko
That's
was
what we were.
He was feeling good. He was feeling
Yeah.
frisky. And we
I was
watched the end of the
feeling
game. We had a good
Like
time.
a sphere.
But I bought you your cocktail. I bought you your
You
first
did.
cocktail.
You bought him
did.
what?
I bought you.
You bought him your what? I bought you your.
I said cocktail.
You know how
bring that
special
back?
Carmen is. You know?
It definitely was a
That's
circle.
so-
Waddle. It was a circle.
Listen, I know anything's up for
I
grabs
said
in the state of
cocktail.
Kentucky.
Stop
But
it.
my goodness, Carl,
How
don't
dare
be
you.
soiling that state.
I said cocktail.
No, you did
The
not.
people of this state are wonderful. I gotta say,
Great
I-
state.
It's
Good people down here, man.
It's great,
Yeah.
and I gotta just thank everybody from Woodford again and Brown Forman for doing this with us. And I hope we keep doing this trip. It's been a fun annual thing.
Forever.
3 years in a row we've been down here. They keep finding ways to one up the previous experience. I don't know what they're gonna.
I'm thinking maybe they could put like a
What
band,
they're gonna do next,
They could put a
but-
band shell up here for us.
It did look like they put Baby in a corner today, didn't it? Watching the show.
I don't think so.
No,
This
we're
is
always
where
right
we've
here.
been
Really?
here. We've been here all the time.
Yeah, we're always right
It got a little gray out with the rains that
Okay.
came, but now it's sunny out. It's absolutely
Quick exit
gorgeous.
too. I see there's a door right next to you, Johnny.
Yes, that's one.
Yeah,
of
I
the
kicked it open for a young fellow that wanted to come in. He may have seen that karate move that I threw up there. Kumite, my friend Kumite.
Thanks to Brown Forman and Woodford, and to Elizabeth McCall, who is
Yeah.
the master distiller down here. Who
Wonderful job.
to get the experience that our listeners got with her, and just to have her lead us on a tour.
And she
is-
put us through the paces today.
It's awesome. I mean, just
with all the different Woodford reserves, and then we went upstairs and we drilled into a a kegger up there into a barrel.
Or a barrel.
We
yeah.
drilled into a barrel. And we got
very
some,
rare barrel.
Some of the good stuff out of there.
So,
Is this like Christmas morning for
Oh
Carm?
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
He didn't want to drink during the show. I'm a little bit stunned. I was going to buy
drink
during the show. Carm did not
We're gonna
want
go
to
drink
during
right
the
after.
show.
Yeah.
Drink right after.
Isn't that when it got messy last year?
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think it ever got messy. I mean,
Didn't something happen with Charlie or something like that?
No, that was Charlie wasn't here with us last year.
That was
Jack
2
was.
years ago.
We
Or was
made
it
the
Jack, young
we
Jack?
made the joke that we lost. I did the spoof of
Oh, yeah. We laughed.
Hangover because
Yeah.
Danny was very worried last year with young Jack McGrath coming on this trip.
Yeah.
Jack was, I don't know, 23 years old, right?
Yeah.
He'd never really done anything like this, and he was a newer employee, and Danny kept
He was
saying,
afraid.
Carmen, you got to be – and I'm like, Danny, what do you think is going to happen? I'm like, he's not 10.
Yeah,
I'm like,
he's
like,
an adult.
He's like, you can't lose Jack, and you got to be careful. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'll be careful.
Yeah.
I'm going to do my best not lose the grown man that's our producer.
Right. Even though he looks like the dentist from the Land of Misfit Toys,
yeah.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
And Danny was all worried.
Still an adult.
So at the end, like towards the end of the night when we left the karaoke bar, I did like do the whole goofy tailor-made spoof of Hangover, and we put it on Instagram. And people seem to like it, but
That's pretty
they filmed
funny
me
because Danny
calling-
told me to look after Yurko and make sure Yurko didn't get lost.
Well done,
Jack,
Well
I got the
played.
same message.
That's pretty good, Jack.
Make sure you tuck him into bed.
And Jack was totally fine and well behaved and had a good time with us, and
Yeah.
nothing happened.
Nothing
I mean,
happened.
like everybody's a grown up, we'll be all right. You know.
Are
Danny
you
was
guys
very worried?
Are you guys staying for a Twilight Thursday at Churchill?
No, we're
we're
headed
not.
back after. We're doing the Slugger Museum again tomorrow, and then
Right.
we're headed back.
It would have
Then
been
we're
nice
headed
if they were running tonight for you guys.
It would have been
Where
great.
they
yeah.
run on Thursdays,
They run
Thursday,
on
Friday,
Thursdays.
Saturday,
Yeah.
Sunday, I
Right.
believe.
That would have been great.
You're right. Thanks to Shay as well for helping, and Bailey,
Right.
Donovan, and thank you, Fleck and Abdallah back in the shop, and
Castiglione.
Anthony Catazone,
Yeah.
and everybody here.
And we got horses right outside, guys. There's like a horse farm.
They're
right
roaming?
outside.
They're just, it's a horse farm?
It's a horse farm. They're just over there kind of frolicking in the field.
Probably about 40 yards away.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
It's a
Right
if
outside
you
the
guys
door.
ever get down here, I'm telling you, it is, especially
I
this
love
part
the
of the
place.
state. I mean, Tommy knows. Like
It's
it's
God's
just
country.
it's spectacular.
I got to tell you, between Louisville and Lexington, two of my favorite cities.
They're
Just
amazing.
a beautiful.
Yeah, you're so right.
Concord, Lexington and Concord. Love both of those cities,
That's
baby.
you're going Revolutionary War.
I
man.
am going Revolutionary War.
Carmen, you need to buy him a cocktail.
All right.
You need to buy him one of those.
I said cocktail.
You know what the man
we
loves.
got to bring that back, Jack. Bring
You know
that
what the man
back.
loves.
You guys are unbelievable.
By the way,
Some guys love
how
to
about,
drink, and other guys love cocktails.
How about Shea yesterday making the appearance on the Moises Ballesteros
we heard
debut?
about that.
Yeah.
So MLB or the Cubs use
Yeah.
Shay's voice?
Yes.
Well, you get royalties on that?
I hope so.
That's pretty
I was
spectacular.
pretty shocked when I saw it.
What'd they utilize? What'd they
Use
say?
his voice.
It was me saying the Cubs are calling up Moises Ballesteros at the end of his debut video.
It was
that
like
they
a
put out all
hype
over
video.
Social media. Yeah.
It was a hype video, and at the end, it's Shea announcing that Ballesteros has been called up.
It's pretty amazing. Good for
You
Shay.
need to put a cease and desist letter out there to them.
Shea, do you want that check for 10 cents made out to you, or do you have
Right.
an LLC?
10 cents might be generous, but yeah, I'll take it to my LLC.
Okay. Donate it to the Tucker Fund.
I heard Cap was a little frisky about my voice being on there.
I'm not surprised.
He didn't like that? He
Was
thought
he
it should have
upset
been
his voice wasn't on there?
I didn't hear it this morning, but
Oh,
I've been
boy.
told that Cap was a little frisky, that it was my voice that made the...
Oh, it's all right.
So, Shea, what's the difference between the two shows after getting an up-close personal view of Carmen and Yurko versus Kap and J Hood?
I've produced this show before.
Oh,
This
you
is
have?
not
I didn't know
bad.
that.
Yeah.
He was with us in San Fran.
It's just
Yeah, I've
us
done
he
it before.
refuses to work with.
That's not true.
Refuses. I know. I don't.
Schnorling.
I've never been asked.
I had dinner with Schnorling at the French Laundry.
Where's the
Good
H
man.
coming?
Schnorling.
Where is this coming from?
My man Schnorling.
Have you been
Shea and
sneaking
Norling.
whiskeys all
I
show?
have not, no. I'm trying to be a good
Speaking
boy.
with a list.
Shay's been on the
trying
road
to
with
be a-
us.
yeah,
you
I'm
know how to
trying
have
to
a
be a
good
good
time
boy.
with Shay.
Speaking of that, Carm, how about this? How quickly I work. As soon as the leak was made that the Bears are playing at Minnesota, November 16th, week 11,
Yep.
I've already booked it for the family.
For you're going to take the family to Minnesota?
Yeah, I think it's a good, like, I was looking at the other destinations, and Yeah, Mall of America. It's before the winter
that's
sets
true.
in. See the new stadium. I've already booked the flight and the hotel room.
Where are you staying?
You did work fast.
Yes.
Good job, Silvy.
Yes.
That's
Staying
a
at
good
the.
call.
Courtney gave me a tip because remember, make your decisions fast because they will quickly dynamic price them.
Oh, yeah.
This is before like the schedule comes out, and I got my United flight for. They're under $300 round trip right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty good,
Yeah.
actually.
So, and then I got a suite at one of the hotels through Bonvoy at under $400 a night.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
You stayed there 6 nights?
No, we're going to go on a Friday night after the show because it's a quick flight. That's the other good hook there, Yerk. And then we're going to leave Monday morning. So that way we get 3 full nights, but they won't really miss school.
Great. Smart thinking. We still don't know the Raider game, huh? That's the one everybody's waiting on. We got the 49ers. We got a lot of the schedule.
Well, it could be week 3, week 4, week 7, week 12.
15, right?
What about 5 and
14,
6?
15.
Do we have 5 and 6?
No, but week 5's a bye, according to Tyler.
All right, what's 6 then?
That's an early bye. I don't like that for the Bears.
We said the same thing. Don't like it. What do you guys think of Vikings-Lions to start?
I love it.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't like waiting till week 11 for division games.
It was crazy last year. What about weeks 8 and 9 at Baltimore at the Bengals? That's going to be tricky.
That's a nightmare.
That's tough to navigate.
That's a meat grinder.
Well,
That's so it too.
Isn't that the scary part of the schedule from what we know? So week 8 is at the Ravens, week 9 at the Bengals, home against the Giants, okay, but then you're back on the road at the Vikings. That's 3 out of 4 in really tough places to play.
Well, and if you go in front of that, week 6 is at the Commanders. Week 7, you obviously are going to play at home.
We haven't
Are
confirmed
we sure
that
about
yet,
the
guys.
week 6 at the Commanders?
We haven't confirmed that.
Because I don't know if I buy that
JP
much.
Finlay is the one who is reporting this.
But I find it odd that Fox would have used
I'm
Me
with you,
too.
Clark.
I saw that. That was weird.
in its promotional material. Are they just guessing that it was going to be
No,
one of their
they
games?
can't. Carm, I saw that too, and I was like, I thought Fox had put up in a graphic that this is going to be a Fox game.
They did. So
So this is listed as a Monday night.
who's
Maybe
JP?
JP Finlay's got it wrong.
That's what I'm thinking.
Who is
I don't-
JP Finley?
He's a Commanders reporter for NBC Sports Washington.
I just I don't know what to believe until
Come on,
it
JP.
happens, but it seems odd that
It's a bad take, JP.
that Fox would use that in its NFL on Fox graphic over the weekend in some of its social posts, and then it was a Monday night game. So
Maybe Brady got it wrong. Maybe Tom Brady was the one putting stuff out.
can you imagine? They got Tom doing everything over there now.
Yeah.
He's at the
For
upfronts
that-
and he's doing their Twitter. He's
for
doing
that price, he better be.
I guess so. What do you guys think they're paying Michael?
We were
I know
debating.
you guys. How much do you think, Sylvie?
50
No, we were
million?
debating it.
I know. I heard you guys the other day.
I don't know
talking
what are
about
they
it.
asking him to do. They're not paying him $35 million a year. I mean,
50.
No.
50 total?
Really?
No, 50. Yeah, 50 million a year.
No way.
I mean, they're
no
giving Brady $35 million a year, but he works every week, and he's also
He's
doing
part
games,
of all
yeah.
of their presentations and client stuff.
He's working 17 weekends, 18 weekends. Come
But
on,
at the
guys.
same time, like, what's Michael getting out of bed for?
10 million, I think. For
10 million,
just to be a contributor, to go to his house, to do a couple videos, he's like 10 mil a year.
Not for Mike, guys. No.
That's what he's
20?
getting out of bed for starting.
No.
I don't know. I don't know if that's enough, Sylvie. You think so?
You need more,
10
guys.
million for
Boy,
Michael?
that's
I mean, he's a
easy
billionaire.
work. There were many seasons he played for the Bulls for less than that.
Yeah,
There
but
were a
that
lot
was
of seasons,
That was
that's true.
then. This is now.
I know that. I know,
20,
but
25?
I'm thinking 25.
If Tony Romo's getting 18 million a year, come on now.
I know, but Romo's doing a
Nance is
game.
still crying.
Romo's doing a game that is fully sold out on the broadcast. Michael is going to be a contributor where he's going to shoot a few videos and maybe do a couple of appearances
If
on
he
the
goes,
pregame.
listen, if he's out there and he does 10, 15 games and then does 10 or 15 Sundays or however many
There's no
days
way he's doing
on
10
the
or
debt, well, I'm just trying to find a way for him to. If you put that much time in it,
Yeah, I
you
agree
Oh,
could
with
talk me into 50.
Yeah, 10-year, $500 million contract for Michael Jordan,
No,
baby.
I can't see that.
No,
I see it
I
happening.
think maybe 20, 25. I'm not sure if it's 10, but I'm always interested to know when it's someone like Michael, who's a billionaire, who has largely stayed out of doing anything in the media or the public eye.
Isn't he friends too with the guy, one of the guys that's the front office of NBC?
That's
like
what
Jim
the
Miller,
article
I think
said.
Jim Miller, somebody, whatever his name is. Michael doesn't.
Shane Matthews.
He does it. It's Peter Tom Willis.
That was good, Silvy.
I don't think he's a billionaire. He doesn't need this money is.
It's silly play money. It's
Yeah.
extra. It's gambling money for Michael.
Right.
It's
So
like this is nothing.
I would think
when did it take onto the golf course?
I would think he'd commit to a light schedule for hefty pay.
Yeah.
Instead of a more complete schedule with even heftier pay.
Yeah. You're probably.
But I don't know. Hell, what do we know?
Any other NFL schedule
What'd you
nuggets
say,
that
John?
you guys wanted to throw out or talk about? Or I was going to just ask you one more
do you
thing
have,
before
guys?
we wrap up. Any
No,
other NFL
I'm good
stuff?
with the schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. And then one thing we talked about a little earlier, it was brief, but PCA keeps doing it, Silvy. I mean, and right now, he's top 5 in total bases. He's top 5 in doubles. He's top 5 in home runs, stolen bases. He plays a premium defensive position, and he plays it well, and he's got all this speed, and he's got power, and he's dynamic. And I said he doesn't quite have the hit tool that Bobby Witt Jr. has, but I'm like, you're looking at one of these rare potential 5 or 4+ tool players that could really take this league by storm and be a superstar. This is everything you could have hoped for and more.
Two thoughts, Carm. One, has anyone made money quicker than PCA? Because it was right at the start when he was getting hot is when that offer came out for $75 million. Now, what's the starting price of anything he's saying yes to? Because he's now showing all what you were saying. And then for me, the one thing that now I'm certain about, and we'll see where the career goes, because as we know, even Chris Bryant, who is a can't-miss guy for the first 5 years, has missed ever since. But one thing I do know is that the question about PCA lacking power, major league power, is over. And we'll see if he could get on base at a high level ever. We'll see if he could cut down on some of the strikeouts. Those still remain a question, and what kind of a superstar or star player he can be. But the one thing I know for sure is power will not be an issue for PCA.
No, and if he can't get that, like you said, it's a good point about cutting down the strikeouts. We did mention that if he gets on base a little bit more, think about how much more dangerous he is and how much more impactful because of his speed. If he can just get on base a little bit more. But he's something. He's fun to watch. He's got the personality.
He hits some bombs.
This is everything you could have hoped for.
They're not basket shots.
They don't just sneak out. The one he hit in New York against the Mets was.
He's on pace for 85 extra base hits, you guys. I mean, he's doing it. This is everything you could have hoped for.
I mean, can you imagine if he has 30 home runs in a year that we weren't sure if he could hit 10?
Right, yeah. He's already gone past that.
Well, I mean, last year, what did he have? He had 10, probably slugged 375, 380, played in, what do you have, 400, 500 at bats?
Maybe something like that.
And then that's what we were talking. We're going to start talking about this too, about the spot in the order. Joe Madden, by the way, is going to be on.
Oh.
And if any that to me screams Joe Madden type of player.
Yes.
Joe Madden would love having him, and he'd manage him very well. But remember, it's basically the 10-year anniversary of when Joe Madden first took over this team. So we want to reminisce with Joe, talk about his guy Javi too.
Oh, what a story.
Yeah, it's what a comeback story.
I don't know what's going on there.
So we're going to have a really good conversation with Joe at 4:30. I look forward to that. And then we're going to have Barstool Big Cat a little later than normal. He's on at 5 today.
Okay. 5 o'clock for Barstool Big Cat. Joe Madden with the guys at 4:30. Anything else, boys?
Now go drink.
Okay, we
Get your drink on, as Waddle would say.
Have a great show, gents. Waddle and Silvy are going to get you
Pete
home
Rose
next.
night tonight in Cincinnati, for those of you who are interested.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, 7 to 5. Eddie makes it.
Well, will they? That's funny.
He's not going to make it, Johnny. He's not going to be there.
We got it. By the way, Jack, I never sent it to you. Can you please pull Michael Wilbon yelling that Pete Rose is dead? Remember, it was a weird thing. We asked Wilbon. Wilbon was in a mood yesterday. We asked Wilbon, Carmen.
That was a surprise.
Yeah, I know. We asked him. We said,
"What do you not get any apple pie?"
Is that his thing? Apple pie? Yeah, I guess taffy apples. Yeah. So we asked Wilbon about Pete Rose and his thoughts, and he's like, I don't care. He goes, I don't care. He's dead. How am I going to talk to Pete Rose?
I agree with him.
He's dead. That was his take. I was very surprised by that.
He's dead. Doesn't mean anything.
Gotta love Wilbon. All right, boys. Have a great show today.
We'll start with some Cubs. We'll give you the latest on the schedule news, and then, like I told you about our 2 great guests.
Sounds good, guys. Waddle and Silvy are next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
5th Annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend.
What?
We're here to say there's still a chance.
Chris and I will be at Jameson's Pub on Francis Road in Frankfurt.
Join us Saturday from 1 to 3.
We'll be qualifying fans for a chance to win a twosome on Team Bleck and Abdallah for the sold-out Classic.
And at the end, we will pick one to win that twosome.
And it's all brought to you by Yingling.
See you Saturday from 1 to 3 at Jameson's in Frankfurt.
And please enjoy responsibly.
It's your friend Tom Waddle here, speaking on behalf of my new good friends at Fatport Tapworks. If you haven't visited one of their locations, you truly are missing out. They've got one in Lincolnwood, they've got one in Wicker Park, and they've got one in McCormick Place. Great food, great beer, TVs everywhere, watching all of your favorite sports, flat screens, all kinds of different things, dozens of beers on tap. They've got made-from-scratch menu items that I'm telling you are better than anything you're going to find anywhere else. Just an outstanding place to take the family or go with a couple of friends and watch your favorite baseball team, or hopefully in the football season it will be your go-to spot as well. The beer's ice cold. The flat screens are everywhere. It is on. Check them out at fatporttapworks.com.
Turn your backyard into a summer oasis. Hi, I'm Bob. At American Sail, we're known for having the largest selection of pools, patio sets, hot tubs, and grills. And right now, during our spring and summer sale, you can save up to 50% and get 5 years special financing or 10% cash back, plus free delivery and our lowest price guarantee. See store for details. And don't forget, we're your barbecue headquarters with all the best grill brands under one roof. So come in and see us or visit us online. American Sail, bring the fun home.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Hey guys, it's Professor DeFalco inviting you to Empire in Naperville for Whiskey University. Our class is Wednesday night, May 21st at 6:30. The lesson will focus on Horse Soldier bourbon. What does it take to become an award-winning bourbon like Horse Soldier? Well, hard work, a legacy of craftsmanship, and every ounce of passion distilled into a glass. This is no ordinary lecture. It's a masterclass in American tradition. Whiskey U at Empire in Naperville, Wednesday, May 21st at 6:30. Sip, study, and live legendary with Horse Soldier. Please drink responsibly.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock.
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
The 2-1. And right field. And we are
Messier get a hold of one. There you go. Drive, base hit into center field. Kelly's coming in to score. Brujan sprinting for third. Nico Horner in his 28th birthday RBI single, and the Cubs are within one. He hits with Brujan the tying run at third. Horner the winning run at first. Line drive down the left side. Fair ball. That's hit to the corner. Brujan is in. Here comes Nico. On his way to the plate. And the Cubs win it. Justin Turner the walk-off. Boy, oh boy, welcome to Chicago, Justin Turner. Have your moment at Wrigley Field.
There you go, Ryan Dempster, Boog Sciambi, Marquee Sports Network, the game-winning call. I like that call by Demp, too, because, Turner's been here for the whole season. That wasn't his Wrigley Field debut, but he hasn't done much in a Cubs uniform, and Cubs fans were getting antsy. And we talked to him after opening day. I was very happy for Justin Turner, who came through in a big moment yesterday and drove in the game-winning run.
He's an accomplished veteran. I don't think it's a bad thing to have one of those guys on your bench. You need to get something out of him if you're going to continue to play him.
Yes.
But seems to be the type of guy you would want around a team.
That's what I was telling Tyler, and Tyler was at the game. We'll go to him in a minute, but...
Do you have good seats?
We had great seats.
Nice.
Where were you at?
We were directly behind the plate, section 118.
Oh,
so we were like,
very good. He had a hookup.
Yeah.
He had a connection.
One of my college friends just got the Marlins radio job, so he had the hookup there. So we were sitting in the the Marlins family section.
These Syracuse bots, just one after another, getting all these gigs.
Breaking a little bread, sharing a pretzel with a Matt Mervis's dad, right?
Yeah, sitting next to your guy's dad. Matt Mervis's dad was sitting right next to us.
Did you talk to him at all?
A little bit, yeah.
You chat him up?
A little bit.
What'd you say to him?
We were,
said, your son, we thought he was PCA.
He was saying how he actually doesn't fly to a lot of the Marlins games, but he likes to go to a lot of the road games.
Was he a guy who grew up a Cubs fan too, or
he grew up in D.C.
All right, so maybe not then. I just remember when they called up Mervis, they kept showing him over and over and over again.
He's kind of cooled off a little, hasn't he, after a wild stretch?
Well, he had that
home
run spurt, yeah.
Right.
But even with the home run spurt, his overall numbers weren't great.
He's gotten pulled late in games too. He got pulled last night. He got pulled the night before.
For defense?
Well, he's been a DH some of these days too. I believe,
really?
So.
For the bat, they take the bat out.
He's got 7 bombs so far this year.
But they all came in a short period of time. I want to say the most of them. He got hot and then cooled off. Look, I like Bush way more.
Excuse me?
Michael Bush more than I ever thought I would like him.
Welcome to the 90s.
Gives you great
Welcome
at bats.
back to the 90s.
No, that's even 90s?
I don't know.
I always think of the 70s for that.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But probably, yeah. I mean, it was before manscaping and, taking care of that down there.
I'm going to Google when did manscaping.
I mean, it's bad term to. It's very general to say manscaping.
Thing. Well, I'm womanscaping. You want me to type that in and see what it says, just to be
when did women
safe?
Start? Yeah,
gained popularity in the early 2000s, I guess. The term manscaping and the practice it describes gained popularity.
Only us from a Cubs walk-off winner.
Let me go to womanscaping.
Yeah. I want to say the 90s was more like an airport.
Crowded and delayed?
No, with a never mind. I'm just going to move on. I think it's better for me to move on right now.
Why? The trend of women's manscaping, that's what they say here, or public, I put an L there, I didn't need to, whatever, gained significant traction starting in the 90s.
Yes.
And then went into the early 2000s, driven by changing fashion trends and media influencers.
Media influence.
Yeah.
How about that? I don't know how we got here talking Cubs. How did we get here?
It's life, man. It's life. We're human beings. Sometimes you just take a detour and you end up somewhere and you're a little confused. You got to find your way back.
Yeah, but it was a fun game.
Tyler, you told us, too, that a lot of people left before the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah. It was a great crowd. I think they announced like 38,000 something.
Late arriving.
Yeah.
Because I was sitting on my couch watching early, and it looked like it was lightly attended early.
Don't forget, too, 6:40, these start times, I still don't think everyone's quite used to that.
No, I think...
Or it's tougher for
especially
people
if
to get
you're
out
going
of work.
up the highway over here where there's 3 people working on the situation at that time. Took me an hour and 35 minutes to get home last night.
I made it home in an hour.
How? Oh, you
on
were
the train.
Yeah.
I left here at 5, and we pulled into the Deerfield station at like a little after 6.
Then you got to get your car and get home, so an hour 15.
Yeah, but still, I didn't have any stress.
I just listen to the radio, but it's nonsense. The whole thing is nonsense.
So, but everyone left early, correct?
Yeah, a lot of people left after the bottom of the 8th. Which is weird because, like, it's
it's the Marlins, for Christ's sake.
You had, like, an offense that has been coming back on teams all season long. Like, really?
Don't be that way, Cubs. Now, I shouldn't tell anyone how to fan. You fan however you want, but that team, I wouldn't quit on that Cubs team. I don't care who they're playing.
I felt great about yesterday going into the 9th inning. They've done it once before. They've come back a lot this season. It was 2 runs, and it was the Marlins. So I was very attentive and hopeful that they would still find a way to at least tie that game up.
Yes. And that's what you got.
Mm-hmm.
I would never turn away from this Cubs team, especially against a bad team.
What do you know about this Cubs team now? So we're midway through May. We're like over a month and a half into the season. What can you say? Like I said, for instance, about PCA, like the one thing now I know for sure about PCA is I know he's got power, and power won't be an issue. He's not some slap hitter. He puts a good swing on the ball every time, and sometimes that hurts plate discipline, but I'd rather have a dynamic player with a high OPS.
I know this is a team that will play very, very good defense 9 times out of 10. They'll run the bases as aggressively and as well as any team in all of baseball. They have some explosive bats, and they have bottom of the order capacity that other teams don't have. Look at a lot of teams in baseball. It's from 6 to 9. It's 215, 212, 225 if you're lucky. This team's got guys I mean, Dansby's as hot as anybody now. What's he hitting? 7th?
Yeah.
6th, 7th, or 8th? Carson Kelly steps in and is still putting the bat on the ball. I mean, Nico may not be the perfect player, but he's hitting 285. What's he hitting? 6? He's in that same, on the downside of the order. Like
he hit 8th last night.
Did he hit 8th?
Yeah, and this is with Hap out too.
Yeah.
That all the length you still have in the lineup. And we were talking about PCA and what is something that we're going to ask Madden, like what is his perfect spot in the order? I think what's cool about PCA is he can lead off because he's so fast and he impacts the game, but he also can be a middle of the order hitter. He could be, if Tucker, he could be the number 3 hitter. He could be somewhere where you feel good at 4 or 5 because you want to get him up quicker too because he could do so much on the base pass. You don't have an issue batting him 7th, like you said, because you do have a lot of other good hitters on this team. But I think eventually he's going to be in the top 4 or 5 is where he's going to hit.
I would think ultimately he's a leadoff hitter, isn't he? I mean, Schwarber led off for Joe Madden and provided power. He can do that.
But are you taking Hap out of the leadoff spot? You'd rather
eventually.
You think?
Eventually, yeah, because I think as he grows as a player, his plate discipline will improve and his on-base percentage will go up along with his power, and then he becomes a guy that who wants to face him to start a game?
Because and then the extra time up as you come up with a 4th time through the order. Not everyone hits 4 times in a game or 5 times if you're scoring runs.
I think ultimately
you get him up quicker and put more pressure on the opponent.
That's his destination, I would think, isn't he? You're going to be your prototypical, even in 2025, 26, 27. He's your prototypical leadoff hitter.
You know what I would do with him? I would try to space him out as far away from guys like Amaya, Ballesteros now, Carson Kelly, space him out because I've noticed a couple of times he's gotten on base and he'll hit a single, and he'll have Amaya in front of him. And because Amaya can't go first to third on a single, he all of a sudden can't steal second base.
Clogs the bases.
That's interesting. That's a great thought there, Tyler.
I've noticed that a couple times with him, and I'm like, wow, this is kind of frustrating. So I kind of liked it the way it's set up yesterday, where you had at the bottom of the order Nico Horner and Nicky Lopez, where those are guys, if they are on base and PCA singles, you know they can go first to third.
That's a really good thought. That's next level baseball, Tyler. Look at you.
This is what happens when you're single. You get frustrated by stuff like this.
Spent summers in Cape Cod calling baseball in Cape Cod. What's there to do up there? Drink and talk ball.
Exactly.
That's all there
in
is.
The lab.
You can go to the beach. There's shells. It's not a real nice beach up there. The water's cold. There's great white sharks.
You want the Spanish call from last night? I know you were asking for it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't not want it. I mean,
what was the?
I wasn't looking for it.
What was the promotion last night? Weren't they?
It was Mexican Heritage Night.
So it was Mexican Heritage Night, and then you had the Spanish call being featured. It was a really good call too. I think the guy who does the Spanish broadcasts on radio did take me out to the ball game last night.
I did see that.
So here he is with the call last night on the Cubs walk-off. There you go. That was
I understood cinco cuatro, meaning 5-4. I heard the word walk-off.
Cubs.
And that's it.
Did you hear Chicago Cubs?
I maybe heard Cubs, maybe. I don't know. But that's it. That's all I understood.
Miguel Esparza with the call right there. Jack, did you want to say something? Oh, it looked like it. All right, 312-332-3776 if you want to talk to us, whether it's about the Cubs, whether it's about the schedule release. We've got it in our hand right here.
Oh, and we have the schedule release. It's dad joke.
That's another very good though. Very good.
That's dad joke.
There's a little questioning. I thought Carmen brought up a good point, and I don't know if there's been anybody else. There's so many people now who first of all, how are people getting their hands on these games? How does somebody how did Woj and Shams get the draft picks ahead of everyone else in time? You've obviously got a connection in the league or with a team. There's so many just Twitter handles.
These are probably
that do this.
burners though for people inside. Maybe you're a PR guy for a team in the National Football League and you have it at your disposal and you go on Beef Sandwich, it's called Beef Sandwich. That's your handle on Twitter. Because what's the guy, Ozzy? Maybe Ozzy works for an NFL team.
Ozzy NFL.
If you're Ozzy, though, and you're working for an NFL team, why are you risking your job to get some clicks on Twitter?
I agree with you. This is a different handle on Twitter. They don't know you.
They could always find. I've busted many burner accounts before. What's the win for somebody who's got a high-level job to let the world know just hours before it comes out?
So where's he getting his info?
I don't know.
Why? I'm trying to give you a potential answer.
Haven't there been rumors
at one of the networks?
Haven't there been rumors before that there's kids of GMs, sons and daughters of GMs hearing things from their fathers and things like that? Maybe it's a son of a network executive who's tweeting things out.
Son of a network executive. Put down someone that way, you son of a network executive.
Let's see what Ozzy's other tweets have been.
All right, you want me to lay this out? We do. These are things I'll give credit with who broke these. The opener, as we've seen the trend over the last few days, they were division opponents. I remember when the Eagles first got announced that they're playing the Cowboys. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Does that mean that the Bears are going to have a division game early? And yes, it does mean that. Jordan Schultz had this earlier today. Bears, Vikings, Monday Night Football, Soldier Field to open up the game. I was trying to rack my brain because the last couple of years that we've had the Bears, I don't know if we've had a home Monday night football game. I've known we have a lot of Thursday night games, but here we get the Monday night football game. And against the Vikings, this is J.J. McCarthy's debut possibly in his hometown.
It's a meaty game. It is. I thought it would be even sexier if it was. I lost all my money because I put all my money on the Bears at the Lions, so I'm poor now. But this is equally interesting, intriguing. It's going to be a good Vikings team.
Are you surprised, too, in week 2, and we will get back to the opener, that I think both of us would have put a lot of money down, that even if it wasn't the opener, Bears going back to Detroit would be a nationally televised game. This is Ben Johnson returning.
Yes.
There's other guys on the coaching staff from Detroit, and you just have two, what you hope to be good teams playing against each other. Week 2, the Bears go to Detroit. It's a Sunday noon game. The Tribune had this one.
I like it. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. If you're giving me my choice, I'll take the Saints at home opening game and whip their ass and go to 1-0 and build a little momentum under a new coaching staff, but I got no problem with it. By the way, are you saying that when was the last time the Bears played at home on a Monday night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That?
I'm looking.
Was one of those Washington night games a Monday night game, or were they both?
One was Thursday.
I know that. What was the
I
one?
believe both were Thursday.
They were both
now that
Thursday.
I'm thinking about it, yeah.
I got a Monday nighter here at New England. I got no, so I'm all the way to 2021.
I seem to just remember that the Bears have always at home been.
I got a Monday nighter, Monday, December 20th at home versus the Vikings. This was in the 2021 season.
Okay, so it's been a good 4 years.
Nick Foles was. Justin Fields was our quarterback for that game. We lost 17-9.
His rookie season.
Yeah.
And usually the team the Bears play on any Monday night is Minnesota. For some reason, they like that matchup. ESPN does.
2021's the last time I see that the Bears hosted a Monday night game. That's the last time I see it.
So, I mean, think about what that is going to be like. I remember the Sunday against Green Bay a couple of years ago that was so highly anticipated, and it was a big dud. But this should be a very nice weather day in like September 8th where everyone can tailgate all day to go into a night game. Like that building should be electric to kick off the Ben Johnson era.
Yeah, should be outstanding, and not to mention it's a division opponent. So,
but you're surprised that week 2 is not nationally televised. It's just a noon game.
Yeah, because that one's got more juice for me than the Vikings game. Like the Vikings game is a division game. I think it has juice, but I would think Bears at the defending NFC North champions and the connection with Ben Johnson. I thought that would be sexy enough for Monday Night Football.
We have I don't have anything updated here for weeks 3 and 4, Tyler. Is that still the case?
That, as far as I'm seeing, is the case, yes.
Week 5, then, is the bye week. Now, this is very interesting to where the bye week is. The last couple of years, if I remember, it was later in the season. Or maybe last year was after the London game. So maybe it was on the early side, too. But you play only 4 games.
Week 7 was the bye last year.
Yeah, so this is when do bye weeks start? Is it around week 4, week 5? I can't imagine it's before then.
That sounds so early when you have an 18-week schedule.
I remember it used to start in week 4 when it was the 16-game schedule, but I'm not sure if it moved back a week since they've moved to 17 games.
So you get the week 5 game.
That's when it starts. That's that's the earliest it can start.
The week 5?
Yeah.
So the Bears have the very first bye. Now, the only way I can think of spinning this for the positive is you have a new coach, you have a younger team, that it could be, and I hope this isn't the case, like a good time to regroup after your first 4 games. You play 4, and if there's any sort of hiccups or problems, you have a couple of weeks under a new coaching staff to get some more practice reps. I'm trying to look for the good in this because I don't like having it in week 5.
I don't either. I think somewhere much further down is the halfway point's obviously the best spot, but yeah, I wouldn't want to buy at 5.
And then we have week 6 is at Commanders. Now,
we think
because Fox did put out on May 10th that the Commanders and Bears would be a nationally televised Fox game. But this guy, JP Finlay, who writes for covers the Commanders, says that this is a Monday night game, so we don't know if that's accurate.
They don't say that these games are necessarily on Fox. And it's weird, too, because one of the other games in the graphic is Bills and Bengals, which traditionally it would not be a Fox game. It would be a CBS game.
I think they've spun that around recently.
It's changed a little bit, but you'd imagine that's one. I think CBS at least has dibs on it.
All right, so we'll see for more confirmation. I do think that this is the meat grinder part of the schedule. We don't have anything down on week 7, but when we come back, I will tell you about the meat grinder part of the schedule. The Bears play 3 road games in 4 weeks, and 3 of those teams are supposed to be very, very good. And this happens midway through the season. 312-332-3776. Your thoughts on the Cubs? Were you at the game? What do you know about the Cubs? And then about the schedule for the Bears. And then we'll get into the Trey Hendrickson. I'm very interested in hearing why Bears fans don't want Trey Hendrickson. I'm seeing a lot of mentions in my Twitter, because when I said last night, go get him, that a lot of Bears fans don't want him. I think the 4 of us all want Trey Hendrickson and would give up a significant return to get him. And we'll explain why. It's all coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Gribbett and Civic Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend.
What?
We're here to say there's still a chance.
Chris and I will be at Jameson's Pub on Francis Road in Frankfurt.
Join us Saturday from 1 to 3.
We'll be qualifying fans for a chance to win a twosome on Team Bleck and Abdallah for the sold-out Classic.
And at the end, we will pick one to win that twosome.
And it's all brought to you by Yingling.
See you Saturday from 1 to 3 at Jameson's in Frankfurt.
And please enjoy responsibly.
All right, Chicago sports fans, it's Toyota. Summer starts here, sales event, and now is the perfect time to get your favorite ride. I have the Sequoia, and boy, do I love it. Someone was just asking me about it the other day. I am so happy. I've driven it for over a year, and it's delightful. We have some videos on my Instagram account. You could go there at Mark A. Silverman and take a look. So whether it's taking the family to a game in the spacious Grand Highlander, more room than ever. Told you the other day that I had an Uber driver pick me up in the Grand Highlander, and it was awesome with the captain's chairs in the 2nd row and the bench seating in the 3rd row. A lot of room there. Or you can get out of the city, explore in the rugged RAV4. It's what I used to drive. Powerful Tundra is great. Put the boat in the water. There's a Toyota for every adventure, and every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year, 25,000-mile, no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you always expect from Toyota. Summer starts now at your Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal. But it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh yes. Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year, but with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for my friends at Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale includes 60% off a house full of windows, a free entry door, and no money down, interest, or payments until 2027. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's Waddle and Silvy. Phone number to reach us, 312-332-3776. An hour from now, we'll talk to Joe Madden, World Series manager of the Chicago Cubs. He's out of the game as of now. I look forward to catching up with Joe Madden. It was 10 years ago when he was in his first season with the Cubs. That magical 15 season midway through is when Jake Arrieta, we always said, just morphed into Bob Gibson and was.
There's no doubt that he molded that team in a manner in which was necessary. They were talented. They were very talented, but he set a culture that I think
culture setter, yes.
Yeah, which was definitely beneficial to what they were about to embark on.
Yep.
This
what do we got?
is breaking
another
news
game,
brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group.
Got a
breaking
game.
news on ESPN.
I thought it was going to be a trade for Trey
Chicago's
Hendricks.
home for sports.
Now, it scared me. I did jump. I don't know if you can notice it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. Subscribe there. Or you can watch us on Twitch. By the way, NFL schedule release is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. So I did not think that, so we're going to, as we get games, the breaking news sounder is on.
I think so.
Okay.
I think this is from the Tribune. They have updated Week 15, so we now know the final 4 weeks of the season will be home on December 14th against the Cleveland Browns.
Who's going to be the quarterback of the Browns that game?
Shedeur Sanders.
That might be like, I bet he'll have a couple games under his belt already at that point, and it's like this could be the game where he's trying to like find a runway.
If he
in the
makes a
league.
team, right? Isn't there a chance he doesn't make the team?
There
I think
is.
he'll make the team.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
who didn't they? Or they have Flacco, correct?
They have Flacco, they have Kenny Pickens, and they drafted the kid Dylan Gabriel
Right. So,
from Oregon.
You think
Somehow
it's
they'll
for
keep
sure?
they'll keep him. They'll find a way to keep him, I think.
Get rid of
Unless he's
Pickens?
a total, unless he doesn't. Yeah,
Or
I mean, unless
Pickett?
he's horrible, or maybe Dylan Gabriel.
Right. He
isn't
could
a-
get. But what if they keep him?
But boy, that's
They
a bad
draft-
look if you're cutting a third-round pick.
Right. They drafted him before Shedeur
Right.
Sanders.
So
you would
theoretically-
think he's making the team.
Theoretically, too, you're saying on your board, Dylan Gabriel is higher than
Was
Shedeur
higher.
Sanders.
Now it could work out differently in camp. Like once you get him in, and you just saw that everyone followed the crowd as Shedeur fell.
Let me ask you guys a question. How do you think Velus looked compared to some of the other guys, even in his first year as a third-round pick? Was there a chance there were some guys that were drafted later than him that actually looked better than him?
Yes. Yeah.
So it can happen. So I would put money, again, I had money on the Bears going to Detroit for the opening week of the season. Now I'm poor. So I would think that in some way, shape, or form, Shedeur Sanders is still part of their organization.
Or at least like practice squad,
Yeah.
because if you haven't had him, why are you signing him to the active roster unless
Right.
you're really quarterback needy if you didn't draft him? All right. So anyway, so that's a noon game.
Noon game, week 15.
All right. So we have a lot of games here. I was telling you before the break, and then we'll get in on the Trey Hendrickson conversation still. Starting week 8, so we know they're coming out of the bye, first of all. We think it's going to be at Commanders. We don't, and that's week 6. Week 7, we're not sure of. That's got to be a home game. It has to be a home game because it's at Commanders week 6, at Ravens week 8, at Bengals week 9. So that's got to be maybe a division home game.
The Packers?
No, Packers is late. Remember, they're hosting.
Oh, that's right.
They're hosting the Packers at
Who else is
at
on
home.
your home schedule?
Could that be a Detroit game?
Detroit, you've got week 8. All the divisional home games are spoken for at that point.
Yeah,
Because
you've
you're
got
ending the
Detroit
season
week
with the
18.
That's
Lions.
right, 18.
So
Okay, so maybe
you're
it's-
looking at Dallas, Pittsburgh, or New Orleans there.
It could be a Sunday night game with Pittsburgh or New Orleans. I mean, with Dallas.
Yeah.
So anyway, week 8 at the Ravens. That's broken by the Tribune. Then week 9, it's at the Bengals. So you're playing Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow in back-to-back games. Then you get the break with DeVito, week 10. Or who is it? Gino? Russ. Week 10 is Giants at home. And then week 11, you go to Minneapolis to play the Vikings. So those 3 road games in a 4-week span at Baltimore, at Cincinnati, at Minnesota. It's a real tough part of the schedule.
Anytime you go on the road, you're going to have quite a challenge this year. I think that's the way the schedule is set up. It's just a meat grinder.
Yeah, I don't think with this schedule at all, other than Cleveland and New Orleans, that there are many breaks for the Bears.
No.
Because of this schedule is one of the toughest schedules in football. Like we don't, the 49ers game we do know, it's at 49ers on week 17.
Well, we thought last year the 49ers wasn't going to be that hard because the 49ers had just been pushed around. They were injured. They were hurt.
They could be back this year.
And they just boat raced us.
And is that 49er game a Sunday night game?
That's Sunday night.
So that's the one Sunday night game that we know.
Look at the last 3 games on the schedule, too.
At home against the Packers, at San Francisco on Sunday Night Football. So it goes the Saturday nationally televised game is against the Packers. Then you're on Sunday Night Football the following week at the 49ers. And then you wrap up the season at home against the Lions.
And if that game means something, they could bump that into prime time, too. So you could have 3 standalone games to close the season.
When do you want the Raiders game to drop? Where do you want it? If you were planning a trip to go to Vegas, when do you want that?
I want it week 3, 4, or 7, when we still have Vegas pool weather.
Okay, 3, 4, 7.
So we could enjoy, because We know Carmen and Jurko always go on these trips. Kap and Hoodie have been on trips. They're going to Milwaukee coming up. It's our turn, and we need circa pool weather. Don't you want? Last time we went, it was October, and it was at the edge. It was
hot. You get in the hot tub though. You can get in a circa hot tub.
That's right.
You gotta wash yourself off afterwards. Gets a little crazy in there sometimes.
We know at the Raiders can't be week 7. We know that because it's before that it's at Commanders.
It would be on the road.
So I think it's week 3, week 4, or then in the back end of the schedule, week 12 or 14.
By the way, the Raiders
are the only 4 weeks we know of.
The Raiders open the season at New England. Tom Brady's Raiders go back to New England.
Oh, interesting. And that's Vrabel's debut too.
And by the way, don't the Jets and the Steelers play week 1 too? Wasn't that announced?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What a troll job that is.
We'll say one of the nice little things that we've sort of learned too is that the Bears are not playing on Thursday night at all.
We know that.
The Thursday night schedule's been leaked out. The only designated thing that they have is the Black Friday game from.
Yeah, that's right. And that's easier to do because you get the extra day.
Right. So no Thursday
I don't like
night
the
games.
Thursday night games. I'm glad they're not playing one.
Well, especially with a new coaching staff too, first-time head coach.
So it looks like as of now, they've got 2 Monday night games and a Sunday night game, along with that standalone Fox game. So we know they're on an island 4 different times. Would you predict they get one more Sunday night game? To give you 2.
Who would their opponent be in that case?
Could be Dallas. Could be another. Could it be
Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh if it's Rodgers, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll backload that to see if Rodgers is truly a Steeler. So it's one of the games that they could flex.
Do we know where at Green Bay is falling?
At Green Bay is still up in the air.
That could be a Sunday night game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would think that would be juicy. Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, the rivalry between Ben Johnson and LaFleur, unless that's only something that's playing here and in Green Bay. But Bears-Packers is usually a choice for Sunday Night Football.
Isn't the best troll job so far the opening week of the season where the Jets and the Steelers are scheduled to play? Because you got Justin Fields starting for the Jets, and you're going to have you may have Aaron Rodgers starting for the Steelers, potentially.
Is that the only place he could go, or are the Saints a possibility?
I mean, he could go a number of places, but I think that that's a great job by the NFL saying, if in fact you are going to go there, this would be great job.
It's like the NCAA tournament, how they match up, like a coach who used to work for another coach.
Yeah.
You still think, though, that Rodgers can go a number of places? Isn't it really?
He could go to New Orleans. He could go to Pittsburgh.
The Vikings have said they don't want him, correct?
What they've said is JJ's our starter for the time being.
But that could change in training camp if he doesn't look good.
My guess is he's going to be fine. They're going to move forward with him. But I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going anywhere where he doesn't think he can play or start.
Sadie in Lockport, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Sadie?
Hello. I just want to talk about the Trey Hendrickson potential deal. My only issue is that I feel like we're going to have to give up a first-round pick, and I'm not comfortable with doing that. So if we can kind of try to find a way around that, then I would love to go out and get him. But for the Bengals are only looking for a first-round pick and other compensation. So if we find a way around it, I'd love it.
It's a good call, Sadie, because we were talking about this in the meeting, that one reason why we don't believe a trade has been made yet, if the Bengals are not willing to negotiate and he is asked to explore trades, what was reported around that time was they were asking for too much. I think they were even at one point trying to get 2 firsts, or a first and a second. We have both been of the agreement that we were not in favor of giving up a first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson. And what happens if the Bears are still finding their way and they get 7 or 8 wins, and then their pick is still top 15, top 18?
If Trey Hendrickson is a 17.5 sack guy next year, though, they're going to have more than 7 or 8 wins. That's a 10-win team. That's a playoff team.
That's where I'm still, a first-round pick is still a very steep price to pay, and I'm not comfortable with that. But I use your same logic, Jack, with regard to a second-round pick. It can be a second, and the hope is it's going to be pick 55, not pick 35. So, look, I've been an advocate of trading for him for months now, and I'm not going to stop beating that drum. You don't know when you're winning, when your window is open. You just don't in the National Football League. Nobody thought the Vikings were winning 13 games last year. Nobody thought that the Commanders were going to the NFC title game. Nobody. I don't care what anybody tells you. Nobody thought that. So you don't know what you're potentially capable of doing. So now's the time for me. I'm not mortgaging my future, but to think, we're going to build. We need to build with young guys. Stick it. You got some young guys. Put that cat in your front 4 and start getting after people.
They're really hoping for a solution at left tackle and opposite of Montez Sweat, aren't they?
I think
they didn't fix either of those. I know they've gotten a lot done, but those are premium positions.
They are.
Which they did not really address.
They didn't. But I think that the issue on the defensive side of the ball is significantly more tenuous than even left tackle. My eyes don't tell me what Pro Football Focus's grades tell you about Braxton Jones. My eyes tell me that he's not as good as his grades are.
And he's coming off a broken ankle?
He's coming off an ankle, a serious ankle injury that will keep him out of training camp, at least at the very beginning.
And wasn't his problem also getting bull rushed? And when you're coming off of a broken ankle, that's not going to help you anchor?
True. Absolutely. All of that is true. You have fortified other spots. It doesn't erase the issue, and it's something I hope that they still acknowledge. They didn't have a guy on their defensive front last year that ranked in the top 40 in terms of pressures. That, to me, is a bigger issue, is that they've got to find someone that can get to the quarterback regularly.
Yes, and Montez Sweat has got to up his game.
Yes, and
he's one of those guys that I'm putting a lot of pressure on.
Absolutely, and maybe his injury last year was more impactful than many people know. That's fair. Now you need to get back to being the player you were for the 8 or 9 games you were when they traded for you. But the guy on the other side of there, to me, is the biggest. That's the biggest question mark for me.
I look at Trey Hendrickson and I see the body of work where he's got, 4 or 5 double-digit sack years in his career, including 17.5 the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
He has 35 sacks over the last 2 years. Montez Sweat has 1 year of double-digit sacks in his entire career, and it was when he was traded from the Bears or from Washington to the Bears.
In his career, Trey Hendrickson has a 13.5 sack season with Dennis Allen.
Yes.
The following year, he had 14 sacks with the Bengals. He had 8 the year after that, and then followed the last 2 years up with 17.5 and 17.5. So in the last 5 seasons, doing the quick math, that's 35, that's 43, that's 57, that is 70.5 sacks over the last 5 seasons. That's an average of 12,
12 sacks per year.
14
that's
sacks.
An average. That's an average.
That's an average of 14 sacks a year.
Yeah, 12 times 5 is 60, correct?
Yeah.
Damn math. 14.
Yes. He's averaged 14 sacks a season over the last 5 seasons.
I'm giving him my second, and Jack suggested what, Jack?
No, I said second and third. If they want a first and you can put Trey Hendrickson on that line, I think I'd give him a first.
They traded out of the 3rd round this year to get back into the 2nd round. And the previous 3rd round picks were Zach Pickens, Velus Jones, and Karan Amagaji. I'm punting in the 3rd round. So I'm with Jack. I'll give him the 2nd and the 3rd round where Ryan Poles doesn't do any good work anyway. And I'm getting myself, even though I have to pay him, a guy who I know has averaged 14 sacks per year and has played for Dennis Allen.
3rd round is where you get comp picks as well for different things that happen.
Yeah.
He's a former third-round pick in 2017.
Are you willing to do what we're suggesting?
And by the way, again, let me repeat. He played for Dennis Allen in New Orleans. So Dennis Allen is completely familiar with him.
Would you make that trade that we just suggested? Trey Hendrickson also spoke to the media, and boy, was he forthright. We'll play you some of that coming up. Aki's A-List, Joe Madden at 4:30, Barstool Big Cat today at 5. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
You need to understand that Carmen does all the work for the show. Why do you think they're having the both of you, Black and Abdallah, fill in for him?
So it's Chris and I hosting the live broadcast at Cubby Bear Friday from 10 a.m. to 12:40.
And we're pretending to be Carmen?
Big shoes, guys. You do the work, and I'm there for the frivolity and the joie de vivre.
And we do it all, and you're just there?
I'll be enjoying the Yingling. I'll step in if you need me to set you straight on things.
The Carmen and Jurko Show, live from the Cubby Bear for the start of the Crosstown Series. Friday from 10 a.m. right up to pregame at 12:40.
Presented by Yingling and Astound. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, nicely done, guys.
Let's be honest. Watching the highlights the next morning just doesn't cut it for most. You want the big plays, the game-winning drives, the buzzer beaters. You want them live. And that's where Xfinity Sports and News TV come in. With over 50 sports and news channels, you're covered from game time to prime time. You're getting the local channels you love, the news you need, and the sports you just can't miss. And here's a bonus. Peacock Premium is included at no extra cost. And that means even more live sports, hit shows, and movies all in one spot. And here's a kicker. You'll save over $150 a year compared to YouTube TV, Tyler. So you get all the action and you keep more money in your pocket. I call that a win-win. Whether you're streaming the big game, catching up on the latest news, or watching your favorite shows, Xfinity has you covered on the most reliable network the most reliable network built for streaming. Here's the game plan. Call them. Visit them at Xfinity.com or head into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month. Peacock Premium is a $7.99 a month value.
Since the Verdoliak Law Group opened its doors in 1963, we knew we wanted to be a firm that fights for the injured while putting our own money to work for our clients. Over the last several years, over 95% of the money we made has been contingent on our clients recovering money. We only win if our client wins. If not, we don't collect a fee and we lose our own money that we fronted on the case. Over the past 55 years, we've also learned what we are not. We're not a law firm that operates by billing you by the hour, nor do we cherry pick only multi-million-dollar cases. We won't turn away an injured client because his injuries are not catastrophic enough. We won't say, come back next time when someone dies or is paralyzed. Whether your case is worth $10,000 or $10 million, if we think we can help, we will help. We at the Verdoliak Law Group know exactly who we are. Without firms like us that put their own money on the line, injured people would consistently get less than they deserve. We are the Verdoliak Law Group. Call us at 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, football fans, it's Shane Orling. My friends at Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and me are inviting you out to watch football, play foosball, and drink Mick Ultra. I'm searching for Chicago's best foosball player. Come play, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Our first event is Sunday, 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 at the Globe Pub. We're giving away messy Mick Ultra jerseys, and we're drinking ice-cold Mick Ultra. See you at the Globe Pub this Sunday, 10:30 to 12:30.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Joe's Live in Rosemont, the place to be for live music. See Pecos in the Rooftops on Saturday, May 17th. Bone Thugs in Harmony on Friday, June 20th. And just announced Billy Bob Thornton and the Boxmasters on September 16th. Tickets are selling fast. Get them now
at joesliverosemont.com.
The Amateur has arrived in IMAX.
I want to find and kill the people who murdered my wife.
Critics rave The Amateur is a tense, unpredictable ride.
You're just not a killer, Charlie. Train me.
That constantly finds new and inventive ways to up the stakes.
The first one you kill, you let the other ones know you're coming. I want them all.
Academy Award winner Rami Malek and Academy Award nominee Lawrence Fishburne. The Amateur, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now playing only in theaters and IMAX.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Are you ready for the NFL season? The schedule release is coming, and we know the best place to get your tickets this year. My friends at Vivid Seats. They're seriously legit, and you earn rewards on every purchase. That's basically free football games. When that schedule hits, don't wait around. For the best selection and all the great deals, head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in your game days now.
Guys, later tonight on Instagram, I'm going to post some videos and pictures of my new basketball hoop from FenceWorks. Have you been thinking about a hoop for your driveway, for your kids, for maybe yourself? Go to FenceWorks. It's the only place you should buy. They've got lots of different varieties of hoops. I've got the one with the NBA backboard. It's top of the market, and it lowers to 6 feet so the kids can dunk on it. And you can put it at any height you want, and it's easy up and down, so my kids can do it. They don't need me to do it. Go to theguyon41.com. That's how it started. Grandpa Stan was known as the Guy on 41. It's a family-owned business for over 58 years. White glove service, no big box stores, no middleman to deal with. The best installers on the market. So whether you want a brand new basketball hoop or you want a custom-built play set for the backyard for the kids, or the safest and best trampoline on the market, go to my guys over at FenceWorks. You can check out everything in person in their beautiful Northbrook showroom. Call my guy Jake. He'll set you straight. Theguyon41.com. And, of course, for fences, if you need a front yard fence, a backyard fence, keep animals in, whether it's a dog or your kids safe, FenceWorks is the place. Theguyon41.com.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Nicholas tweeted me, and he said, I've been comparing schedules with the Raiders. So he's got the Bears schedule in the leaks, and he's got the Raiders schedule in their leaks, and he believes the Vegas game will either be week 4 or week 12. Let's hope for week 4, Vegas pool weather. I'm with him.
That would be a tough stretch, too. Like, if it's week 12, because go back to week 8, you're at the Ravens. Week 9, you're at the Bengals. You're home for the Giants. Then you go to Minneapolis, and then you'd go to Vegas, and then you're at the Eagles. That's 5 away games in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
They wouldn't do that.
I think we should start booking our flights for Vegas on the 4th. I would take a chance. And you got 24 hours to cancel. I always tell you guys this. if you are a Bears traveler and you like to go to some of these games, do it quickly because of the way these, especially if the price is right. If you see that right price right away, you hit it because they're only going to go up once people start clicking on those same days, the Saturday before, the Friday before.
I can't believe that like Marriott and other places and the airlines, they don't have people monitoring these lists so that they can get their targeted pricing up before you can actually get your reservations in. I'm not being a wise ass here. I'm being serious.
Really?
Like, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, it's a lot to monitor, though, before anything's official. I think
That's why these are multi-billion-dollar companies.
Aren't they also, too, more, I don't know if it's AI-driven, but just the algorithm, once people start searching for those dates, then it starts going up. They know there's a bigger demand, so thus they start hiking the prices.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure that if you get in late, even by late, I mean a few hours after the announcement, you're going to get a higher price.
All right, so I will play you some of the Trey Hendrickson sound when we come back. And then a call or two at 332-3776. Then we've got Aki's A-List. So Joe Madden on the way as well. Barstool Big Cat, a lot to do. It's schedule release day. Waddle and Silvy.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Reds.
Coverage begins today at 5 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now with more power from above.
Guys, Steinhoffel's Memorial Day sale is going on right now. You can save 10% off store-wide. Plus, get amazing deals like a ceiling mattress for just $199. Desks starting at $449. Queen beds only $629. Plus, save up to $1,000 on patio furniture. You can also take advantage of Steinhoffel's 18-month 0% financing. Steinhoffel's is Chicagoland's furniture and mattress leader, and they're 100% employee-owned. You can't beat their customer service. Shop in-store, one of their 6 Chicagoland locations. I go to the one in Vernon Hills. I got Nick and Aaron take care of me. We're the newest location in Orland Park. Shop online at steinhoffels.com.
For over 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical joint pain relief with over 50,000 satisfied patients. Knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, and hip pain, all gone. Imagine living pain-free and getting back to doing what you love without the burden of joint discomfort. Hey, it's your friend Tom Waddle here, and let me tell you, what QC Kinetics offers is truly remarkable. They use regenerative cell therapy to restore tissue in your achy joints. This treatment uses biologic growth factors, which are rich in healing properties, strategically placed into your joints to repair old and damaged tissue. What's even better, there are no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Just natural cellular level healing that brings lasting relief. It's a powerful way to give your joints new life and get you back to your active lifestyle. The consultation is completely free, so why wait? Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. See how these cutting-edge treatments can help you live your best pain-free life.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
All right, Abdallah, let's set the scene. A hot summer day, ball game on the radio, burgers on the grill. What's missing?
A beer that won't slow me down. I'm grabbing a Flight by Yingling.
Flight is the next generation of light beer. It's crisp, it's refreshing, it's only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's perfect for extra innings or extra rounds on the 19th hole.
And it's Yingling, so you know it's legit. The oldest brewery in America does not miss.
So Chicago, when you're soaking up summer at the ballpark, the golf course, or just hanging with the crew, make it a Flight by Yingling.
Flight, because light beer should actually taste great.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, PA.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Spring is all about new beginnings, so give yourself a fresh start with a fresh haircut at Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are ready to create any look you want for less. And with convenient online check-in, you'll save time, too. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
We're doing some math, and we're hoping that Vegas game is week 4. That's what we're hoping
Feels
for.
that way, that it's most likely.
Someone also tweeted when we talk about traveling, if you travel like to cover the Bears, or not cover, but watch the Bears on the road, or if you're out of town and you're thinking about coming in town, Waddle was saying, like, if you're these hotels, aren't you monitoring these schedules? Mr. Skeeter weighs in.
Mr. Skeeter?
He says, I work at a hotel downtown. We will be adjusting rates tomorrow morning. We are aware of all schedules. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they know once the demand gets higher, like for Lollapalooza week, it's always higher downtown in Chicago. So as soon if you know which game, because the games have been out there, you know the road trip destinations. Once you find out the schedule, book it. Joe Madden coming up here in about a half hour. You can watch the show on Twitch. You can also watch the show on our great new page that we've got on YouTube, youtube.com/@WaddleandSilvy. And it's all brought to you by IKEA. You can register in Bolingbrook or Schaumburg to win a trip with Kap and J Hood to Milwaukee to see the Northsiders. And don't forget, we will be live on the ESPN Chicago YouTube page tonight. We have, while the Sox are on, we have a special digital show where all your favorites, like we used to do during Hard Knocks and everything like that, everyone will be weighing in on the schedule. The schedule release show starts at 7. So go to the YouTube page for ESPN Chicago, go to our Twitch page, and that will be there for our digital viewers and listeners. Pretty cool. All right, 312-332-3776. We were talking about Trey Hendrickson. He was very vocal yesterday. This was at their mini camp, too, wasn't it?
Yes, he was there.
He spoke for 25 minutes. And he was asked the question, do you want to stay with the Cincinnati Bengals?
Wow, that's a tough question, too, because you try not to let the business become personal. I think over the last week or so, it's become personal, unfortunately. And when there's a lack of communication in any relationship, if it's business or a personal relationship, lack of communication leads to animosity, and that leaves my narrative only to me with no clear direction. So the lack of direction, the lack of communication is leading to things that are allowing me to think about what's going to happen more than how great they have treated me over the last 4 years. Because let me say, my son was born, I've said it to everyone, my son was born right up the road. My wife worked at the Cincinnati VA. This is my home, and I wrote that yesterday. It's home. And unfortunately for myself, I have to deal with that kind of dilemma in my own, finding out business and personal. Because on the one hand, you see OTAs and you smell the grass, and it's football. And man, I'd be lying if I said I didn't love it. And on the other hand, there's a proper time for that. And there's a lot of things that have to change before that happens.
So he's very forthright. He's very candid about, like, he'd love to stay there. He's looking for respect in the contract. They have not given him that, and thus if the Bengals lower the price, I would assume he'd be traded pretty quickly.
I would think so. And Bengals doing Bengals things back at the owners' meetings in March, where Bengals executive vice president Katie Blackburn, who is the daughter of Mike Brown, the owner, told reporters at those owners' meetings that Hendrickson, quote, should be happy at certain rates that maybe he doesn't think he'd be happy at, which certainly indicates that the team and the player don't see eye to eye on his value.
That's a weird statement.
Yeah, that's what the Bengals are. They do business in weird fashion. So when people say, well, what do you think's going to happen? When it comes to the Bengals, I have no effing idea because they do so many weird things. Why did they wait until, a couple of months ago to pay Jamar Chase? It just cost them more money.
Yes.
The Dallas Cowboys are in the same boat, doing business this way. That's why the Eagles, I think, in a lot of ways, I mean, the Eagles do everything pretty well in recent years, but the Eagles identify their guys and then they sign them early to make them happy and keep them in their control. And they buy them, so to speak, or pay them at today's prices as opposed to waiting for them to get to free agency and then have to pay tomorrow's prices.
Yeah, it's only going to go up. Here is Hendrickson. Why are you being so vocal? Why are you going to the national media?
I'm a Floridian, so there's unprovoked shark attacks and there's provoked shark attacks. And the comments that are being made, right, whatever happened at the Combine, whatever happened at the owners' meetings, and the text I got yesterday, this is not something where I'm just twiddling my thumbs thinking, oh, how can I get the next one up? Most of the teammates will agree. I don't spare my opinions. I kind of stay out of the media for that reason because I am an emotional player, and after a loss, it's a lot harder to talk than after a win, especially in the circumstances that we had last season. So I carry it with a tremendous amount of respect, but these things are provoked. I would love to say to sit quiet is a good strategy. It is clearly not. Players have done it all over the league, including Jamar last year. He did a great job being disciplined through the process, and great. I'm so proud of him and the way he handled adversity. I can't speak enough volumes, but he deserved a contract last year, he deserves it this year, and he deserves one in 5 years.
Well, he seems like a great team leader, too. Like, the way he speaks and the way he produces, above all, that he backs that up, I am not moving on if I'm the Bengals, and if I'm the Bears, I am ringing their phone.
And I will repeat again, his entire time in New Orleans from 17 to 20, he played for Dennis Allen, who was their defensive coordinator over that stretch.
It took him a while to develop, but once he developed, he took off.
His first 2 years in the league, there wasn't a lot of production. He played 17 games in the first 2 years and had 2 sacks total. He had 4.5 sacks in his third year in the league, and then like a rocket ship. He had 13.5 with New Orleans in 2020, and then he left via free agency and went to the Bengals, where he has sacked 14, 8, 17.5, and 17.5 quarterbacks. So his best football has come in the last 5 years. He's 30 years old. I would trade for him, and I'd bring him in, and it's go time.
Yeah, me too. If you want to react, 332-3776. We'll get to Aki's A-List coming up. Joe Madden is going to join us coming up at 4:30, and Barstool Big Cat at 5. It's Waddle and Silvy.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
The NFL schedule will be officially released tonight at 7. Coverage on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Beautiful weather out there, guys. Open those windows. Enjoy the spring, unless you can't, because your windows don't work properly. They don't seal shut. They're too hard to open and close. Whether they're foggy and the seal is broke, do what I did and call Window Nation. Get those replaced. They did it for me in the living room, in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room. And I am so thankful that I did. And yes, it was a project, but Window Nation's customer service, second to none. And I've saved money in the long term, like we were just talking about with football players. I got in on a good deal, and I made money on the return on investment by saving money with my energy bills. Call Window Nation today, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Go to windownation.com right now for the month of May. When you buy a house full of windows, you're going to save 60% and get a free entry door. Plus, nothing down. Don't worry about a down payment. Don't worry about interest payments until 2027. That's money right back into your pocket. So now is the best time as we start spring to call Window Nation. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or windownation.com, and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. Hey car shoppers, forget tariffs. At hawkauto.com, their prices have remained the same. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 big brands. Get pre-tariff pricing plus 0% financing or no payments for 90 days. Choose from 9 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, and Carroll Stream. Right now is the best time to buy at hawkauto.com.
hawkauto.com.
Financing on approved credit.
The White Sox play on ESPN Chicago. That means more than 162 games a year, passionate Sox fans are listening to their team right here. Do you want them to hear about your product or service? Of course you do. It's the key to success. Reach people you know will support you. White Sox fans are intensely loyal. Hell, you're probably one yourself if you're listening right now. So let us help you craft the message that speaks loud and proud about you. Email White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com. That's White Sox at goodkarmabrands.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Guys, it is Mental Health Awareness Month, and if you've listened to the show, you know how much I believe in taking care of your mental health. It's every bit as important as your physical health. I think actually when your mental health is calm and you're taking care of it, you're addressing it, that the body follows it physically. Right now I want to tell you about BetterHelp.com. They're absolutely awesome. They make it easy to get the help that you need, whether it's just dealing with day-to-day stress and so your demeanor is better around the kids, or whether you have issues that you need to talk about. Get this taken care of. This is not taboo, guys. BetterHelp.com/timeout. You get 10% off your first month. BetterHelp.com/timeout. It is so easy to find one great therapist that will be a match for you. They have thousands. They've taken care of so many people across the country. They've got 35,000 therapists, and BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platforms. They've served over 5 million people globally. Now, a lot of people say they believe in mental health and getting the therapy for it, but only about 27% of Americans actually follow through. This is making it easy for you to follow through, guys. It's affordable. Go to BetterHelp.com. That's HELP.com/timeout today.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
All right, Aki's A-List brought to you by Mr. Finance. Building wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. That's right, the website, BrandonMrFinance.com. Tyler.
All right, so much to get to. It is scheduled day, and the leaks are coming out, and we've got the opener for the Bears being reported by Jordan Schultz as a home game against the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but the way I started to think about it a little bit more and more is I don't think Monday Night Football should have a game on the opening week. I think like you look forward to getting to that Sunday all summer long, and
they should load up on all the games on Sunday.
Everything should be, well, you can have the opener on Thursday and then everything else on Sunday.
Now, ESPN would not be a fan of this.
But what if you let ESPN put one of the games on?
I just think that it's another way to get a game with a full slate, because there are as many games on week one on Sunday as you get all year because no buys and stuff like that. So let's get it on a Monday night so you can watch that game specifically.
I can sympathize with your perspective, but you are in the vortex known as the National Football League. And they are going to do whatever makes them the most cash and brings the most exposure to them. So I don't think. Remember, there was a time when there was two Monday Night Football games.
The late game too. What wasn't it always like the Raiders or the Chargers were involved in that game?
Mike and Mike used to do those games back in the day. Ditko would be with them, I think, as well. Now they do two Monday night games throughout the season, but it's not usually the opener.
No.
So yeah, I don't like the Monday night. You guys
do you like the Friday night game in Brazil?
I don't mind it. Is what it is.
Why not? More football on a Friday night?
I mean, it
just feels like Monday night. I don't want to wait until Monday night for my team to kick off the season.
That's fair. I am so ready for the regular season after the crap that is the preseason that I'll take a game every day of the week in week one.
By the way, did you see Aaron Lemming, by process of elimination, he thinks he has cracked the code, and he thinks he knows the schedule. What are you saying in some of the ones that we don't know? He thinks Dallas will be week 3 at home.
Okay.
And then at Vegas, week 4, as many people have said. The most interesting part that I have found here is the Bears and Packers would play 2 games in 3 weeks.
I know the Eagles and Commanders are doing that at the end of the season, too.
Yes, week 14 at Green Bay. He's figured that by process of elimination. And then week 16 here on that Saturday isolated game. That's what he thinks. You don't believe that, Jack. You're shaking your head no.
I'm shaking my head because that would be horrible. I would hate that if the Bears played the Packers 2 times in 3 weeks. God forbid Caleb goes down with a sprained ankle and he misses 3 weeks.
Why are you thinking about an injury?
I'm just saying, like
Caleb Williams voodoo doll.
No, but
I'm just to play anyway.
Well, yeah, but if you spread them out, at least there's a better chance you're going to get full rosters for one of those games.
I'm not like with this schedule. Like I'm not. You make it sound like the two games against Green Bay. Don't get me wrong, are important, but I don't think that the 2 games with Green Bay are any more important than the 2 games with Detroit or the 2 games with Minnesota at this point.
He caught me off guard with that one.
Yeah.
By the way, some people
that was like old school meatball right there. You can be hurt for any stretch, but not for the 2 games against the Packers.
Some other people have done a little bit of puzzling and slotted the Bears and Raiders in week 4.
Yes, that's what he has. And then they have the Baltimore game week 7. The New Orleans game between the Commanders game and Baltimore game in week 7.
That'd be the appropriate breather.
And then the Pittsburgh game is one that we didn't have. They have that for week 12 after the Minnesota game before the Philly game.
As Aaron Rodgers comes to town with the Steelers.
So that's what Aaron Lemming put out based on all the puzzles out there and the process of elimination.
I like the word you used there because I was going to ask about this. This day has really grown on me lately because it's just a day-long puzzle. A day long of trying to figure out when your team is playing what team, even though we know the opponents, and then you're cross-checking other team schedules. Like, has this day grown on you guys as much as it has for me?
It's the whole week. And now I selfishly, it's because I like to schedule my whole fall based on the schedule. I like to find the Bears game that I want to go to based on where the game is positioned. And I picked Minneapolis this year. I've already booked it. And the reason I did is it's not in the dead of winter. I know it could still be very cold week 11 there, but that's, early to mid-November. So, I sure hope they don't have 2 feet of snow on the ground in
You never
Minneapolis.
know in Minneapolis.
You never know there. You're right.
Tyler Rocky's sports detective. Trying to put a puzzle together.
I love it.
This is like it's NFL Tetris, Tyler. You've got to have the shapes fit as you've gotten other parts of the puzzle figured out. So you got to move the long piece over here, fit it there. You got to put the T shape, and you got to put it this way, and it goes over there.
I love it. It's a day-long puzzle.
Just leave my Thanksgiving and Christmas alone. That's all I
you got
care
your wish this
about.
year.
I know.
Black Friday,
Yeah,
different story.
that's fine.
But
I'm not doing anything on Black
side
Friday.
Of football, yeah. All right, one last thing here, NFL, before we get to a quick Cubs thing. 2 lines are already out for the Bears for games this year. 2 of the official games that are out. It's the Eagles game and the Packers game.
Let me guess.
Have you seen the lines?
How could the lines be out on those games?
Eagles are going to be
the only ones that are officially
by the NFL.
Officially announced by the league.
Right. Okay.
I'm going to say Eagles a 7-point favorite.
Bang! Right on the number.
Packers is the other one?
Yes, that's a home game against the Packers.
I'm going to say Bears.
I'm going to say Packers -2, -1.5.
I'm going to say I'm going to be a homer all year long. So I'm going to say Bears -1.5.
It is the Packers -1.5.
We'll change that.
We nailed both.
We'll change that. That Packer line will move.
Do you think it says anything about the Bears?
Get out of here, Danny. Leave.
Do you think
the
if it
boss
says
is leaving at 4:30? What an example to set.
You don't want to get into the office when he gets into the office.
No, you're 100% correct about that.
So,
no doubt. Yeah.
What were you saying?
Do you think it says anything about the Bears?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think it.
About what Vegas might think of them as a whole?
I think that, you've got to respect the defending. You have to respect the defending champs at home on a short week. And then with the Packers, listen, they had a better year than we did.
I'd hop on the Bears game and Packers right now as the Bears being a home dog. And I don't expect the Packers to be as good.
So that's another one of your 8 wins. So we're going to put that one down for a W for you as well. That one's a
Packers
win for
at
you,
home.
though.
Yes,
That's
mark
a
it
win.
down. Mark it down.
Real quick, last one here.
Can you give us? The Celtics are 4.5-point favorites tonight at home in Game 6 against the Knicks without Tatum.
This feels like
where's your money going?
Nobody believes in the Celtics game.
But nobody. Tom Thibodeau's not going to let his team sleepwalk.
Well, but sometimes they do, and Vegas always knows, Waddle. Like whenever you think it's so obvious
that they had the Celtics as a 10.5-point favorite when they lost.
How much money did you put down on the game?
I had 39 cents in my account, and I had it won't take my credit card, so I put nothing down on it.
You want to cut the juice, me and you?
Okay.
All right. We'll discuss terms.
Okay, we will at the break. We'll discuss
By the way,
terms.
Dansby Swanson leading off tonight for the Cubs.
I saw that, and Pete Crow Armstrong's batting 5th.
So it's a lefty throw, like a hard-throwing lefty throwing for the Marlins tonight, Ryan Weathers.
Okay. Speaking of PCA, does Joe Madden love PCA? Would he be the perfect Joe Madden player? We will talk to the former Cubs World Series winning manager. He's the only one out there, guys, because they're all gone. It was so long ago. Joe Madden, and we talk to the skip coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hit the road with Kap J Hood. Win tickets on the bus for the I-94 rivalry trip to Milwaukee in July. Stay tuned to Kap J Hood for details or go to ESPNChicagoContest.com. Brought to you by the IKEA Annual Sidewalk Sale, now through May 26th.
Spring is all about new beginnings, and there is no better way to give yourself a fresh start than by getting a fresh haircut at Great Clips. When the weather starts warming up, no one wants to sit inside. With convenient online check-in at Great Clips, you can put your name on the list from your phone and enjoy the beautiful spring weather while you wait. You can even get a ready next text when you're up next for your cut. And when it's your turn in the chair, the skilled stylist at your local Great Clips salon can create any look you want. Plus, they'll save the details and clip notes for the cut you love every time you come in. And don't forget to bring your shades, because with the everyday low prices at Great Clips, the spring sunshine won't be the only bright spot in your day. So, if you're ready to spring into the new season, download the app and get into your local Great Clips salon for a fresh haircut today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Hey guys, it's Carmen. You've heard me profess love for my 25 Defender from Land Rover Chicago and Howard Orloff Imports. And right now is your opportunity to buy your Defender at pre-tariff prices. From my travel to the draft in Green Bay, to my weekends with my son's travel baseball team, every trip is an adventure, and the Defender perfectly combines rugged off-road capability with the refinement and luxury you expect from Land Rover. Howard Orloff Imports has the full lineup of 25 Defenders. At current prices, these are sure to move quickly. So visit them today just off the Kennedy at Armitage, or explore more online at Orloff.com.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Harry Douglas here. Picture this. You're staying at a hotel, about to take an important video call, but the Wi-Fi is slower than 1997 dial-up. You struggle with your phone's hotspot as clients complain about your connection. These stressful situations don't have to happen, folks. When you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you get free, high-speed Wi-Fi to handle critical emails, join meetings on time, and even unwind with your favorite shows. No more worrying about spotty connections. Enjoy stress-free stays with reliable Wi-Fi. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
$5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $5 million for a client who was injured due to a medical error. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Here's the 0-1. This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the World Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all. 8-7-10.
That's right. We'll talk to Joe Madden here shortly, the former Cubs manager.
I got to tell you, this is my favorite, probably my favorite series of sporting events I've ever been at. Was Cubs and Indians.
As a fan, you're talking about, not participating as a player.
No. I mean, as a fan, like, those were, I'm glad for all of you Cub fans that I went your way. But, like, the excitement, like, it was palpable every second of every minute being in that stadium.
We went there via bus, games 1 and 2. Yeah. And then we flew back for game 6 in Cleveland. Jim Thome sat across the aisle from you.
Yes.
I was behind you guys. And then we got to have drinks with Tom Ricketts after the big win in game 6.
Yeah, it was cool.
And then we met John Lester before game 7 in the Starbucks line at the Westin.
Yeah.
So it was just a crazy time for us. And that's not even counting what happened at those games. Let's bring him in right now. He is the World Series manager of the Chicago Cubs. No one will ever forget those times, the golden era of baseball. I got to sit down and have dinner with him a couple of years ago after a Bears preseason game. And we first met him, but way back in 2015 with his fungo bat. And he was raving about Javi before Javi even came to the majors.
That's true.
Bring in Joe Madden on the Yingling guest hotline on Waddle and Silvy. Joe, how are you?
I am wonderful, gentlemen. Thank you for having me on today. Sounds like you guys are doing great.
Thank you. Joe, what is life like for you right now?
Well, like today is a perfect example. Got up about 5:30, read the paper, made my coffee, did some chores, fed the plants, and then I went out and practiced on the golf course I'm looking at right now. It's so wet that nobody was playing it. So I just went out, just hit drivers and irons and all that kind of stuff. I did my podcast of the day with Tommy Verducci. I did another one yesterday, or today at noon. I had one at noon too. So it's podcast, interviews, golf, plants, and having a pretty good time.
I was going to say, it's a pretty good schedule, Joe. Are you sure you want to get back into this game on a full-time basis?
You know what? It's like it's like being a teenager again. You're except you have a couple bucks. Before, when you're a teenager, you didn't have any money, so you couldn't really enjoy it. But I'm loving all of this. Would I get back? I would. There's that little hole sometimes that you like to have it filled up a little bit. Something like you're really constructive, where you're potentially making a difference. Something that really stirs you. Although this does stir me. Don't get me wrong. But something professionally that would stir you, I'm not opposed to that. But again, I don't know who that is and when that's going to be.
Joe, I was romanticizing about the golden era of Cubs baseball a few weeks ago and thinking about how, man, it's been 10 years ago already, that initial press conference that you had at the Cubby Bear, because they were working on Wrigley Field when you bought a drink for everybody. What a way to go in. And then, like, 10 years ago right now, how you guys started, like you guys would get 5 games over and we're finding your way, then you hit the gas. What do you remember most about 10 years ago right about now when your brain goes there?
Oh, well, you're right. The Cubby Bear, that initial press conference, sitting there, and they set I don't know if it was intentional or not, but where I was sitting, I could see through a window and I could see the marquee in front of Wrigley with my name on it. And that's pretty special. That's a unique moment, and that really smacked me. Then after that, going into the offices, which were, I guess, across the street kind of, and meeting all the people that worked there. That was really important to me. I'm really much into that, the secretaries and everybody else that worked behind the scenes. That was really interesting for me also, and I really enjoyed that. And then I got to walk down to Sluggers, and who's there but Minnie Minoso. So he and I, because I knew him from the White Sox days. So like my first day there was really interesting. It's just, you have to understand, you guys are there all the time. This was really new to me coming into Chicago, especially the Cubs. It's kind of it's a turn back the clock kind of a thing. It's as it should be. The ballpark, everything around it, the people themselves, the interaction, the humor, everything about that area. I absolutely loved it. So that was my first impression. God, it was so strong, and it permeated the rest of my time there. And I still think about it because I miss that neighborhood. I miss that ballpark. I miss being there.
Joe, fast forward to today, and do you still actively stay in touch or at the very least follow the core guys from that World Series team? And for example, like when you see Javi and his resurgence, how does it make you feel?
Great. I know Iapoche is the first base coach. I was going to text him this morning to tell Javi, like, those 2 bombs yesterday. It looks like he cut down his swing a little bit. That's what I thought I'm saying, but I don't want to put anything in anybody's heads. But he doesn't have that big John Daly start in the backswing it looked like. So I like that part about it. I like when he's going to right center. I've been seeing that a lot. So, yes, I'm very, very pleased. So I'm going to text Iapoche and have him relay it to Baez. And I'm watching Wilson. Wilson's on a tear. I hate the fact that Wilson's not appreciated as a catcher anymore, quite frankly. And he was beat up by analytics with all this stuff. And then when he got there following Molina was not an easy task because I'm a big Wilson guy. He and I got along great, and he was a big part of our ascension there too. KB, on the other hand, KB still hurt. I talked to Buddy Black yesterday. Just wanted to talk to him after he was let go by the Rockies. And, we're talking about KB, and it's just too bad he's, the body seems to be breaking down on him. Rizzo, I've not talked to Riz lately. Did a couple of months ago, texted with him. I don't even know if he wants to get back in it right now. It's hard when you sit out this long and then somebody makes a phone call to be able to just pick it up and get back in there. Although if they did, it would be a team in the race, which would be kind of exciting for him. So, Johnny Lester almost got to go play golf. David Ross and I have been playing golf a little bit down in Florida. He came down 2 or 3 times. He played in St. Pete. So, yeah, I guess I'm keeping the toe dipped in there. The coaches text me a lot, guys that were our coaches, and I stay in touch with them, Hyder in Baltimore. So, yeah, I guess I'm staying in contact.
Joe, you mentioned how you talked to Bud Black, and you know this business about how this goes. David Ross, do you believe that he got a raw deal here as a manager?
A raw deal. It was. I don't like to use the word raw deal. I just thought it was like too soon. Is that a raw deal that he would be let go as quickly as he was, unceremoniously let go? I know counsel was available. I get that, but yeah, I mean, David. Under the circumstances that he got the job following me, I think he's had great expectations that it was going to be a longer run than that. It's not unlike my situation when I came in there and they let go the previous manager that was there before me. So there's some similarities. I don't even know if that Jed thought about that. I don't know. But, yeah, I thought it was too quick, quite frankly. David's confided with me. I'm not going to share what David said to me, but it was kind of quick. I understand what they did in a sense because I was a part of a similar circumstance. But, yes, I thought it was too quick with David.
We're talking to Joe Madden. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. You mentioned about the young guys and about Javi and Wilson Contreras. My brain goes back to all of their debuts, and it seemed under you Wilson got called up. He'd hit a home run right away. Kyle Schwarber got called up. He hit a home run right away. Bryant was set down early because of the timing, and then he comes up, and he didn't get off to a real quick start immediately, but then, of course, he won Rookie of the Year. What is your secret? Waddle and I look at you, and we look at you as the culture setter. Like, that's not by coincidence, in our opinion, no matter how good they are, that all these guys seem to flourish as young rookies and then contribute big time. What is your secret for bringing that out of young guys?
Well, honestly, I think the biggest thing that I'm able to do those things is because I started out as a minor league grunt. I was a rookie ball manager. I was a scout, a professional scout. I scouted Arizona, Colorado, Utah, New Mexico for 3 straight years. That was my territory. And then I was permitted to scout before I went to spring training when I was a full-time manager. And when you manage rookie ball players, you manage A-ball players, AA players, guys like that running instructionally, being the head of the coordinator of instruction, you see everything. You see guys before they become a guy. And I know what a guy looks like before he becomes a guy. So when I'm able to work with these different guys, I have a lot of experience that I can draw comps with. It's not just something you put on a machine, Rapsodo, whatever, TrackMan, all of a sudden you look at all these numbers. It's an eyeball thing. It's a conversation. It's the way the guy breathes, the way the guy moves, the way the guy processes the day, his mental skills, where's he at with all that. And there's a positive approach to all this. And you have to read the room, read every guy every day. And that's what I learned how to do as a young instructor with the Angels from 1981 till I got to the big leagues in 94. That's something that nobody talks about anymore with the young managers and young coaches, that especially managers that just jump into the seat without having had a really strong minor league career as an instructor, manager, coach, whatever. That's what they're missing. And quite frankly, that's it. I think that's what separated me. And there's others out there. Mike Schilt right now, it's with the Padres. Schilt has that kind of a background. Bochy, I saw Bochy manage in Riverside when I was roving when Palm Springs was playing Riverside back in whatever year that was. All these guys went through that process. That process is not there anymore. Thus, a lot of young managers right now, they don't have that cachet built up where they know what to say, how to do it, whatever, in the moment, because they just don't have that experience.
Joe, you also welcome the use of analytics probably a lot sooner than a lot of guys did. But does the game rely too much on it? Has it been ruined in some ways by the overuse of analytics?
Absolutely. Analytics are great. It's another word for statistics, That's what we utilize. And if I sent you my information that I started to put together in the mid-'90s, and it's on my Google Drive, all the scouting reports I put together, the spray charts, whatever, how I broke teams down before we played them. It was just me. I was the baseball ops department for the Angels. Very similar to what goes on now. The difference, greater volumes of information, no question. But you have to understand, coaches, managers can hold on to a lot of stuff. Players really, you just want to give them nuggets at the most. So when it comes down to, you talk about analytics. If I'm going to acquire my next shortstop, give me reams and reams of information for the offseason, and I will look through it. If you want me to tell me where to put my shortstop, absolutely. I want reams and reams because that doesn't vary very often. Where to pitch somebody does not vary very often. So these are like constants that I want a lot of analytical information. Hitters don't benefit at all. But the misconception is that when the game begins that analytics are controlling this game somehow. Not true. Not true at all. So it's Shohei Ohtani needed nothing. How much analytical information did we give the hobby back then, and how much is he getting right now? I mean, I could go through a litany of different pitchers. Johnny Lester, he didn't want a whole bunch of that stuff. They wanted what was ever coming from Mike Borzello on the bench. That's what our pitchers wanted. Borzi was outstanding. Borzi is like a analytical department of his own. Nobody even talks about that. He was a big part of our success back then, from catchers to the pitchers and the pregame meetings. See, it all gets skewed sometimes. I love analytics. I love numbers. I want the info. I want all that stuff. But after you've seen a team with your own eyeballs based on your experience, I needed less of that information because once you've seen it, you get it, you know it, you understand it, you know what you think. But if you haven't seen some players, if some guys rush into the league, that's when I want more information. But once the eyeball test occurs, and you play these guys all the time, you need less of that and more execution, fundamentals, playing hard, playing the game of baseball properly. Then you need numbers.
Joe, what has been hurt most by everything you were just saying? For instance, I complain to Waddle all the time about the starting pitching, whether it's third time through. And you can't measure when a guy is going well that day, but the analytics says, well, don't let him face the lineup a third time through. There are just certain things you can't measure that they seem to be trying to measure, and it drives me crazy. So I guess what I'm trying to say to you is what drives me most crazy is the lack of starting pitching going longer into the games. What, in your mind, has been hurt most?
You're probably right. That's probably number one. I think base running may try to make a comeback right now. Pitching, absolutely, you're right. The third time through the batting order, I mean, for me, on a nightly basis, you have to gauge whether a guy's got it going on that night or not. Where's the pitch number at that particular point in the game? Did he struggle early? Did he settle down? Is he really cruising right now? You could go on and on about that. So just and they're going to throw numbers at you that look at the third time through this guy gets lit up all the time, or the average is that the third time through the batting order the pitcher normally gets lit up in general terms. I'm not into that at all. I want to see what the guy's doing, because the farther you get a starter into the game, the stronger your bullpen becomes. That's the other thing. They're just wearing bullpen guys up. Bullpen guys get worn out constantly. You start. It's very difficult. If you just work a 5-inning game from your starter, you got to plug in 4 innings worth of relief pitching on a nightly basis. That's not easy to do. I mean, you're going to you can't even say you're making a mistake. I don't believe in that. Somebody's going to have a bad night, and with that bad night, all of a sudden, all this beautiful planning is going to go awry. So yes, pitching is probably the third time through really bothers me. Within the lineups, the constantly platoon advantage phrase. Listen, Earl Weaver was doing that for years. He just called it, right and left hand. He didn't call it a platoon advantage. I mean, yes, there's times you do want to pinch it, and if you're short in an area, yes, I like when I got two players playing one position. But if you really, and it really comes down to lefties hitting left-handed pitching, giving a kid an opportunity, and that goes all the way back to the minor leagues when you give him an opportunity to hit lefties in the minor leagues and try to become better. Look what Schwarber's doing right now. And then the other thing is base running. They had to change the rules to permit guys to attempt to start stealing bases. That's silly to me. I don't like that. I don't like the rule change. I don't like the third time over, throwing over. I don't like any of that. I think it's wrong. The only rule change that was necessary was the pace of the game. Had they just done that, everything else is superfluous. Didn't matter. And the other one I do like, though, I have to admit, is the pitch calm, where they call the pitches. Yeah. And that's anything that it's not about the length of the game. It never has been. It's been about the pace of the game. Pitch clock, that little pitch calling device, superstars. Runner on second base, 3-batter minimum, all that stuff's not necessary.
That's so interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a question I always like to ask guys like yourself with a great resume in their respective sport, whether or not the game's in good shape and it's in a good place. It sounds like there are certain things about the game that still leave you a bit unsettled at this point. Overall, is the game in a good spot, Joe?
It is and it isn't. I mean, there's if you look at there's a couple teams that are dominating and there's other teams that are just awful. And it just doesn't seem to me as though that the teams that are not so good, that they're making the necessary adjustments to try to become good. I just think that too many teams wait till the middle of the season or even the trade deadline to try to determine whether they're going to be good enough or not to make the playoffs, and then they might do something. But I don't hear very few teams declaring in spring training that our goal is to go to the playoffs, get to the World Series, and win it. I don't hear that very often. That's not part of the conversation. Hardly anymore, and I don't really like that. So there's the rebuild. I don't hate that word too, man. The rebuild, I'm not into it. What you're doing is you're really doing a disservice to your fan bases, and overall, I mean, back in the day, I remember in the 70s, there was a phrase that was utilized a lot: "What's in the best interest of the game?" And the commissioner would act on what was in the best interest of the game or not. And you don't really see that implemented at all anymore. And there's a lot of things that aren't done in the best interest of the game, whether you call it tanking or rebuild or whatever. I just think that's a disservice to the community that the ball club is situated in. So all these things bother me. Yes, they do bother me, but I love the game. I do watch occasionally. I was watching the Cubbies and the other night versus the Mets. Good stuff. There's a lot of that, but then you go from that into you watch the Marlins playing like Pittsburgh right now. Who really wants to watch that game? Not even the hometowns want to watch that. So those are the things I'd rather see, like really focus on making sure that this rebuild stuff doesn't happen. If you're an owner of a ball club, make sure you put in the proper resources to make that team competitive and declare we're trying to win this year as opposed to trying to play 500. I mean, or even getting close to 500 is considered an accomplishment. That stuff bothers me, yes.
Yeah. Joe Madden joining us, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. You mentioned watching this current team. I would assume you would love to manage a guy like PCA.
He's nice. He's very nice. I like him. I like he's so athletic. I didn't realize he had that kind of pop. He's got big pop. And you know what? If you really break down his swing, it's not a surprise. He's got great balance. He's got great bat speed. He's very strong in the batter's box. And then you watch him in the outfield and everything else he does. This guy's very interesting. He's a throwback player. I like that a lot. Actually, I know there's the other guy, Kyle Tucker. For me, Kyle Tucker is Soto. Same conversation. I mean, I don't even put Soto above Tucker. I think they're in the same breath all the time. So there's some players that are pretty dynamic, obviously, and they're starting to get some pitching. I know they got some injuries concerns there, too. Swanson's picking it up. I love Nico. Nico Horner's a baseball player. In and out, upside down. That man's a baseball player. I like him a lot. So there's a lot to like about that club. I think they play with a lot of grit. And, I think they have that thing going on. And that they're slightly charismatic, and they're going to keep building on it, and I like that.
Joe, where do you think PCA fits best in that lineup?
You know what? I haven't looked at it closely enough. Where's he been hitting? I don't even know.
He did a lot of good work down in the bottom half of the lineup. I think he's had most of his at-bats at 7, but they recently put him at leadoff.
With Hap out.
Hap out, yes.
Okay. Well, his tools play. I mean, everything he does plays at the top of the order. The part that they probably don't like is the fact that he's a swing guy. He just swings all the time. And, you know, when you get hot, that looks really good. And when you're not so hot, then it doesn't look so good. Analytically, teams don't like guys that just are swingers and don't work a count and look for a walk sometimes, or they'll look for a walk, accept your walk. So I would say that that's probably what's going to hold him back the most is as a team wanting to put him at the top of the batting order. If he learns to be more discerning in the strike zone, accept his walks, that kind of thing, that will push him more to the top.
Yeah. Joe Madden joining us, Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. Growing up here in Chicago, Joe, I always said that guy who is the manager of the Cubs, he will have a job forever. And you went, and like I said, you arrived a year early as a team in 15, and it was absolutely awesome, knocking out the Cardinals. And then the next year, you won the World Series with that target on your back, like you always talked about. The next year in 17, you still got to the NLCS, 3 straight years of going to the NLCS. When you look back on it, are you even surprised yourself that it only lasted 5 years?
Absolutely. No question. That first year, nobody expected any of that. And if you replay that tape and look at the roster and how it evolved during the course of the year, we got a lot of overachieving. We got some great role players on that team that permitted us. We won a lot of games. And you're in, third place in your division because Pittsburgh even won more than you did. And then eventually we worked our way through and listen, that Mets pitching staff was dynamic. Murph just tore us up, whatever, But that was a tremendous role that we got on that year, and then to put us in that position. And then we go ahead and win it in 16. 17 was outstanding, too. I mean, one of the best series I've ever been involved in was the Washington Nationals series before we went to play the Dodgers in the NLDS. That series there was, you talk about a heavyweight fight. That was a beautiful thing. We win that game. Wade pitches 2+ innings. The thing that really hurt us a lot, we're flying to Los Angeles that after that game late at night, and we have a medical emergency on the plane. We have to land in Albuquerque, and that stuck us on that runway till 10 o'clock the next morning. And then we get to L.A., and then we have to play the Dodgers the next day in that twilight kind of stuff. And they beat us up, and we didn't have Wade for a couple of days. Our bullpen was really not as strong as it could be because we had to beat the Nationals to get there. So, and that whole year, I mean, right down to the very end, how we fought, man. We really fought. I love that. The next year, losing to the Rockies, that was a shame. But everybody was critical of that, but nobody gives the Brewers credit. We won 95 or 96 games. They just got hot as hell at the end, and they beat us. So what? That happens. And then the next year, it was just everything was totally different. I think they were already planning on blowing it up at that point, and so there was just a different vibe in the clubhouse from the front office downstairs. That whole year was just different, absolutely different. And then, of course, at the end of that, everything was blown up. So I really wanted to stay there, no question. That would have been a great place. Personally, I would have stayed there for a while, and I think a lot of the players would have too. So that was not our call, but I'm not going to lie. I'm just telling you the truth. Yes, I loved it there that much, and I do miss the place.
We were talking the other day with the NBA lottery about like lucky moments in Chicago sports. Mm-hmm. The Bulls once won the lottery and they got Derrick Rose with a 1.7% chance, on and on and on. And we brought up the rain delay, the 17-minute rain delay. Do you believe that you guys win Game 7 if there's no rain delay?
I can't tell you that for sure. That was reality. I just thought that it really helped us a lot. I mean, that brief meeting that Jason had downstairs was dynamic, even to the point where a lot of the Indians commented that all they did was sit by their locker and kind of stewed on it before they went back out and started the game up, whereas that Jason brings them all inside. I go check the weather report with Jed, come back outside, and I'm telling you what, when our guys walked out, you thought it was like the first inning. I mean, their energy level was that high, and let's go. And they did. They came out and they tore it up. Schwartz, what he did again was incredible. Almora tagging up. Of course, Zobrist again. And part of that inning that nobody gives enough credit to is Miggy Montero. His base hit the left. And furthermore, when he picked up Chappie in the night and he asked him, he made him to other pitches than just his fastball, that was huge. So all these things conspired, but I think the reboot, that 17-minute reboot, was very helpful.
Joe, indulge me for a moment, if you will. I grew up in Cincinnati in 1967 was my birth date, so the 75-76 Big Red Machine was basically my childhood. Pete Rose was a large part of that as a young baseball fan. As we know, yesterday, the commissioner removed Pete, Shoeless, Joe Jackson, and other deceased players from the permanently ineligible list. Just your thoughts on Pete and where he belongs with regard to the Hall of Fame and how he is remembered as a great player in this sport.
I think he served his time. He did his time, and it's just unfortunate that it has to be posthumously that he's going to be recognized. What he went through, I think if he had been more contrite early on, it might have changed things a little bit. But nevertheless, he was embarrassed by it all, I'm sure. He did his thing his way. It's the way Pete was. I mean, I got to know him a little bit at the very end there. He was actually at the Chicago Card Show, and I had a great conversation with him. But nobody played the game harder than he did. Obviously, to care about winning, give me other guys, probably Ty Cobb, you can mention others, but nobody cared about winning. Nobody played the game harder. Nobody was more of a team player. How many positions did he play? And on top of that, he's a switch hitter. Everything about him indicated that the guy was a winner. Yes, I thought he did his time. How many ever years from the moment he was suspended till he passed away. And I thought that if they could have done that even 4, 5, 6 years before he had passed, I thought that still would have served as time served and let's move on. Yeah. And then permit him to do what is right, because the guy was that good. Okay, he did some bad things. A lot of people have done bad things in the world today, a lot worse than he's done, and they get out without any kind of severity, whereas he is a baseball man. He's a baseball player, bet on the game. Can't do that, absolutely. He did his time, let him go, and I really hope that the veterans group's going to have to vote on him. I hope they get in on the first vote. Yeah.
Joe, before we let you go, what are you drinking these days? What kind of wine?
I got this thing called Six Oaks the other day. It's a Sonoma. It's Alexander Valley, I think, Sonoma County. Outstanding. It was on sale in Vivino, so I picked it up. I always I read different things, and I look at the way they break down. And when it says leathery or earthy and oaky, vanilla, that kind of stuff, I jump on it. So I just jumped on this Six Oaks. It's on the bottle in Italian also, I believe, but Six Oaks. Give it a go. It's outstanding.
I'll look for that. That's awesome. Joe, we always say this whenever we catch up because, we didn't get a chance to talk to you a ton when you were the manager. But thank you for everything you did for Chicago and for Cubs fans all over. We love keeping in touch, and we appreciate you taking some time for us today.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me on. Love the place, and hope to see you guys down the road. Be well.
You got it. There he is, Joe Madden. Always a class act. Always candid, too. A lot of good stuff there about the way it ended and some of the other players, the guys he keeps in touch with, analytics. He's very passionate about that, about how it's over. Because I don't understand that either, because when you have a weak bullpen, you would think you'd want to pitch the bullpen less, not more. So we'll talk to Barstool Big Cat coming up. I got a text from him yesterday. Very excited about the Cubs. He also is adding something to The Office. Barstool Big Cat joins us next.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Chicago White Sox baseball. Do you believe?
White Sox and Reds.
Coverage begins today at 5 on the home of the White Sox, ESPN Chicago. Now with more power from above.
Guys, save up to $4,000 on new air conditioners and comfort systems with 4 seasons, heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electric. New AC units start at just $39 a month, and furnace AC combos $57 a month. And at Four Seasons, they guarantee to beat any competitor's estimate by up to $1,000, including those so-called buy one, get one free offers. Call your trusted local experts at Four Seasons. Schedule your free in-home estimate with Four Seasons. Visit fourseasonsheatingcooling.com. That's fourseasonsheatingcooling.com. For all the right reasons, you can call them at 866-4-SEASONS. That's 866-4-SEASONS.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. It's important to know what you want, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm going to tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make applications for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Advantage Toyota of River Oaks has all the new Toyota vehicles you've been looking for. If you're not driving home in your new Toyota in less than 60 minutes, they'll make your first car payment. Every new Toyota comes with the Advantage Plus program. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details or visit AdvantageToyotaRiverOaks.com.
Calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Coast Ivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Coast Ivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
With more than 200 flavor notes, Woodford Reserve wows your senses, delights your palate, surprises you with every new scent and sensation. It elevates an evening into an event, giving you a new experience with every sip. So yeah, Chicago, Woodford Reserve is more than a spirit. It's a spectacle for the senses. Kentucky Straight Whiskey, 45.2% ABV, the Woodford Reserve Distillery, Versailles, Kentucky. Please drink responsibly. Woodford Reserve is a registered trademark, 2025 Brown-Forman Distillery, Incorporated.
Hey, fellas, could you use a little extra help in the bedroom? Of course you could. And that's where my friends at Blue Chew come in. Blue Chew is your secret weapon for confidence when it's time to step up and perform. You've heard of Viagra and Cialis, right? Well, Blue Chew delivers the same active ingredients, but in a chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. No swallowing pills, no awkward pharmacy runs, and no weird conversations with your doctor. It's all done online. Just hop on BlueChew.com. Consult with a licensed medical provider, and they'll find the right prescription for you. Then it's shipped discreetly to your door. Nobody will know but you and your partner. And of course, she'll be the one enjoying the benefits. Here's the best part. Blue Chew works. And it works, and it works, and oh man, does it work, baby. Whether you're a rookie in the bedroom or an MVP like the good kid, a little boost never hurts, right? Your partner wants you to bring your A game. And Blue Chew is the pregame ritual you need to turn oh no into oh, yes! Ready for an incredible offer? Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, consult with their licensed provider, and get your first month free.
It is the highly anticipated season finale blockbuster drawings at Potawatomi. Watch your entries from Enchanted Spins, Unreal Treasures, and Boundless Bounty roll into drawings where $300,000 in cash and prizes is up for grabs. It's Friday, June 27th. More info online. You must be 21 years of age to play.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Barstool Big Cat, host of Pardon My Take, and voluminous tweeter at Barstool Big Cat. It's time for his weekly conversation with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000.
We're trying a little later than normal, usually 4 o'clock on Wednesday. But Barstool Big Cat, awesome as always, joins us on the Yingling Guest Hotline. He's brought to you by
Blue Chew. Blue Chew has the first chewables that give you confidence in the bedroom. Go to BlueChew.com today to get your first month free. You just pay $5 shipping. And Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Your win is waiting.
What are you more excited about, the Cubs and the way they're playing and the walk-off, or is it the schedule release?
First of all, thank you guys for moving time. I want to treat this today like I've been trapped in a cave because I have been very busy today, so I haven't seen any of the schedule leaks. Thank you for moving. I had an interview. Two-time NBA champion, had to have him on. He was in studio, so appreciate you guys always being accommodating.
Which champion? Who is it?
Mike Miller.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the NBA Combine's here. So we went to the lottery on Monday night. We got bamboozled. We got taken by the NBA.
Yes,
I totally agree with you. Yeah.
No. Specifically me. I went to the lottery. And so listen, we're not the smartest guys at Pardon My Take.
No.
If you give us credentials and a free buffet, we're going to basically carry water for you for the rest of your life.
Nice.
So we got the nice fancy lanyards. We don't get credentials for anything. We've applied for everything. We are not traditional media. They say no chance are we letting these guys in the front door. So we got the credentials. We got the buffet, and then we talked to an exec at the NBA who basically gave us a spiel before the lottery happened for about 15 minutes how it's impossible to rig this thing. And we walked out of there being like, man, that guy made a lot of sense. It is really impossible to rig it. We saw the lottery balls. We saw the whole process. And so I've been corrupted, and I don't think it's rigged.
But then you saw the results and changed your mind, right?
Yeah, I changed my mind a little bit. I did.
Yeah.
I also, Silvy, I've kind of tuned out this coin flip thing because I'm going to go under the assumption that the Mavs are going to win it anyway. I think that's the healthy way to go about this instead of being like, I can't believe we lost a coin flip and could have had Cooper Flag.
That's what like one follower was tweeting me saying, like, you can't have it both ways. It was either fixed for the Mavericks or, the coin, and then the coin flip doesn't matter, or the coin flip mattered and it wasn't rigged for the Mavericks.
Right. So I'm going to go with the rigged. We did have a number there at the end. I don't know if you guys heard how the numbers all went down. I think the Mavs had the 7 for the last lottery ball, and we had 8. So if it had been an 8, we would have won it.
It's like a 50-50 raffle ticket all over again.
Yeah, I'm kind of rambling. My big point here is the NFL schedule release is the worst thing ever, and I hate it now. They've completely ruined it, and it's just a load of crap. I don't like it.
Now, what don't you like? That people are fitting the puzzle together and breaking it as the week goes on, or do you hate the actual schedule release shows?
The people puzzling it together have 0% blame. Because that's exactly what people should be doing. You get a little morsel, then you're going to try to put all the pieces together. It shouldn't be released like this. It's so stupid. The fact that we got one game released on Monday, then 2 games on Tuesday, and then there's a whole thing about the release coming tonight. It's so annoying. just what they should do, and they'll never do it, is just release it randomly. Have like a sign up, like an Amber Alert, and sometime in the middle of May, you just get a notification on your phone being like, "Here's the schedule; it's ready to go."
Oh, wow. Who wins tonight? Do you believe? Is it the Chargers? They normally get they get this right. I think
sometimes they get too cute.
That's true. A couple of years ago,
this thing is stupid. The Chargers were the ones who invented this, and then everyone followed suit. And the whole thing is stupid. I don't like it. I don't like it anymore.
Did you like the way the Titans handled it last year or the year before? That was pretty good.
Sure. There's like usually how it goes is there's like 2 or 3 well done, funny videos, and then everyone else is trying to copy it, and it's just lame. Just give me the schedule in my phone at a random point. Let me read it, and then I'm done with it because that's really what it is. Like I think we all like the schedule being released, because we want to see how the pieces come together and, this is a tough part of the schedule. We got to win these games, mapping out how everything's going to go, even knowing that once the games start, none of it matters because you got to still win the football games. But, like, this entire schedule week is so stupid. In the NFL, I know they own everything, and I love the NFL, and it's my favorite sport, but making a week out of this is so stupid. I'm sick of it.
All right, you want to play the game, though?
Yeah, of course I want to play the game.
All right, get the music going. All right, so, this is what we think the schedule is, so you got to give us the win-loss here, okay? And don't count in your head. Just give it to us, the win-loss game. Home opener, Minnesota Vikings, Monday Night Football in Chicago.
Win.
Are you keeping track of this, Waddle?
Yeah.
Week 2 at Detroit.
Loss.
Week 3, home against the Cowboys.
Win.
Week 4 in Vegas against the Raiders.
Win.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, now we're chugging. Week 5 is the bye. Week 6 is the rematch at the Commanders on Monday Night Football.
Wait, week 5, as long as no one gets fired under mysterious circumstances, it's a win.
All right, good. I like that. And at 3-1, no one should be. Week 6 at the Commanders.
I have to say win, although that game scares me because that's Monday Night Football, right?
Yes.
We think, yes.
Oh, man. Why? They just want to torture. I mean, how many times are they going to play the Hail Mary clip?
Oh, yeah, all week long.
Yeah. 4 during the game.
Yeah. Okay. Win.
Win. Week 7, home against the Saints.
Win.
All right.
So we're now 5-1.
No.
We're 5-1.
Don't tell him because now he's going to adjust. And this is.
No, I'm not adjusting. I'm going to give you everything. Yeah.
Week 8 at Baltimore.
That's a loss.
Week 9 at Cincinnati.
That's a loss.
Week 10 at home against the Giants.
That's a win.
Week 11 in Minnesota against the Vikes.
That's a win.
Ooh.
By the way, Silvy will be there with his entire family.
I've already booked the trip.
He booked a trip in the middle of November in Minneapolis.
Love that. Beautiful time.
I want to see the building, yeah. All right, week 12, home against the Steelers.
Win.
Is that an Aaron Rodgers game? Also, side
I
prediction.
don't know. That makes you nervous. Yeah, that makes you nervous. That might be an Aaron Rodgers game.
Week 13 at Philly, Black Friday.
That's a loss. That's a loss.
Okay. Week 14 at Green Bay.
That's probably a loss.
Week 15, home against the Browns.
That's a win.
Week 16, it looks like 2 games against the Packers in a 3-week span. Home against the Packers.
That's a win.
Wow. At San Francisco, week 17.
That's a loss.
And week 18, home against Detroit.
That's a win.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 6 for your Chicago Bears.
Oh no!
11 and 6.
Oh no! I want to be on the record that's too much.
These were your words.
That's how you figure it out.
You just picked the season.
It's like you doing the bracket for the NCAA tournament. It's how you got Florida as the champion.
I know, but it's too much right now. We're staying at a 6 out of 10 of excitement. That was my first crack at it.
We knew you would cave.
Yeah, I know. Of course.
Okay,
and
so
I'll be honest. I was lying about the Packers game at Lambeau. We're going to win that game.
Okay, so you got them at 12 and 5. we would have asked you this question without making you go through the silliness of what we just made you go through, what would you just say? What do you believe their season record's going to be?
I think 10-7 feels right.
Okay. Wow.
I think think about it. The division's hard again, and
the away games are a meat grinder.
Playing the Eagles and the Ravens away, and the Niners, who I think will have a bounce back
and
year.
And the Bengals.
So, there are some tough games on that schedule. And you just never know. I think the Giants are actually going to be a good team this year. So, you never know what you're expecting. Like, oh, yeah, the Giants stunk last year. The Saints stunk. The Saints will probably stink again. But, you just never know. So, I'll say 10 wins would be – I think that would be a great first year for Ben Johnson.
All right. We got the schedule out of the way. Your hate for it, but your love for the Bears remains strong.
You seemed very happy. Yeah. You seemed very joyful. It didn't seem like you hated it.
No, I hate the schedule week. I love seeing the schedule. The actual Bears schedule I will look at tonight. I will pore over. I will try to map out in my head. I'm talking about the release of it. Is completely ridiculous, and I just want the schedule. It happens too much now where there's just this pomp and circumstance over something. Just hand me the piece of paper and let me look at it.
Not sure I've ever heard him so energized wound up as this.
Speaking of that,
you guys have seen it. It's basically everyone's being like Carmen Sandiego on the internet this week with this game is this week. It's like, just give me the schedule.
Yeah. Did you go from 6 to midnight last night in the 9th inning and watching the Cubs?
I texted you right away. That was very well. It was probably more about the Marlins than it was about the Cubs because that as soon as the error started the inning, I was like, oh, this is why the Marlins are one of the worst teams in the league. But I don't know about you, Sylvie. When Justin Turner came up, I was like, just get a sac fly. Let's go to extra innings. Please just put something in the air. And then I think it was first pitch. It was like, oh, that was awesome. So yeah, that was great. Those are the teams you got to beat. And to lose one, or even if they had lost last night and could lose tonight, if you lose 2 to the Marlins, you're not in the right direction. So it was good. You got to sweep these teams,
Were you on the DFA Justin Turner bandwagon if he didn't come through there?
I wasn't all the way on there, but I was like, hey, can we get at least something right now from him? So I think he's even for that. Well, it was a Sunday game a couple of weeks ago where he dropped the ball at first. Is my memory correct?
He did drop a ball at first. I don't know when it was, but you are correct.
So yeah, we're gonna call that even. He's even on that one.
Okay, all right.
Can I access your gambling expertise?
Yeah, it's not. There's been no expertise recently. I have to say.
I trust you.
Everything at Florida money gone. The buzzer beater money gone.
It can't be gone.
There's 17 straight. Oh, come on! All of that's gone.
It's gone.
Well, let's rebuild tonight. The Celtics are 4.5-point favorites at home tonight with the Knicks in town.
I think they actually win this game. I do. Because I do think – don't you think there's something – I don't think they're going to win this series, but don't you think there's something about, the rallying after an injury, and then also on the Knicks side, they just are up 3-1. The NBA playoffs to me, and obviously injuries are take what I'm about to say out of question – so you have to figure out how it works in with Jason Tatum being out. Steph series, that one's kind of over. But for me, the NBA playoffs is what team needs to win more? And that's how I kind of judge it. Because the urgency in the NBA playoffs is not the same for every single game. You see it, when a team, let's say, loses the first 2 games of the series, game 3, you got to take the team that's down 0-2 because the urgency is just going to be different. So I think you're going to get the urgency from the Celtics and maybe not from the Knicks.
Okay, I'll give you 2 thoughts here. One, Thibodeau's like a boa constrictor. He doesn't let you catch your breath. So he's not going to let this Celtics team come back. And by the way, without Jason Tatum, what's their offense? What do they do?
I think well, here's the bet that I made tonight because I don't really like the game. I bet Peyton Pritchard to score 15 points, 18 points, and 20 points. I think I think there's a chance that he's going to be the one. The like someone's gonna have to step up, and it feels like he might be the guy to step up, and he has that ability to get hot from three, and it's like you look up and you're like, oh man, Peyton Pritchard has 20 points. So
and he's going to take 25 shots. He'll take 25 shots in that.
Right. So I think that there's going to be they have some guys. I mean, look, they're defending champs. They have a lot of good players. So yeah, one of those guys is going to have to step up.
All right.
Does Golden State get a win?
No. That one's over.
It's over.
Have you watched that series? You guys don't watch ball.
No, I watched it all.
How have we been labeled this way?
I don't know. I've
done this to you. I'm sorry. I apologize. You guys do watch ball. The Golden State's out of options. Like Jimmy Butler was game 3. He had a great game, but you could see it. Like the Wolves decided, all right, we're just going to pack the paint. Jimmy Butler's not going to be able to get his shots. He's got to pass the ball to Gary Payton, the second, and some other guys out there, and they can't hit threes. So I don't think they have enough offense. They don't have enough floor spacing. It all looks bad, and I think the Wolves are kind of in that like ascending teams where maybe it was last year they wouldn't have the urgency, but this year they know they got to kill a team when they have the chance, especially because Steph could come back for the next game.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Jimmy only took 9 shots, and it wasn't because they just took him out of the game. I don't know what it was, but
he was sick. He was sick before the game.
That explains it. That would explain it more because he was not assertive. But
you knew that he was sick. You knew that he was sick because you watched ball.
Yeah, no, I didn't know he was sick, but I watched the game. I watched the game.
By the way, did I see this right? After you just said you have to reassess with all the stuff that you're getting with the kidney stones, that you're going to install now a soft serve ice cream at the Barstool headquarters?
Yeah, I reassessed.
Yeah. And you said more ice cream.
I just have a nurse on staff.
I'm sick. I said that I am sick. I've reassessed, and I am sick of living my life without constant access to soft serve ice cream. So I created a task force. They're the cream team. 2 of the dumbest guys I got, and I told them, I was like, listen, your job for the next week is to learn everything you can learn about ice cream machines, how they work, how they operate, how you're going to clean it, everything, and then you're going to report.
Come on, that was made. That was made.
No. I lost my voice. Talk, filibuster.
Stop.
Let me drink some
Come
water.
on, this is you actually just pulling a prank. Are you okay? Do we need to send?
I swear to God, I don't know what happened right there.
Yeah, well, it's because you cover your mouth every night while you sleep.
I stopped doing that, by the way. I told you it was going to be like 1 week. It was 1 week. I was so sick of it. It was the dumbest thing ever. So, but we try. We try new things. We're scientists. Yeah. So these guys are going to learn everything they can about ice cream machines, and then they're going to tell me what I need to purchase. And I will have soft serve ice cream in the office for the rest of the time.
Now I'm finally going into the office. I'm finally going to get the tour. Now with the ice cream machine.
You want to make some jokes about kidney stone? You're banned. You're banned from the soft serve. You can come to the office. You can't get any ice cream.
That's not right. You can't ban me from the office.
No, it just happened. It's my ice cream machine. I can ban anyone I want.
You guys should just have a medical professional on staff
like
to take care of this
department. Yeah.
Okay, so let's slow down here. I made it very clear about this ice cream machine. We're only going to do toppings on Friday. So you want to say there's no health? We're doing health. For toppings are only Fridays. Fridays only.
All right. We got White Sox baseball coming up. You're the best. All the best with the cream team.
Yeah, wow.
All right. Thank you, boys.
Sounds
Appreciate
creepy.
It sounds very creepy.
Sounds very creepy.
Barstool Big Cat once again.
Not creamy, but creepy.
The Peyton Pritchard bet is a good one, I think.
Yeah, he's going to get a ton of shots.
Yeah. This portion of Waddle and Silvy also brought to you by Steinhoffels. Thank you to Joe Madden, to Barstool Big Cat, to Jack, to Tyler. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Wednesday night.
Really excited. That was a big thrill. Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very